I don't even drink the wine I respect. Who knew that there was once a time when I was drinking? Will you hit me? You have even committed acts of deceiving teachers and destroying ancestors. Killing a good friend is such a thing. It's nothing to you either. Listen here. The alien race is 100% certain. The other party is fully aware of their identity. But we can't make trouble now either. Otherwise, it would also be troublesome. So my mind focused on my eyes. I looked at the gourd wine handed over to the other party. I took a look. It's just ordinary wine. Nothing there? At most, it has a stronger spiritual energy, but he still doesn't trust it. Later, he said, "Brother son, I'm not used to drinking your wine. I'd rather drink my own." After speaking, he took out a gourd, opened the bottle stopper. When I was about to drink, Zhang Xian saw the situation, immediately reached out and took the other person's gourd over. And he said he couldn't get used to drinking mine. "Let me see what you're drinking." After taking a glance, he exclaimed that it was indeed a good wine. "No wonder you don't like me anymore." So he handed the wine back to the other party. However, the Yilan people saw that Sun Chang had nothing to do with him. Just a simple glance. I just breathed a sigh of relief. After taking the gourd, I took a sip. Just then he said he could come with me now. "Go find a restaurant. You're not drunk anymore, are you?" So the two of them left the auction house like this. Go find a restaurant. I walked along the street once. When we arrived at a secluded alleyway, the Earth Spirit clan can no longer restrain their killing intent. With a flick of his body, he came up to the other person, looking at him with a cold gaze. "Ask you to come. Who is the person at the bottom?" Zhang Xian's mouth twitched at the words. "Just look at the other person." The response said that I am just an ordinary person. "Is it you?" As a member of the alien clan. But he openly disguised himself as a human and came here. "You really have enough courage. I didn't say anything wrong about you, did I?" The Water Night King heard the other party say so. "The alien race has a palm full of true energy. Immediately seal off everything around you. Make the entire street seem like hell." Then, with cold eyes, he looked at Zhang Xian again, standing up and asking who you really are. After speaking, the other party still refused to reveal their identity. "If the Water Night King roars, don't even think about leaving." Immediately after, he raised his hand and rushed towards Zhang Xian. Instant! The violent aura within him rolled up like waves of water. The entire street is oppressed by a powerful force. It seems like it could be destroyed at any moment. Zhang Xian remained calm in the face of the fierce attack in front of her. This was also within his expectations. Subsequently, I just smiled and said, "Sorry. Whether I leave or not is beyond your control. Instead, you should lie down for me first. This is a beetle that can suck blood. He can not only kill the city lord in seconds, and leave a god like King helpless. Even perverts see his strength." I couldn't help but exclaim, "I lost it. The real cow was just here." Zhang Xian is at the auction venue. Discovered a member of the alien clan, disguised as a human and mixed in. So he stubbornly wrapped himself around the other party. In the end, this alien tribe was helpless. I took out my own wine and took a sip. I just left the auction house with Zhang Xian. But just as the two of them were walking down an alley, the Earth Spirit clan has already learned about each other, knowing one's own disguise. So they both waved their hands towards each other. Just Zhang Xian remained calm in the face of this fierce attack. Instead, he smiled lightly and said he was sorry. "I can't leave, it's still up to you. To your control. Instead, you should lie down for me first." After finishing speaking, he rubbed his fingers and snapped. Immediately after, I saw the fierce Water Night King just now. My body suddenly stiffened. He suddenly fell down in mid-air. At this moment, he looked at the man in front of him with a face full of disbelief. "Shout out that you poisoned me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a smug expression, saying that it was indeed correct. "Water Night King, you are such a powerful king. No, how can I subdue you after poisoning you?" 10 kings admit to their enemies so loudly and frankly. I suddenly felt my self-esteem rubbing against the ground. So there was a roar of killing intent in his eyes. Immediately after, he leaped into the air, attacked towards Zhang Xian again. However, when Zhang Xian saw the other party, she still didn't know how powerful they were. "Gently tap your finger. Shout out to me and come down." I saw the Water Leaf King jumping in mid-air and let out a miserable cry, falling heavily to the ground again. At this moment, he felt that there was something wrong with the bloodline inside his body. So he gritted his teeth and asked, "What kind of poison did you use on me?" After all, this Water Leaf King is out on a mission this time. He made a lot of preparations specifically for it. I also took a lot of detoxifying ammunition. In principle, ordinary poison has no effect on him. But now, not only did he not see when the other party poisoned it, I can't even detect what kind of poison it is. This made him feel exceptionally terrifying. Is it difficult? The task hasn't started yet. I encountered a 7-star poison master. Just he knows. The poison shop in Hongyuan Imperial City. The most powerful poison master is only 6 stars. At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's question. I don't care about his calmness either. 2 steps forward. Fingers repeatedly pointed towards the other person, instantly sealing off his cultivation. Immediately, the 5 fingers spread out and grabbed forward, water leaves into the mouth. Suddenly, one flew out. Medicine meatballs wrapped in wax paper. At this moment, Waterleaf King watched as his pill was taken out. My face suddenly turned extremely ugly. After all, this thing, only their senior internal personnel know. It is specifically designed to prevent being captured. Afraid that the other party will use any means to steal the secret medications used for suicide. How could the other party know so clearly? However, after Zhang Xian destroyed the highly toxic substance wrapped in wax paper, he looked at the other person with a smug expression and said, okay, this should be able to ask some questions, right? Tell me, where did you come from? What do you want to do in Jinyuan City now? After finishing speaking, seeing the other person's expression of preferring death over obedience, Zhang Xian's spirit stirred up. Finger count the lines one by one. The true qi immediately drilled into the opponent's acupoints. However, the true qi has just entered the body. The Water Night King felt his whole body being bitten by countless poisonous insects. Typical bone-piercing pain. If it's just physical pain, as a king, he can still bear it. But this true qi not only enters the body, even the soul was strongly consumed. It seems like it's about to collapse at any moment. Immediately afterwards, he let out a loud roar. Make me, like you, a lowly person, submit. Probably. And then he swelled up like a balloon. Zhang Xian saw the situation. His face darkened. I quickly reached out and grabbed forward. A thick and powerful true qi surged out with it. When I was about to suppress the opponent's power, I just saw his physical body. It withered at a visible speed to the naked eye. Immediately after, just watch as the soul of the Water Leaf King flies out of his brow. Zhang Xian felt the powerful aura of the opponent's witch soul. First, I was taken aback. Immediately, the pupils became uncontrollable. I exclaimed in surprise that this is not a witch soul, but it's the primordial spirit. However, Zhang Xian was not completely shocked yet. I saw the other party's spirit detached. With a fierce and long hiss, you bastard. I want to die with you, lousy. Immediately flew into Zhang Xian's forehead after speaking. And the Water King who just entered the opponent's body, full of crazy eyes. Just as he was about to devour Zhang Xian's soul, the scene in front of him scared him so much that he almost harbored resentment towards Northwest. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, I'm lost. What the hell is this? How could it be so big? After all, in what he considers normal from the Holy Spirit. Although I have also practiced soul cultivation, but it can only manipulate the rules of heaven and earth. Very weak. Not even as good as a baby. The soul in front of me is over 10 meters high. Like a mountain. The most crucial thing is, a baby without a soul at all. Instead, it carries the bright wings of thunder. Don't mention devouring it. It's good not to be swallowed up by the other party now. See here. The Water Leaf King knows he cannot devour the other party. When the soul moves, it immediately rushes out of the body. Is there any way for Zhang Xian's witch soul to escape at this moment? I grabbed the other person casually. Immediately followed by a low cry to search for souls. Just an idea just flew out of the air. Before flying towards the other party, the ruthless person came out and shouted, young master. Don't kill this guy. Leave his Genshin impact for me. I am useful. After speaking, I saw the young master's face full of confusion. Just explained that it is the primordial god that devours the king of the alien spirit race. Can accelerate the recovery of my strength? Don't worry, young master. I will be responsible for the interrogation. I can verify everything you want to know for you. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement upon hearing this. So he handed over the elemental god of the Water Night King to the ruthless man. Then consciousness returns to the physical body. Look at the body of the Water Industry King across the street. Just put away the storage ring. Spirit enters into it. Only then did I realize that treasures are like mountains. There are also thousands of high-quality snacks available. There are also many books about souls inside. After all are collected in the library. Zhang Xianyuan thought it would be like a dungeon. The soul books that come together will be of little use. Unexpectedly, this book can. And it's also a flawless technique. After watching it, I was overjoyed. But knowing that this is not a cultivation event. So the monk collected his spirit and returned outside. Take the water leaves in front of you. Take care of Wang's body. After removing the surrounding restrictions, just walk towards Mo Yunxian. But as soon as I came back, I saw Hu Yunsheng welcoming me. Speaking of the auction of Xidagarba flowers, it hasn't started yet. The city lord left. I thought he left the private room. What is there to deal with? It was only discovered after sending someone to investigate that. He went straight to the lord's mansion. It seems that he no longer intends to continue purchasing. Zhang Xian was puzzled upon hearing these words. The city lord ahead is determined to capture the hidden flowers of the earth. I wish I had to grab it. At this moment, I see that the auction of Xidagarba flowers is about to begin, but turned around and left. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but ask a question. Did the people sent find anything else? Is there any conspiracy involved? At this moment, Hu Yunqing thought for a moment. I just responded that there's nothing unusual about the return from the golden detective. I guess something big happened in his mansion. That's why he had to go back, right? However, after careful consideration, Zhang Xian, just instruct him to stay here. Observe the person who wants to take pictures of the underground flowers. Go and see for yourself what happened. Hu Yunqing heard that he wanted to personally investigate. Just give him the information and location he knows about the Lord's mansion. I explained everything in detail once. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian nodded and gestured. With a flick of his body, he rushed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Not long after, I arrived at the lord's mansion. Bypassed layers of defense. We quickly arrived at the main hall where the city lord was located. With a leap, he hit a big tree in the courtyard. Then he quietly looked into the main hall. I saw the city lord walking back and forth in the main hall. He looks very anxious. I waited for about 5 minutes. Suddenly felt a special aura lightly brushing down. Immediately after, I saw a figure. In a flash, it appeared in the main hall. However, at this moment, the city leader came. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So I just hugged my fists and walked. Li Dao has met an adult before. After seeing the other party's response, the city lord asked the lord with a puzzled expression on his face. You asked me to take pictures of flowers hidden all over the ground. It's about to start. Why did you urgently summon me back? Renning did not respond to his question at this time. With a frown, he whispered that something had happened. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I just looked inside the courtyard. Then he shouted angrily, who is it? Come out immediately. As soon as the words fell, I only saw a powerful force, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard, especially the big tree where Zhang Xian is located. Under the crushing of raging true qi, it seems like it could explode at any moment. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xian's pupils involuntarily contracted. He clearly concealed it very well. Also sealed all the breath inside the body. According to normal circumstances, even if someone finds out, it will feel like an inanimate object. What is the other party's ability? Surprisingly so powerful. This can also help me discover. Think of this. Just as I was about to jump out, I heard 2 rapid gusts of wind rushing by. Immediately after, 2 figures appeared in the courtyard. And at this moment, after seeing the person in the store clearly, I laughed excitedly all over my face. Then he said, it turns out it's you guys. This is one of the elders who responded saying it's good. This friend, you've been using various means these past few days. I'm afraid you're here to inquire about our news. However, the figure did not respond to the other party's question. A cold laugh is like stepping on iron shoes and finding nowhere to go. Waste of effort. Since you have already come today, then don't even think about leaving. As soon as it fell, I saw his 5 fingers spread open, suddenly thrust forward. The surrounding air immediately seemed to freeze. A fierce and surging force, instantly enveloping the entire lord's mansion. It seems that a huge formation has been activated. 2 elderly people couldn't help but stab him when they saw the situation. At the same time, with a face full of iron blue, he let out a scream of surprise. It turned out to be a trap. At this moment, the corners of the shadow's mouth curled up. 5 fingers suddenly pushed forward again. A surging murderous aura attacked towards 2 old men. At this moment, the ground of the entire courtyard suddenly cracked open. Even the formation seems a bit difficult to withstand. It could collapse at any moment. However, Zhang Xian on the tree, seeing the other person's cultivation level, surprisingly, it has also achieved a level of reverence that surpasses that of C. My face suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect it. This kind of strong person. Surprisingly, it would appear in a small place like Jingyuan City. So I let out a low cry of defect in my heart. Pick up the book in your hand and take a look. I just realized that the other party is actually a member of the alien clan. One of the top 10 kings of Qingtian, the Prince of the Night. After watching it, Zhang Xian also felt a little dizzy. Why have there been so many kings recently? However, at this moment, the 2 elders below, one of the old men with a pale face saw this. Immediately raised his palms and greeted him, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw 2 forces converging together. The huge power fluctuations generated. Shake the old man out completely. Fell hard to the ground. At this moment, it seems, there is no longer the round and full aura from earlier. At this moment, his breath was weak, like I'm about to lose my life. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but clench her fists. The other party actually gave a palm. It destroyed all the vitality of this old man's body. Is this the true strength of the powerful in the Genshin Impact realm? And at this moment, Elder Su, I saw my companion being beaten up like this on the spot to save me. The anger in my heart suddenly surged. The killing intent also boiled with it. Immediately afterwards, I saw him flip his wrist. A black-painted beetle flew out. Elder Su went over for a drop of blood. The beetle suddenly undergoes a change. The whole body emits a silver glow. Just flew forward. However, Zhang Xian witnessed this scene. Furrowed his brow. This kind of smell of human blood. Isn't it a poisonous insect? So, in that case. If that's the case, these two old men would be drug masters. See here. Zhang Xian finally understood. Come here. This lord is looking for hidden flowers in the earth, probably found for the alien race. Just this purple Night King. What else is he going to do if he wants to find Poison Hall? I am very puzzled about this. So he looked down at the old man with the poisonous insect. Immediately appeared the other person's relevant books in their mind. I only realized at first glance that he is the elder of the Hongyuan Imperial City Poison Shop, the poison master at the peak of 6 stars. However, just as Zhang Xian was looking at the other party's information, the poisonous insects below have flown to the Prince of Midnight. But he doesn't care about it. Not dodging either. Just a cold laugh. A small silver-armored venomous insect wants to use it to deal with. It's simply a pipe dream. Then he slapped the beetle in front of him with one palm. Poisonous insects can fly extremely fast. I dodged in just one flash. At the same time, the wings flutter. Scattered a lot of powder. Prince Sai snorted coldly upon seeing the situation. Gently flick the sleeves along with it. Just roll away the silver powder in front of you. At the same time, the fingers ejaculate with true energy. Like a long sword, it chops towards wherever the poisonous insect goes. In the blink of an eye, split more than 100 times. Although his speed is extremely fast. But poisonous insects are faster than this. Not only did he not get hit while shuttling back and forth. Instead, it continuously releases a special gas. And the nearby lord smelled this scent. My face turned pale. The body swayed and fell directly to the ground. The Prince of Midnight who witnessed this scene. Suddenly, his face became solemn. No longer dare to underestimate this little poisonous insect in front of me. So my spirit stirred up. Instantly, a force appeared that enveloped the entire person. At this moment, no beetle can enter even if it sprays poison powder. After finishing these tasks, a hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of Prince Sai. Gently lift the corners of the mouth. Just fiercely in the sky. The flying beetle waved a palm. What will happen in the next second? Let Zhang Xian serve. The shock. He couldn't understand everything happening in front of him. This guy in front of us is trying to prove himself to be a poison master. As a result, he forcefully took down an elder from a drugstore. Forced to become a pastry chef. Just now. The Spirit King in front of us. I thought this little beetle was harmless. The odor released during his rapid flight poisoned the nearby city lord to the ground. The Earth Spirit King only realized the seriousness of the problem. So my spirit stirred up. Instantly, a force appeared that enveloped the entire person. By then, the beetle's poison powder will no longer be able to enter it. Immediately afterwards, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Gently lift the corners of the mouth. Just fiercely in the sky. The flying beetle waved a palm. The next second, the beetle immediately seemed to be drunk. Continuously shaking. Even some flying steps. And not far away, Elder Su. It seems like they have also been attacked. Her face turned red. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. Then I was shocked in my heart. Is this the deadly poison bug? You know what? This life poison bug is equivalent to a clone of the poison master. Usually raised with blood essence. Incorporating parts of the soul of the phantom cultivator. Once killed, illusionary Yang suffers can also suffer serious injuries. Even died on the spot. However, the first generation son of the poisonous worm, Night King, also saw it. So he reached out and grabbed it. Just hold the poisonous insect in your hand. Then he looked towards Elder Su not far away. If you just said take me to the drugstore, I can keep you alive. Otherwise, you'll die for me. And Zhang Xian on the tree saw the scene, a joy in my heart. This is a great opportunity, isn't it? If we can save Elder Su, perhaps we can gain his trust. Seize the opportunity to infiltrate the poison hall. It also eliminates a lot of unnecessary trouble. This is much stronger than arresting a drug expert for interrogation. Just now. How can we get him? In the hands of the king of the 4 realms of this holy land. Can you help me out? If you rush up like this recklessly, very likely to be killed on the spot. After pondering for a moment, I have an idea in my heart. After all, the current purpose is only to save people, not to kill the other party. So it can gain the trust of the other party. Just go up to him. So he slowly descended from the tree. With his understanding of formations, it's also easy to exit the formation. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw no one around. Muscle peristalsis in the body. he became the one next to the Water Night King, the appearance of one of the guards. After finishing these tasks, shouting loudly outside the courtyard that the city lord is not doing well. The senior you entrusted us with guarding. I was killed at the auction house. He is a renowned 7-star teacher. He's already coming this way now. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw the formation in front of me disappear. Immediately after, I saw Prince Zai appear in front of Zhang Xian. Ask if the Water Night King has been killed. The one who made the move is still the 7-star master. At this moment, Zhang Xian showed a shocked expression on her face. I quickly nodded in response. After receiving a positive response from the other party, the Water Night King's face immediately darkened. After all, he came to Jingyuan City with the Water Night King, and the jade plaque representing the opponent's aura suddenly shattered. So he also knew that something had happened to the other party. I hurriedly returned to the Lord's mansion. So I looked at the guard in front of me. Asked him to explain the specific situation in detail. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian quickly responded by saying, the senior just now was about to enter the auction house. Being stopped by someone, he said it's his old friend. Invite him to have a drink together. They don't let us follow behind either. We are not aware of what happened during this period. But later on, we didn't feel at ease either. Just followed over. When we find the senior, I found out he's already dead. According to eyewitnesses, it's a 7-star spirit disabled phone. Upon hearing these words, the Purple Night King couldn't help but furrow his brow. This is such a remote and secluded place. How could there be a 7-star level famous teacher? And why would they attack the Water Night King? After all, the Purple Night King has enough confidence in their disguise. Even a 7-star renowned teacher, it may not necessarily be discovered. If it weren't for this level of renowned teacher, with the strength of the Water Night King, who else can kill him in Jingyuan City? So he glanced at the guard. Just asked, how could Jingyuan City have a 7-star famous teacher? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with an innocent face, saying I don't know. I only found his body, so I brought it back. After speaking, let's talk about the wrist. Just place a withered body on the ground. Seeing the companions in front of me, Prince Sai couldn't help but contract his pupils. Both are kings of the alien race. He knows how shriveled he is like this. It represents that he used the secret technique of forcibly breaking away from the primordial spirit. Once this trick is used, without a doubt, he will die. What kind of enemy has this encountered? Only then did he make a desperate move and use this trick. Is it difficult? The other party is really a 7-star master teacher. That's really true. That's bad. Think of this. Knowing that this place is not suitable for staying for a long time, we need to quickly find out the location of the poison hall. So I turned around and wanted to walk towards Elder Su. You can look up and take a look. I just realized, the guard just now had already arrived in front of the other party. And I also planned to lift it up. Who would have thought that a frown would occur? Just shout loudly, what are you doing? Zhang Xian smiled awkwardly upon hearing these words. The response says it's nothing. I just saw that his injuries are a bit severe. At this moment, Prince Zai's face darkened. I don't need you here, angrily rebuked with a displeased expression on my face. Go back now. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. After nodding in response, he took Elder Su back 2 steps. Stomp your foot suddenly. The formation that had already stopped is restarted. In an instant, fog enveloped the entire courtyard. Seeing this scene, Prince Zai's face darkened. Immediately rush forward. Formation of formations. Changed him in this fog. I couldn't find the figures of Zhang Xian and the others either. Only then did he realize that he had been deceived. Anger erupted in my heart, accompanied by a roar of anger. The killing aura on one's body cannot be contained. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back into the appearance of an alien race. With a wave of his hand, he rushed towards the formation. After all, with his power surpassing that of the quadruple, to crack a 6-star peak formation, it only takes 1 or 2 moves. However, Zhang Xian hiding in the mist, I saw the formation shake twice. I know I can't bear it anymore. Immediately wake up the person in front of you, an elderly person who has already become listless. Kalao Su woke up and asked in confusion who you were. At this moment, Zhang Xian said anxiously, Elder Su, I am a toxicologist. But I don't have time to explain to you now. If we don't run anymore, we'll all die here. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded, so he took out a pill. After taking it, my spirit has recovered a lot. Zhang Xian saw the situation and asked him to follow behind her. Soon, the two of them bypassed many yards. It also touched many factions. Just take Elder Su out of the range of the city lord's mansion. It flew out. I will return to Moyangchuan soon. Elder Su saw that the other party brought him here. I was also stunned for a moment. Don't rush to escape now. What are you doing here? However, Zhang Xian saw his expression. Just explained that the other party controls the Lord's mansion. We're running away now. No matter which direction you fly from, It won't be long before it's discovered. Once surrounded, it's not certain whether we can escape or not. Like that. It's better to find a place to hide first. Let's talk after the injury is healed. The old man nodded quickly after hearing the explanation. I responded with a voice. This is indeed the best strategy. Soon, the two of them hid in the forbidden room. After all, there are formations here. Can isolate all breath. I should be able to hide for a while. Elder Jianshu saw the situation. Looking at Zhang Xian in front of her, she said, you said you're a drug master. May have a level badge representing one's identity. After all, in his opinion, the person in front of us is only someone who has been ordained as a saint, can easily transform oneself. Saved from the hands of the fourth-level powerhouse in the holy domain. Say no doubt that it's fake. So Su Changlao is also worried at this moment. This is a trap deliberately set by the other party. The purpose is for him to enter the poison palace with him. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party asking such a question. Just shake your head and respond that there is no badge. I have always boasted about myself. So far, it has not been assessed. Upon hearing this, Lao Su's face suddenly turned gloomy. Then he looked coldly at the other person and said that even poison masters can learn on their own. People who don't understand this kind of thing can still justify it. But do you think I would believe it? At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other person's expression. I also know that it's hard for him to believe just a few words. So he shook his head with a helpless expression on his face. Say you don't believe I'm a drug master. I can do nothing about it, either. How about this? I compared you to the last one who used poison. If you can win, I don't need to overthink it either. I will definitely die at your hands. If I win, I hope you can take me to the drugstore. Assess a true poison master level. After a moment of contemplation in classical Chinese, Lao Su just nod and agree to compare poison with him. After all, a real oath cannot be faked. It's not true if it's fake. However, Zhang Xianjian agreed with the other party. Just keep talking about the rules of the written test. It's up to you to decide. After pondering for a moment, Lao Su took out 8 porcelain jars. Then let's talk about the current situation. I am unable to prepare poison, but there are still some on him. Choose anyone. If the toxicity can be eliminated, I will admit that you are a drug master. However, on the porcelain jar that was just released by Mr. Su Zhang, there was no gaze or text, only tedious sealing. It's impossible to tell from the outside what's actually being installed. Just used by Zhang Xian, under the illumination of the eye of reason. You can clearly feel the surging killing intent in it. It seems that as long as you open the bottle stopper, it can make a living creature's blood flow like a river. You should know the powerful poison. It's like a spiritual medicine. Will generate unique spirituality. If these toxins are released, there is no corresponding antidote. It will cause a huge disaster. That's precisely why. It's not this profession that makes all kinds of professions wary. It is also intolerable to the world. And at this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at it. I was also shocked. Just then confirmed with the other party. Is that level 6 peak poison inside? After receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian didn't hesitate too much either. Take out a porcelain jar casually. I opened the lid and looked down. However, old Su on the other side witnessed the other party's operation. My face immediately darkened. You should know that when all drug masters test drugs, to avoid being ambushed, there will always be special steps and methods involved. And he saw this guy in front of him. Not only is there no step at all, it's like seeing some fine wine and delicious food. Open the bottle cap and stick your nose out to show off. I feel that I have a great destiny. I really don't understand anything. Even a poisonous master with 3 or 4 hearts. You wouldn't be reckless enough to do such a childish thing, would you? But we haven't finished shocking Lao Su yet. I saw the other party pour the poison inside onto their hands. Put it directly in your mouth. See here. Lao Su suddenly became foolish. What kind of operation is this? He doesn't know it's poison. He came specifically to take poison on me in a hurry to get on the road. Thinking of this makes me feel uneasy. Just as I was about to take out the antidote for the other party, I just saw the other person eat it. I looked at myself somewhat dissatisfied and said, Elder Su, the poison you prepared doesn't taste very good. The taste is very poor. Especially in terms of taste. I'm afraid many people won't have it if they eat it once. I have an interest in wanting to eat for a second time. Negative review. I heard that. Lao Su almost fell to his death. I lost him. Are you here to tease me? Brother, this is poison. Eating once means hanging up. Where can I find my life to eat again? I still have a negative review of your second uncle and third uncle. Just when Lao Su was about to go crazy about it, I saw the other person opening the second can. Also, take out some poison inside. After taking a bite, the review said that the taste is still good. If I could stir fry it again, the taste will be better. Immediately after, I saw him rating the third can as a bit sweet. Did you add honey? Oh, honey is my least favorite food. You can consider it next time. Adding a little licorice would be even better. So Zhang Xian tasted the flavor while doing so. With a sincere attitude, I quickly made a review. All 8 cans were eaten once. See here. Lao Su only felt his eyes turn black. After the scalp numbness subsided, I felt very strange in my heart. Did these poisons take too long to release? They have all lost their toxicity. Think of this. Just put your finger on one of the pottery jars, dip a little and put it in your mouth. Medication only enters the throat. He immediately spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The whole person also began to tremble incessantly. The meridians throughout the body seemed to explode at any moment. So he quickly took out the antidote from his arms and swallowed it. I just felt much more comfortable now. You can look up and take a look. I just realized. The other party is still tasting the poison in the pottery jar. See here. Lao Su couldn't help but twitch his lips. It feels like seeing a ghost. After a moment, he suppressed the shock in his heart, looking at the other person again and asking how they tasted. At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with a serious expression on her face. Truly a level 6 peak poison. It still tastes very good. By the way, if the last 2 could be a little more brittle, the taste will definitely be better. Upon hearing this, Lao Su, suddenly, his whole body went limp and he meowed. Lousy refined these poisons. But it took a lifetime of effort. I thought with these, I could completely dominate the world. Make countless people fearful. I didn't even dream about it now. I was eaten as a dim sum. The most crucial thing is to eat while saying that the taste is not good. I threw these away. They're really poison that will kill me if I eat them. I am truly a drug master too. And he is a very skilled poison master. Not for making pastries. Can you be more serious? Pretending to be poisoned is also good. I really doubt myself like this. This pervert in front of me. I unintentionally said I love you to a man. The result is ruined. The scene was once out of control. Just now, Zhang Xian wants to prove that she is a drug master. One breath in front of the other person. I have consumed 8 different types of poison with varying degrees of toxicity. However, despite this, not only is he okay, but he's also fine, and also the taste and texture of the poison. They have all made different evaluations. The elder of the nearby poison shop saw this wood. The whole person was scared, almost turning into a lunatic. At this moment, everyone began to doubt whether they were actually drug masters. It's still a pastry chef. Not long after, he spoke slowly and said, I said this brother. I've eaten so much poison. Is there really nothing at all? At this moment, Zhang Xian heard the other party asking questions. I just put down the poison in my hand and replied, I'm fine. How are you doing now? Can you confirm that I am a poison master? Lao Su gave a bitter smile upon hearing these words, just shook his head and sighed, yes. Of course I can. If you're not even a drug master like this, then no one can become a drug master. He heard from Zhang Xian before that he was self-learning. I still feel that the other party is just talking nonsense. But after watching him try the medicine continuously without trying it, I am confident that the other party has been taking medication for many years. I have now developed a constitution that is immune to all poisons. So the two of them exchanged a few simple pleasantries. Zhang Xian won't disturb the other party's recuperation and recovery of injuries. After leaving the room, he returned to his middle-aged appearance. I quickly found Hu Yunsheng, asked him about the auction situation. At this moment, Hu Yunsheng responded by saying, the city lord had already released the news before. Who dares to compete with him? It's just opposing the lord's mansion, so no one bought it. Do you want me to continue promoting it? Open another auction in a few days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian waved her hand and said, don't bother anymore. After all, he has found the poison master. Now this auction has no meaning either. Hu Yunsheng heard him say so. I handed over the jade box containing the hidden flowers. Just Zhang Xian after receiving the jade box. Just as I was about to give the other person a few words of instruction, I saw a large group of people walking in through the gate, and the leader is none other than the Purple Night King. And one of the guards took 2 steps forward. He said to Hu Yunsheng beside him, Master Hu Xian, this is Senior Midnight, a distinguished guest of our lord's mansion. He has a valuable item stolen by someone. The person suspected of stealing is hiding here now. So we need to conduct a search. I hope you can cooperate. However, Hu Yunsheng heard the other party say so. Suddenly, his face turned pale with iron. In his opinion, the Lord's mansion is using someone stealing as an excuse. Actually, I wanted to steal this underground flower, so my brow furrowed. When I was about to refute, the guard on the other side continued speaking at this moment. I also hope that you can cooperate, Lord Xian. Otherwise, Mo Yunxian will become very troublesome. Upon hearing this, Hu Yunsheng was instantly so angry that he was about to explode. I know these guys clearly mean to steal, but just as he was thinking about how to respond, I heard a message from behind saying that a valuable item was lost. It is indeed urgent. I just don't know what item it is. You can tell me and listen. Maybe we can still help find it. Turn your head and take a look. I just realized that the person speaking was Senior's son, and he also had a sincere expression on his face. At this moment, the guard looked up at the other party. The response states that the item is not important. The most important thing is that those two guys are in broad daylight. How dare you steal from the Lord's mansion? If you don't catch it, where will the majesty of Jingyuan City be placed in the future? Upon hearing this, Xian nodded in. Rushing to the Lord's mansion to steal is. Then he looked at a few people with righteous words. It's just that you're just looking for it like this, right? Fong really wants to hide here. I know there are so many people here. I will definitely escape quietly. I think it's better like this. First, let Master Hu Xian active. Let the other party escape without any escape. Let's make other plans. At this moment, Wang Wenhua, who was standing behind, also nodded in agreement, and explained that those two guys have a deep understanding of formation research. It would be best if we could bring you, Mo Yunxian. The most powerful formation is activated. Otherwise, I'm afraid the other party can still leave easily. Zhang Xian was shocked to hear this, hesitated for a moment, just responded that since the other party is so powerful, I happen to have a quite powerful formation here as well. Do you want to activate it to trap them? After speaking, Zhang Xian saw the other person's face full of confusion. Just explained that this 7-star array disc, I obtained it during a trial. I don't need it normally either, since you said these two thieves are so powerful. So I think using this formation is the most secure. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Midnight instantly filled with anticipation. So I asked the other party to quickly activate the formation, thinking that once this level of array disc is activated, even if you want to escape, it's difficult. I didn't expect this unremarkable Mo Yunxian. Surprisingly, there is such a thing. No wonder there are so many treasures being auctioned off. Immediately after, I saw the opponent take out the array disc, accompanied by a roar. The surroundings were immediately shrouded in mist. Seeing this scene, Prince Sai couldn't help but contract his. Then he exclaimed, "It's really amazing. Thinking about this maze, even if one tries their best to break it up, I can't do it for more than 10 minutes. Now it's used to deal with the people of Sanctum 2 and 3. They can't escape the formation at all. See here." At the same time, a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. I was thinking to myself, I'll find those two guys later. Afterwards, snatch this array disc. Not long after, he looked at the other. Speaking of which, your array is indeed not bad. Now take our people and find them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded. Then he confessed to Hu Yunqing beside him. Take your friends from the Lord's mansion and. By the way, prepare some fine wine. Me and this Midnight Senior just sit here and wait for you. However, upon hearing the command, just lead many guards forward. Although he doesn't know what Senior Sun Chan wants to do, but after these few days, he knows that obeying and following orders will definitely not result in any losses. And at this moment, the Prince of Midnight. Just find the person as soon as possible. Forget about chives and the like. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just respond quickly and say, how can we forget about it? The city lord respectfully calls you senior. You are also leading the guards. The status is naturally highly respected. We business people. I also hope very much being able to make friends with someone like you, senior. However, during their conversation, Zhu Xiao came over with wine and food. After all, this formation is controlled by Zhang Xian. Anyone who is active within the formation, he can sense it all. You can also make an Aijin clear the way for the other party with just one thought. Therefore, this Zhu Xiao was able to come here so smoothly. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other party had put away all the food and drinks. Start pouring wine for the Prince of Midnight. With eyes full of sincerity and admiration, he spoke up, Senior, please let Prince Sai see that the other person's eyes are clean and pure. There is no trace of opposite sex. I also used my divine sense to explore the wine in the cup. Found no problem. I just nodded. He picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. And Zhang Xian watched as the other person finished drinking. I nodded with satisfaction. Give a compliment. Indeed, Prince Midnight is still bold and generous. Not like the Water Night King before. It took me a while to persuade him. My mouth is about to crack. I barely managed to drink a small cup. It's really troublesome. Kazi Wong heard. The pupils couldn't help but say this. Quickly put down the wine glass. As soon as his face darkened, he stood up and looked at the other person. Who exactly are you? After all, the previous guard only introduced him as before midnight. It's not that Purple Night King. And I just finished drinking myself. The other party also mentioned the recently killed Water Night King. At this moment, his heart was going crazy. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian waved her hand to signal that there was no need to be nervous, and continued pouring the wine, saying, sit down first. What's urgent? Urgent? What's so nervous about? If it's a big deal, he'll be killed like the Water Night King. It's not a big deal. As soon as these words are spoken, the violet aura emanating from the Purple Night King instantly exploded. His face turned ashen. Look at each other with eyes like electricity. I asked sternly if that's the case. You killed the Water Night King, and you are the 7-star renowned teacher, right? Zhang Xian heard this. He responded with a displeased expression, saying something. 7-star renowned teacher. Can't you tell? Am I also the one who saved Elder Su? After speaking, the muscles of the whole body wriggled, instantly transformed into the demon of the guard. However, the Prince of Midnight who witnessed the scene, at this moment, I can no longer accompanied by a roar, immediately revert back to the prototype. Immediately afterwards, he swung upon Zhang Xian, faced with the imagery of this fourfold, still sitting calmly and comfortably. Shake your head and let out a sigh. Young people just can't hold their breath like. As soon as the words fell, I saw the Midnight King hit like a hurricane. Suddenly, his face turned pale, kneel down to the ground with a stiff body. Immediately afterwards, he kept spitting blood out. At this moment, he realized the reaction of his body. A look of terror immediately appeared in his eyes. He shouted loudly, damn it, how dare you poison me? Zhang Xian only smiled when she heard this. I responded with one sentence, no, I'm not poisoning you. What can we do? I am a person from the Holy Spirit. How do I fight against you, a quadruple super strong? After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of fear. With a confident expression, he looked at himself. So I decided to perform the 3 major royal ceremonies ahead. Tell each other to listen. The Prince of Midnight, after learning the truth, seeing the poison within oneself, and this maze in front of us, knowing that the other party is not a tiger, I dare not hesitate on my own. His body shook and he immediately rushed out. But Zhang Xian still wants to run when she sees him. I couldn't help but shake my head, let out a sigh. I have specially arranged a 7-star formation for you. You have to leave now. Isn't it a bit impolite? As soon as the words fell, I saw the Purple Night King who had just flown out, hard body, falling to the ground again. At this moment, I feel the deadly poison inside me constantly tearing my whole body apart. He could die at any moment. Maybe he knows he can't escape now. So he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zhang Xian. Seeing the other person like this, Zhang Xian's face immediately became depressed. Then he responded by saying, why do you all like to die together? After speaking, he flipped his wrist and summoned the puppet out. At the same time, I order you guys to go up first. Dig out the thing in his mouth. Give it another severe beating before speaking. However, the Purple Night King flew halfway through. I saw 7 suddenly appear in front of me. The puppets of 8 alien tribes. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. But at this point, he didn't have time to stop. In the next second, I saw 7 or 8 puppets. They rushed up one after another. In no time, just take the poison he used to commit suicide from his mouth. I dug it out. Immediately afterwards, he was beaten and laid flat on the ground. I can't even catch my breath. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai, who was standing aside, looked at the other person and said, how about it? If you were my favorite, I can spare you from death. After speaking, I heard that the other part let the puppet continue to beat him up. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xiankai released the ruthless. Let him continue to interrogate. We must explain why they went to the drugstore. Ask me. However, upon hearing the command, I just pointed my finger towards the other person, the Purple Night King on the opposite side. At this moment, I feel the aura of the Spirit Clan Emperor release. Suddenly scared, my eyes turned black. The dignified emperor actually recognized this guy as the young master, so he gritted his teeth. I hurriedly shouted to Zhang Xian, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to recognize you as the master. After all, he knows he is currently suffering from a highly toxic substance, even if the poison doesn't die. But this spirit emperor made a move. I'm definitely going to die. Although he knows that humans are the main ones, the Bei tribe knows that they will inevitably die without a place to bury themselves. But now there is no other choice. If you don't agree, it will definitely be like the other 3 kings, being beheaded alive. Even Genshin Impact can't escape. Recognizing the Lord may still have a chance to survive. However, Zhang Xian heard that the other party had cut off the identity card. I was also stunned for a moment. He was just casually mentioning it. Having a satisfying mouth addiction, I didn't expect the other party to really agree. So he nodded happily. If that's the case, then sacrifice your soul. Soon after, the 2 of them quickly finished the sacrificial ceremony. Purple Night King pleaded with his master. Remove the highly toxic substances from one's own body. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying that since she has submitted to me, poison is not poison anymore. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw Purple Night King suddenly feel the highly toxic substance in the body has once again swept through the entire body. At this moment, he felt anxious, immediately begged for mercy, but unexpectedly, he hadn't been waiting for him to kneel down yet. I just feel like all the injuries on my body are nourished by the poisonous poison, recovering at a visible speed to the naked eye. However, he felt the changes inside his body. Everyone is stupid. One thought is poisonous. One thought is medicine. Could it be that the other party is a poison master who exceeds the 7 stars? That's really true. That's too scary. Once a drug master of this level enters an external battlefield, the entire Qingtian lineage may easily be poisoned. None of them can survive. Just haven't waited for him to be completely shocked by the injuries on his body yet. The situation has fully recovered. At this moment, he walked up to Zhang Xian in 2 steps, kneeled down to the ground, sincerely bowed down to the mouth protector. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Just let the other party call themselves the young master in the future. At the same time, I also watched him say something. Since you have already submitted to me, it's okay if I tell you my real identity. Actually, I am the guy in front of me. To save the unconscious students, unexpectedly doing such a thing with the old man in front of me. Just now, Zhang Xian watched as the king of the alien race surrendered to her. I told the other person that I am a famous teacher. After hearing that the master was a renowned teacher, the Prince of Kazii. Everyone is stupid. I saw him using poison earlier and guessed that he is the 7-star poison master. I saw the soul so big during the sacrifice. I also guessed he was a witch soul master. Now he tells himself that he is the Dark Master. When did the Dark Master also start practicing poison and cultivating witchcraft souls? The most crucial thing is that not all Dark Masters are righteous and gentlemen. Do things openly and honestly? Are you fighting with dignity? When did it become so creepy? Quietly lure oneself into the trap, deceiving oneself so badly. However, just as he was thinking about the shameless young master in front of him, even if it's a renowned teacher, he is also a wild person who cannot gain mainstream recognition. Teacher of famous teachers. Then I heard the other person say, my identity is the dean of Hongyuan Imperial City Famous Teachers College. Prince Sai couldn't hold back his classical Chinese for a moment. Spray out a mouthful of fresh blood directly. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party's reaction like this. We will no longer discuss this matter. So let him continue to accompany humans. However, upon hearing the instructions, Prince Sai, place your palm on your chest. Then a beam of light began to flicker. Instantly transform back into human form. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask the other party. What is this magic weapon for transformation? At this moment, the Prince of Midnight dared not conceal anything. So he responded by saying, this is what we obtained from sacrificing our spiritual gods. Disguised buttons. As long as you reach the royal bloodline, you can easily activate it, disguising as a human. Even famous scholars find it difficult to discern. Listen here. Zhang Xian is very puzzled. What does spirit god mean? Only then did Prince Zai explain. The gods are the deities worshipped by our spiritual people. We found this place under their guidance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I asked with a puzzled expression, what do you mean? Your people can find famous teachers. The mainland is all guided by this deity. Just arrived here. At this point, Prince Sai continued to explain that it was true. Young master. But I also heard from Emperor Qingtian about these things. The specific matter has been going on for a long time. It's impossible to investigate anymore. If we only need to sacrifice enough famous teachers, soul and body, you can get rich rewards. This disguised button was exchanged by the priest. Listen here. Zhang Xian knows that this matter is still a bit distant for him at present. Moreover, the other party is not very clear about it either. So I no longer dwell on this matter. Later asked the other party, what is the purpose of their search for Poison Hall? However, the Night King heard his master ask about this matter. I dare not hesitate to rescue him. Tell me, young master. We have discovered a relic. It is highly likely that there are treasures with broken channel seals among them. Once it can be obtained, our people can enter here on a large scale, reclaim the place we lost. It's just that the ruins are too dangerous. We have sent several kings before. Everyone is trapped in it. Until now, it hasn't come out yet. After multiple inquiries, Poison Hall may have a detailed map of that place. So the Blue Sky Emperor sent the 2 of us over. I found a way to infiltrate the Poison Hall and retrieve the map. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow upon hearing these words. May I ask if the ruins you mentioned are located in Huiyuan City? Subsequently, Zhang received a positive response from the other party. Xian also understood at this moment. The old dean knew that this trip would be doomed. But without hesitation, go to Otherwise, we would have succeeded for the alien race. This will be a great disaster for the entire human race. Then I asked again. He doesn't have much knowledge about the ruins. It's also very helpless. And at this moment, the ruthless. We also obtained some information from the elemental god of the Water Night King. They know almost the same thing. It's just the matter of the Water Night King regarding this map, knowing a little more. Subsequently, the two of them had a conversation. Zhang Xinkai learned, he and the Water Night King, it's for a sealed treasure. However, the Golden Night King and the Green Night King that appeared earlier. The mission of this trip is to kill oneself. And after understanding the situation, Zhang Xian instructed Prince Sai to stay in the folding space on a regular basis. After speaking, he took him in. Deal with these matters. He also withdrew the maze in front of him. Meanwhile, let Hu Yunqing take over these guardianship rights of the city lord's mansion. Immediately after, he was summoned back to the Hongyuan Imperial City and the Ming Dynasty Hall. The collusion between the lord of the distant city and the alien tribe. After passing it back, I also went to the Imperial City. Retrieved Lao Su's deadly poison bug. Later, he entered the Imperial examination and became a Jinshi. Seeing Elder Su still flirting, I just explained it to the other party first. The matter of disguising oneself as a guard. After understanding the situation, Lao Su also expressed his understanding. He came up with this last resort to save himself. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the matter had been clarified. I handed the beetle back to Lao Su. However, Elder Su saw that the other party had returned their own beetle. Immediately excited to the point where the whole body trembled. Not long after he regained consciousness, he quickly reached out to pick it up. I also thanked him repeatedly. After all, this is his life beetle. If he dies, even if Lao Su doesn't die, he still needs to be covered with leather. He thought it would fall into the hands of the other party. I want to bring it back and feel sad to the heavens. I didn't expect this person in front of me to. Adventurer helped retrieve it. This kindness moved him deeply. At this moment, he put away the beetle. I looked at Zhang Xian with concern. Are you okay? However, Zhang Xian's heart stirred when she saw the situation. I just smiled slightly and replied that I'm fine. Immediately after, the body swayed. My face turned pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. Immediately collapsed to the ground. Elder Su's face changed when he saw this. Immediately stepped forward and helped it up. I thought the other party was trying to help me retrieve the beetle, regardless of danger. This kind of character is admirable. The most crucial thing is such a serious injury. To be afraid of worrying about oneself. Surprisingly, he said he wasn't injured. This poison master is really worth making friends with. A good person worth entrusting their life to. Think of this. I quickly took out some healing poison from my arms. Dress Zhang Xian in front of you. Seeing that his expression has improved, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Ask the other party how their injuries are. And at this moment, after Zhang Xian teased her, spit out a mouthful of turbid air. I just responded that I'm not seriously injured. We just can't stay here anymore. Hurry up and leave. So that's it. After discussing with Elder Su, Zhang Xian, just ride the flying spirit beast and fly to the poison shop. After flying for half a day, I saw the vast ocean appear before my eyes. Blue sky and slightly greenish seawater. Approaching from afar. It's like entering a picture scroll connected by Tianquan. At this point, Elder Su introduced himself. Here we are. On the way to the Poison Palace, a total of 27 poison formations were set up. Even if the remaining second and third tier strong enter recklessly, they will be easily poisoned. After speaking, the other person was startled. Lao Su explained that surrounding the poison formation is the lair of the Holy Domain Triple Beast. Once avoiding the poison formation, they will fall into their attack circle. So for so many years, practitioners who want to find the poison hall are almost always on a dead end. The annual quantity is no less than several hundred. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was startled again. No less than hundreds every year. People die for this almost every day. Besides, anyone who dares to find poison hall. Actually, the strength is definitely not too poor. At least they have achieved victory. Such a person dies hundreds of times a year, although it was not the hands of the drug master himself, but it has a great relationship with them. No wonder this profession makes so many people afraid and awe. It is indeed terrifying. Think of this. So he asked the other party. The poison hall is so secretive. How to continue inheritance? Only then did Elder Su explain. Inheriting disciples. Basically, it's the people from their drugstore who come out to search. Anyone who sees talent will be admitted to the department. Of course, there are also some who have adopted many orphans. Let them be exposed to highly toxic substances from a young age. Only those who can survive are qualified to become teachers. After explaining these, Lao Su, I couldn't help but look at the other person. Ask if it has been inherited. How did you enter the profession of a drug master again? Zhang Xianwen pondered for a moment. I just responded that I actually stayed in a drugstore before. It's just not here, but in a small place under the jurisdiction of Xianyuan King City. It's called the Honglian Mountain Range. Later, he left there and ventured alone. By chance, obtained a unique secret book. Slowly researching has led to the current state. I heard the other person say that. Lao Su praised the other party. Reading books alone can achieve such strength. It seems that this cheat book is not simple either, so I couldn't help but speak up, continuing to ask, may I know if it's convenient? Can you lend me this cheat book to watch for a while? Don't worry, I can do it. Not opening it, just a little curious. I want to see which master wrote this book. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was immediately stunned. I'm just talking nonsense. Where did the secret code come from? Then I thought about it for a moment. Just told the other party that this is a secret to inheritance. Not very convenient to leak. How about you look like this? I can apply the basic knowledge below 2 stars. Can you explain in detail? Perhaps Elder Su can use this. Guess the origin of this secret script. After speaking, the other person wants to hear it. Zhang Xian immediately put it in her mind. Tell me about the heavenly Dao poison worker of Rxin. The more old Su listened, the more he felt intoxicated. After all, the reason why drug masters are feared by people is because the methods are extremely bizarre. It's hard to defend against. I don't know when I will be poisoned to death. If I could really explain to the other party the same way, apply it to Zhangbao. It may not be impossible for this profession to see the light of day again, walking calmly in the teacher's hall like other professions, under its protection, instead of being like mice crossing the street like they are now, snakes and scorpions that everyone avoids. Think of this. Elder Su looked at Zhang Xian not far away again. At this moment, it's like looking at a huge treasure, a face full of excitement. However, after Zhang Xian spoke apart, she stopped. Just when I was about to say that I only understood so much about it, I saw the other person staring at me in ecstasy. Just awkwardly asked, can the other person hear it? At this moment, Lao Su finally regained his senses. The response stated that it is impossible to guess who wrote it. Later, he also explained that this secret code is really shocking and vulgar. It's better not to tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might encounter great danger. After finishing speaking and seeing the other person nod, just ordered again. You also need to disguise your invincible physique. Do not easily show it to others. Otherwise, it will definitely cause jealousy from others. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a sound. After all, he's right. I am not a congenital toxin, but it is impervious to all poisons. Anyone would doubt it. It seems that we need to keep a low profile when going to the poison hall this time. However, doing so is also in line with his personality. He himself is a low-key person who doesn't like to show off. Mainly, this time Zhang Xian entered the poison palace room to read a book. Otherwise, I don't know why it's like smoke. Then he looked at the other person and asked me. I don't know much about the assessment of drug masters yet. I don't know how to take the exam. Another thing is that as long as the assessment is passed, can I freely access all the books in the drugstore? At this point, Lao Su responded that assessing drug dealers is quite complicated. It's not simple. Capable of configuring corresponding levels of poison, but poisoning. After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of confusion. Lao Su immediately explained that, like you have to assess a 6-star poison master. Configuring level 6 poison with light energy is not a big deal. The most important thing is to be able to provide the same level. Even people of a higher level are poisoned, and not being noticed. This is the real poison master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. So he asked about poison. It's not that easy to control, is it? What if I get poisoned to death? Then I heard the other party say, the assessment of drug masters is so cruel. Being poisoned to death can only be attributed to one's lack of proficiency in learning. No wonder others understand these. Zhang Xian also shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect the poison master to take the exam every time. We all have to go through life and death once. Then he looked at old Su and asked if he knew Elder Su. Can you introduce me? The situation of the poison hall in our Hongyuan Imperial City. Lao Su smiled at the words. The response says it's simple. The distribution of Hongyuan Poison Hall is actually a level 7 distribution. Not only does it have a 6-star poison master, the shop owner has a 5-star rating. In other words, if you can surpass the shop owner, overthrow it with poison, you can directly assess a 7-star poison master. Except for the shop owner. This entire poison palace, there are also 3 vice palace masters at the 7-star level. The rest are 22 elders of the 6-star peak. Elder Shui and I are among them. As for poison masters under 6 stars, there are tens of thousands of them. Listen here. Zhang Xian is also a puppet. As Su, I thought there wouldn't be many people using poison like this. I didn't expect it to be comparable to a minor college. Fortunately, they all stayed in one place and couldn't come out. Otherwise, don't say anything. the entire Hongyuan Imperial City and Jinyuan City will be in chaos. However, at this moment, Su Changlao continued to explain, except for the Poison Master. The rest are the three main halls. One is the Library Hall. Inside, there are all the secrets from the Poison Palace that have existed for thousands of years. Its quantity is astonishing. The second one is the Poison Hall. Configuring poison requires countless medicinal herbs. If all are used, even if there is a medicinal mountain, it is not extravagant enough. There is a special formation here. Can accurately simulate the characteristics of each medicinal herb. Trying drugs here can reduce drug loss. And the last one is contempt for the store. Poison masters are like cultivators. Conflicts will also arise. If you want to solve it, you have to come here. Once a life and death battle takes place, it is entirely possible to use poison for duels, although claimed to disdain. In fact, it is also the place where poison masters die the most. However, there are two forbidden areas outside the three main halls. One is the main hall tomb. Inside is the place where the remains of past palace masters are stored. Only the temple master can enter. If others go in, it's a violation of the rules. Will be poisoned alive. The second is the medicinal field. All the necessary medicinal herbs have been planted here. You need to apply in advance to use it. Cannot enter at will. Otherwise, they will also be killed by goo. There's nothing else. With your strength and invincible ability, you don't have to worry. After understanding these, Zhang Xian also nodded to indicate. After all, he just came here to read a book. Apart from the library, I probably won't go anywhere else. Soon after, the two continued to fly in the air. 2 days later, we finally arrived at the Poison Hall. As soon as this pervert arrived at the Poison Hall, just hang all the people here on the trees. This attracted all the elders of the entire Poison Hall. Everyone took action against him one after another. Just now, Zhang Xian and Elder Su flew over the vast ocean, arriving at a place. An island shrouded in a hidden formation. This place is quite secluded. If it weren't for someone leading the way and being afraid of flying in front of you, I can't even find an island here. Then Zhang Xian spoke with a shocked expression on her face. This group has islands over 100 kilometers long, being able to hide it all. The person who set up this formation, the strength will never be lower than 7 stars, right? Old Su Wenhua just smiled. Response, the founder of the Eternal Palace sect. Not just a 7-star poison master. He is also a master of formation at the peak level of the 7 stars. Even him. To arrange this secretive formation, it also took over 50 years. This formation is powered by underground volcanoes. Hide the entire island in the vast sea. If the entrance cannot be found, even if it flies over from above, I only saw a vast ocean. There were many 7-star spirit masters back then. Even the town wizard passed by here without noticing. As a result of this, the Poison Palace can be passed down for thousands of years. I haven't been attacked either. After introducing these, the two of them also arrived above the Poison Hall. At this moment, Lao Su smiled, gestured for the two of them to jump down. However, the two young people below saw that Lao Su had returned. I just stepped forward and said hello. I just saw that it wasn't Elder Shui who came back with him, but a stranger man. They are also very strange. At this moment, Lao Su looked at a few people and said that this Sun Du was. He is my lifesaver. Please arrange to stay for now. I'm going to see the shop owner now. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to Zhang Xian and said, Master Sun Poison, you go to their residence with them first. I'll go to the shop owner's place. Please provide a detailed explanation of the matter regarding Jing Yuan. Come back to find you again. After explaining, just using phonetics to advise. The people in the drugstore may have some bad temperaments, but everyone admires those with strong abilities. If someone causes trouble at the residence, no need to show mercy. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian also nodded. I responded with a voice. After all, he also knew that an elder had died. The matter must be reported to the shop owner. As for myself, if someone really comes to cause trouble, he never thought of being a good person either. Anyway, now they are all drug masters. Not like famous teachers who have to consider and take into account so much. So the two of them separated here. Zhang Xian also followed several young drug dealers to their residence, passing through multiple residences along the way. Just hear the sounds coming and going one after another. A continuous and uninterrupted sound began to ring. Some of them are cursing, who quietly put the poison on their pillow. Some people also release venomous snakes to bite people. The bitten person. Greetings to the ancestors of the snake throwers from the 18th generation there. Even some people are sleeping. Poison has been injected into my nostrils. At this moment, the young guide awkwardly explained. They are all conducting experiments. The medication that has just been formulated by oneself. It's inevitable that this will happen. Zhang Xianwen covered his face and shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, this is a drugstore. If we run to Hongyuan City to do these things, it won't be long before someone beats me to death. Soon after, I arrived at a residence. This place is not as noisy as before. Compared to others, it can be considered very quiet. Just Zhang Xian hasn't entered the house yet. A few people greeted him. Speaking of Li Yuan, this friend's face is very raw. It seems like I've never seen it before. However, Li Yuan, who came with Zhang Xian, only responded to the other party at this moment. This friend was just brought back by Elder Su from outside. Poison Master Lu Su heard this. I just smiled lightly and said something nice. Can make this old king interested. This friend must have good talent. Let me see if you have this ability. As soon as the words fell, I saw him flick his finger. A cloud of smoke and dust rushed straight towards Zhang Xian. Li Yuan couldn't help but tremble at the sight. Just as I was about to intervene and stop it, I have seen the smoke from the other party approaching Zhang Xian. The next second, he was shrouded in smoke, suddenly disappearing like a phantom. Lost, then heard a loud bang. I just saw the Poison Master Lu Su from earlier. The whole person is hanging on the big tree in front of the courtyard. I fainted. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, thinking that everyone is a drug master. According to normal circumstances, they use poison. He should have retaliated in the same way before responding, but this guy didn't say a word. One punch will blow the person away. This is too violent, isn't it? Immediately after, one of the young people took a step forward. Make a big gesture. Speak with righteous words. I want to compare poison with you now. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Just kick him in the face. Kick him directly onto the tree. Seeing this scene, the remaining few young people's faces all changed drastically. It's clear that the challenge requires gambling. This guy actually uses such brute force to solve things. It's simply insulting to manners. However, one of them couldn't be more angry about this matter. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he shouted loudly, "Let's fight him together," accompanied by the sound of a brawl. After a few breaths, for young people are all hanging from trees. Li Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Later, he told Zhang Xian about Sun Poison Master. You're being too reckless like this. Poison Masters cannot solve problems like this. Just finished speaking. Suddenly, I thought of something. So his face turned extremely embarrassed and he said, "Excuse me, they are all subordinates of the severed senior brother. You injured it. He will definitely be unhappy." At this moment, another young man. He also echoed with a look of fear on his face. Yeah, senior brother Duan. He always protects himself. And he has a violent personality. Those who offend him will not have a good ending. However, Zhang Xian saw the two of them stared like this. I couldn't help but ask him what senior brother Duan was up to. Li Yuan's classical Chinese hurriedly explained. Senior brother Duanren is a direct disciple of the Deputy Hall Master of Ming Investigation. I have already reached the Holy Land level 1. In the later stage, it will be at the 6-star level. The Poison Master is among the second generation of practitioners in the Poison Hall. He belongs to the strongest. Therefore, we all respectfully call him senior brother. Just now, Lu Su was his most loyal subordinate. Zhang Xian was also speechless when she heard this. As Su, no matter what I say, I am also Elder Su's lifesaver. He is considered a friend of the first elder, even if the other party is arrogant. As a junior, I dare to make things difficult for myself. Then he shook his head in response. Is it a 6-star Poison Master? Can he still cause trouble for me because of a subordinate? At this moment, Li Yuan was so anxious that her face was about to cry. Speaking of which, Sun Du is. You don't know anything. Last time, senior brother Wu Haiyuan was because of this Lu Su. I don't understand the rules. I took action and taught a lesson. In a fit of anger, senior brother Duan forcefully poisoned him until he became mute. Until now, I have been unable to speak. This is senior brother Wu Haiyuan. He is also a 6-star Poison Master. The cultivation has reached a higher level of holy intent. But still poisoned like this. Zhang Xian was also very strange when she heard this. For a subordinate, dare to offend Poison Masters of the same level. How arrogant is this guy? However, Li Yuan saw the other party's puzzled expression on their face. Stubborn for a week before slowly responding, saying, Master Sun Poison, you didn't know something when you first arrived. In fact, this bleeding is not just a subordinate of senior brother Duan. It's still his face. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian finally understood. So this senior brother Duan is a woman. That's no wonder. At this moment, Li Yuan responded with an embarrassed expression on his face. Actually, he's not a woman, but it's a man. Just taking too much poison. This caused a problem with his orientation. So Zhang Xian heard these words on the side. Immediately felt a tingling sensation on the scalp. A cold wave suddenly made the whole person's hair stand on end. I lost it. It turned out to be the Chrysanthemum brothers. However, after understanding these, Zhang Xian, I don't care about senior brother Duan at all. Ignoring the concerns of both Li Yuan and Li Yuan. Just let them go back first. Okay, I'll be fine. If that pervert wants to cause trouble for himself, just follow him. After speaking, he turned around and walked into the house. But at this moment, Li Yuan behind suddenly exclaimed, Master Sun Poison, Senior Brother Duan has arrived. However, Senior Brother Duan here took a few steps to reach under the tree. Shaking body. I just picked off the willow catkins hanging on top. He only woke up after being fed some medication. And Lu Su, who woke up, pointing towards Zhang Xian not far away. Speaking of Senior Brother Duan, I want to compare and test poison with him, but he launched a surprise attack on me. You have to make decisions for me. At this moment, Duan's face darkened. Looking at Zhang Xian with murderous eyes, I replied, don't worry. I will make him pay the price for this. After finishing speaking, he walked straight ahead. Upon seeing this, Li Yuan quickly explained. This Sun Poison Master is Elder Su's lifesaver. He just arrived here. Many things are unknown. However, the angry severed person raised their eyebrows when they heard the words. Just shout angrily and get out of here. After taking a few steps, he walked up to Zhang Xian. Just keep a close eye on the other person. I don't care what you are from Elder Su, angrily rebuked. Now you've hurt my people. We will have to pay the price for this. Now I'll give you 2 ways to go. First, kneel down and apologize to Lu Su. Let him handle it. If I personally take action, you won't be able to survive. Seeking death is not possible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was also very helpless. No wonder Elder Su left before leaving. I also told myself to be careful. Now it seems that this is indeed the case, so he looked at the other person. If I don't choose either of them, I'll respond. Duan Tang no longer talks nonsense in classical Chinese. Shaking body. Opening his 5 fingers, he appeared in front of Zhang Xian. Suddenly grabbed forward. At the same time, I saw his true energy surge out of him. There is also a special powder spreading out on my hand. It seems like just a sniff is needed. Or it can become toxic if it comes into contact with the skin. It's like an irreparable disaster. However, Zhang Xian didn't care about it and instead shook her head, looking at the other person with a compassionate expression on his face. Then the palm extended out, slowly drawing towards Senior Brother Duan who was rushing towards him. It's the slow movement of a person who sees the other person. I am very disdainful of this. Then he sneered at the other person. Just haven't waited for him to laugh out loud yet. I felt a force enveloping me, accompanied by a crisp sound. I saw him fly all over the tree. However, Li Yuan and the others who witnessed the scene, they were so scared that their bodies trembled. They really can't understand. How strong is this Sun Poison Master in front of us? After all, they know Senior Brother Duan, to defeat the powerhouse of Holy Domain too. It's also effortless. This Sun Poison Master is really good. Without demur, he was knocked unconscious with just one slap, and Zhang Xian glanced at the two of them. I'm too lazy to explain anything. He waved his hand and said, if anyone else wants to come and cause trouble, just give me a heads up in advance. After finishing speaking, he lifted his... After returning to the yard, Zhang Xian casually closed the door. Found a place with relatively good spiritual energy. I sat down cross-legged. After all, he came here to read books, finding a way to save Wei Ruyan. I don't have time to deal with these people. So my spirit stirred up. The witch soul emerged from within. Then it flew into the sky. Soon after, I found the library hall. Immediately after, the body swayed and flew into it. Not long after, Zhang Xian's witch soul is reading books in the library hall. And the vengeful mother where the physical body is located has caused a huge uproar. Many drug masters. At this moment, seeing the dismembered body hanging on the tree brings good luck. They were all trembling with fear, even a little scared. After all, they can see Senior Brother Duan as the most powerful in their eyes. Fight like this. This proves that this newcomer is extraordinary. However, just as they were shocked by this, I saw Vice Dean with a group of elders coming. After all, these elders have lived on the island for many years. I have long lost interest in the things here. Now a thorn has arrived. Of course, let's watch the excitement together. At this moment, the deputy shop owner saw his own student being beaten to this ghostly state. Just let out a furious shout with a face covered in bruises. Open the door to the yard for me. However, the 2 Li Yuan guards outside the courtyard, seeing so many elders come all of a sudden, I was also scared out of my wits. Only then did he respond with a trembling mouth, as if he were a shopkeeper. Sun Poison Master. Tada, he said. Can. The deputy store insists that the other party is still chattering here. Just let out a furious shout, now even what I said. You all dare not listen, do you? Upon hearing this, the two of them don't dare to make a sound anymore. Quickly open the door. This is the deputy shop owner and the elders who came in. Seeing the other person sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, close your eyes tightly while practicing. So I took a few steps forward. Tell him you're Sun Chang, right? After the deputy shop owner finished speaking, I waited for almost 10 breaths. Seeing the other person but still ignoring oneself, just let out a loud shout of recklessness. Do you know who we are? although he raised his voice so high. The other party remains unmoved. At this moment, the deputy shop owner's face turned red with anger. Anyway, he is at least a 7-star poison master. The position in the drugstore is extremely respected. If this guy doesn't get up to greet me, forget about it. Now I don't even open my eyelids. This is absolutely arrogant. However, he was so angry that he was about to explode. Roaring again, my courage is indeed strong enough. Do you think Elder Sue is backing you up? You can do whatever you want, right? I actually want to take a look today. Can Elder Sue still keep you safe? As soon as the words fell, I saw the true chi surging out of his body. Then he suddenly raised his hand and hit the other party. But at this moment, the old man behind him smiled and said, "Store owner Ming, teach this kind of thing a lesson. How could you get your hands dirty? I think it's better for me to do it. The pervert in front of us has lost his 3 souls. Lost 7 souls. Only a body without autonomous consciousness remains. But he is skilled at cutting over 20 old men." Just as Zhang Xian's witch soul entered the library, the courtyard where his body is located, it has been surrounded to the point of being completely blocked. A group of elders and deputy shopkeepers are facing his body. Rampage national essence. But how would they know? The Sun Chang in front of us. It's just a soulless body. So the deputy store manager decided that he had been here for so long. I shouted so many times. The other party still hasn't opened their eyes or responded. I was instantly infuriated. When preparing to teach the other party a lesson, I just heard the elder behind me walk out and say something. Where does the shop owner need to intervene in such a small matter? It's not pleasant to hear it spread. However, Elder Wang only took a few steps forward, come to Zhang Xian and shout angrily. "Your name is Sun Chang, right? So many of us have come over. You're not even opening your eyes now. It's indeed quite arrogant. Just arrogant people usually die faster. Now I'll give you 3 breaths. Kneel down immediately and apologize to the shop owner Ming. Therefore, perhaps you still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." But after Elder Wang finished speaking, it's already been 5 breaths. Seeing the other person still doesn't open their eyes, so I became angry in my heart. I opened my fingers and suddenly grabbed the other person, accompanied by a stirring sound of true chi. I suddenly saw countless poisonous powders appear on my palm, immediately enveloped Zhang Xian in it, and the poisonous powder scattered on the surrounding ground. These flowers and plants wither in an instant, like black charcoal. At this moment, one of the elders behind exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Wang, this is a smiling carefree umbrella." And Lao Wang saw someone recognize this poison. He also nodded proudly in response, saying, "It is precisely this poison. After all, this poison only needs to be sniffed once. Not to mention people from the Holy Land's first realm, even the strong in the dual realm. As long as you dare to show a smile, they will also die on the spot. This poison, it was also the result of years of research and development by this Wang Changlao." However, while several people were talking, Zhang Xian's body is already covered in a layer of white frost. After all, this poison can not only enter the body through breathing, it can also penetrate the skin and poison the other person. So in their eyes, the Sun Chang in front of us, even holding your breath is useless. It took dozens of breaths. Zhang Xian remained motionless, sitting in place. At this moment, an elder couldn't help but shout out, "No, look at that. This guy doesn't seem to have any reaction at all. This smiling umbrella. It's not that poisoning will make the other person convulse all over their body. Can't help but laugh. Now he has no expression at all. Could it be that Lao Wang's medicine has been ineffective for too long?" Upon hearing these words, Lao Wang quickly looked over. I also noticed something was wrong. At this moment, the other party. Not only did there not be any adverse reactions of poisoning, on the contrary, it seems that he is getting more and more energetic as he works. Like taking some big tonic, full of vitality. The more I think about it, the angrier old Wang knows. The other party must have taken the antidote in advance. Only now can one be so arrogant. So the whole body's breath opened up. Suddenly throw a punch at the opponent. The elders behind saw the situation. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Faced with such a powerful blow, this guy hasn't opened his eyes yet. Is he not afraid of death? However, just as everyone was shocked by this, I only saw old Wang's fist. It's about to fall on Sun Chang's face. At this moment, everyone broke into a cold sweat for him, accompanied by a loud collision sound. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The punch that Lao Wang threw with all his might, firmly hitting the opponent's face. He is still sitting like a mountain. On the contrary, Lao Wang's wrist was shaken. What's going on here? However, Lao Wang, who was holding his wrist in pain and about to cry, after seeing everyone's expressions, I suddenly felt ashamed and angry. So he let out a long hiss, "You bastard. I'll kill you." After speaking about the handgun, let's talk. He took out a long sword and stabbed towards the opponent. The elder's sword has aroused his murderous intent. immediately dissuade and never use it. But they haven't finished speaking yet. I saw Lao Wang's long sword approaching me. Immediately after, I saw Sun Chang with his eyes closed. Suddenly, my palm stretched out. Suddenly slapped towards Lao Wang, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the long sword shattered by the shock. Immediately after, I saw Lao Wang being slapped into his chest by the other party. Directly fly it backwards. At this moment, an elder quickly stepped forward and helped him up. I only realized it when I came up to it. At this moment, old Wang has lost his breath. The elder immediately called out the matter upon seeing the situation. Everyone was dumbfounded at the words. The other party is just a person from the Bible. I slapped old Wang to death with just one palm. However, one of the elders suddenly shouted loudly, "This guy killed Lao Wang. Don't let him escape." As soon as these words are spoken, many elders immediately surrounded Zhang Xian. At the same time, various toxic substances and insects are flocking towards Zhang Xian. But even so, the Sun Chang in everyone's eyes, still sitting motionless. At this moment, someone shouted loudly in the crowd, "This guy's antidote is too powerful. Our poison has no effect at all. I think we should just take action." After hearing this, everyone exchanged a glance. I can't care about that much anymore. They all rushed towards each other and took action. However, Zhang Xian, who did well, suddenly feeling the violent aura emanating from the surroundings, seemingly aware of the crisis of survival. Together, they quickly darted into the crowd like lightning, accompanied by bursts of sound. I saw elders flying backwards one by one. The deputy who witnessed this scene, the shop owner, suddenly felt like he was going crazy. This guy still has his eyes closed until now. One person hits more than 10 elders. Not only was he not injured, instead, they beat the elders one by one and sent them flying backwards. At this point, he couldn't resist anymore. "Raise your eyebrows." He raised his hand and hit Zhang Xian in the crowd. However, the elders fought fiercely inside. Li Yuan and others outside. I saw the wall of the yard suddenly collapse. I was also startled. Then he curiously looked inside. But this one looks. They were so scared that their whole bodies couldn't help but convulse. They really can't understand. The deputy store owner didn't say, "Are you going to trouble this Sun Poison Master in the past? How did they start fighting while searching?" The most crucial thing is, 3. First mate, shop owner, and all elders take action together. Dealing with a saint. This is too shameless, isn't it? And it seems like we can't win. However, just as a few people outside were shocked, Zhang Xian's body felt it. The atmosphere around is getting stronger and stronger. Wrist flip, a long spear and a long sword, simultaneously appearing in both hands. Immediately after, he saw his hand pick up the knife and it fell. Long spear stabs forward. After an elder's throat was pierced, directly flying backwards. At the same time, lightly swipe the long sword with your left hand. Sword chi containing the concept of the heavenly way, cut towards one of the elders. Immediately after, I saw a big watermelon rolling down. However, Li Yuan and others outside saw the situation. Everyone was scared to the point of sweating profusely. Whole body rigidity. After all, each of these elders is a towering presence. Usually, a few people treat them with respect and courtesy. It may not necessarily earn the other person a glance. And now, surprisingly, he was cut down like a radish by someone else, falling to the ground and unable to get up. Blood spurted wildly. The strong impact made them feel their throats tighten. Difficulty even breathing. But just when everyone was surprised by this, suddenly someone exclaimed in surprise, "Look at this Sun Poison Master. It seems like I've been keeping my eyes closed until now." And at this time, the deputy shop owner, watching the opponent reap a life with every strike, he knows if this continues like this, they will all die at the hands of the other party. So he shouted loudly, "Now all the elders have withdrawn from the battle circle. From now on, it will be up to me and the 2 deputy shop owners to deal with him." However, the elders who heard the command, I quickly took more than 10 steps back. Although they didn't have to participate in the war, they breathed a sigh of relief. But I saw everyone's eyes one by one. They all showed expressions of shock and uncertainty. After all, in their eyes, the pervert in front of us is just too perverted. The poison they are good at, it has no effect on the other party. On the other hand, looking at his physical body and the power of his true chi, it's so strong that it makes people doubt life. Like a humanoid holy beast, I can't resist it at all. The most crucial thing is, he has been fighting with his eyes closed until now. If I open my eyes, wouldn't it be even stronger? At this moment, the deputy store owner noticed how many people had left the battle circle. Immediately surrounded the other 2 deputy shop owners. Operate the true chi to its limit separately. He suddenly threw a palm at Zhang Xian. At this moment, 3 streams of true chi converged, becoming a huge cage. Imprisoned Zhang Xian. However, the trapped Zhang Xian's body not only did not retreat at this moment. On the contrary, the fighting spirit inside the body is becoming stronger and stronger. Suddenly let out a long hiss. The long gun in his hand went straight ahead and pointed towards him, accompanied by waves of collision sounds. Originally incredibly stable and strong in true chi, in the blink of an eye, cracks appeared. Immediately after, everyone saw a sword flash, straight out of the gap. Then I saw the formation forcibly split in half. However, the true energy released by several deputy shop owners was suddenly shattered. The momentary backlash made several people fail to react. At the same time, a mouthful of fresh blood was sprayed out. At this time, the deputy shop owner also couldn't understand. The other party used such fierce force. I have used it so many times in a row, but now it's still lively and vibrant. It seems like there is no loss at all. What's going on with this guy? But at this moment, he didn't dare to think further. Shaking body, immediately jumped over to a certain position. Immediately, he looked at the two people next to him and muttered, "Hurry up. We used the Heaven and Earth 3-talent formation." Two deputy shop owners heard this, immediately jumped towards two different directions. After the three of them all stood in their designated positions, just let out a furious shout at the same time, accompanied by a roar. I saw a true aura descending from the sky, directly trapped the other party in it. At this moment, the vice dean shouted loudly. The true energy of the three of them surged out again, three different directions of sword chi. At the same time, he stabbed Zhang Xian. However, the swordsmanship has not yet arrived. I only saw Zhang Xian's physical body, suddenly heading in three different directions. Let's kick each other out. The next second, the formation was suddenly dissolved, and the elders who witnessed this scene, the pupils are completely lost. In their view, this triangle is completely disorganized. Why did you break the formation? But just when a few people were shocked by this, I saw Zhang Xian, who was surrounded, sweep her long sword in her hand. Just take the famous deputy shop owner across from you. My entire shoulder was chopped off. The bright red juice also sprayed wildly from the shoulder. Immediately after, I heard a series of screams echoing around me. The famous shop owner at this time. It looks no different from a dead person. Face turning white. No combat effectiveness at all. However, Zhang Xian sensed that the formation had been arrested. After kicking someone, just keep waving your long sword at the other two people, forcing them to retreat step by step. The elder beside was very strange to see this. He has killed so many people. Why not use one sword to kill the Lord of the Dark Palace? So I thought of something. He spoke with a puzzled expression on his face. Have you noticed what's in front of you? This Sun Chang. It seems like someone attacked him. He will counterattack whoever. Just stop attacking him. He won't continue to entangle. Upon hearing this, the other elders recalled the fight just now. I also feel like it's the same thing. So he hurriedly shouted to the two shop owners, don't take the initiative to attack him. He may not make any more moves. However, the two shop owners who heard the shouting, at the same time, recalling the battle just now. It seems to be the same. I quickly jumped out of the battle circle, then put down your hands. At this moment, I saw Zhang Xian's long sword come to the neck of a shop owner, suddenly stopped as well. After 2 breathing times, Zhang Xian's body did not feel any abnormality. He continued to sit cross-legged on the ground again. At this moment, the two shopkeepers noticed that the other party had stopped attacking. I just breathed a sigh of relief. If the elder hadn't found the trick just now, I'm afraid if we continue, both of them will also be beheaded. However, at this moment, the courtyard regained its calmness once again. Everyone also began to ponder. The abnormal behavior in front of us. So perverted. What does he really want? And the deputy shop owner besides suddenly thought of something. Just spoke up about this guy. He seems to have fallen into some kind of cultivation. Its attack is not proactive, but rather an instinctive reaction made when in danger. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone present was foolish. Not long. After everyone exchanged a glance, they finally realized. After all, people who are still alive now, they both know it. During the battle just now, they didn't engage in killing themselves. It's precisely because they showed mercy just now. Only now have we been spared from a difficult situation. However, thinking of an elder here, he said with a frightened expression on his face, this guy's unconscious counterattack is so powerful. If I were sober, how strong should this be? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Not long after, a deputy shop owner couldn't help but shout, hurry up and invite Mr. Su over. Li Yun, who was outside the courtyard, only responded to Elder Su upon hearing this. Go find the shop owner as soon as you come back. Upon hearing this, the deputy shop owner continued to shout with a look of grievance on his face. Then invite the shop owner together. This pervert in front of me. His behavior finally made me aware. What does it mean to close your eyes when doing big things? Just now, Zhang Xian lost her soul and physical body. Killed several elders unconsciously. How many people were injured? At this moment, one of the deputy shop owners looked at his companions on the ground. I couldn't help but shed tears. At the same time, he loudly commanded with a face full of grievances, "Please invite Mr. Su Changlao and the shop owner over." And at this moment, Mr. Su in the chamber. "What happened in Jingyuan City? Send a message to the shop owner one by one. Store owner who understands the situation. I also fully appreciate this Sun Chang, so I also agreed to let him assess drug masters here, and allow him to join the drugstore." However, when he heard the other party say so, Lao Su. "At this moment, I am also filled with joy. The person brought in by oneself, also recognized and affirmed by the shop owner." So he stood up and thanked the other person. Immediately afterwards, there was also a confident and determined expression on his face. Promise to the shop owner, "You won't regret making this decision today. This Sun Chang is definitely a trustworthy person, a friend that people rely on." I heard the other person say that. The shop owner also nodded in response, saying that he could receive such praise from you. I have some desire to take a look. What kind of person is this Sun Poison Master? But I haven't waited for the shop owner to finish speaking yet. I saw someone rushing in from outside the room. Shout out to the shop owner. Something's not going well. Just haven't received a response from the shop owner yet. Old Su on the side saw how seriously the other party was injured. I couldn't help but ask the mad elder, "What's wrong with you? Can you hear the other person asking like this?" The mad elder's face darkened at this moment. Just roar at him, "What's wrong? You still have good intentions. See you standing here and telling me what's wrong." After speaking, I saw him fly towards Lao Wang with a face full of anger. However, the owner of the shop raised their eyebrows. Immediately reprimand the dignified elder. "As soon as we arrive, we must take action. What kind of system is it?" At this moment, Elder Feng heard the shopkeeper shouting so loudly. He looked at him with a sad and angry expression and said, "The shop owner. Currently, 20 elders from the drugstore have been killed, and 14 of them have been killed. Only 6 people, including me and Elder Du, survived. Even the deputy shop owner was struck off the shoulder with a sword. At this moment, it is still in imminent danger." Upon hearing this, the shop owner suddenly stood up and asked what was going on. At this moment, Elder Feng gritted his teeth in response. It was Sun Chang who brought it over by Elder Su. Immediately after, I explained everything in detail from beginning to end. After listening to the explanation, Old Su felt a blackout in front of him. I thought to myself, I admire the Poison Hall. Strong in strength. Let you not show mercy. But you wouldn't either. Killed 14 elders of the Poison Palace in a row. I just finished talking to the shop owner about your benevolence and righteousness. Trustworthy. Create this now. How else can I explain? How to explain? After the nearby shop owner learned about the situation, glancing coldly at Lao Su, he cursed. With a flick of his sleeve, he walked out. Old Su had to follow behind the two of them when he saw the situation. Not long. A few people arrived at Zhang Sun's residence. I saw idle fish lying on the ground, sentence by sentence. At this moment, I saw the shop owner's face twitching incessantly. Tears involuntarily flowed out. After all, these people are all elderly people who have accompanied him for hundreds of years. I didn't expect to see you for only half an hour. I was killed by this guy. The key is that this Sun Chang in front of us has killed someone. Black Egg is not afraid. Still sitting here cross-legged practicing, to avoid disrespecting drugstores. And at this moment, Vice Dean Ming saw the shop owner coming. Just come forward and roar, "You must kill this guy. Revenge for us. Otherwise, we elders will be under the 9 springs. They can't find peace." The 2 deputy shopkeepers and elders on the side also shouted at the same time. "Yeah, shop owner. This guy is too arrogant. But we fight without even opening our eyes. I'm so arrogant that I can't help but look down on others to the extreme, whether he opens his eyes or not. This guy must die today. Otherwise, how can we live up to the ancestors of the Poison Palace?" Upon hearing these words, the shop owner waved his hand and responded, "Don't worry. No one can escape punishment after causing trouble in the Poison Hall. Also, imprison Suyu for me. After I finish dealing with this guy, interrogate him again." After hearing the instructions, several elders immediately surround Lao Su. At this moment, he didn't expect such a result to occur, although his face was full of anxiety. "But there's nothing I can do about it. Do you want to explain? I don't know how." Thinking to myself, when this Sun Poison Master came with me, isn't that quite normal? He also said that he has always been low-key in dealing with people and things. I just reported to the shop owner. In a short while, he killed more than 10 elders. Is this what you call low-key? I don't think you're here to assess drug masters, are you? Are you here to exterminate our drug shop group? What have I done wrong? Although Lao Su felt very depressed at this moment. But when I think about Sun Chang, he is also his lifesaver. In the end, I couldn't help but speak up to the shop owner. Sun Poison Master is really not someone who indiscriminately kills innocent people. I think there must be some misunderstanding involved. Upon hearing this, the shop owner was so angry that he was about to explode. He meowed so much that more than 10 elders died. Tell me this is a misunderstanding. so my eyebrows raised. Just shout angrily and seal this bastard's mouth on me. After dealing with Lao Su, the shop owner took 2 steps forward. Come to Zhang Xin and say, are you Sun Xianxiang? Dare to cause trouble in a drugstore alone? You're really brave. Just today, I don't care who you are. What's the purpose? Since you're here, then don't even think about leaving. After speaking, I saw him flip his wrist. A row of golden beetles immediately flew out. However, when everyone saw the shop owner releasing the hidden golden poison bug, everyone was extremely surprised. After all, they all know, these dark gold poisonous insects are definitely the pinnacle of existence. Fly anyone out. You can poison the strong in the triple realm of the holy domain, make countless people fearful of it. These 9 poisonous insects flew out. Even the entire Honyuan city. They may all become extinct as a result. Now the shop owner has released 9 to deal with this guy. No matter what powerful detoxifying medication he takes, even if it can resist some poisonous powder. But in the face of such powerful poisonous insects, there is only one dead end left. However, seeing this scene, old Su, different from the shock of the crowd. At this moment, he was desperately shouting. Unfortunately, my mouth was sealed. I shouted for half a day but couldn't spit out a word. This made him so anxious that he jumped up. And at this time, the shop owner, ignoring the shock of a few people on the side, his face darkened. Randomly throw out 9 drops of fresh blood. Let the poisonous insects swallow them separately. Then he waved his big hand, pointing towards Zhang Xian sitting on the ground. Just order the poisonous insect to eliminate him. At this moment, the suspended poisonous insects heard the command. Just fly straight towards the other party. After each of them got on him, they started biting each other. However, the elder who witnessed the scene, I thought the other party would definitely be scared and run away everywhere. I didn't expect this Mars to be so big. Still sitting motionless on the ground. Now being bitten by 9 poisonous insects at the same time. Even if the gods come, there's no way to save them. Just a few people were discussing. When the other party can hold on for a few breaths and falls down. I just saw the dark gold poison bug bite the other person. It flew back up again. Just haven't started flying back yet. They were swaying around like they were drunk. Immediately afterwards, I saw them all suddenly fall to the ground. There's no more movement. The shop owner beside suddenly turned pale at this moment. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. Like being suddenly thrown towards his chest by someone. He smashed dozens of punches fiercely. Suddenly, he retreated 700 or 800 times before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, with a face full of fear, he looked not far away. Poisonous insects lying on the ground. I couldn't help but exclaim, my lifeblood. You should know about these 9 dark whale venomous insects. But he spent hundreds of years on it. I don't know how much wealth has been consumed. It was cultivated by feeding an unknown amount of blood. It can be said that he is lighter than his son. All of them fell to the ground right now. There's no movement. He didn't vomit blood on the spot and died. Even if one's determination is firm. And the elders and deputy shop owners on the side. Seeing his bewildered expression and the situation of the poisonous insect. Only then did they realize. The poisonous insect was poisoned by that motionless guy. After figuring out what's going on, they're all crazy. However, just as everyone was going crazy about it, I just heard the shop owner screaming hysterically in anger. I'm going to kill him. At this moment, the shop owner no longer has the elegance and solemnity of before. Red eyes. It seems like I wish I could see this guy in front of me. I swallowed it on the spot, accompanied by a roar. I saw the true chi surging out of his body in an instant. At this moment, heaven and earth are changing. The courtyard is as if it has suffered a heavenly tribulation. Thunder, wind howling. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared in the air. He suddenly slapped Zhang Xian who was sitting on the ground. But the palm hasn't come to the front yet. Zhang Xian's body sensed danger approaching. Together, they pulled out a long spear. At this moment, he also disregarded the palm prints pressed down from the sky. The scent on the body combined with the hardness of the gun, like a dragon, directly charged towards the other party. However, the shop owner who just lost 9 deadly poisonous insects, both the body and soul are greatly affected. Major damage. Now, he can't even showcase 1 to 10 of his triple strength in consecutive victories. It can be imagined that the other party is just a person from the holy realm. I didn't worry too much. The true chi in his body accompanied his shout. It surged out again, immediately waved a palm. However, in the dragon-like gunwings, the moment when 2 palm prints collided, the generated true energy is like a nuclear explosion. Buildings within 100 meters of the surrounding area, all of them were stabbed into points. At this moment, many drug masters were watching outside the courtyard. Feel the impact of this power. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't even pee. No one dares to take a step forward anymore. However, after colliding with the other party, Zhang Xian's body, although with closed eyes, but still can't withstand the opponent's blow, directly shaken and flown out, still spewing fresh blood from his mouth. The shopkeeper watched as the other party flew backwards. Shaking body. Without any hesitation, he rushed over. At the same time, raise your hand and swing again abnormally. At this moment, Zhang Xian's body felt danger. As soon as he landed, he suddenly threw his long gun at the opponent. As soon as he turned around, he dashed out. Store declaration. I was so angry that I shouted loudly. I'll see where you're running. Thinking about this turtle egg thing. Just now, I was fighting with my eyes closed. Run away now. So a flash occurred. I chased in another direction. Then he slapped again. Zhang Xian's physical speed is extremely fast. At the moment he dropped his palm, he had already disappeared in place. However, store owners who consume too much tend to see their customers running faster and faster. Just turn around and order a few people to stop it together. The elders and deputy shopkeepers who heard the orders. I dare not hesitate either. Shaking body. Immediately chased after him. But the faster he chases, the faster. Zhang Xian runs faster. With his eyes closed in front of him, he had no idea where the road was. Just running around and bumping around. Everywhere I pass by is tough and unyielding. It collapsed after being hit. 20 breathing events. The entire poison hall is filled with billowing smoke and dust. An ancient building that has stood for countless years. All of them were spared. The shop owner sees memories left by ancestors one after another. All of them were dismantled by this guy. It's also so angry that the corners of the teeth are about to crack. So my wrist rolled over. Take out a token and throw it into the air. After shouting loudly. Activate the palace protection formation by the 30th poison palace master. As soon as the words fell, I saw the token emit a dazzling light. The massive formation that previously concealed the entire island. It's like being activated by a special force. Slowly operate. After all, the founding ancestor of Hongyuan Poison Hall back then. I left this formation behind. He is not only able to hide the island, it can also besiege and poison the aggressors. If we don't stop and kill it now, the shop owner is afraid of poisoning the long-standing foundation of the temple. It was destroyed by this fire. However, under the control of the shop owner over the formation, a powerful force spreads from all around. Next second, I saw Zhang Xian, who was running very fast, trapped by a beam of light. Immediately after, I saw him standing motionless in the same spot. And the shop owner saw that the other party finally stopped. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he flew over to the location where the other party was. But he hasn't arrived yet. I saw Sun Chang suddenly furrow his eyebrows when he was trapped. Suddenly stomp on the ground. The magic array that sealed it immediately shattered. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and grabbed it high into the air. A token suspended in mid-air immediately flew uncontrollably towards his hand. The shop owner who saw this scene. I was so scared that my eyes turned black. I thought to myself that this guy not only easily broke the seal, but he also snatched the token with one hand. This formation. But our ancestors studied it for countless years. Coordinated with the corresponding terrain. It can be perfectly arranged. Even the predecessors who have been proficient in formations throughout history. Only those who have a partial understanding can. How long has this guy been here? Not only did I understand it, we also identified defects. Who exactly is he? But just when the shop owner was shocked by this, I saw Zhang Xian, with her eyes closed, flip her palm. A violent force immediately attacked the opponent. At this moment, the shop owner felt this crazy energy. I'm completely panicked. Accompanied by a loud bang, I suddenly saw the entire courtyard in front of me. This pervert is reading for the sake of reading. As a result, the entire poison hall was demolished. Now all the old men have to fight him desperately. But he said he was the ancestor of the poison palace. Just now, Zhang Xian's physical body. Not only did he open the poison hall with one foot, but he also sent his ancestor. Give him the formation left behind. He reached out and grabbed the token from the air with just one grab. Immediately afterwards, this formation was used to trap the shop owner inside. But it hasn't shocked the shop owner yet. I saw Zhang Xian's body forcefully kick it over, accompanied by a loud bang. However, the shop owner was seen flying out with blood all over his face. At this moment, he stood firm and let out a roar of Sun Chang. You guys are super white. Do you dare to hit me? Watch me beat you to death. He hasn't finished speaking yet. I only saw Zhang Xian's punches and kicks. Faster and faster, exerting full force towards the other party. I took nearly 10 breaths, almost 100 times hit by Zhang Xian. At this point, the shop owner was unrecognizable. If we throw it at the poison shop square, no one can recognize it. This is the haughty shop owner. However, many elders nearby saw this too. Everyone panicked. At this moment, one of the elders recalled. So he shouted loudly, "Shop owner, don't have any killing intent towards the Sun Chang. Otherwise, he would really kill you." The shop owner, who heard these words, still had doubts on his face. I don't know what this old friend said. What exactly does it mean? I just thought about it for a moment. Since the other party spoke so loudly about this matter, Speaking it out won't be wrong. So I suppressed the anger in my heart. Slowly suppressed the killing intent in my heart. And he just finished suppressing it. Zhang Xian on the other side did indeed stop. Then he turned around and sat not far away, continuing to practice. Until now, I haven't opened my eyes. The shop owner who witnessed the scene was almost going crazy. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Being an ally of Shang Jing, beating oneself so badly while sleepwalking. However, time goes back a few minutes to a few minutes ago. At this moment, Zhang Xuanwu's soul is in the Tibetan bookstore. I just finished reading the books on the third floor. I could feel waves of spiritual energy emanating from outside. It seems to have a huge array of formations. I feel like there are towers constantly collapsing. The sound kept coming one after another. At this moment, Zhang Xian frowned with displeasure on her face. I just cursed. It's really noisy. Can't these people make people read books well? At this moment, Zhang Xian looked a bit angry. After all, he thinks this is a drugstore. Such a secluded place. There are so many powerful poison masters again. It shouldn't be very quiet. Are you working hard on researching drug manufacturing? Why is it a formation and demolishing houses? What the hell are they up to? He originally thought he could read quietly here. In this way, we can definitely make a concerted effort. Watch all the remaining layers thoroughly. How can we calm down and read a book now that it's so noisy? The more she thought about it, the angrier Zhang Xian couldn't help but curse a few words. They are really a group of super white people. Why don't you have any sense of public morality? I thought about it for a moment. I feel like I'm just a passerby. I will leave in a few days. These poisonous masters, although lacking in quality and public morality, but it has nothing to do with oneself. It's just a pity that Zhang Xian feels. I only read books on the third floor today. Although the understanding of a drug master can reach 3 levels, the level of star peak, but there's nothing inside. Treatment methods for congenital body toxicity. I can only go back today. Let's schedule another day to take a look. It flew out of the window with a flick of its body, just flew into the air. See the scene below. Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. When I just came over, there are still many antique buildings here. Why is it less than 2 hours? All turned into ruins, and there's no one in sight. I thought to myself, isn't it possible to go to the competition hall and battle? Why did it start fighting inside the city? So he shook his head inside, saying that the poison master is indeed a poison master. Not at all refined. Not like other famous teachers. Even in battle, one must apply to headquarters in advance, then engage in various duels. They're good. Go to war directly within the city, causing so many magnificent houses to suffer. I really don't know who is so despicable. However, as he sighed, flying towards the residence. It hasn't flown far yet. Suddenly, a thought moved in my heart. I feel like my body has changed position. Not in the previous location. I thought to myself, this is not right either. According to normal circumstances, the physical body should stay motionless in the yard. Not in place now. Is it difficult for someone to take action against oneself? If that's the case, then, that's bad. Although the physical body has already comprehended the ability of mindlessness and thoughtlessness, when encountering danger, it will automatically seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. What if it attracts experts? For example, the main and secondary halls of the poison hall, as well as the main categories. It's still very dangerous. After all, both of them are 7-star poisoners, and I can only rely on the power of the Holy One. Compared to others, it's simply too weak. Think of this. Zhang Xian is very anxious at this moment. I couldn't help but rush towards the direction where my physical body was located. Just haven't arrived yet. I saw myself sitting motionless on the ground, and a guy with a completely unrecognizable appearance, looking over with ill intentions. It seems like there's a plan. Mao's appearance. Fortunately, seeing that one's body has not been harmed, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Just what puzzled him was, my current location is at the center of the ruins. Is it possible that all these buildings collapsed due to our own battles? It shouldn't be. Although one's physical body may run away in danger, it's always reliable to counterattack. At least compared to clones and villains, they're much better now. I have never encountered any trouble before. If I had collapsed so many buildings myself, how should I explain to Elder Su later? So the witch soul moved and crawled back into its body. Quickly, after the fusion of soul and body, I slowly opened my eyes. People around can. Seeing Sun Chang in front of me, open your eyes. Everyone was scared to the point where their faces turned pale. After all, they believe that this guy killed over a dozen elders with his eyes closed. Make the store owner unrecognizable. Now open your eyes. Will they poison their shop? Just massacre them all completely. At this moment, the shop owner was also scared and quickly took a few steps back. However, Zhang Xian saw the terrified expressions on everyone's faces. Although it's a bit depressing, but he still looked at everyone with an innocent expression on his face. Ask me where this is, and what's going on here. The shop owner heard this, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. This guy is actually sleepwalking. But Zhang Xian saw the guy across from her suddenly vomit blood. I couldn't help but comfort this friend. Don't get too excited for now. I see you've been injured like this. Spitting blood can harm the body. I just came here not long ago. I don't know if you can tell me about it. Why did this place suddenly become like this? Upon hearing this, the shop owner felt a blackout in front of him. Can't help but spew out another mouthful of old blood. At this point, he was about to go crazy. You super white. You actually said I was excited. I'm excited. Your sister is meowing and making this place look like a ghost. Killed so many elders. He took me again. Despite being beaten like this, they still dare to let us talk. How did it become like this? What about the face? Don't even need the face. And an elder standing behind. Seeing the other person doesn't seem like they're pretending. I couldn't help but ask, you fought with the shop owner just now? All the way here. Destroyed countless buildings. You don't even know about these. Zhang Xian was completely dumbfounded when she heard this. Then I responded that what you meant was, I am fighting against the shop owner. But who is your shop owner? I haven't even seen it before. Did you make a mistake? Just haven't waited for Zhang Xian to finish speaking yet. The unrecognizable guy in front of him. I just got up and shouted angrily. I am the shop owner. Zhang Xian was immediately startled upon hearing these words. In Jetsai's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I just asked you this way. I hate you. However, Zhang Xian had just finished speaking. I saw the other person almost going crazy, knowing what to continue saying. The contradiction will definitely get bigger and bigger as it gets worse. So I had to apologize, everyone. I'm really sorry. I just fell into a special cultivation mood. Even in battle, it's an instinctive reaction. I really don't know what happened. After exchanging a glance of classical Chinese among the elders, each also showed a puzzled expression. After all, they just fought this guy. He really never opened his eyes. And he only counterattacks when he attacks him. I have never actively attacked anyone. Now I heard the other party say it several times in a row. He is not aware of this. At this moment, the elderly seem to have eaten Huanglian. There is pain that cannot be expressed. But he stared at the other person foolishly. Not long after, an elder spoke up. Tell me everything that happened before. However, after learning about the situation, Zhang Xian went crazy. At this moment, he only felt weak in his limbs. Scalp numbness. Later, the whole body trembled in response, saying this. It really is. Did I do it? I thought to myself, I lost it. I just went to read a book for a while. My physical body actually killed 14 elders in one breath. He also disabled a deputy shop owner. They even made the shop owner look like this. Even these buildings were knocked unconscious by me. Is this product a bit too big? What should we do now? I haven't read the books on the 4th floor yet. If this continues to cause trouble like this, Ruyan's illness is also incurable. After struggling inwardly for a moment, just looking at a few people, do you know Elder Su? Where is the other person currently located? Upon hearing this, the shop owner was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You want to see him? After shouting angrily, Elder Su betrayed the poison hall. Invite wolves into the house. Kill me, Elder. Commit the most heinous crimes, so send someone to guard it, waiting for processing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but retort that Elder Su was loyal and devoted. Is your decision a bit biased? I thought to myself that after all, the disaster was caused by him. Now they have harmed Elder Su. He couldn't feel guilty no matter what he said in his heart. However, the shop owner at this time, now it doesn't matter if the other party is sleepwalking or committing murder. It was done intentionally. So many elderly people have died because of him. This grudge must be avenged no matter what you say. Think of this. Just roar at the other party. Your strength is very strong. But today's grudges are on my own. Cannot ignore reporting. Even if one person is invincible in battle, I won't back down because of this. Then he waved his big hand. Just angrily shouted, someone came here. Bring Suyu up to me. Kill him first. Let's deal with this guy together again. Many elders hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Then he nodded in response. Soon after, I brought Lao Su over. At this moment, the shop owner saw that he had been brought over. Just coldly snorted, what else do you have to say now? Lao Su's body trembled at the words. Then he sighed and let out such a big disaster. I am willing to accept any punishment from the store manager. After speaking, Lao Su looked at the other person. Order the elders nearby to take action. I also know that this will make things difficult for these old friends. So he gritted his teeth and shouted, don't bother, everyone. Let me make my own decision. After speaking, the true chi within the body is operating. Just as I was about to cut off my heartbeat, just heard a slow voice coming from behind. Immediately after, I just saw Sun Chang, who was still full of anxiety before. At this moment, his face remained calm. Hands behind your back. He walked over with a haughty aura. Then he spoke again. Since things have escalated to this point, it seems there's no need to conceal one's identity anymore. When everyone heard this, looking at the other person with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly spoke up. Speaking of which, do you know? What is the physique of the fairy of Poison Palace? The shopkeeper Wen Yan suppressed his anger in his heart. Just respond by saying that the founder of the sect had a congenital toxin body, born fearless of drugs. I just created the profession of Poison Hall, and renowned throughout the world. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian also nodded in satisfaction. Since you know it's a congenital toxin, that's good. Do you know that you have poisoned me so much before? Why is it useless at all? Everyone was stunned at the words. I don't know how to respond either. After all, this is in front of them. It's also quite strange. At this moment, the shop owner seemed to have thought of something. My body couldn't help but tremble. So he looked at the other person with a frightened expression on his face. Is it difficult to ask? You are also a congenital toxin. At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head in response. It cannot be confirmed whether one is a congenital toxin. I only know that once I cultivate myself, will fall into a special state. It seems like I've changed my soul. The body is not under one's control either. At this moment, the consciousness that controls the body. It will become impervious to all poisons. No toxic substance will have an impact on the body. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. You super white. Are you telling us a ghost story? Still changing souls, but Zhang Xinjian, everyone has this expression. He also shook his head helplessly. Continuing, you may not believe it, but it's a fact, that's it. It's as dangerous as fighting with you just now. I never opened my eyes from beginning to end, did I? Actually, it's not that I don't want to let it go, but controlled by another consciousness. I don't know anything, and if I'm not mistaken, this consciousness, it is the founder of the Poison Palace who founded it. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. There is still a consciousness of the founder of the Poison Palace sect inside the body. Is this guy surnamed Shui? This kind of thing can also be said. You know what? The founder of the Poison Palace sect was a figure of the same era as Master Kong. It's been no less than tens of thousands of years since now. Even if they are alive, they have already passed away. How could it be temporarily attached to this guy? At this moment, Zhang Xinjian, everyone has a skeptical attitude towards themselves. The wild face shook its head with a hint of difficulty. Explain that I know this statement is absurd, but the fact is that. How about this? I'll continue practicing. Let him control his body. Perhaps you will know the answer. After speaking, I saw Zhang Xian grit her teeth and sit cross-legged again. Immediately after, I saw a powerful aura emanated from him, soaring upwards into the sky. This moment, the entire island's formation seems to be manipulated by someone. Made a thunderous sound. Make heaven and earth change color for it. At this moment, sitting with closed eyes, Zhang Xian slowly spoke up. Why are you questioning my identity? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. This sound and breath. Completely different from the previous Sun Chang. It sounds even heavier. More outdated. It seems to give people a sense of crossing history. At this moment, the shop owner was oppressed by this powerful aura. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Cautiously speaking, asking Senior, do you have any proof of our sect founder? Zhang Xian shouted angrily upon hearing this. I still need to prove to you. What do you count? This pervert in front of us is going to be finished this time. Just finished setting up headquarters 13 in front of a few people. The people have arrived. Now the pervert is going to be slapped in the face. Just now, Zhang Xian came up with a quick idea in order to save Lao Su, falsely claiming to be the founder of the Poison Palace sect. People are very skeptical about this, but Zhang Xian wanted to confuse the truth with falsehood, changed his breath and voice. However, the shop owner who felt this powerful aura, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After all, this power. It's not him, the person from the Holy Land Triple Realm. Comparable. In addition, this aura carries a violent and murderous aura. So at this moment, he cautiously spoke up and asked, Senior, you said you are our founding ancestor. Is there any proof? Zhang Xian heard the other parties questioning. Just shout angrily, I still need to prove it to you. What do you count? After cursing, he paused. It's like recalling the difficult past. It's okay to speak slowly afterwards. I know you probably can't figure it out either. Actually, I am just a remnant soul now. Accidentally stored on a Hell 7-star lotus. Only then can we survive. It was this Sun Chang who brought me out of the ruins. Since then, I have been entrusting it to him. It can only appear when the other party is practicing. Otherwise, you might think that with this kid's formidable abilities, you can see through this big formation. No poison invades, even easily defeating you. However, the shop owner was also stunned when he heard these words. To be honest, he has never been able to figure it out. A person from the Holy Spirit. not only with a pair of 20 holy domains, but also with 2 or more people, can still kill more than 10 people. Even my own holy domain triple was beaten like this by the opponent. Although the other party's current explanation is reasonable, it's been tens of thousands of years. Can it really be possessed? With doubts in my heart, after a moment of contemplation, just asked. Senior said he is the remnant soul of our founding ancestor. I don't know if there is any evidence. However, Zhang Xian was still unfortunate when she saw the other party. I just coldly snorted and said, originally, no need to explain to you, a junior. Doubters. I'll kill them all. But this Sun Chang doesn't want to suffer a lot. I'm really too lazy to say a little more. Now I want to ask you. Since it's me sending the younger generation, your founding ancestor is not just a congenital toxin. Moreover, it is an innate toxic soul body. As a drug expert, how to determine the innate toxic soul body? I don't need to say much, do I? The shop owner heard this. Just take out a bottle of soul-killing medicine, and explain that this is the clear-toed evil poison, using the malevolent energy of the amnesiac spirit clan as raw material, made by condensing countless rare medicinal herbs together. He can easily poison the souls of the 4 levels of the holy realm. If you are truly a congenital poisonous soul body, it will definitely be able to block it, will not be damaged. Zhang Xian ignored what the other party said about this matter. With a sudden surge of energy, he used his true chi to hook the jade bottle over. Immediately after, drink the medicine from the bottle. But just as Zhang Xian was drinking poison, a special evil energy surged out, piercing everyone's minds directly, like strong winds and huge waves. At this moment, the shop owner struggled to look up at Sun Chang in front of him. After discovering that he had taken the medication, there were no adverse reactions observed. Instead, his face became increasingly rosy. It seems like I've eaten some great tonic. The elder besides saw the situation. He muttered to himself with a look of fear on his face. Legend has it that innate toxins can enter through the consumption of poison. As long as there is enough poison, both cultivation and strength can increase rapidly. Is this true? After all, none of them have ever seen so-called poison bodies or soul bodies. These are all passed down in legends, so they only know people with this physique. The most suitable profession for cultivating poison masters. If someone were to swallow poison, they would be poisoned and killed. And this kind of person, but it can eliminate this drug that destroys vitality, transform into power, thus achieving a significant increase in cultivation. It is precisely because of this ability that, only to be envied and jealous by countless drug masters. Clearing toad poison is a drug that targets the soul, has no impact on the physical body. After being devoured by the other party, the soul not only remains unharmed, the overall aura of the person is actually stronger. This is enough to indicate that this person is a congenital poisonous soul body. However, just as everyone was amazed by this, I heard Sun Chang speaking slowly across the street. Can you confirm now? It's good that the shop owner doesn't know how to respond when he hears this. Although it can be confirmed that the other party is a congenital poisonous soul body, but if we say it's the founder of the Poison Palace sect, I still think it's a bit absurd. Zhang Xian saw no response from anyone. The powerful true qi within the body instantly erupted in a frenzy. At this moment, sitting on the ground, Zhang Xian looked like she had been in 9 days. A majestic and sharp aura, like stone. The pressure made everyone unable to lift their heads. Then he slowly spoke up and said, "Why don't you still believe me? If it weren't for this Sun Chang begging desperately, tell me not to kill, based solely on your doubts, that's enough for me to kill you 9 times. However, feel this awe-inspiring aura that cannot be profaned." The shop owner no longer dares to doubt at this moment. Kneel down directly to the ground, shout out loud, "Shop owner of Hongyuan Poison Hall." If Qing Yuan had met the patriarch, Zhang Xian saw that the other party finally admitted. I suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Later on, he responded that he had some visual acuity, the reason why I was able to survive. Thanks to this one, Sun Chang. After finishing speaking, he extended his finger and pointed at himself. Just continued saying that he is my lifesaver. Without him, I'm afraid I would have already vanished into thin air, completely dead. Therefore, in the future, we should listen to his words and obey them obediently. His instructions are exactly what I meant. Lord dares to violate the Taoist. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. After speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Just say another thing immediately. I killed those elders and a deputy shop owner. It has nothing to do with him. If you really want revenge, don't make it difficult for him. Come find me. If the shop owner hears this, I quickly responded by saying that I dare not be named deputy. The shop owner and others offended their ancestor first. Being killed and injured now is deserved. However, Zhang Xian received a response from the other party. After nodding in response, the sound and breath gradually fell silent. Then he slowly opened his eyes. A confused and innocent expression on his face. Seems to know nothing about what happened before. Then he anxiously said, "The shop owner. Please don't make things difficult for Elder Su. He is truly innocent. However, if I personally see the other person like this. I knew the ancestor's soul had fallen silent again. So he clasped his fists and responded, saying that Master Sun was joking. Ancestor has just explained the situation to us. Elder Wang and others also brought their own fault. Elder Su is not guilty. On the contrary, he has made outstanding contributions. We also need to add a prize. Starting from today, Elder Su replaced Mingjin as the deputy owner of the drugstore. Upon hearing this, Lao Su was immediately stunned. Then he hurriedly said, "The shop owner. My qualifications are not enough." After speaking, I saw that the other party was very persistent in making me the deputy shop owner. It's not good to refuse knowing about this matter. I had to nod in agreement. Then he looked at Sun Chang not far away with admiration on his face. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, seeing everyone firmly believing in their new identity, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he held the jade bottle and asked the shop owner, "Excuse me, do you know the text on this bottle?" After all, the text on this jade bottle, compared to what was left behind in Wu Yangzi before, the text on that map, it's exactly the same. So if we can understand one or two things, maybe we can reveal that map earlier. And if Qing Yuan heard the other party ask about this, after careful consideration, I just responded that I'm not really sure about this. This was 2,000 years ago. We read about a shop owner, obtained an estimate from a relic. One of them is to use this type of writing. Because I don't know. I haven't researched anything either. But occasionally, the opportunity to discover this type of text for sealing, evil energy and the like have miraculous effects. So I stepped on it and printed it. However, after learning about these, Zhang Xian continued to ask a few more questions. I only found out later. This ancient book caused the deaths of many people back then. The old shop owner is afraid that staying behind will harm the younger generation. So before dying, just put the book in the coffin of the shop owner Lin. Understood here. Zhang Xian won't ask any more questions. After all, the shop owner's tomb is one of the forbidden areas. No one can enter except for the shop owner. Asking too many questions will inevitably arouse suspicion from the other party. And on the side, Ruo Qing Yuan. This matter has also begun to affect this ancestor. Arrange a new residence. As for the assessment of drug dealers, he knows there's no point in taking another exam. After all his poisonous insects have been killed. So I directly apply for one for him. Badge of a 7-star poisoner. If Qing Yuan finds out soon that the other party wants to read a book. A few people also accompanied Sun Chang to the Tibetan bookstore. After watching him walk in, everyone just glanced at each other. At this moment, if Qing Yuan just said, "Let's all come to my place first," everyone nodded and gestured upon hearing the words. I followed the shop owner back. However, after returning to the hospital, I fell behind. If Qing Yuan activates the formation to isolate the breath, then I asked everyone, "What is your opinion on today's event?" Upon hearing these words, everyone also began to express their own ideas once. Without exception, everyone firmly believes in Sun Chang, the rightful owner. At this moment, Ruo Qing Yuan finally looked at the shop owner Su's father. Ask him to provide details about this Sun Chang. Say it again to everyone. Upon hearing the instructions, how did Lao Su save Zhang Xian? The course explained upon returning. I carefully repeated it to everyone from beginning to end. If Qing Yuan no longer has any doubts after understanding it, then I instructed everyone. Send someone to quickly repair the damaged building. Also send someone to cut off those 2 troublemakers. Arrest disabled civilians and use poison. The punishment of murder has been explained. Just turned around and instructed the shop owner Su Fu. You wait outside the bookstore. Sun Poison Master finished reading the book and came out. Call me again. However, if Qing Yuan has just arranged everything, just as we were about to end the meeting, I saw the communication jade plaque on my body release a warm glow. So I opened it and took a look. I quickly got up and said to everyone, "Hurry up. Someone has arrived at headquarters. 2 7-star peak poisoners are about to arrive. Go out and greet me quickly." After finishing speaking, he hurriedly walked outside. Everyone saw the situation. Come after. Quickly. A few people arrived at the empty space outside the poison hall. I waited for about 10 minutes. I saw the seal in the air open. A huge holy beast slowly flew over. Not long after, a few people saw the beast come off its back. The 2 of them immediately greeted each other. I have seen the White Poison Master before when attacking the Deep Dao with fists. I have seen a Sea Drug Master. However, after taking a glance at the visitor, the White Poison Master, just wave your hand. With a cold snort, I don't know where the Temple Master is if you are. Why didn't you come over to greet me? Upon hearing this, if Qing Yuan responds awkwardly by saying, "White Poison Master, I am the shop owner Ruo Qing Yuan." Upon hearing this, the 2 of them, after taking a glance, "My colleague." The corners of the mouth twitched uncontrollably. Then he asked the shop owner incredulously with a face full of disbelief, How did you become like this? I thought to myself that if Qing Yuan is a poison master of the same level as them, although not as strong as the two of them, but the difference is not far. Such a strong person, being beaten up into this kind of behavior in one's own lair. What's going on here? Both of them are very puzzled about this. I was just about to ask other elders, what's going on here? After turning around and seeing everyone, I can't help but have my eyelids rolling uncontrollably. What the hell is he meowing about? Why are everyone covered in injuries? However, if Qing Yuan sees the shock of the two of them, I just shook my head and gave a bitter smile. It's a long story. Two people came in person. I don't know what the headquarters has to say. White Poison Master meets the other party. I don't want to say much. I won't ask any more questions. Later, he responded that we were coming this time. I want to ask, you were distributed before 2000. From a relic in Huayuan City. Have you ever obtained a book? After speaking, look at the other person nodding and indicating. Just keep saying that it's good to have it. This time the headquarters sent us over. I just want to take this book back. Upon hearing this, if Qing Yuan was also stunned for a moment. The headquarters specially sent 2 poison masters from the 7-star peak over. I went through so much trouble just for one book. So he responded by saying, this book has been placed in the store owner Lin. If you two are not in a hurry, can you wait at the inn first? But if Qing Yuan just finished speaking, the elder next to him lowered his voice with an embarrassed expression on his face. Speaking of the shop owner, the inn has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, if Qing Yuan just realized, so I quickly changed my mind. I'll bring the two of you to my place first. Take a break. The two of them were immediately displeased upon hearing this. If they come here to play in a private capacity, it's understandable to go to the other person's residence. But now he's here representing the headquarters. Naturally, one should treat them with the courtesy of a distinguished guest. Take it directly to my home without going to the guest hall. What's this supposed to be? At this moment, Ruo Qing Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Both of you are unaware. You will find out soon. So he flew with the other party to his residence. Quickly, the two of them saw a pile of ruins on the ground from above. At this moment, the sea poison master couldn't help but ask a question. What exactly happened here? Having the strongest mouth shield of this pervert, put it in reality. What do you most want to use it for? After reading, submit your homework in the comment section. Not long after Zhang Xian entered the library, 2 7-star peak poison masters have arrived at the headquarters of Poison Palace. However, just as Ruo Qing Yuan was leading the two of them to their residence, they just discovered the ruins on the ground here, and almost half of the city collapsed. I was immediately stunned. If Qing Yuan sees the expressions of the two at this moment, just let out a sigh. This fact is a disgrace to our Hongyuan poison shop. Upon hearing this, the two of them asked each other what had happened. If Qing Yuan pondered for a moment, then, I just told the whole story once. However, the white poison master frowned after listening to the words. Just respond that it's impossible. Our ancestors who founded the poison hall, externally known as the sovereign. Actually, it has been recorded in the books at the headquarters. It's a girl's body. Self-proclaimed poisonous fairy. How is it possible to produce a male voice? Moreover, after engaging in battle with others back then, one's soul was completely destroyed. Nothing was left behind. How is it possible to survive in the 7-star lotus of hell? This is definitely fake. If the gentle breeze hears, I was instantly dumbfounded. The founder of the sect was a woman. At this moment, the sea poison master beside also shook his head and agreed, not bad, although I haven't read any books about our ancestors. But I heard an 8-star poison master mention this matter. It is said that there are statues left by his disciples at the headquarters. You're now saying that Zhu is the man who stole the house, and produce a male voice. There's no need to think about it. It's 100% fake. Listen here. An elder couldn't help but speak up. But the cicada poison is really useless to him, and it is also immune to all kinds of toxins. However, the white drug incident. The other party's face was full of confusion. So I explained that although Qingshan antivirus is powerful, but there are still many ways to resolve it. I have a Tianshan detoxification pill here. It was refined by an 8-star poison master. Just swallow it. Even the highly toxic 7-star peak, it can't hurt a single inch. Even if it's not these detoxifying elixirs. Some special genius treasures also have detoxification abilities. Not to mention anything else. There is a sacred jade bodhisattva in the royal family of Hongyuan Imperial City. If this plant, nourished by the 4 realms of the Holy Land, the bodhi fruit produced can also be, to detoxify the 100 poisons. Being poisoned with a 7-star level poison is still okay. These soul-killing drugs are nothing at all. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. The elder frowned at the two of them as soon as he heard this. What do you mean? He is highly likely to be a fraud. At this moment, the white poison master shook his head. A serious and heartfelt explanation that this is not. I just think it's a bit strange, right? The opponent has a strength that you cannot defeat from the moment they win. Your beetle bit the other person. Not only is he fine, instead, they were all poisoned to death. I can't even do it. Unless it reaches the 8-star level. But someone with such strength. There's no need to make such a joke. After all, the White Poison Master is also very puzzled about this. Although I feel that what Sun Chang said about the founding ancestors' possession, it's not like that. But I can't explain any other situations, so. What's even more strange about oil is that the other party has no other requirements. If there is really another plot, scared the other party with a fake identity, I will definitely make a request. It's not just about reading books. After pondering for a moment, just keep talking like this. Is the Sun Changxian you mentioned still hiding in the bookstore? I'll go test it for you guys. See how high this person's level is. If it's fake, I will personally take action to kill it. Upon hearing these words, Ruo Kenjuan hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded and let out a roar in response. A few people flew towards the direction of the bookstore. However, 2 hours ago, Zhang Xian, who had just entered the Tibetan bookstore, was also very helpless at this moment. After all, impersonating the founder of a drugstore. Not one of my own. And at that time, there was really no other way. If it weren't for this, Old Su was highly likely to die due to the trouble he caused. In this way, there is no more room for maneuver. Although this is a bit of raising the flag. Just being able to solve all the problems we face. Not delaying reading yet. This is also one move. A win-win situation. Of course, the success of disguising oneself is still thanks to the ruthless person. If it weren't for the disguise button of the Midnight King, cover up the killing aura inside your body. It's also impossible to succeed. Exuding the aura of a human powerhouse. Make Ruoqing Yuan and others dare not doubt. Otherwise, once the vicious aura is released, even the most foolish would know that they are members of the alien clan. Don't talk about intimidation. Perhaps he was exposed in public without even saying a word. Just the effect of disguising buttons. It's still far inferior to the books left by Kongsher. It can still be used by drug masters. If used in front of a renowned teacher, it's not that easy anymore. Thinking of this, I shook my head and sighed. Then I walked up to the 4th floor. It quickly took 2 hours. Put the books on the 4th and 6th layers. All income will be deposited into the library. Just so far, I haven't found any books that are helpful for Ruyan yet. So I was just about to leave here. When walking towards the 7th floor, I saw the door open. A figure slowly walked in. Zhang Xian didn't pay attention to this. When I was about to continue walking, a cruel voice came to my mind, saying, "Master, this person's strength is even higher than that of Ruoqing Yuan. I'm afraid it has already reached the aspiration of Xingyu Temple." Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Why are there still 4 mirrors here? With a furrowed brow, I became alert. So the brain quickly analyzed it. And as soon as the White Poison Master entered, he began to scrutinize Zhang Xian. But in his opinion, the Sun Chang in front of us only has the strength of a saint level. There's nothing special about it. The appearance is also very ordinary, even a bit creepy. However, just as the White Poison Master was about to ask Zhang Xian, suddenly, the other party rushed out in front of them. Seeing this scene, the White Poison Master's heart skipped a beat. As Su, is it possible that this guy has already identified himself? Scared to run away. So his face darkened. The circulation of true qi in the body immediately pounced towards the other party. But when we were about to catch him, I saw this guy suddenly stop, sitting cross-legged on the ground. It seems to have entered a state of cultivation. Seeing the other person like this, White Poison Master is even more confused. I wonder what this guy really wants. Just now, he was running wildly with all his might. It feels like he's going to demolish the bookstore. Why did you suddenly sit down and practice? This is so weird, isn't it? Think of this. Just look at the other person. When I was about to ask a question, I just heard him say, "What did you see?" The White Poison Master was a bit confused when he heard this, so I looked around for a week. I didn't find anyone else. Are you still asking if the other person is talking to you? Then I saw him nod his head. I didn't say anything. I don't understand what this guy means either. After hesitating for a moment before responding, he said that besides books, there are other things here. It doesn't seem like anything, does it? Listen here. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Xian let out a disappointed sigh. I thought you were the 7-star peak poison master. What different insights can the strong of the Holy Domain 4 have? It still looks like everyone else now. Upon hearing this, the White Poison Master, I was suddenly startled. I clearly concealed my strength. I don't have a rank badge with me. On the surface, it looks no different from an ordinary 6-star poison master. This guy has his back to himself. How could it be possible to say it all at once? Therefore, I was just puzzled and asked how the other person knew about me. At this moment, Zhang Xian still closed her eyes tightly. coldly snorted, "It's just a quadruple desire to win. Can you tell it's that difficult? And this is not a book, but knowledge. It's just a pity. Later generations spread misinformation, make my inheritance seem ambiguous." After speaking, I knew the other person would have doubts, so I didn't wait for him to speak, just sighed and said, "Do you know why you have reached the peak of the 7 stars cultivation? I can never break through the residual heart skill you have cultivated, although it is a powerful method. But unfortunately, the medication used in conjunction with it has encountered issues. The original theology is as closed as iron, always unable to knock open. It's really a pity." Upon hearing this, Old Bai is completely foolish. After all, he wanted to test Zhang Xian. I haven't even started speaking yet. He was told the martial arts he had practiced by the other party. You should know the residual heart skill he has cultivated. It was created by an 8-star poison master, accidentally gained during his youth trials. I thought there was such a powerful technique. The attack on the 8-star poison master is just around the corner. I never dreamed of it. Trapped at the peak of the 7 stars for hundreds of years. As for the reason for being trapped, as Zhang Xian said, when the white poison master was practicing, the poison used in conjunction with it made a mistake, hurt the foundation, let the original theology close. I tried my best but couldn't open it. I couldn't even do it when I was young. At this point, the lifespan limit is only 100 years away. So in his opinion, there is no hope of breakthrough in this life. But this is also his deepest privacy. Even the sea drug masters who came together are not clear about it. But Zhang Xian didn't even glance at him, just reveal it in one sentence. So at this moment, the white poison master only felt cold all over his body. I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my throat. That's precisely why. He also began to suspect that the other party might be the founder of the sect. Otherwise, even an 8-star poison master wouldn't have this kind of insight. I haven't waited for him to think more about it yet. Zhang Xian's face was full of regret. Continue talking about the Silkworm Heart Palace. Throughput like silkworms. Shine on the starry sky. Raising alone. Using stars as a medium. The original intention was to exhale and ride silk. Wander the whole body. But you spread silk all over your body. Completely sealed off the blood of the primordial spirit. It's strange to be able to break through. After speaking, I felt the other person's shock and fear. So he immediately said, "You don't have to be nervous. Mistakes in using poison cannot actually harm the root cause. You have made such a big mistake in your cultivation. Someone should be carrying it. Rebel. Listen here." The white poison master no longer has the arrogant posture he used to have. At this moment, he only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The whole person looks like a fool. Foolishly looking at the silhouette in front of me. Hurriedly asking, "How did you know all of this?" At this moment, Zhang Xian continued to say that your true chi was running just now. "Want to take action against me?" The breath walked to the round door and stopped. This indicates that there is a blockage in this area. Unable to flow smoothly. This learning path is not difficult to break through. This situation has arisen in universities. Usually, they have been damaged in the past. Or there may be a shadow in one's heart. Although your primordial spirit is well hidden. Also very powerful. Under normal circumstances, one could have separated from the physical body long ago. Soaring out of the sheath. Genshin Impact Acupoint Pestle has no aura. Explained that the gate is tightly locked. Acupoints tightly closed. In addition, the true chi inside the body is like a remnant cocoon. The rest is not difficult to infer. Listen here. White poison master's limbs are weak. Blurred eyes. The voice trembled as he asked. "I just ran my chi for a moment. That's all you can see." Zhang Xian smiled at the words. I replied that you don't have to worry about how I saw it. On the contrary, it's because you can't break through. It's a lack of confidence. Once you lose confidence in yourself, everything is in vain. How about this? You are the 7-star peak poison master. The ability to turn poison into poison should be quite good. I'm here to test you now. Speaking of which, just dug out a gourd. Sent steam to the other party. At the same time, he said, "Look at the wine in this gourd, it's poisonous." However, the white poison master who took the gourd, the divine stone spreads among them. After a moment, he shook his head. It has been determined that there is no toxicity here. Zhang Xian confirmed with the other party. Ask him if it's non-toxic. Do you dare to take a sip? After speaking, I knew he hesitated and didn't dare to drink. Shaking his head and sighing, he said, as a 7-star peak poison master, "I can't believe my own judgment. How can you go further with this mindset? Your biggest problem, although it comes from a friend's betrayal, but it is not limited to this. The most important thing is that I can't even do it myself. When you see that it was originally tightly closed, I just feel like it's definitely impossible to break through. Just thinking about giving up on oneself. Lack of confidence. How can we take the final step? Achieve stronger strength." White poison master heard this. For a moment, I also began to feel confused about myself. After all, he knows what the other person said. Because of that matter, he developed suspicion towards outsiders. With the passage of time, this suspicion is getting stronger and stronger. I don't even have that much confidence in myself anymore. Think of this. I asked with a sincere expression on my face. I still hope for guidance from Senior. At this moment, Zhang Xian spoke up and responded, saying, just break through the doubts in your heart. You can trust your own judgment. Drink this wine. Naturally, there are no more doubts. Upon hearing this, White Poison Master hesitated for a moment. I thought to myself that since it was determined that there was no poison, what are you afraid of, even if it's really poisoned? I also have a fragrance-enhancing and detoxifying pill on me, capable of handling everything. There was no more hesitation when I thought about it. Lift it casually. Just put the fine wine in the gourd into your mouth. But I took several big sips. Immediately felt a change in my body. Just let out a loud long hiss. Liang Wanghua, perverted. Pretend to be the founder of the sect in front of everyone. The result was exposed on the spot by someone. Do you want barbecue now? Just now. The old man in front of him looked at the gourd in front of him. Make sure there's nothing inside. But I dare not drink it for a long time. Finally, under the instigation of Zhang Xian, a decision was made. So I casually lifted it up. Just put the fine wine from the gourd into your mouth. I've taken several big sips. I suddenly felt a suppressed inner demon, as if it had disappeared. Then there was a look of joy and admiration on his face. So cunning. After all, he suffered betrayal when he was young. After that, lack of confidence in both outsiders and oneself. This kind of illness has always been accompanied by, with him. Now it seems that Zhang Xian's gourd of fine wine is being consumed. To heal, so, White Poison Master doesn't care about the specific identity of the other party at this moment. Can help him eliminate his inner demons. This kindness is significant, so he bowed. Just spoke up and said, thank you for your guidance, Senior. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party being so sincere. Just asked lightly. Now you can believe that I am your ancestor. The White Poison Master was also very embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he came over this time just to investigate the other party's identity. I just didn't expect it. The man in front of me had already noticed it. After hesitating, he said, Senior, whether it's insight or vision, everything is beyond my reach. But if we say it's the possession of the founding ancestor, I still find it unbelievable. I wonder if it's convenient for me, Senior, to investigate with Yuan Shintan. If it is truly confirmed to be a congenital poisonous soul body, by Ting Kouthouse to apologize for you. Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian did not respond to the other party's question. Instead, he spoke lightly about the congenital toxin, also known as the body of disaster. Everywhere you go, there are poisonous substances everywhere. You must have heard of this, haven't you? After speaking, seeing the other person nod to indicate understanding. Just keep talking. Although I only have one soul left now, but the essence has not changed. This Sun Chang has his talent. Although not weak, but still unable to maintain the special characteristics of the soul. So as soon as I entered this room, it was already filled with highly toxic substances. You rashly came into it. Naturally, it was also poisoned. Upon hearing this, White Poison Master was also stunned for a moment. I just had contact with it. I checked and didn't find any traces of Rentaidu. Besides, I watched it myself in 4 weeks. There is no toxic powder or gas present. Besides, I'm really going to get poisoned. Why don't you know? So I looked around again. Just shook his head and responded, Senior, I have been exposed to poison since childhood. I just don't think it's toxic here. Zhang Xianwen researches the art of laughter, the toxic gas released by innate toxins. If it's so easy for you to discover me, how to become the founder of a drugstore, it can make even Master Kong wary of it. After finishing speaking, my finger lightly flicked, finger snapping accompanied by crisp sounds. White Poison Master's body suddenly shook. Immediately, his face turned pale. Just spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. He really doesn't know when he got poisoned. I wonder if the other party can succeed. He is truly the ancestor who possesses innate toxins. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian stopped and continued to let the poisonous attack continue. I just spoke slowly and asked, do you believe me now? The White Poison Master who heard this. If there were any doubts before, I absolutely believe it now. As a 7-star peak poison master, I don't know when I got poisoned. The other party's level of drug use, I don't know how many times taller than him. The most crucial thing is that he can sense it. The highly toxic substances in the body have infiltrated the smallest acupoints throughout the body. Don't say it can't be eliminated. Even the Tianshan detoxification pill is useless, unconsciously poisoned, and it can't be resolved. I'm afraid, this is the awe and ability that only innate toxins possess, isn't it? Think of this. I have already believed what the other person said in my heart, and dare not use the original spirit to probe the other's soul. So he quickly knelt down on the ground. With a submissive expression, he said to the younger generation, 7-star poison oath. Bai Ting has met his ancestor. Zhang Xian waved her hand and asked him to get up as soon as she saw the situation. At this moment, he knew that the other party was completely happy. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said calmly, although I am now a soul-possessed entity, but the strength has been severely damaged. I also lost a lot of energy. I can't suppress it now. This toxic gas could erupt at any moment. I don't know if you have any good methods can solve this situation. After all, Zhang Xian has been browsing 6 floors in a row at the Tibetan bookstore. I haven't found a solution to treat Ruyan. According to the introduction of the library, I also understand that this is the 7-star poisoner from headquarters. Having extensive knowledge may reveal some mysteries. Besides, the soul has lived for so long, losing memories is also normal. Not to mention anything else. That's how ruthless people are. So Zhang Xian deliberately said it to be more authentic. Make it easier for the other party to believe in themselves. However, upon hearing these words, the white poison master, it's like a sudden realization, then nodded in response. It is said that the innate toxin cannot control the energy in the body. I have also heard of disasters that occur. However, it is not clear how to contain it specifically. The sea drug master has read related books. Perhaps we can know. Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. I wonder if it's impossible. He's not the only one who will come this time. So I asked what you were referring to as a sea drug master. At this moment, the white poison master responded by saying, the sea poison master and I came here together. He is also the 7-star peak poison master. I have also read many books about your ancestor. Perhaps I know more. Listen here. Zhang Xian also quickly asked the other party, how many people are coming this time? After receiving a reply from the other party, the 2 of them, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Think for a moment. I took out another pot of wine and passed it over. Just tell him to come over. As for this wine, just say it was bought by my ancestor. But the white poison master heard about drinking, suddenly felt very strange. Why are you drinking for no apparent reason? At this moment, Zhang Xian pretended to be considerate of his back. I said that this wine contains a special medicine. It can have a great impact on your cultivation. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, I saw the other person asking with a confused expression. This wine is useful for cultivation, but why didn't I feel it myself? So I just smiled, a mysterious and inscrutable appearance, saying that any medication has a certain dosage. You only took 2 or 3 sips, and the effect was minimal. If you drink a few more sips, the effect will naturally be understood. Upon hearing this, white poison master didn't hesitate too much. Raise the gourd wine from earlier again. Drink it all in one gulp. Close your eyes immediately after drinking. Carefully experience the changes within it. Sure enough, a warm current slowly gushed out from the abdominal cavity. Charge straight towards your own shaft. After all, it's been hundreds of years. White poison master has used countless methods, unable to break open the tightly closed gate. At this moment, this warm current is surging over. Cooperate with the power within his body. Just a gentle bump. Suddenly discovered that the gate had been pushed open. Feel the changes in acupoints and valves. At this moment, the white poison master was so excited that he almost jumped up. Even breathing became rapid. Subsequently, looking excitedly at the man in front of him, he knelt down and bowed. At the same time, thank you very much, patriarch. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party deeply believing without any doubt. I just waved my hand and said, go down. I'll go check on the 7th floor. Just have the sea drug master come up and find me later. Then he saw the other party nod and respond, and retreated. Immediately proceed to the 7th floor. I found that the number of books here is only a few thousand. So I went to the bookshelf and took a quick glance. Soon after, all these books will be collected in the library. Next, take the books on the 7th level. I went through them all in the library. After watching it, a look of disappointment involuntarily appeared on his face. After all, Zhang Xian collected hundreds of thousands of books in the bookstore. There are only a dozen or so books that record information about congenital toxins, but the content is basically unknown. They are all praising the strength of this system. There is no information on how to control toxicity, methods to prevent it from emitting. So Zhang Xian finished flipping through the entire book of the drugstore. Still not found the solution to the problem of smoke like smoke. Think of this. I can only rely on my own research to know about this matter. So he sat down cross-legged. I have learned knowledge that is 2 stars or above. Just not long after, White Poison Master and Sea Poison Master walked in. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the Sea Poison Master. His eyes were filled with awe. He has no skeptical attitude. I just breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Sea Poison Master came up to him. There isn't too much nonsense either. After saying hello to Dongshin. Speaking of innate toxins, they can release disasters. I've heard of it before. I also vaguely read about it in a book. Resolvent. It seems like we need a lot of drug experts to work together. Arrange a special formation. The highly toxic substances emitted by innate toxins, transforming into the power of promotion. If successful, not only can it solve the problem of disaster constitution, it can also greatly increase its cultivation level. After the sea poison master finished speaking, the ancestor in front of me asked what formation it was. I'm not quite sure about this, he said with a bitter smile, but the people at headquarters must know, and it may require an 8-star poison master. Even the cooperation of a 9-star poison master is necessary to achieve it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I immediately panicked in my heart. Then I couldn't help but ask a question. We still need cooperation from 8 stars and 9 stars. Doesn't that mean it's troublesome? As Su, let's not talk about this level of poison master. They need to find the ultimate man. Even if we really find it, I'm sure I can't fool these people with my own strength. What kind of nonsense about founding ancestors? Taking advantage of the shortcomings of the library. It can also make the white poison master and the sea poison master believe. And they want to deceive such strong people, even if he disguises himself as much as possible. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, the sea drug master responded by saying, only poison masters of this level are available. Only then can the toxic gas emitted by the innate toxin be gathered together, cooperate with various toxins to maximize their effectiveness, quickly enhance the strength of the poison owner. If successful, breakthrough is like drinking water. Ancestor wants to return to the peak state. It shouldn't take long either. After speaking, the other person nodded and hesitated for a moment. I couldn't help but ask my ancestor, are you planning to use this body to restore strength? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, it's quite strange why the other party would say that. So he looked at the other person and asked, what's wrong? At this moment, the sea drug master responded awkwardly, saying it's nothing. Just ancestor, aren't you a daughter? How could you think of using a man's body? Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. I thought to myself, he meowed for a long time. No wonder the white poison master has always been suspicious. Originally, the ancestor is not the grandfather, but it's the grandmaster. I lost it, but it's okay to say I forgot. Otherwise, there will be a lot of beeping and talking. Isn't this enough to kill people? Think of this. A sudden surge of inspiration occurred in my mind. I was almost so excited that I jumped up, so I suppressed the excitement in my heart. A slight smile responded that it was good. I am a daughter. Why did he enter Sun Chang's body? There's really no other way. I also found a physique that suits me earlier. But once you enter it, you will faint, and I can't control the power inside my body. That's why I came to Poison Hall to see if we could find a solution. After all, my soul power is very weak now. Once abandoned, there is a high possibility of losing all memories. Only by returning to the peak can one regain consciousness. Otherwise, it can only be the other party's thoughts that dominate. So I have been hesitating. I dare not take action easily. The two of them heard. After exchanging a glance, each person was stunned for a moment, but after thinking for a moment, I finally realized it. After all, the soul is a mystery. Ancestral master has survived from tens of thousands of years ago. Any unforeseen circumstances are possible. At this moment, the white poison master advised and said, in fact, even if the ancestor cannot restore his daughter's body, it doesn't matter. After all, many poison masters in the poison hall have used poison excessively. Many people no longer distinguish between men and women. So for them, gender has long been a habit. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I shook my head and responded, at first, I thought the same thing. But this body, not compatible with my innate poisonous soul body. Continuing to stay will only make us weaker and weaker. It won't take much. Long time will also lead to death. So regardless of whether the act of abandoning someone will cause them to lose their memory or not, I will always wait. This is my only taboo. After all, Zhang Xian just passed the introduction of the sea poison master. He knows. Only drugstores can completely solve Wei Ruyan's situation, and it can also rapidly enhance his strength. But if it's just delivered like this, Poison Hall is not like famous Teacher Hall. It is inevitable that various changes will occur. The power of innate toxins is so terrifying. Once reproduced in the human world, becoming a drugstore owner is just a matter of time. And how could the current shop owner be willing to step down? So in order to prevent accidents, coincidentally, I have also installed my ancestor. It's better to give him this identity. After all, with this identity, the current shop owner probably wouldn't dare to touch him even if he wanted to. Of course, if Wei Ruyan wakes up. Not like myself, who can deceive and pretend. You can easily expose your horse's feet. So I explained in advance that I would lose my memory. This is also foolproof for him. As for the so-called return to peak recovery, wait until Ruyan truly possesses this kind of strength. Restore not restore. Who else dares to say one more nonsense? How many taels of silver did the man in front of him break? Surprisingly, I handed over the students to these two old men in front of me, and also make sure the other party is a little lighter. Just now, Zhang Shen learned from the other party that ancestor is after daughter. Start making various edits. Ultimately, make the other party believe as well, and tell them to listen. I have also found a suitable daughter myself. Although the act of robbing someone may cause them to lose their memory once they enter their body, but as long as we return to the peak, you will remember the past. If we don't sacrifice ourselves for the Sun Chang for a long time, sooner or later, one's soul will be shattered. So this is his only chance. The two heard the ancestor explain the matter in such detail. I know there must be something they need to do. So he looked firmly at Zhang Xian, saying that the patriarch needs it. What do we do? As long as it can be achieved, both of us will die without hesitation. After all, in their hearts, the status of the ancestor is like the Kong family in the hearts of famous teachers, being able to do things for him. Even if I die, I won't refuse. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at their resolute expressions. I just responded that I don't need you to die without hesitation, but there is indeed something you need to do. I will give up my soul today. Transfer to the girl who has already been prepared. At that time, he will also fall into a coma. If there is a way, I hope you can take me back to the Poison Hall group. Let me recover my strength as soon as possible. After speaking, the other person spoke without hesitation. Ensure that the task will be completed. Just shook his head and said, don't think this is an easy thing. After I successfully took the shot, the soul will completely merge with his body. Let the other party's physique evolve into a congenital toxin. That means it will continuously emit toxic gas. You guard by your side, very likely to be poisoned. Upon hearing this, the two of them, with a straight expression, stand straight immediately, with a look of death as if returning home. The response states that as long as we can fulfill our ancestors' instructions, life and death are nothing to me. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Just look at the two and say that poisoning wouldn't be like this, would it? I will refine some medicine tonight, used to resist toxic gases. If you can't defend yourself, swallowing 1 grain can resolve it. Additionally, I will teach you more advanced poison attacks, and the method of using poison, and find a way to help you break through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. The two of them heard. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Even breathing became rapid. Even if they were killed, they couldn't believe it. Being able to encounter such opportunities on one's own. Not only did I meet the founder of the sect, now we can still receive personal guidance from the other party. He's meowing. It's even more exciting than crossing a mountain bridge. So I quickly nodded and thanked my ancestor. In order to better ensure the safety of Ringen, Zhang Xian, just tell them you don't have to be happy either. It's too early to accept my inheritance. You need to take me as your teacher. In addition, to prevent accidents, I will let this Sun Chang control you. Once a star is born, will die immediately. Upon hearing this, both of them are aware of the ancestor's insult. Don't worry, my colleague clasped his fists, Master Dao. We will never give birth to 2 stars. However, Zhang Xian agreed to the other party without any hesitation. I just waved my hand and said something. You don't have to make a statement so early. I'll give you time to think about it. Just consider it carefully. Come back to me after midnight tonight. I don't want anyone to know about today's events for now. Be sure to keep your mouth shut like a bottle. Otherwise, you will be poisoned. It will also prevent you from surviving until tomorrow. After explaining these, the two of them clasped their fists and made a promise before retreating. And Zhang Xian, who stayed in the bookstore, saw them leave. I slowly opened my eyes. At this moment, he didn't squeeze out either. Therefore, just gather the knowledge of drugstores collected in the library, all organized into the Heavenly Dao Poison Palace. Not long after, I slowly walked out of the bookstore. Just come out. I saw Lao Su and the shop owner Ruo. They are already waiting outside the door. After chatting for a few words, I also went to the banquet they prepared. Quickly, Zhang Xian ate and drank enough before returning to the arranged accommodation. At this moment, he sat down. Seeing no one outside, with a flick of his body, he entered the folding space inside the beehive. It took a few hours. Just take the knowledge of using poison from 3-star to 7-star. I have mastered everything. At this moment, Zhang Xian, understanding of poison, already comparable to some 8-star poison masters. But if we really need to assess an 8-star poison master, with his current strength, he is definitely not capable. After all, Poison Hall also has assessment standards for star ratings. The strength must exceed that of the 5 mirrors. But Zhang Xian doesn't care about these levels. But now I have learned so much. Although it cannot make Ruyan sober up, but let him persist for another 6 months. Even a year's worth of problems is not a big deal. It's been such a long time. That's enough to go to the headquarters of the drugstore. Not long after, Zhang Xian stood up and approached Ruyan. The true qi in the body immediately changes and becomes highly toxic. Immediately after, inject the true qi into every acupoint in Ruyan's body. Soon I saw a face full of pale smoke. My face gradually turned rosy. Just stopped delivering real gas. Moving with the spirit. Detachment of polluted souls. Seal with both hands. A thought emerged and slipped into his forehead. After all, Zhang Xian did this to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After finishing these tasks, I thought about it for a moment. Take out the last book of Heavenly Way strategies that you have obtained. Send to the other person's mind. After all of this is done, the witch soul has just returned to its physical body. Immediately after, 2 bottles of solid and nourishing elixirs were taken out. Move your fingers forward a bit. Several heavenly Dao Qi poured into it. If you take these pills regularly, it has no effect on the Holy Land quadruple. But with its heavenly Dao True Qi, it's different. Can treat injuries, resolve the 100 poisons, and store the true Qi in the elixir. Drug nourishment. Even if it takes a long time to leave the body, it will not dissipate. Still has great efficacy. The effect is completely different from placing it in a wine jug. Finish these. Just take out 2 blank books. I wrote a simplified version of the Heavenly Dao Poison skill. Think about it, think about it. I have also written a set of laws targeting the situation of the White Poison Master. I just returned to the courtyard from the beehive. After all this turmoil, it's also late at night. No matter how strong his strength is, I also feel exhausted. So he sat cross-legged on the ground. It took several weeks of operation before I felt like I had recovered. Immediately, I heard the sound of knocking on the door. Just respond and let's come in. The 2 people outside the door came in as soon as they entered. I walked up to Zhang Xian and knelt down on the ground. With a firm gaze, he said, "Ancestor, we have considered it carefully." Zhang Xian nodded at the sight. Response: since a decision has been made, I don't treat you unfairly either. After speaking, offer them the spirits they sacrificed. Soul enters the mind. Then, a wrist flick was performed. I handed over the prepared pills and martial arts manuals. The 2 of them glanced at the technique. At the same time, breathing becomes rapid. After all, they are all 4 peak powerhouses in the Holy Land, practicing poison skills since childhood. I am very clear about the methods of using poison. And this cheat book in front of us, it looks simple, but pointing to the main road. According to the practice, refining and controlling level 8 poison is easy. Of course, the premise is that their cultivation needs to make some breakthroughs. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian handed over another secret script. Speaking of Bai Ting, this is a cultivation technique that I have specially prepared for you. You have been tightly closed for many years. If you follow this practice, no unexpected incidents. I should be able to break through to level 5 soon. After speaking, he turned his head to look at the Sea Poison Master. Speaking of Haianing Jing, give me a punch and show me. The other party knows that the ancestor wants to teach the martial arts. I dare not signal either. Immediately use your martial arts skills to strike a punch. And after Zhang Xian finished reading it, I pondered in my mind for a long time. I just spoke up and taught a set of techniques. So that's it. The 2 of them started meditating and practicing on site. Less than 2 hours. Double breakthrough to the Holy Realm with 5 levels of advancement. At this point, Zhang Xianjian and the others all broke through. Ignoring their shock and admiration. Just wave your hand and let them go out and guard first. No one is allowed to disturb. Don't peek either. After explaining, I also saw the 2 people exit the courtyard. We set up a formation to isolate visitors. Immediately after, the smoke was released. I didn't do anything afterwards. Just wait for dawn. I just removed the formation now. At the same time, let both of them in. At this moment, Zhang Xian lost her aura of being a master. There is no longer the aura of dominating the world as before. His gaze also became pure and clear. Then he pointed to Ruyan beside him. Speaking of 2 drug masters, this Fosun's body is his. You must fulfill his instructions. See you after you finish speaking. Both of them nodded in response. Just continue to instruct Master Dao. Please leave this place as soon as possible. Go back to the Poison Hall headquarters. Although he succeeded in taking the house, but he fell into a coma. It must be treated as soon as possible. No delay allowed. Upon hearing the instructions, the White Poison Master just responded that our purpose here is, it's for a book from 2,000 years ago. We already had the owner of Ruo Kinjiwen pick it up yesterday. I'm sure it will come out soon. We will leave immediately once we receive the item. However, upon hearing the book, Zhang Xian was very puzzled. So he asked the other party what book it was. White Poison Master dare not conceal it at this moment. Just use the skill. I talked about a relic in Huayuan City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly, the whole person was energized. He knows the book the other party is talking about. It's what the old dean said, the map that fell into the hands of the drugstore. Think of this. I couldn't help but ask about the book you mentioned. Can you give me a look after receiving it? It's okay not to open it. I smiled with the consent of both of them. Just as I was about to respond, I heard a roar coming from outside. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard, like something collapsing with a loud bang. The three of them darkened their faces when they saw this, immediately flew out. Then I saw the mountains in the distance. There is a huge impact spreading out. It's like some super strong person is fighting. At this moment, the white poison master felt his breath. Raise your eyebrows. It's not good to just shout out loud. That's the direction of shop owner Lin. It seems that there are 4 remaining strong players engaged in combat. Hurry up and take a look. 3 people no longer hesitate. Immediately flew towards the mountains. Blink time, come up to me. I saw that the shop owner Lin Wei's building had collapsed, and Lao Su and others were standing not far away, looking anxiously. White Poison Master saw the situation. I quickly asked what exactly happened. At this moment, Lao Su responded with a worried expression on his face. I'm not quite sure about this, White Poison Master. Last night, the shop owner said he wanted to go in and pick up something. Let's wait here. The result hasn't come out yet. However, after the White Poison Master learned about the situation, stop talking nonsense. I walked straight in. The Poisonous Master and Zhang Xian also followed closely behind, and Lao Su and the other elders were conflicted after seeing this situation. They also followed along. After all, under normal circumstances, only the shop owner can enter this place. It's just that there's been a change now. It can only break the rules. After entering, Lao Su and the others looked at Zhang Xian and the 3 of them, standing in front of a big pit. I followed the gaze of a few people and looked over. Only then did I realize that someone was lying in a big pit. Several people flew over immediately upon seeing the situation, but when I got up to him, I saw the owner's appearance. Everyone was stunned. Lao Su dare not hesitate. I jumped down with a flick of my body. Pick up the shop owner. Only then did I realize that he was no longer breathing. The elders were all dumbfounded when they heard this. However, the White Poison Master above, he looked solemnly at the Sea Poison Master. I asked a question. At this moment, the Sea Poison Master also responded with a heavy face. It is said to be the work of the alien race. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian frowned. I hurriedly asked if you meant to say, if the shop owner of Qingyuan was killed by a demon tribe. At this moment, the White Poison Master explained. If the shop owner's body dries up, it's blood essence that has been sucked away by someone. This attack tactic is only available to the alien race. It seems that the alien race came to snatch that book. The Sea Drug Master beside also furrowed his brow. His eyes were electric as he said, he was just killed. The sound just came out not long ago. I guess the killer hasn't escaped far yet. If we chase now, there's still time. After speaking, he carefully looked around. After a moment, he also shook his head helplessly. The opponent can kill the weak current master with just one move. There's no trace left. The island is so big. Once they find the wrong direction, based on the opponent's strength, it's almost impossible to track again. After all, Zhang Xian also knows, if the other party leaves, then this book will never be obtained. And the sound just came out. Even if it's fast, it can't run far. As long as we can find him. The current strength of Ping Bai Hai and the 2 of them, uniforming it is also very easy. Think of this. Move your eyes. Open the eyes of reason and take a look. After finding traces, immediately withdraw the eye of clear reason. Just point in one direction. Just tell the 2 of them that guy is running this way. However, Bai Hai and the other 2 saw the direction he was pointing in. I was also stunned for a moment. How is this possible? Isn't this the direction they flew over just now? I rushed all the way and didn't see anyone escape. And that's the main character of the Poison Hall. The other party killed the shop owner. I don't want to escape. Still walking towards the headquarters. Isn't this just seeking death? Zhang Xian saw the 2 of them half believing and half doubting. No more talking nonsense. My body flew out in a blink of an eye. The young man in front of me. Not only is he a competent college dean, still a teacher who treats students as if they were his own. But why do students have to leave him one by one? Just now, Zhang Xian and 2 7-star poisoners, while talking in the bookstore, suddenly, I heard a loud noise coming from outside. So I dare not hesitate. Just fly straight to the place where the sound is coming from. But only upon arriving here did I realize it was the shop owner's spirit. So I can't care about so many rules either. Just walked inside. Just as soon as I came in, I saw that the shop owner had already died. Seeing the situation of death, I also know that this was done by the alien race. The other party still admires the Holy Land Temple. At this moment, Zhang Xian dared not hesitate, pointing in a direction. Let the 2 elders come with me. After speaking, he flew away. But they heard Zhang Xian say that. Although it's quite strange. After all, This direction is the direction they just flew over from. This spirit clan is running towards this direction. Why didn't you notice anything just now? Besides, that's the headquarters of Poison Hall over there. Isn't walking here just seeking death? Just seeing the other person fly away so confidently, I no longer dwell on it. So the two of them exchanged a glance. I followed closely behind and chased after him. After Zhang Xuanfei electrocuted the main spirit, I searched around with my discerning eye. I haven't found any trace of the other party either. You should know that this is a flat ground. There are some not very tall buildings around, and some scattered vegetation. You can tell a rough idea at a glance. According to reason, there is no place to hide. But where else can the other party run? Think for a moment. There's nothing in the sky. There's no ground. After pondering, an idea suddenly arose in my heart. So he looked towards the ground. Can this guy still be underground? However, the two people standing aside looked at Sun Chang in front of them, lowering his head with a puzzled expression. It seems like I'm looking at something. Ask the other party if they have noticed anything unusual. At this point, Zhang Xian explained that I had some doubts. This guy is hiding underground. The trace disappears here. I can't think of anywhere else to go except underground. Upon hearing this, the White Poison Master responded with a simple sentence. I just need to check one side. After speaking, there was a flash of emotion between his eyebrows. The primordial spirit suddenly slipped out of his body. Then I saw his spirit shake slightly, just fly straight into the ground. Not long after, the ground suddenly shook. Then a loud bang was heard. I saw a figure darting out of the ground. The Sea Poison Master immediately welcomed him upon seeing the situation. Raise your hand and give a pat. A huge palm print appeared in the air. It just fell to the ground. I haven't waited for the palm print to fall in front of me yet. I destroyed all the trees and buildings around me. At this point, the Sea Poison Master has achieved victory. 5 levels of environment. You have the power to move mountains and fill seas with any move you make. This kind of strength is difficult to resist. However, the figure that had just emerged from the ground, I also feel the magnificence of this power. Once hit, one will undoubtedly die. So my body shook. He quickly flew down to the ground, and the huge palm print quickly pressed down, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw a big palm pit on the ground already smashed out. Kahai Poison Master looked around and didn't find any figure. So I thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, is it difficult? The other party used terrain techniques, and Zhang Xian on the side didn't understand why she heard this. This makes the Sea Drug Master quickly explain one sentence. This is an ability unique to a particular bloodline. Able to travel underground like Genshin Impact, not restricted by quality issues. Immediately after, Bai Ting shouted loudly, you continue to pursue below. I'm guarding up there. We can't let this guy escape. After hearing the command, Baidu adapted to it. The ground began to shake violently. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked down from the air. It seems that there are 2 giant dragons entangled on the ground. Everywhere they went, huge cracks appeared one after another. Soon after, all the buildings on the ground turned into ruins. More than 10 minutes have passed. At this moment, I saw a figure darting out from the ground. The speed this time is not as strong as last time. It still looks shaky, but we haven't waited for the Sea Poison Lion to fly up to us yet. I saw the figure suddenly shake. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. Immediately after, I saw him fall heavily. At this moment, the Sea Poison Master's rider, without hesitation, gave a sudden slap. Capture a cage formed by a stream of true chi. Just wrap it inside. Firmly trap it. However, Zhang Xian could see clearly what the other person looked like. The brow couldn't help but tighten. Indeed, he is a member of the alien clan, although pretending to be human. But the spiritual energy emanating from his body, just like the King of Gold Leaf and others. At this moment, a quiet sound came from the beehive. Young master, this is the King of Earth Leaves. He is also one of the top 10 kings of Qingtian. He is skilled in terrain techniques. My combat effectiveness may not be as good as mine, but if you escape, you can definitely rank first. Zhang Xian was very strange when she heard this. Why are you one of the top 10 kings again? At this point, the Purple Night King explained that it should be this map. This matter is very serious. The Blue Sky Emperor doesn't trust me and the Water Night King. I secretly sent him over again. In case of emergency. The Water Night King was killed. I submitted again. So I guess this guy followed the owner and Elder Su to this place. However, while the two of them were discussing, how did the other party arrive? I saw the White Poison Master's elemental spirit returning to its original form beside me. Just asking the Sea Poison Master who sent it. See here. Zhang Xian's face changed. Hurry up and rush forward. But we haven't waited for Zhang Xian to take action yet. I saw the other person's face turn red. Then he sneered and said, "You've been tricked." As soon as the words fell, I saw blood gushing out of the other person's mouth and nose. Immediately cut off breathing. Upon hearing this, White Poison Master doesn't know why. so he took out the other party's ring and looked around. But I didn't see anything. At this moment, the sea drug master beside him reacted. I just shouted, "Oh no! We have won the battle and left the mountain." At this moment, everyone finally realized. But even if I go back again, it's already too late. It has been over 10 minutes since the incident just happened. I'm afraid the other party has already escaped from the poison palace with a book in hand. However, just as Zhang Xian's face was heavy, I heard the Prince of Midnight say, "I guess the guy who cooperates is the Night King. He is the strongest among the top 10 kings of Qingtian, the most scheming one. The cultivation has already reached the initial stage of the 5th level exorcism of the Holy Realm. Being able to stand under the watchful eyes of 2 powerful individuals from the Holy Land's 5 realms, quietly escaping. Only he has this kind of strength." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's face turned pale with iron. Thinking about the strength of this realm, one can completely hide their physical body outside the island. And the primordial spirit quietly came over. After obtaining the map, one can quickly escape. Fast speed. Even a flying holy beast at the level of a primordial spirit cannot be pursued. No wonder even myself was deceived. Ming Li Ji did not see any flaws. Unexpectedly, among the top 10 kings of Qingtian, surprisingly, there are such powerful individuals. It seems that we need to be careful in the future. I hesitated for a moment at this point. Can't help but ask, who are the top 10 kings? What are their strengths? At this moment, the Prince of Midnight only responded by saying that besides me and the 4 who died, there are still the Heavenly Domain Peak, 10 Flames, and 5 Great Kings left. Among them, the Heavenly Night King is the strongest among us. Also the top 10 kings, next to the Jade Night King, although he hasn't reached the realm of being out of the body. But it's also half out of body level. Offline, Maple Leaf King and Night Food King are already alive. All 3 of them are better than us. That's precisely why. They are also known as the King of Shangwu, and we are just the King of War. Zhang Xian, who has learned about these, knows. This time the ruins are reopened. The human race will encounter great trouble. These changes were not something he could have foreseen. Let's not talk about this Tianai King who has been running away for so long. Difficult to search again, even if we can find it. With the newly broken strength of White Poison Master and Sea Poison Master, it's definitely not a match. However, just as Zhang Xian was pondering over this, the White Poison Master's face was full of frustration. Speaking of the Bai Ling tribe stealing the map, and killed the weak shop owner, this matter must be reported to the Poison Master at headquarters immediately. We both took our leave first. After all, they also know that they can't find each other anymore. Continuing to track down is also a waste of time. It's better to send the ancestor back to headquarters first than to cause trouble. At this moment, Zhang Xian also nodded in response. Just let them stay a little longer. Hosted by Poison Hall new store owner I. Therefore, Old Su was elected as the new shop owner in this way. And Zhang Xian also gave him the Xidagarba flowers collected earlier, and guide the other party to successfully refine poison. Let him break through his cultivation level. Also promoted to 7-star Poison Master. Then he followed the flying beast of the White Poison Master and flew away. Less than a day's time. I also returned to Jingyuan City, after getting off the Holy Beast. Once again, I would like to explain to both of you the safety of Ruyan, until the 2 of them repeatedly promised to do their best to protect him. That's when I finally let my heart down. Say goodbye to both of them. Although Ruyan and Zhang Xian add up together, there's less than 4 months left. We don't have much time together either. But he was always his own student. So for Zhang Xian, I have already regarded it as my own. Now I see the other party leaving. I don't know when we'll meet again. I can't help feeling a little disappointed in my heart. First is Zhao Ya, next is Lu Chong, then go to Yuan Tao. Now it's Wei Ruyan's turn again. And look at Xingyang's appearance. I should also go to the war hall. 7 disciples left, 5 of them. Think of this. I feel very emotional in my heart. Zhang Xian walked away without realizing it. Returning to Mo Yunxian. After returning, I met Hu Yunsheng. I just learned from him that the Master Teacher Hall and the Hongyuan royal family sent people over yesterday. The Lord's mansion has been sealed off. The former Lord of Jingyuan City, his only son, has been controlled by the alien race. That's why I obey them. Understand these. Just give Hu Yunsheng the true chi inside his body. I've dealt with it. After the other party said goodbye, summon the purple sun beast out. 1 person, 1 animal, fly to the renowned teacher academy. However, standing still, Hu Yunsheng, watching them leave through the air. I'm also stupid. He kept muttering to himself incessantly. Isn't this a purple sun beast at the Holy Land level? At this moment, Zhu Xiao was standing aside. I've never seen Hu Yunsheng probe like this before. I also asked Master Xian in confusion. What's wrong with you? It's just a purple yang beast. There's no need to be so surprised, right? Looking at the entire Hongyuan Imperial City, there are quite a few Hu Yunqing couldn't help but feel fulfilled upon hearing these words. There were quite a few responses with a wry smile on their faces, but at the level of Holy Land, there is only one head in the entire Hongyuan Imperial City. I heard Shinju say that. Zhu Xiao was also stunned for a moment. Later, he asked if that's the case. Shinju knows the true identity of this senior son. At this moment, Hu Yunqing nodded and responded with a yes. I guessed it. The appearance we see is his disguise. His true identity is the new dean of the renowned teacher college. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, seeing the other person's face full of fear and confusion, he also explained that I only remembered now. This dean, his butler is named Sun Chang, and according to internal sources, Master Teacher Hall and the royal family were able to deal with the city lord so quickly. It was the order issued by Dean Zhang. So, taking into account the above points, the senior son we know, he is none other than Dean Zhang from the renowned teacher college. After listening to these, Zhu Xiao finally understood. I just never thought of it. This dean actually came to Jinyuan City in person, and it also arrived at them. After Mo Yunxian sighed, suddenly remembered something, so he looked up at Hu Yunqing and said, that's right. Shinju, I remember you even thought about killing the dean. Seize his wealth. Really? I heard the other person say that. Hu Yunqing suddenly felt a chill in his spine. Then he looked at him with a pale expression on his face. If you dare to disclose this matter, believe it or not, I'll crush you to death right now. At this moment, Hu Yunqing was scared to think about it. He meows. The robbery actually took the head of the dean of the renowned teacher college. Isn't this pure seeking death? Fortunately, he is a renowned teacher who speaks with reason. Otherwise, I estimate that I have already become a collective of rice fields. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, I also exchanged it for my own on the back of Ziang Shou. Thoroughly integrate all knowledge of Poison Hall. She also cultivated Sister Fengxing to the pinnacle of being a saint. Distance from the Holy Land is like stepping towards the door. Unfortunately, there is no Rainbow Emperor Qiong. Otherwise, Zhang Xian would have broken through long ago. I will soon return to Hanyuan City as well. At this moment, Ziang Shou also descended from the mansion. However, the butler Sun Chang saw him come back. Hurry up and report to the young master. Young master Zhang Yang. He was taken away by warrior Liao from the war hall. Tell him to participate in the selection for the battle. Otherwise, it may delay for a year. After finishing speaking, he handed the letter over. And he said this is a letter left for you by the young master. However, after receiving the letter, Zhang Xian, I looked at the farewell letter left by Zhang Yang. The approximate teacher is as follows. Liao Chongzhan from Warrior Hall. Report my situation to headquarters. The headquarters instructed him to take me over. Let's choose our own election campaign. What they mean is that, if the challenge is successful, it is possible to inherit the position of Warrior Hall Lord. Obtain the most powerful war god inheritance. It is said that the creator of the Warrior Hall, he is a direct disciple of Master Kong. Very powerful combat capability, known as the God of War. If we inherit it, you can become a renowned teacher, even one of the most peak powerhouses on the entire continent. However, Zhang Xian also sighed upon seeing this. In just over 10 days of effort, continuously send out 2 students. Although I feel a bit disappointed about this, but deep down inside, I am also very happy. After all, they have finally found their own way out. We can't let them live forever. Let's all follow behind ourselves. Striving for goals and careers is also necessary. If I could really become the master of the Warrior Hall, becoming a war god of the generation, it's not a waste of education. As a teacher, I am also happy for him. This pervert in front of me, to be with my beloved beauty. Since I disregarded the old man's advice, and yet to engage in this shameful and abnormal behavior in person. Just now, Zhang Shengang returned to his mansion. I learned from Sun Chang's mouth. Zhang Yang has already followed Liao Chang's soldiers to the Warrior Hall. At this moment, he felt very lost in his heart. But after thinking about it, I was also happy to find a way out for them. Then he asked Sun Chang if there was anything else he wanted to do. At this point, Sun Chang responded that there were still some. It's the Dean of the School of Political Science and Law and Elder Zhao, with 10,000 students from the Refining and Gas Institute. I went to Huiyuan City for a trial. We departed 5 days ago. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned. What are these old guys thinking? It's okay to leave early. But the key is that the remains of the Fire Source City involve secrecy. Only a few of them know. Now we have directly mobilized 20,000 students. Is it difficult? What happened again? After thinking for a moment, I still feel like I'll be at the academy later. Please clarify the matter before proceeding. So he looked at Sun Chang again. Ask if there is anything else. At this moment, Sun Chang also had a strange expression on his face. Look at Zhang Xian. Speaking of which, there's also Luo Ruoshi. Luo sure has been here twice. It seems like there's something going on, but he didn't tell me. After understanding the situation, Sword got up and flew to the academy without any other matters. Quickly arrived at the doorstep of Luo Shi's residence. I just gathered my true energy and shouted, Master Luo. After Zhang Xian finished asking for the sword, I heard an echo coming from inside. Zhang Xian just walked into the courtyard. Just as soon as he came in, the pastor hurriedly shouted, Uncle, you came just in time. Please help me persuade Master Luo. He insists on following to Huiyuan City. Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. Then he asked about the danger in that place. What are you doing? At this moment, Ruoshi responded with a slight smile, saying, since this relic is described as so mysterious, as a renowned teacher, I naturally want to take a look at it. The pastor besides saw that the young lady still wanted to go. I interrupted with a worried expression on my face. But we don't know anything about this blow. Even a wizard cannot guarantee his safety. So the pastor tried to dissuade him while doing so. While giving Zhang Xianchi a glance, he saw the right answer. Fang nodded before finally letting go of his worries. I thought it was fortunate that my senior uncle came. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to dissuade this girl. Immediately after, I heard the other person say that was great. Let's go together. I haven't seen you for a long time either. After all, for Zhang Xian, I have always wanted to find an opportunity to be alone with Luo Shi. Now the other party is going. This is like a pie falling from the sky. Where else can we care about the other person's gaze? Just the pastor on the side almost fell to his death when he heard these words. I quickly shouted, Uncle. I thought to myself that I was just asking you to help dissuade me. You might as well say those words directly. Do you need some face? Even if you like Luo Shi, senior uncle, can you perform? Being more subtle is so obvious. Can't we just focus on our identity? However, Zhang Xian saw the pastor like this. I just waved my hand in response and said it's okay. As a renowned teacher, if one fears danger, how could it possibly grow? Besides, with my protection, everything will be fine. Take it easy. Therefore, a few people were like this, some didn't say anything, and after a few words, just make sure to set off together. At this moment, the pastor also had a helpless expression on his face, summoned his beloved beast over. The three of them flew straight towards the fire source city. After all, since the last time Wushi said he would leave in a month, Zhang Xian went to Jingyuan City and the drugstore. It took me over 20 days to travel back and forth. Not leaving now. Time won't catch up either. And at this moment, Zhang Xian was in the air. Just learned from what Sun Chang just said. The matter of 20,000 students. I asked the pastor about it. At this moment, the pastor responded with a solemn expression. There was indeed some trouble. There have been some changes in the seal. And the current situation is very unstable. There is a possibility of collapse at any time. So Dean Xiaobingshu brought people over. Just to stabilize the formation. Try to delay the time as much as possible. Let the seal open smoothly. I heard the other parties say these things. Zhang Xian is also very strange. This relic appeared 2 years ago. The people from the famous teacher hall also specially sent people to investigate. There have never been any issues. Why did it suddenly become unstable? So I looked towards the tomb chamber. Do you know why this situation occurred? However, the tomb chamber is not clear about this. He only learned from local civil reports. It seems that the alien clan has brought some magical treasures. After going in and taking a spin, the seal started to become unstable. Listen here. Zhang Xian also roughly understood how to respond. At this moment, the pastor also immediately said that this time entering the ruins, the person in charge is not a wizard, but instead, another person was delegated. The Grand Master of 7-Star Peak Formation, Han Shuming's teacher has instructed to enter. After arriving at the ruins, follow his instructions in everything. Don't act arrogantly. Avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, this search for relics is not an individual's task, involving the entire human race. Therefore, Qingyuan Famous Teachers Hall attaches great importance to it. Not only did they send out wizards, we also dispatched a 7-star peak array mage. Help everyone break the seal. Finding the right path. Just the pastor thinks that although the senior uncle is young, but he was audacious and reckless. Dare to do anything, without prior explanation. Afraid of causing unnecessary trouble again later. After finishing speaking, seeing the other person confidently say, he knows he will follow the arrangement. I also feel speechless. After all, in his eyes, this master uncle is too weird. And Ruwashi on the side heard the other party's promise. I almost didn't laugh out loud either. If this guy can follow the arrangement, he'll have a ghost. Last time I went to Fengxing Terrace. If it weren't for Master Khan's recognition, I'm afraid I've already been beaten to death by someone. However, the three people in the air started chatting casually at this moment. Zhang Xian asked some more questions about the ruins. Knowing that this may be related to Khan's family, my heart is also filled with excitement. Soon, a few people flew for 5 days. At this moment, the tomb chamber looks downwards. Just introduce it. This slightly reddish city is the fire source city. This city is already scorching hot. It's summer again now. If you're not a cultivator, it's probably unbearable. Ruashi was very puzzled when she heard these words, so I couldn't help but ask, since it's so hot here, why do we still need to establish cities? There are still so many people staying here. Upon hearing the other party's question, Pastor Zhang Xianmei and others responded. He said that although it's hot here, but it is very suitable for growing some, for example, dead leaf grass. This medication can grow without the need. During the growth process, the leaves all. Once a withered leaf grass is sold, you can sell 1 shang, price of snacks. After speaking, Jian Roaxi was just continued to explain. More than this, there are also some special holy and spiritual beasts here. Each one is very rare. If sold, it's worth a lot. And this is also a treasure trove of mineral deposits. I will soon be in the position of Zhang Xian, like Shika. When it comes to the geographical situation of extinguishing fires to aid the city, the holy beast has arrived over the city and slowly descended. In no time, a few people arrived at a towering place, in front of the towering famous teacher hall. Just a few people just walked into the renowned teacher's hall. I saw a middle-aged man greet me. Later, it was learned through communication. Subtle array mages and wizards. I went to Yanling Mountain a few days ago. At this point, there must have been some so I greeted Zhang Xian and his 2 friends, once again, set foot on the holy beast and fly towards the Yanling Mountains. Soon, a few people arrived at the top of Yanling Mountain. At this moment, they looked down the mountain. I saw a huge circular pit. There are countless students sitting cross-legged around in front of us, continuously instilling true energy into a certain place. It looks like everyone is struggling. Seeing this scene, the priest's face immediately darkened. The current seal. It's indeed more dangerous than he imagined. Otherwise, it's impossible for so many people to act at the same time. However, after a few people fell in favor, don't hesitate. Just fly straight towards the crowd. Come up to me. The chef also came up at this moment. I greeted the 3 of them. So he introduced them and said, this seal has been somewhat unstable, just within a controllable range. But unexpectedly, it kept shaking. It seems like it could collapse at any moment. I'm almost out of control now. Listen here. Zhang Xian also frowned and asked if she. However, just when the wizard wanted to explain for him, I heard something coming from underground. Formation sound. Like a giant beast roaring incessantly below. Hearing this sound, Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. I also hurriedly asked what sound it was. At this moment, the wizard responded with a worried expression on his face, saying, this is the sound coming from inside the seal. What exactly happened? I can't figure it out now either. If we just continue like this, it won't take long. The entire seal will completely collapse. At that time, whether it's the ruins, I'm afraid they will all be instantly. But it was during their conversation that the ground began to bounce. The roar is getting louder and louder. A scorching airflow surged upwards from underground. Intense vibrations. Let the formation flag set by everyone just now. Half of it was shaken away, and sitting in front of the pit, numerous students from the Formation Academy who are guarding. At the same time, his face turned pale. Hundreds of people flew out instantly, spitting out blood one by one and pouring it onto the ground. These people are injured. New students immediately came to supplement later on. Give full play to your cultivation skills. Control the seals around to prevent them from collapsing. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhang Xian's face immediately turned pale. He used to think that, no matter how dangerous this relic is, just be careful. With the help of the library and the eyes of fame and fortune, always able to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune, there won't be too many major changes. Now it seems that my thinking is too simple. But just when Zhang Xianwei was in a hurry, an old man appeared in mid-air above the crowd, immediately shouted and confronted the defender in the following position. Playing against the defensive position in the 3rd division, the vanguard will face the defender in a 5-character match. All other teams stay in place. Inject true chi into the middle of the pit. However, after hearing his instructions, many students below, all in accordance with the previously formed formation, arrange in an orderly manner. Immediately after, I saw countless streams of true energy surging wildly from the momentum intersection at the middle of the pit, like igniting a huge firework. Under the surging of true chi, the seals around seem to have been reinforced, gradually tending towards calmness, and the roar below seems to be suppressed. I no longer have the previous irritability. Just Zhang Xian saw this kind of operation. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Do it in this way. Although it can prevent attacks from terrorist forces below, Make this place temporarily safe. Just keep reinforcing the seal like this. It's probably even harder to enter the ruins. It can even be said that I can't get in. According to the previous statement, the seal will be opened in 2 or 3 days. And if we continue to reinforce it like this, don't say 3 days. It may not open again even after 3 years. So he looked at Wu Shi beside him and asked, if we continue to reinforce like this, isn't it impossible to open the seal? At this moment, Wu also shook her head helplessly. The response is yes. But we have no way either. Cannot enter without opening the seal. And now it looks like this. If not reinforced, the entire ruins will collapse. I heard the other person say that. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xian asked him, besides reinforcement, is there any other way? Then I heard Wu Shi say there was. It's just that no one can do this. It's simply impossible to do it. At this point, Zhang Xian didn't care if she couldn't do it or not. Let the other party speak out the solution first and listen to it. Make another plan. And ignoring seeing the other person so anxious. I can only explain that this seal is like a gram. He's like a balloon sealed in the hole. The power inside keeps attacking. At the beginning, balloons were able to maintain their elasticity, accompanied by increasing strength. It will always reach an unbearable limit. At that time, there is a possibility of a direct explosion. The purpose of many students reinforcing seals now, just to extend this boundary. Make the power of sealing stronger. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the external forces are, as long as the power below is not resolved, it's like treating the symptoms without treating them. There will always be a day when it will be broken. After explaining, Wu Shi saw Zhang Xian and understood. Just keep talking. There's another way. It's about addressing the root cause. Eliminate all the violent forces below. But given the current situation, before the seal is opened, no one can enter. Not to mention finding the place of chastity and stopping it. In addition, once the seal is opened, the power below will inevitably erupt wildly. The consequences are unimaginable. Listen here. After Zhang Xian and the pastor exchanged a glance, he also shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Ruoshi suddenly spoke up beside her. Since we can't suppress it sooner or later, why not unleash the violent power within it? In that case, there's no need for such trouble. No. Classical Chinese explains that we have also thought about it. It's just that this force is too strong, and it presents attacks from all directions. Unable to find the most suitable direction, the seal will not only collapse instantly, it is also easy to cause explosions. If it's not done well, then everyone here will be killed on the spot. For example, the seal below is a balloon. If it gets bigger and bigger with the wind, accompanied by reaching the limit of tolerance, it's bound to explode. If you want to prevent such things from happening, and make eye contact on it, releasing the breath from it is undoubtedly the best. Unfortunately, once it's not tied properly, it's like igniting the fuse. Direct detonation. This is not only for all the famous teachers present, even the entire fire source city. They will be instantly blown up to the point where not a single one remains. After Zhang Xian heard the conversation between the two, he looked at them with excitement on his face. Speaking of which, maybe I can give it a try. Ignore the words. I responded with a helpless expression, saying that I know Dean Zhang. You are quite skilled in formations, but this involves too much. Can only succeed. Cannot fail. It must not be in a chaotic era. Zhang Xian is also aware of this. This matter is facing the safety of the entire city. So just as he wanted to explain, when I heard a roar coming from the air. Who is it? It's something you can afford. At a young age, he speaks fluently. What kind of system is it? The pervert in front of us is too perverted. He just wants to do something good for the human race. It's just that his behavior is too abnormal, causing others to be unable to understand. In the end, it brewed a tragedy. Just now, Zhang Xian heard the wizard say, if you want to unleash the violent power inside the seal, it's impossible. If unable to find a suitable location, the entire fire city will be instantly killed by the explosion. However, after listening to these, Zhang Xian, he excitedly told them, you can try this yourself. Find the accurate location. But Zhang Xian just finished speaking, just heard a loud roar coming from the air. Try it out. Can you afford something that happened? At a young age, he speaks fluently. What kind of system is it? As soon as the words fell, I saw an old man landing in front of everyone. This person is in charge of this operation. 7-star Pika-Ray Mage. When Han Churan had no incident, no one came. He quickly explained that Chairman Han, let me introduce myself to you. This is the new dean of Hongyuan Famous Teachers College. Zhang Xian and the pastor next to her don't need to be introduced. We are all old friends. After finishing speaking, he turned around and said that Dean Zhang had left the school. This one. He is the president of our Qingyuan Imperial City Formation Mage Union. Han Su, this matter. After listening to the introduction, Han Su looked at the other person and said, "You are Zhang Xian, right? I've heard that you have achieved great success in formations. Being so young, one can comprehend the true essence of the level 6 formation. He can be considered a rare genius. However, as a renowned teacher, one must speak with caution. Look before you leap. Everyone knows that it's better to lose than to gamble. But do you know if it fails? What kind of consequences will it bring? Not only us, but also all of us will die. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. They will all be greatly affected. Countless lives have been extinguished. Can you bear this responsibility?" Upon hearing what the other party said, Zhang Xian was not angry, because he knew it wasn't intentional to make things difficult for himself. But it's due to a sense of responsibility. So that's why he smiled at this moment. Explained that President Han. "You're mistaken. I dare only speak with confidence when I am certain of the facts I am telling. Involve the lives of so many people. I dare not act recklessly either." However, Zhang Xian had just finished speaking. I saw a middle-aged man walking over. With a mocking expression on his face, he said, "Dean Zhang's tone is not small. Do you know this seal in front of you? He may be a level 8 or above formation. My teacher and I calculated 2 days and 2 nights. I couldn't find any way to release my power. Nodes that do not harm people. Your front foot has just arrived. I didn't even cut the formation. Just say that you are confident. The dean of the prestigious teacher academy. Isn't that too reckless?" Wuxia didn't expect Dean Zhang to say a word casually. Just make things so tense. So he looked at Zhang Xian with an embarrassed expression on his face. "Speaking of Dean Zhang, this is a student of President Han, Lu Mo, the chief attendant of the 7-star formation." However, Zhang Xian saw the other party's ghostly appearance. "I'm too lazy to be polite to him. Did you just respond with a strange expression on your face, Lu Mo?" "Sorry, I haven't heard of it." Upon hearing this, Lu Merton's face turned ashen at that moment. I didn't expect the other party to refute like this, so he waved his big hand. "I don't care if I hear it or not," she snorted coldly. "I am in the Qingyuan Empire Formation Guild." He was just a nobody, but Zhang Xian heard him say that. He looked at him with a serious expression on his face. "Remember, you misunderstood. I'm not saying I haven't heard of your name, but I haven't even heard of President Han's name." At this moment, Lu Mo and Chairman Han standing beside him. I was almost infuriated by Zhang Xian's words, spitting blood on the spot. And at this moment, Ruoshi of the other party also smiled. After all, in his opinion, who are you messing with? I have to provoke this rule-abiding person. People who like to mess around. He's someone who even dares to confront Master Kong. Where are you supposed to be? At this moment, Zhang Xiankai waved his hand and said, "Okay. I haven't heard of it before, so there's no need to be so excited. I am a renowned teacher and the dean of the college is very busy. Not everyone needs to know." After finishing speaking, "Put your hands behind your back and take a step forward." Looking at the huge pit in front of him, he said, "My teacher, prepare a flag for me. It is best to reach the peak level of level 7. We haven't received a response from our teacher yet." Lu Mo next to him stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Stop it for me. Do you really want so many people to bury you with?" At this moment, Zhang Xiankai shook his head and responded with a sentence of accompanying burial. "I see you're overthinking. You couldn't find the node for 2 days and 2 nights. This is not credit, but rather stupid. We naturally won't be like you." After speaking, he ignored the other person. A few steps to reach the pit. However, many students guarding the pit saw him come. They all got up one after another, one by one, full of admiration, shouting in unison, "I've seen it before. Dean." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded and said, "Classmates, you've had a long day." Everyone immediately responded in unison to serve the old iron workers. Just in the back of the herd, seeing this guy have already walked up to the seal, I quickly looked at the reserve teacher and said, "We can't let this guy mess around." And Han Su beside him also shook his head at this moment. After all, in his opinion, it's impossible for the other party to find the key point. So I comforted you and said, "Don't worry. Jedian is not so easy to find. We spent so much effort researching for 2 days and 2 nights. They are just speculating on locations with nowhere to go. He just arrived. How could we possibly find it? Besides, finding nodes takes time. Find node. I want to bring out the violent power within it. It also takes time. When he decides he wants to take action, we can still stop it in time." Up here, Lu Mo. I just breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the teacher was right. Finding nodes takes time. Even if you want to detonate it after finding it, it takes time. Everyone is a prominent figure. There's no need to change sides now because of these. At this point, student Han Shujian understood. Just continued talking about Dean Zhang. "I have heard of many deeds. He has a great talent for formations. Can be considered a talent. It's just that. Still too young and reckless. But it's better for young people to hit the wall more often. Only then do we realize how big the world is, how profound is the formation. It's not just a matter of superficial knowledge that allows one to speak recklessly. Now let him find it. Try to see what method he uses. Once not found, he will naturally realize his ignorance. However, just as they were discussing it, suddenly seeing Zhang Xian in front of the pit, he lifted a huge stone. He threw it straight into the pit. Seeing this scene, they were so scared that they almost fainted on the spot. He meows me. Other formation mages encountered powerful formations. They all take out compasses for various studies. Find the location of the foundation and formation center. Is the brain of this second-rate product lacking a muscle or has it been flooded? A majestic 6-star Picare mage. How could this be done? Something that even an apprentice wouldn't do. Just as Lu Mo was about to step forward and stop him, the stone that Zhang Xian just threw and came into contact with the pit immediately fall downwards. It did not cause any changes to the seal. I didn't see any movement. He just breathed a sigh of relief, murmured to himself, "It's okay. This seal only responds to life. Stones are lifeless objects." Fortunately, it didn't cause a big fire. So he looked at the other person again, thinking that he just tested it with a stone and there was no movement. I should also know that if you are afraid, you will be afraid and stop. But unexpectedly, he said a few words to the students next to him. This student is drinking loudly. With a single sound, he jumped into the seal. Looking at the scene in front of me, Lu Modern felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, weakness in both legs. I thought to myself that this guy is stupid, so let it go. This student is following him foolishly. Jumping the seal like this will kill someone. However, he was not the only one who witnessed the scene. Han Su on the side saw the situation, immediately shouted and the assistant rushed up, but just flew out. I saw Zhang Xin by the pit, suddenly grab the palm forward. True Qi is like a rope. Immediately enveloped the students who jumped into the air towards the seal. When I see it, I'm about to touch the seal. The student was pulled back by the rope as soon as it was pulled. At the same time, sealing feels like sensing the breath of life. The light flickered involuntarily. It seems to have been triggered. It just ran for a moment and then stopped. At this point, the seal has not been fully activated. There was no direct outbreak as previously feared. Just Zhang Xian's action. I was shocked to see President Han standing beside me. He couldn't believe it. The other party actually has such precise control ability. Can it be so precise? At the moment when the student touches the seal, pull it back. This requires a deep understanding of sealing. How accurate and precise is the calculation for this position? Only then can we achieve this. Just now, if there was any unnecessary action, there is a high possibility of unpredictable changes occurring. Most important of all, Dean Jiang asked the other party to jump, so he jumped. There's no fear at all. How much trust is this? Even if you want to give orders yourself, Lu Mo not far away can't do it, can he? However, after Zhang Xian brought the students back here, just turned around and said, "The formation flag of our teacher's 7-star peak is ready." Upon hearing this, my teacher hesitated for a moment. Then the wrist rolled over. I took out a formation flag and handed it over. At this moment, Zhang Xian took over the formation flag and, no delay at all, doubtful body shaking, soaring into the sky and flying over the crater. Immediately afterwards, I saw his true chi running inside his body. Holding the formation flag seems to be searching for nodes. The reserve chairman on the side, seeing this Dean without any injuries, just released the sealed node directly, immediately scared and trembling all over. Immediately afterwards, he hurriedly shouted out, "This pervert! Are you going crazy, Lu Mo? You go stop him quickly." After shouting, he turned pale and looked at Zhang Xin in the air. Thinking to myself, he has seen reckless people before. I've never seen such recklessness before. Even if your grandfather's heart is truly certain, you also need to discuss with us. What the hell is going on? You're such a pervert. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Can you be 100% sure? The position you judged is correct. You should know that once an error occurs, this is not a matter of tens of thousands of lives anymore, but all the creatures within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. However, Lu Mo here heard the teacher's instructions. Get up and fly towards Zhang Xian. At this moment, he was also very angry. I wish I could take this ignorant guy, shoot to death on the spot. We haven't arrived yet. I saw him with his 5 fingers open, suddenly swung a palm at Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian just found the node. Just as we were preparing to steadily seal it, I saw a powerful killing intent sweeping in. At this moment, his face was full of confusion. What kind of nerve is this guy trying to trigger? Just now, there were some verbal contradictions. The majestic 7-heart array mage. Not so stingy. Do you want to sneak attack me while I'm looking for a node? Look at the other person. There's no intention of stopping. His face darkened. He also waved a palm and pressed it down on the other person, accompanied by a roar. The moment when the two sides collided in the air, Lou Merton was startled when he bounced out, although he knows it himself. I didn't use all my strength with that palm just now, but the other party is only a person from the Holy Realm. How could it possibly withstand it? Even if it's someone from the Holy Domain double, it's difficult to receive the blow I just received. This pervert is really just from the heart of a saint. Although it's quite shocking, but currently, Lu Mo only wants to stop the other party. He is about to take action. When shooting down Zhang Xian in the air, I heard the seal below. A thunderous sound echoed once again. At this moment, Lu Mo knew that the muffled thunder had ended. The violent power below will surge up. It will be difficult to stop then. So he shouted loudly and quickly stopped me. If you don't want to cause everyone to die, just stop me right away. Immediately after, I saw him exert all his strength. One hit towards Zhang Xian. And when Zhang Xian saw the second-hand product, she wanted to take action against herself again. He also had a helpless expression on his face. We can completely avoid it by finding the cargo situation of the node. This guy is really good. Always causing trouble. What if the violent power below erupts? It's difficult to find it again. So my heart tightened. I don't care about that much anymore. I shouted loudly at the students below. Where are the students from the renowned teacher academy? Get me this second item. However, upon hearing the dean's instruction of 20,000 students shout in unison, obey orders. Immediately after, I saw them raising their palms simultaneously. In an instant, everyone's true energy converged together. Like a giant dragon, it suddenly attacked Lu Mo and headed towards him. At this moment, Lu Mo, watching this powerful true energy surge over, never mind Zhang Xian again. With just one backhand, he delivers a striking blow. We need to transfer the incoming attack, but just touched the true chi of everyone. The whole person was directly thrown out by the bullet. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian knows that many students have shown mercy. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So with a backhand, he aimed at a specific location. The formation flag in my hand trembled. Just as I was about to throw it down, I heard a sound from below again. The assistant also looked at it immediately. President Han Su flew up here. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also very helpless, so he lowered his head again. Order me to also take him down. 20,000 students heard this. Raise your hand again to launch an attack. However, President Han saw that they were actually taking action against him. Just let out a loud shout. I'm trying to save you all. Otherwise, your dean's banner will fall. We all have to be buried here. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. A powerful light rushed towards him, and Han Hui, who witnessed this scene. Finally, a sentence was revealed. Zhang Xian, you are super white. This pervert in front of me. Emotional intelligence low enough to make a girl exclaim. You deserve to be a single dog. Just now, Zhang Xian wanted to prevent such restlessness within the seal. I want to unleash the violent power inside him. Fly to the sky and use the Heavenly Dell library to check for its defects. But unexpectedly, I just found the location. This formation named Lu Mo thought Zhang Xian was going to mess around. Just fly up and take action to stop it. Zhang Xian doesn't have time to fight him at this moment either. Let the 20,000 students below take action together. Shoot it down. But I just knocked him away. His teacher Han Su also rushed up. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I had to let the students hit him again. But we can't wait for Han Su to react. I just feel a blackout in front of me. The whole person was also thrown away by the bullet. At this moment, President Han, who was thrown out, couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why do these students use their lives? Believe in this unreliable dean. He fell half dead shortly after, struggling to climb out of the gravel. Hurriedly looking up at Zhang Xian. Only then did I realize. The chess in his hand has already slipped and flown towards the seal. Seeing the other party operating like this, he immediately panicked. He had pondered over this node before. It is the place with the strongest and most violent power. Once the positive energy is inserted into it, not only can't it release its strength, I'm afraid it will explode completely. Seeing righteousness immediately, to fly to the node. At this moment, Han Hui suddenly felt her lifelong fame. In the end, he was unexpectedly attacked by a guy who didn't understand the rules. Forcefully give up and die here. He was filled with sadness in his heart, just as I was about to close my eyes and wait for death. Seeing that the formation flag ahead has not yet been lowered, just heard under the seal, a surging sound came from within, like a violent force. It's about to erupt. Immediately after, there was a violent vibration. Let the earth begin to boil. Many students standing next to the pit. One by one, they can't stand steadily. All fell to the ground. Even our teacher and others are looking dejected at this moment. However, upon seeing this scene, Han Su, showing a face full of despair. After all, the power surging from below this time. It looks much stronger than before. The seal above. It seems like it could be torn apart and shattered at any moment. The kind of power that resisted before. It will require countless efforts. Now it's so violent, don't even think about it. The seal will definitely not withstand it. This immense power. Once it erupts, places within a radius of thousands of kilometers will be blown to pieces. At this point, it's not just President Hansu, even the wizard and a group of students. Seeing the current situation, everyone thinks they will die here. But just when everyone is closing their eyes and waiting to die, but Zhang Xian in the air opened his mouth and said, "Be good. Don't be nervous, just insert it." As soon as the words fell, I saw Qixin, who had just flown out, suddenly accelerate. I walked straight towards a node. However, in the strange array with true qi, the moment of touching a node, wind imprints that could explode at any moment. Like a cat that has been pampered, calmed down immediately, gentle like a pool of clear water. Immediately after, there was a roar at the node. A powerful force shot straight into the sky. It seems like the balloon has been punctured with a hole. The huge airbag that was ejected looks like, almost like cutting open the sky. Seeing the subtlety of the scene before me, the president couldn't help but rub his eyes hard. This node is not the most violent in terms of power. The fiercest part. How to insert the aura once it's in. The explosive power was solved like this. However, he was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Luo Mo, who just flew out and came back. Seeing this scene, I was also shocked and stunned. As a 7-star array mage, how can he understand? Not looking at the compass, not looking at the terrain. Throw a chess piece randomly into one place. I can handle such a powerful seal now. He looked puzzled as he thought of this. So I turned my head and took a look. Only then did I realize that the only ones shocked in the audience were myself and the teacher. The wizard and Ruwashi on the side have 20,000 students, but it seems quite normal. Am I really not shocked to lose this? This is a level 8 or higher formation. Just throw it away and it's solved. Everyone had a calm expression on their faces. What's the meaning of this? However, just as he was feeling distressed about it, I saw Zhang Xian from the air. Step by step, we have reached the top of many students. Come to a stop. Tell him that you have worked hard these past 2 days. The hidden dangers here have been completely resolved. Everyone, hurry up and rest. Pick up. At this moment, many students heard the dean personally say that the problem had been solved. They also began to cheer happily. Various praises from the crowd were heard one after another. I knew it. There is nothing that the dean cannot solve. Yeah, that's right. What was that earlier? President Han still confidently said. What is the 7-star peak formation mage? It doesn't look very good either. It's all like this. The more incapable a person is, the more they know how to brag. Take a look at our dean. So impressive. When did you boast about it? Really? The dean is just too low-key. Those 2 guys just wanted to stop the dean. I really don't know what they're thinking. However, President Han and Luo Mo listened to everyone's words. The 2 of them also gave a helpless bitter smile. At this moment, they finally understood why they were in a critical moment. These students don't believe in themselves. And I have great trust in this Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian watched numerous students. They all started sitting cross-legged. Practicing also returned to Wu Shi and others. At this moment, I looked at Chairman Han and the 2 of them, hugging and saying that I was really sorry just now. The situation is critical. I don't have much time to explain. I'm afraid that if it's too late, there might be unforeseen circumstances. If there is any rudeness, I hope both of you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, they both immediately responded with a flushed face, saying, Director Zhang, please be polite. We were reckless. Although they were well-intentioned for the entire flame field, I feel that once something goes wrong, it will lead to an unmanageable situation. But as a result, it almost caused a big delay. So both of them felt guilty when they thought of this at this moment. Fortunately, Zhang Xian is a pervert. Not to stick at trifles. There aren't that many rules either. Someone brought them down. Otherwise, these 2 guys will inevitably become criminals in history. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at a few people. Just continued saying that the current seal hasn't been fully opened yet. Why don't we go back to the original city first? Just in time, you can also wait for the people from the war hall. So that's it. They and 20,000 students returned to Huiyuan. After Zhang Xian and his companions moved into the Mingshi Hall, arranged Dean Zhao to send 20,000 students back to the college. The next afternoon, the deans and warrior halls of the 3 major colleges. The soldiers have also arrived. It's just that the person who came to the war hall this time is not Liao Chong, but 2 other captains led the team over. At this moment, one of the centurions came up to him. Just ask if you are Zhang Xian. After Dean Zhang finished speaking, seeing the other person nod and respond that he is. And then the whole body's breath opened up. The triple power of victory and honor surged forth. Continue speaking to Zhang Xian. Do you dare to talk to me? Compared to the previous one, Zhang Xian was also helpless when she saw the situation. How do you want to be a handsome man in peace? Is it that difficult? Then he responded with a pitiful expression. Do you want to compete with me? However, The commander across from saw the other person's expression, furrowed his brow. Just keep asking, that's right. Don't you dare to compare with me. At this moment, Zhang Xianjian was so serious about the other party. He also showed a sincere expression. The response said that we were only meeting for the first time. He started fighting and killing as soon as he came up. This is not good. Come and have a drink. I'll treat you to a good drink. Upon hearing this, the commander snorted coldly. Turn around and leave. Zhang Xian is also very helpless about this. Later, through questioning, I learned that the soldier's name was Feng Sun. He can also be considered a militant in the warrior hall. Hearing the majestic soldiers running to assess ordinary students, instead, he was beaten up and left in vain. A powerful enemy arises in this heart. So as soon as I see myself, I want to look down on myself. And the other captain leading the team is named Jiang Yuan. On the surface, it looks very friendly. But his eyes were also full of fighting spirit. Warriors have always been synonymous with invincibility. But they repeatedly encountered obstacles at Hongyuan Academy. As a centurion, I naturally want to regain my dignity. After understanding these, I no longer pay attention to them. At this moment, the pastor also walked over and said, Senior uncle. This time, 4 people have come from our Qingyuan Empire. Among them are me and the wizard. And also the President Han and Lu Mu we just saw. And besides Jiang Yuan and Feng Sun, the warrior hall, and Zhuo Qingfeng, there are also 12 other warriors who came together. As for the 3 deans from the 3 major colleges, including the elders, there are a total of 9 people. In other words, this time we're going to enter the ruins. About 30 people are like this. Furthermore, based on current calculations, it appears that the ruins will open tomorrow, so we have to leave in the morning. After understanding these, Zhang Xuanyi and the pastor bid farewell, then returned to the arrangement. When I was planning to rest in a good place, I saw Ruwashi sitting on a stone bench in her own courtyard, dragging a fragrant cheek with one hand, seemingly thinking something. So he walked up, just came up to him and still saw him daydreaming. Just asked, what are you thinking? So engrossed in thought. At this moment, Ruwashi asked Zhang Xian to accompany him out for a walk. Not long after, the 2 of them walked on the street, chatting and laughing for a long time. It's just that Zhang Xian accidentally touched the other party's grenade. If one's body freezes, I quickly withdrew my hand. Embrace it in front of your chest. As soon as his face turned red, he said, I'll go back first. However, upon seeing the other party hastily leave, Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment, thinking that walking well might allow us to chat for a while longer. Why touch someone's hand? If the other party blames, in the future, I won't even be able to be friends anymore. Think of this. He walked back to his residence with a helpless expression on his face. Just something happened halfway through. Zhang Xian, who saw injustice on the road, also spent some time. I handled it for the other party. Subsequently, just accept this person named Songjin as a teaching student. After finishing these tasks, continue walking towards your residence. But suddenly I remembered how I offended Ruwashi tonight. I don't know if he's angry or not. Therefore, I hurriedly walked towards the direction where the other person lived. However, if she takes this 10-minute journey, I walked slowly for over an hour. Just returned to the courtyard road. I'm angry with this guy Zhang Xian, when I have no emotional intelligence at all. The priest welcomed him up. Just haven't waited for him to speak yet. I saw someone behind the young lady. Hurriedly walked up. I shouted Ruwashu. I have something to tell you. Ruwashi heard someone calling her. Just turn your head and look. I just realized that this person is the one I saw today. Feng Sun from Zhanshi Hall. So you should tell me if there's anything. Feng Sun looked at the pastor in front of him when he heard these words, and his face was full. Excuse me, are you here? At this point, if she sees that the other party is unwilling to speak, I'm too lazy to pay attention. I lifted my leg and walked into the yard. However, Feng Sun saw that the other party was about to enter. It will be difficult for him to speak again when he returns to the hospital. So he gritted his teeth and spoke up, saying, if you were a teacher. I don't know why. I was addicted to you at first sight. I wonder if you can join me on the path of cultivation. Let's walk together. Upon hearing this, if the lizard waved its hand, it would scold and bid farewell to the guest. At this moment, when Feng Sun still wanted to go forward and continue confessing his feelings, he was stopped by the priest. Just said one sentence. Feng Zhanshi, please go back. Roche's refusal to let you in even represents their attitude. Can't you still understand? Upon hearing these words, Feng Sun felt very disappointed in his heart. I responded with a word of disturbance. He walked back with a dejected expression on his face. Just haven't taken a few steps. I saw Zhang Xuanji hurriedly walking over. I think this guy seems to be quite close to Lorsch. Is it possible that he rejected me because of this guy? Think of this. Feeling angry in my heart. Just rush up to the other party and roar, Dean Zhang, dare to compete with me in the last match. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. Zhang Xian was also speechless upon seeing the situation. Why challenge yourself twice a day? I still need to urgently apologize to Ruwashi now. I just looked at the other person's appearance. If it doesn't seem like a battle, then it's impossible for him to leave at all. So I responded, okay, since you want to lower your cultivation level, then press it down. It's just that we'll stop here. However, Feng Sun saw that the other party agreed. Immediately overpower the cultivation that surpasses the triple peak, from the pinnacle of victory. Immediately after, he raised his hand and threw it at Zhang Xian. Please give me a shout and lie down at the same time. After all, this Feng Sun had heard from Liao Chong and others before. This guy in front of us has a deep understanding of martial arts. Fighting skills are definitely not feasible. So at this moment, I just want to defeat the opponent through my own speed. Therefore, I saw a huge pressure on his fist, like it's about to burst the air. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of the other person. But Zhang Xian doesn't care about this. Instead, he stretched lazily with a nonchalant expression on his face. Then he slowly extended a palm. This pervert in front of me, watching everyone jump into a face that exceeds 1000 degrees. But he's not worried about everyone's safety. Instead, I looked at the goddess beside me. I thought to myself that this temperature would definitely burn the clothes. Do you want to see him then? Just now, Zhang Xian watched as the soldier punched her. At this moment, he doesn't care. Instead, he stretched lazily with a nonchalant expression on his face. Then he slowly extended a palm, shot towards the other party, accompanied by a crisp sound. I saw that Feng Sun's fist hadn't hit Zhang Xian yet. He was pulled backwards and flew out. At this moment, Feng Sun was also strange. The other person's palm seems to have some kind of magic power. No matter how you hide, you can't escape. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He rushed forward again. At this moment, Zhang Xian also waved her hand with a helpless expression on her face. Just say one sentence, why don't we just forget about it like this? Let's not fight anymore. However, Feng Sun saw the other party's expression. Psychology is even more exciting. I just shouted loudly, but the winner hasn't been determined yet. How can we just forget about it? After speaking, he rushed towards the other party again. However, Zhang Xian saw him so persistent, helplessly reached out and grabbed his neck. Immediately after, the other hand kept thrusting randomly at the other person's face. Not long after, Zhang Xian watched as the other person was pulled and fell down by herself. Just ride directly onto his back. Draw the bow both on the left and right. Pull him hard like bouncing cotton. Even though he had a headshot, he still refused to admit defeat. Helplessly, Zhang Xian had to get up and keep kicking him. I played like this for a full 10 minutes. Seeing the other person's whole body covered in nothing. I'm sorry to do it again in a good place, so I advised him to forget it. I think you should have lost like this. After speaking, he didn't talk to the other person anymore. After all, winning a game doesn't bring much sense of achievement. So he walked towards the courtyard ahead. I just realized as soon as I came in that Ruwashi wasn't sleeping, but standing in the courtyard, staring at the night, lost in thought. Zhang Xian spoke up to explain when she saw the situation, but Ruwashi saw him coming. Before he could speak, he waved his hand and said, "Please come back. I'm going to have a rest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately panicked. I don't know what to do, so he looked at the pastor beside him. At this moment, the priest saw his expression, hesitated for a moment, just spoke up, "Senior uncle." The soldier Feng Sun just confessed his feelings to Luosher. I kicked him away. He's not in a good mood right now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyebrows furrowed. After receiving the other party's affirmation again, "Just a moment, please. I'll come as soon as I go." The pastor was very puzzled when he heard this. "Wait a moment. What do you want to do?" At this moment, Zhang Xian responded by saying, "Just now, that guy and I looked down upon each other. I don't know about this matter. He even showed mercy intentionally. Now wait for me to go over and beat him up." After finishing speaking, his body swayed. He suddenly rushed out. Immediately after, the pastor heard waves of mournful cries coming from outside, so he shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Oh my, uncle, this is against the rules." Meanwhile, Ruwashi beside couldn't help but laugh. Soon after, Zhang Xian knocked down the opponent, secretly suppressed the cultivation previously suppressed, completely released back to the original victory triple. But even so, still being beaten by Zhang Xian to the point of being unable to fight back. Finally, Zhang Xian also got tired from the fight, watching the other person lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, I breathed a sigh of relief, so I went back to the courtyard to find Ruwashi. But as soon as I came back, I saw the priest welcoming me. Speaking of senior uncle, if he has already rested, what has been clearly explained, let's sleep on it. Zhang Xian knew that she had angered the other party upon hearing these words. He walked back to his residence with a dejected expression on his face. It was soon morning the next day. At this moment, everyone gathered here in the Mingshi Hall reception hall. However, President Han saw the appearance of this commander. I couldn't help but ask Feng Zhenshe, "What's wrong with you? If it's really not possible, then don't go." Later, the other party said it's okay. It was just a mistake made during cultivation that caused it. It will be done soon. Upon hearing this explanation, President Han immediately let out a sigh. Although I am not a renowned teacher myself, but he's not a fool, okay? It's so obvious that everyone has been beaten up. He also told me it was cultivation, so I didn't care about him anymore. I turned around and looked at everyone. The swords were all here. Just say since everyone has arrived. Let's go then. Soon everyone returned to the ceiling formation of Yanling mountain range. It's just that it's not yet time to turn it on yet. Everyone had to take a short break on the spot. I waited for about 2 hours. At this moment, I saw the seal that was originally in a whiteness state, slowly turning red. Immediately after, a colorful passage appeared. And President Han, who saw the changes, came up to him. After checking it out, "Just tell everyone, this is the rainbow bridge that has been sealed. It can only last for 15 minutes. Let's go in quickly." After Chairman Han finished speaking, he immediately walked forward and entered. Everyone followed closely after hearing this. Soon everyone passed through the light demon. I see magma inside. Each one showed a puzzled expression on their face. At this moment, one of the elders from the college, I couldn't help but speak up. "Is it possible that the ruins mentioned are located within these lava flows? After all, in front of everyone, lava has an extremely high temperature. Steel will turn into branches and leaves when placed in it, even if they have surplus strength. I dare not rashly enter." However, upon hearing someone ask such a question, Wu Shikai shook his head in response and said, "I know how to eliminate it. The specific situation can only be known by entering due to limited information." After speaking, everyone showed expressions of fear on their faces. So I took a step forward. With a solemn expression, he said to everyone, "Don't think too much about it. Since you're here, go in and take a look before we talk. Let me try it out first. If there is danger, everyone, please don't go in." After finishing speaking, I didn't wait for everyone to speak. My teacher's whole body gathers true chi, wrapped the body inside, just burst out of the envelope and jumped into the lava, quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Not long after, I saw Wu Shifu waving at everyone with lava. President Han said to everyone after seeing the situation, "Just jump into the lava first." At this moment, Wu Shi saw that Chairman Han had come down. I couldn't help but ask how to go now. Upon hearing this, Han Su took out his compass and looked at it for a long time. "The more I look at it, the tighter my brow becomes." Later, he responded helplessly, saying, "The atmosphere around here is very stable. There is no formation. Now it seems that I want to find the entrance. I can only explore slowly." Upon hearing this, the people above immediately fainted. "Boss is currently in lava. Can we take it slow?" And at this moment, Zhang Xian looked around. "I just realized there's no exit nearby. Is it difficult to get in? I really want to drill into the lava. Everyone's bodies are protected by steam, it's okay. But the clothes can't handle such high temperatures anymore. We can't let a group of famous teachers with 6 or 7 stars take off naked. Let's team up and move forward." I was suddenly stunned when I thought of this. Then he turned his head to look at Ruwashi beside him. I thought to myself, what if he were to take it off? Should I watch or not? But just when Zhang Xian was daydreaming about it, I just heard the other party shout angrily, "You guy!" A face full of impropriety. "What are you thinking when you look at me?" Zhang Xian was almost scared to death when she heard this. He meowed himself, and even the slightest bit of twisted thinking could be seen. So a wave of eyebrows rose from his face. I just responded that I was thinking magma is so dangerous. Definitely not. Let people directly enter. But it could be a test. After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of embarrassment. Zhang Xian no longer paid attention, so I looked down at the lava below. The person who left behind the ruins. "If you don't want future generations to enter, we will never allow any loopholes in the formation. Allow people to come in after a period of time, since we have done so, indicating that the relics are left for future generations. And this magma is highly likely to be the first test. Only by solving this, I can go deeper and deeper." Ruwashi's classical Chinese was first taken aback. After thinking for a moment, I also agree with this statement. After all, this relic, if you can charge recklessly, go in. I don't know how many people have come over these years. Later, I couldn't help but ask the other person, what's the use of knowing these things? Can you guess? Is the purpose of the other party leaving this lava? Or where can we find the true entrance to the ruins? However, during their conversation, the two of them, the wizard below and President Han, at this moment, he shouted with a terrified expression on his face, "These are not ordinary lava, but it's lava from the center of the earth." However, after everyone learned about this situation, after some discussion, It has also been confirmed that there must be a connection between the ruins below. So the wizard instructed himself to go down first. If you can't get up, everyone should leave quickly. After speaking, he went straight into the lava. About 7 or 8 minutes passed like this. The wizard rushed out of the lava again. At this moment, I saw a large piece of his clothes burn down. He also said with a pale face inside the lava. The temperature is even higher than I imagined. After I just went in, I was thinking about diving to a depth of 100 meters. Who knew it would only reach 30 meters? I feel the temperature getting higher and higher. I can't bear it anymore. The speed of steam consumption. It has also more than doubled compared to before. I just gritted my teeth and barely managed to enter 40 seconds. I only realized here that the true chi in my body had dissipated. Spent most of it. So he flew all the way up. As a result, I almost exhausted all my true energy. However, in the absence of a teacher, when I explained the following situation to everyone again, I just heard someone shouting that it's not good. The seal is currently being closed. Everyone turned pale when they heard the words. At this moment, Chairman Han below shook his head. I said it before. The seal will close after 15 minutes. Once closed, it cannot be opened, unless a solution can be found. It doesn't make much sense to dwell on this now. Since we came in, it's already the time for the inevitable death of the Vikings. Hurry up and find a way to find the entrance to the ruins. Zhang Xian also understood this when she heard the words. I don't think much about it anymore. Then he looked down at the lava below. At the same time, quietly communicating and guiding Feng Mu in one's heart. I also learned from the other party's mouth. There is no folding space here. Even if there is him under the lava, he cannot be observed now. After understanding these, knowing that waiting like this is not a solution, so the body shook and burst out of the light film. It flew straight down towards the lava. After all, we need to use the Heavenly Tao Library. You can only touch it with your hands. Zhang Xian, who can infiltrate it? At this point, touch the melt with your hand. I didn't find any useful information in the library. Then he reluctantly flew back. Speak to everyone if it's really not feasible. We each divided into some areas and explored downwards one by one. Since the seal can be opened, it means the ruins won't be too deep. As long as everyone works together, you can definitely find any clues. I heard him say that. Dean Shin on the side only responded with one sentence. If this so-called relic is hidden below 40 meters, what should we do then? Upon hearing this, everyone began another round of discussion. But after half a day, I still can't come up with the main idea. And when Zhang Xuanzi wanted to go, suddenly, I saw power emanating from the lava from time to time. Come out and think to yourself. Is it related to these surging forces? That's all I need to say at this point. I guess the core of the lava, at the location of the power explosion. So I plan to explore further. President Han couldn't help but speak in classical Chinese. This place is so wild and fierce. Even with formations and folding space, it will also be destroyed, right? How could it be built here? After all, this place is surging ahead. He had already observed it. Also the first one to be excluded. Because once this power explodes, places thousands of miles around will be bombed. Under the impact of such violent breath, in a stable folding space in formation, it will also be unbearable. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian waved her hand in response, saying yes or no. I only understand when I go down and take a look. The power is immense, can destroy formations. It is also possible to maintain the operation of the formation. There are pros and cons. It's too high level. We just can't understand it. After explaining, I won't say much anymore. With a casual flip, he summoned the golden cauldron. Tell him the situation and then. Zhang Xian jumped into the furnace. Then give a command to go down. After Jin Yuanding responded, the straight face of Wang Yangdong rushed down. I just came down for a while. Zhang Xian asked the other party to stop. Just wait here for yourself. After giving instructions, a mental movement, the witch soul immediately escaped from its body, drilling straight into the depths of the lava. I only discovered it all the way down. The temperature of the lava here is very high. Heart wants to be used to refine witch souls. The effect is definitely good. Thinking of this, I also want to give it a try. So my spirit stirred up. The soul is quietly suspended in the lava, slowly absorbing the surrounding heat. However, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he felt the change in his soul body. After all, his soul has always felt too bloated. Every time I return to my physical body, it's very troublesome. Do you want to hone it? But I still can't do it. The magma temperature here is extremely hot, perfect for quenching, but now is not the time for cultivation. After Zhang Xian learned that she could absorb the energy here, no more staying, so he continued to dive downwards. Just accidentally dived to 60 meters, and then I felt like my soul was thrown into an oil pan. So I quickly retreated to the 50-meter limit. At this moment, Zhang Xian's entire soul relaxed a bit. Immediately after, I thought of such a hot place. Even righteous chi will melt. Even if there is folding space, it will definitely not be able to withstand it. Is it difficult? There was a calculation error before. The so-called entrance to the ruins is not located at this location. But just as Zhang Xian was lamenting about it, I heard a loud noise coming from below, like a huge grinding disc spinning. Subsequently, Zhang Xian felt a violent force, suddenly spewing towards him. This pervert in front of me, watching everyone jump into lava over 1000 degrees. But he's not worried about everyone's safety. Instead, I looked at the goddess beside me. I thought to myself that this temperature would definitely burn the clothes. Do you want to see him then? Just now, Zhang Xian watched as the soldier punched her. At this moment, he doesn't care. Instead, he stretched lazily with a nonchalant expression on his face. Then he slowly extended a palm, shot towards the other party, accompanied by a crisp sound. I saw that Feng Sun's fist hadn't hit Zhang Xian yet. He was pulled backwards and flew out. At this moment, Feng Sun was also strange. The other person's palm seems to have some kind of magic power. No matter how you hide, you can't escape. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He rushed forward again. At this moment, Zhang Xian also waved her hand with a helpless expression on her face. Just say one sentence, or else it'll be like this. Forget it, let's not fight anymore. However, Feng Sun saw the other party's expression. Psychology is even more exciting. I just shouted loudly, but the winner hasn't been determined yet. How can we just forget about it? After speaking, he rushed towards the other party again. However, Zhang Xian saw him so persistent, helplessly reached out and grabbed his neck. Immediately after, the other hand kept thrusting randomly at the other person's face. Not long after, Zhang Xian watched as the other person was pulled and fell down by herself. Just ride directly onto his back. Draw the bow both on the left and right. Pull him hard like bouncing cotton. Even though he had a headshot, he still refused to admit defeat. Helplessly, Zhang Xian had to get up and keep kicking him. I played like this for a full 10 minutes. Seeing that the other person has no good parts all over their body, I'm sorry to make another move. So I advised him to forget it. I think you should have lost like this. After speaking, he didn't talk to the other person anymore. After all, winning a game doesn't bring much sense of achievement. So he walked towards the courtyard ahead. I just realized as soon as I came in that Ruwashi wasn't sleeping, but standing in the courtyard, staring at the night, lost in thought. Zhang Xian spoke up to explain when she saw the situation, but Ruwashi saw him coming. Before he could speak, he waved his hand and said, "Please come back. I'm going to have a rest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately panicked. I don't know what to do. So he looked at the pastor beside him. At this moment, the priest saw his expression, hesitated for a moment. Just spoke up, "Senior uncle." Just now, the strategist Feng Sun confessed his feelings to Ruwasher. I kicked him away. He's not in a good mood right now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyebrows furrowed. After receiving the other party's affirmation again, "Just a moment, please. I'll come as soon as I go." The pastor was very puzzled when he heard this. "Wait a moment. What do you want to do?" At this moment, Zhang Xian responded by saying, "Just now, that guy and I looked down upon each other. I didn't know about this and even showed mercy. Now wait for me to go over and beat him up." After finishing speaking, his body swayed. He suddenly rushed out. Immediately after, the pastor heard waves of mournful cries coming from outside, so he shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Oh my, uncle, this is against the rules." And, Ruwashi beside couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Soon after, Zhang Xian knocked down the opponent, secretly suppressed the cultivation previously suppressed, completely released back to the original victory triple. But even so, he was still beaten by Zhang Xian to the point where he was powerless to fight back. Finally, Zhang Xian also got tired from the fight, watching the other person lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, I breathed a sigh of relief, so I went back to the courtyard to find Ruwashi. But as soon as I came back, I saw the priest welcoming me. Speaking of senior uncle, if he has already rested, I have clearly stated that we can talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Xian knew that she had angered the other party upon hearing these words. He walked back to his residence with a dejected expression on his face. It was soon morning the next day. At this moment, everyone gathered in the Hall of Famous Teachers and reception hall here. However, President Han saw the appearance of this commander. I couldn't help but ask Feng Zhansher, "What's wrong with you? If it's really not possible, then don't go." Later, the other party said it's okay. It was just a mistake made during cultivation that caused it. It will be done soon. Upon hearing this explanation, President Han immediately let out a sigh. Although I am not a renowned teacher myself, but he's not a fool, okay? It's so obvious that everyone has been beaten up. He also told me it was cultivation, so I didn't care about him anymore. I turned around and looked at everyone. All the swords are here. Just say since everyone has arrived. Let's go then. Soon everyone returned to the ceiling formation of Yanling mountain range. It's just that it's not yet time to turn it on yet. Everyone had to take a short rest and wait on the spot. I waited for about 2 hours. At this moment, I saw the seal that was originally in a white mist state, slowly turning red. Immediately after, a colorful passage appeared. However, Chairman Han, who saw the changes, came up to him. After checking it out, just tell everyone, this is the rainbow bridge that has been sealed. It can only last for 15 minutes. Let's go in quickly. After Chairman Han finished speaking, he immediately walked forward and entered. Everyone followed closely after hearing this. Soon everyone passed through the light demon. I see magma inside. Each one showed a puzzled expression on their face. This is an elder from one of the colleges. I couldn't help but speak up. Is it possible that the ruins mentioned are located within these lava flows? After all, in front of everyone, lava has an extremely high temperature. Steel will turn into branches and leaves when placed in it. Even if they have surplus strength, I dare not rashly enter. However, upon hearing someone ask such a question, Wu Shikai, shaking my head, I responded by saying that my knowledge is limited. The specific situation can only be known by entering. After speaking, everyone showed expressions of fear on their faces. So I took a step forward. With a solemn expression, he said to everyone, don't think too much about it. Since you're here, go in and take a look before we talk. Let me try it out first. If there is danger, everyone, please don't go in. After finishing speaking, I didn't wait for everyone to speak. My teacher's whole body gathers true chi, wrapped the body inside, just burst out of the envelope and jumped into the lava, quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Not long after, I saw Wu's lava erupting and waving to everyone. President Han said to everyone after seeing the situation, just jump into the lava first. At this moment, Wu saw that President Han had come down. I couldn't help but ask how to go now. Upon hearing this, Han Su took out his compass and looked at it for a long time. The more I look at it, the tighter my brow becomes. Later, he responded helplessly, saying, the atmosphere around here is very stable. There is no formation. Now it seems that I want to find the entrance. I can only explore slowly. Upon hearing this, the people above immediately fainted. Boss is currently in lava. Can we take it slow? And at this moment, Zhang Xian looked around. I just realized there's no exit nearby. Is it difficult to get in? I really want to drill into the lava. Everyone's bodies are protected by steam, it's okay. But the clothes can't handle such high temperatures anymore. We can't let a group of famous teachers with 6 or 7 stars take it off naked. Let's team up and move forward. Think of this. Suddenly stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, he turned his head to look at Ruashi beside him. I thought to myself, what if he were to take it off? Should I watch or not? But just when Zhang Xian was daydreaming about it, I just heard the other party shout angrily, you guy. A face full of impropriety. What are you thinking when you look at me? Zhang Xian was almost scared to death when she heard this. He meowed himself, and even the slightest bit of twisted thinking could be seen. So a wave of eyebrows rose from his face. Just responded that I was thinking. Magma is so dangerous. It's definitely not for people to just crawl in. But it could be a test. After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of embarrassment. Zhang Xian no longer paid attention. So I looked down at the lava below. The person who left behind the ruins. If you don't want future generations to enter the house, we will never allow any loopholes in the formation. Allow people to come in after a period of time. Since we have done so, indicating that the relics are left for future generations. And this magma is highly likely to be the first test. Only by solving this, I can go deeper and deeper. Ruashi Classical Chinese was initially stunned. I thought about it for a moment. I also agree with this statement. After all, this relic, if you can charge recklessly, go in. I don't know how many people have come over these years. Later, I couldn't help but ask the other person what's the use of knowing these things. Can you guess? Is the purpose of the other party leaving this face behind? Or where can we find the true entrance to the ruins? However, during their conversation, the two of them, the wizard below and President Han. At this moment, he shouted with a terrified expression on his face. These are not ordinary lava, but it's lava from the center of the earth. However, after everyone learned about this situation, after some discussion, it has also been confirmed that there must be a connection with a single strike below. So the wizard instructed himself to go down first. If you can't get up, everyone should leave quickly. After speaking, he went straight into the lava. About 7 or 8. Only then did the wizard rush out of the lava again. At this moment, I saw a large handful of his clothes burn down. He also said with a pale face inside the lava. The temperature is even higher than I imagined. After I just went in, I was thinking about diving to a depth of 100 meters. Who knew it would only reach 30 meters? I feel the temperature getting higher and higher. I can't bear it anymore. The speed of steam consumption. It has also more than doubled compared to before. I just gritted my teeth and barely managed to enter 40 seconds. I only realized here, most of the true chi in the body has been consumed, so he flew all the way up. As a result, I almost exhausted all my true energy. However, in the absence of a teacher, when I explained the following situation to everyone again, I just heard someone shouting that it's not good. The seal is currently being closed. Everyone turned pale when they heard the words. At that time, Chairman Han below shook his head. I said it before. The seal will close after 15 minutes. Once closed, it cannot be opened, unless a solution can be found. It doesn't make much sense to dwell on this now. Since we entered, we have already reached a deadly situation. Hurry up and find a way to find the entrance to the ruins. Zhang Xian also understands this when he hears the words. I don't think much about it anymore. Then he looked down at the face below. At the same time, quietly communicating and guiding Feng Mu in one's heart. I also learned from the other party's mouth. There is no folding space here. Even if there is him under the lava, he cannot be observed now. After understanding these, I realized that waiting like this is not a solution. So the body shook and burst out of the light film. It flew straight down towards the lava. After all, we need to use the Heavenly Tao Library. You can only touch it with your hands. Zhang Xian, who can infiltrate it? At this point, touch the melt with your hand. I didn't find any useful information in the library. Then he reluctantly flew back. Speak to everyone if it's really not feasible. Each of us is divided into one. Explore each area downwards one by one. Since the seal can be opened, it means the ruins won't be too deep. As long as everyone works together, you can definitely find any clues. I heard him say that. Dean Shin on the side only responded with one sentence. If this so-called relic is hidden below 40 meters, what should we do then? Everyone heard this. A new round of discussion has begun regarding this matter. But after half a day, I still can't come up with the main idea. And when Zhang Xuanzi wanted to go, suddenly seeing lava. From time to time, power emanates. As Su, is it related to these surging forces? That's all I need to say at this point. I guess. The core of lava is where the power erupts. So I plan to explore further. President Han couldn't help but speak in classical Chinese. This place is so wild and fierce. Even with formations and folding space, it will also be destroyed, right? How could it be built here? After all, this place is surging ahead. He had already observed it. Also the first one to be excluded. Because once this power explodes, places thousands of miles around will be bombed. Under the impact of such violent breath, in a stable folding space in formation, it will also be unbearable. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian waved her hand in response, saying yes or no. I only understand when I go down and take a look. The power is immense. Can destroy formations. It is also possible to maintain the operation of the formation. There are pros and cons. It's too high level. We just can't understand it. After explaining, I won't say much anymore. With a casual flip, he summoned the golden cauldron. Tell him the situation and then. Zhang Xian jumped into the furnace. Then give a command to go down. After Jin Yuanding responded, the straight face of Wang Yangdong rushed down. I just came down for a while. Zhang Xian asked the other party to stop. Just wait here for yourself. After giving instructions, a mental movement, the witch soul immediately escaped from its body, straight into the depths of the lava. I crawled in. I only discovered it all the way down. The temperature of the lava here is very high. Heart wants to be used to refine witch souls. The effect is definitely not as good as. Think of this. I also want to give it a try. So my spirit stirred up. The soul is quietly suspended in the lava, slowly absorbing the surrounding heat. However, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he felt the change in his soul body. After all, his soul has always felt too much. Every time I return to my physical body, it's very troublesome. Do you want to hone it? But I still couldn't do it. The magma temperature here is extremely hot, perfect for quenching, but now is not the time for cultivation. After Zhang Xian learned that she could absorb the energy here, so he continued to dive downwards. Just accidentally dived to 60 meters. And then I felt like my soul was thrown into an oil pan. So I quickly retreated to 50 meters. At this point, Zhang Xian's entire soul relaxed a bit. Just then I thought, in such a hot place, even righteous chi will melt. Even if there is folding space, it will definitely not be able to withstand it. Is it difficult? There was a calculation error before. The so-called entrance to the ruins is not located at this location. But just as Zhang Xian was lamenting about it, I heard a loud noise coming from below, like a huge grinding disc spinning. Subsequently, Zhang Xian felt a violent force, rushing towards him fiercely. How abnormal is this pervert in front of us? The 7-star peak famous teacher, just diving 40 meters into the lava, almost died, but he flew up to 100 meters in one breath, and it's as simple as a joke. Just now, Zhang Xian entered the reed body of the golden round top. Let him come from within the lava. drill into the place where strength surges out. The golden dome-patterned rock immediately jumped into it, arriving at a depth of about 10 meters. Zhang Xian's witch soul emerged from the body. However, it was not until his soul came all the way that he realized the lava below can actually quench. Soul refining is just this matter, not the time for cultivation. So he continued to dive in. It quickly stopped at a depth of 50 meters. However, just as he was lamenting how hot it was here, I heard a loud noise coming from below. Then I saw deep inside, a huge grinding disc is spinning. Then I felt a violent force suddenly spewing towards him, but I haven't waited for him to react yet. This force has enveloped him in it. Immediately after, the soul body was rushed aside, and the golden dome at a distance of 10 meters. At the same time, it was also impacted by this force, fiercely bursting out of the magma layer, smashed the seal above. However, everyone saw the furnace roof suddenly fly out. I was very worried and rushed over, but Zhang Xianyan is still exploring the top beneath the lava. There are only physical bodies inside the furnace. I was surrounded by everyone later. I can't imagine my own body. Based on their strength, we will definitely discover the existence of witch souls. In this case, it will be difficult to return to the physical body. Once this is discovered, the dean of the prestigious teacher academy, surprisingly practicing the witch soul technique. What do you think? Can my soul not return? Only the physical body. It's no different from a dead person. What if these guys think they're hanging up? What should I do if I get cremated for a moment of sadness? Even if it's not done that way. Physical body without thoughts or ideas. Fight when faced with danger. I really got into a fight with them. By the way, kill a few more. His meowing can also cause headaches for people. So he conveyed his thoughts to Jin Yuanding. Let him come down quickly. At this moment, Jin Yuanding responded that it was too dangerous. I can't go down and hear that. Zhang Xian was instantly infuriated. Then he comforted himself. Although the other party is afraid of death, but still very loyal. So he gritted his teeth and said, as long as you come over, I will find a way to make you break through to the sheath well. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanding was so excited that he jumped up, quickly asked the other party if it's true. After all, the exoscope of holy energy is different from that of humans. Humans are transcendent beings, can travel millions of kilometers at night, and as long as the holy energy reaches this realm, spirituality becomes clearer. Already as powerful as the primordial God, although unable to travel outside the body, but it can control the change of form, growing hands and feet or something, despite having a very strange appearance. But it is also equivalent to having autonomous life. This is definitely a great progress for the holy cavalry. Hearing the master's promise, at this moment, Jin Yuanding no longer cared about the crowd surrounding him. Make a sound, just rushed towards the lava below. However, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. What does this guy really want? But just as everyone watched the furnace top dive into the lava, in less than 5 breaths, it flew out again. Everyone's face full of doubts. I also walked up to him with great concern. Ask what exactly happened. At this moment, Zhang Xian flew out of the furnace roof. Look at everyone and respond saying there's nothing wrong. Just found a lot of terraces below just now. If you guessed correctly, the ruins are right below. Ignoring classical Chinese, I couldn't help but ask at what depth I found it. However, upon hearing the other party's questioning, Zhang Xian, after thinking for a moment, I responded that it was about 100 meters, although he only reached a depth of 60 meters at the deepest point. But with his discerning eye, at that time, I recognized the situation below. But the people beside him heard him say 100 meters. Everyone was startled. After all, the wizard could only go 40 meters deep just now. Almost died. This 100-meter task is simply impossible to complete. And Wu Shi ignored everyone at this moment. Instead, he shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. I now know where the ruins are, but I can't get in. It's no different from not knowing. So he looked at Chairman Han beside him. Do you have any solutions? Han Su, this matter is also. He shook his head vigorously and responded so deeply. What else can be done? However, Zhang Xian saw everyone like this, just spoke slowly and said, I have a way. The energy just now was very strong. Under his impact, lava will be separated. In other words, once there is an energy impact, there will be a lava vacuum. Form a channel through which lava can pass. We can definitely enter during this time. After a glance between the wizard and Chairman Han Wenyan, at the same time, he shook his head. Although this method is good, but it's almost impossible to complete. Yeah, this force is so powerful. Even the top of the Jin dynasty cannot withstand it. Directly rushed out. How is it possible to go against the current? However, Zhang Xian heard the two people's doubts. Just explained that going against the current is indeed difficult. But what if we follow behind the power and enter? Everyone was puzzled upon hearing these words. Behind the power. How do we get in here? And beside him, President Han. At this point, I understood Zhang Xian's meaning. Just asked Dean Zhang, "What do you mean? Gather this power with a special formation, and then impact downwards from above, right?" After speaking, the other party confirmed that they wanted to do it this way. So he responded with a face full of fear, saying, "But this will only make it more dangerous. This energy is so immense. If we can't gather together, it will easily collapse." At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. He said with a serious expression, "Besides that, do you have any other methods? The current seal has been closed. We can't get out anymore. If we can't enter the ruins now, just death. Instead of this, it's better to put it together." Everyone heard the other person say so. We started discussing it for a while. "We will have results soon." Wu Shi just looked at Zhang Xian. "What should we do next?" At this point, Zhang Xiankai explained that the method was very simple. "You will possess all the 7-star level righteous energy on your bodies. Give me everything. Then listen to me all together. When swung, all enter the skull at the top of the golden circle. Just follow him and charge in." After speaking, it should be good to see everyone nodding their heads. Looking at Han Su beside him, he asked Chairman Han, "You are the president of the King Yuandi Town Legal Affairs Union. I should have a lot of books about town law on me. Or maybe it's the town soil." After speaking, I heard him say there were quite a few. "Let him take out all of these. I need to set up my own formation later. We need to absorb more knowledge now in order to be foolproof." Everyone heard this. I also took out everything I had collected. Soon Zhang Xian picked up the pair in front of her. In total, there are over 10,000 secret manuals for the 7-star formation. Income within the library. After an hour-long period of time, Zhang Xian also integrated the formation of the 7-star Heavenly Tao with the study of Taoism. Then everyone was asked to take their books back separately. After explaining, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and began to scrutinize carefully. Soon a formation appeared in my mind. Just to arrange a reversal of the 7-star peak into a heavenly formation. My own soul power. We haven't reached the minimum standard for startup yet. But I don't set up this formation myself. No one else can arrange it either. After thinking for a moment, I recalled the face below just now. So I told everyone that I had already thought of the formation. How to arrange it. Just need to prepare in advance. I need to enter the lava again with Jin Yuanding now. Calculate orientation. This trip may take a long time. Please be patient outside and wait. I won't be in danger. Don't worry, everyone. After all, Zhang Xian didn't confess. What if the time spent cultivating which souls below is too long? They thought something had happened to them. Running down to find it would be troublesome. However, explain the matter to everyone well. Zhang Xian summoned a golden cauldron. Seeing him fly over, I crawled into the top. Immediately after, just rushed in from the force surge not far ahead. After coming down, it was also stuck at 10 meters. Just enough to avoid the location of the people's divine stone. So I pulled out the clone. Also tell him that he can refine his soul below. Can you improve your strength? After the two of them finished communicating, the clone witch soul flew out. Just charge down first. Zhang Xian saw the sky running faster than herself. It's also very helpless. With that, I felt a surge of energy. After leaving the body, the witch soul also flew into the lava. Soon Zhang Xian arrived at a distance of 50 meters. I looked around but couldn't find this clone. Just looked down. Only then did I see. The clone is already practicing at a distance of 60 meters. He is very depressed. At this moment, I also feel a strong sense of oppression. If you don't speed up your cultivation, I'm really going to be thrown a few streets by my clone. So that's it. Zhang Xian's soul was crazily absorbing the spirits around her. At this moment, his soul body exceeding 10 meters has been tempered. The body size is getting smaller and smaller. However, there has been a significant increase in strength. Manhwa anti-alcohol. After half an hour, he fell into the half-life well. Then I swam towards a distance of 60 meters, but he just arrived here. I found that the clone had already reached a position of 70 meters. At this point, Zhang Xian didn't care either. I just started practicing directly. I don't know how long it took. At this point, he also broke through to the mid-holy period. However, Zhang Xian, who had just broken through, when it reached a depth of 70 meters, discovered that the clone had dived to a position of 80 meters again. And the strength has also reached the late stage of the half-saint era. So the two of them chased after each other like this. I quickly reached the peak of my half-life cultivation. After tempering, the soul body becomes sturdy. It has also grown to a height of 10 meters. At this moment, both of them arrived at a depth of 100 meters. I only discovered it here when I arrived. There is no lava below the bottom membrane anymore, but it's a huge space. At this moment, Zhang Xian walked around the diaphragm and, below not far away, I just discovered a few members of the alien tribe. He couldn't bear to see it here either. Shrink the pupils. How did these alien tribes get in? So he quietly followed up from above. Quickly. I saw them coming to a square in the center of a building. Zhang Xian can see. There is a huge portal on the circular platform in the middle of the square, and there are also strong seals around it. I'm also very curious. What power is used to maintain these seals? And the alien tribes in front of the portal are surrounding us. What do you want? However, just when Zhang Xian was puzzled by this, in the crowd, a relatively tall alien tribe walked out. I don't know what he said to everyone. Suddenly, all the members of the alien clan became restless. Along with it, dozens of energies were emitted. Impact the seal in front of me. Immediately after, I saw a flash of light. A powerful force shot straight upwards. The sound then became faint. It seems like it's about to shatter. Feeling this power, Zhang Xian, my face immediately darkened. Isn't this the power he's trying to use to set up his formation? This has always made them afraid, believing that it will destroy a power within a radius of thousands of miles. I didn't expect it to form like this. The most crucial thing is, still, the alien race wants to break the seal. The consequences caused by it. No wonder the stillness outside didn't shake before. A few days ago, something unexpected happened. It seems that these guys started from that time. The consequences of launching an attack. It's strange ahead. What the pastor and wizard said. Intentional spirit clan quietly came over. This is clearly intentional for the left behind to discover. I guess they also know how to break this wind chime. It will cause a great commotion. It can also bring unknown dangers, so intentionally sending someone to appear. Let the people of the famous teacher hall discover. Then launch an attack below. Thus, the people at the famous teacher hall discovered that the prohibition would collapse. Very likely to take action to solve it, although it is to save the people. In fact, it has been a great help to these guys. Otherwise, the power released cannot go out. This place will also be destroyed due to excessive power. This can also explain, why is the power released? Although they are both separated by 10 minutes, but there is no such regular reason anymore. See here. Zhang Xian probably understands as well. Why can the old dean and his team come in? If it weren't for this group of alien creatures attacking, the power emanating from the portal is enormous. With the passage of time, it is entirely possible to generate energy above the lava. The storm will inevitably push away the magma above. It can form a natural storm. At this point, after Zhang Xian clarified the situation, compared to flying upwards. After all, it's been over 2 hours now. Quickly return to the 10-meter position and retract the clone. Storage ring. After the witch soul returned to its body, it let the skull fly out. After coming out, I saw everyone looking anxious. Zhang Xiankai said that he's fine. Then he continued speaking. I have thoroughly explored the terrain below. Now I'm starting to set up the formation. Everyone, get ready and enter the top of Jinyuan immediately. I will notify the formation. Once successful, set off immediately. Upon hearing the command, the golden dome made a sound. The lushing has expanded tenfold. At this moment, I saw him standing at a height of 30 meters. Everyone also flew into it when they saw the situation. At this moment, Ruashi did not follow behind the crowd and enter, but instead, he came up to Zhang Xian and said, I won't go in. I want to stay and accompany you. Is that okay? Zhang Xian was stunned when she heard this. This pervert in front of me. In order to become the most abnormal person for oneself, just train your body like steel. Just now, Zhang Xian came from a lava 100 meters deep, discovered the alien clan. Afterwards, I will return to the top and tell everyone. Explore the situation below on your own. Yes, let everyone do it. Go inside the already enlarged golden dome. After everyone heard the arrangement, I also nodded to indicate. They jumped into it one after another, but Ruashi did not follow behind everyone. Instead, he came to Zhang Xian's side. Tell her I won't go in. I want to stay and accompany you. Is that okay? Zhang Xian frowned as soon as she heard this. I think it's relatively safer inside the skull. If you follow yourself outside. If this speed can't keep up with the lava once it closes, this is extremely dangerous. So I responded by saying I'm good. Listen up, okay. It's not safe outside. I can also rest assured when you go inside. Ruashi smiled lightly upon hearing this and said, don't worry. I still have some life-saving measures. Zhang Xian heard this. I also glanced at the other person, discovering how confident he is. Thinking of, he is highly likely to be a descendant of the Luo family of the Sage sect. I just nodded and agreed. Then he looked at the huge cranial tape. Speaking of the golden dome, you will hear my instructions later. Immediately lead everyone down. Not allowed to stay for half a minute. After speaking, I saw that he understood. With a flick of his body, he flew above the surging lava power. Then the wrist rolled over. Take out over 100 array gases. Open the eye of clear reason. Just stare fixedly at the lava below. About 4 or 5 minutes later, I just heard a loud roar. Immediately after, we saw the lava begin to boil. At this moment, Zhang Xian raised her eyebrows. Suddenly grab your palm. Many formations immediately shot out from the front. Fly straight downwards. Each one landed in the corresponding position of the formation, so he shouted loudly and started. As soon as the words fell, immediately, a roar was heard. Immediately after, a huge formation began to operate in an instant. At the same time as the formation is activated, the lava below also suddenly gushed upwards. This power is astonishing, but when this energy comes into contact with the formation, strength is absorbed like martial arts. I can't hear any collision sound at all. At this moment, Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this formation is also his first time not coming out, so there is no absolute certainty either. However, everyone inside the top furnace released their own divine stones. Also observe this scene in your eyes. After reading it, President Han couldn't help but contract his pupils. I thought to myself, luckily I followed my orders. If I had followed my own ideas just now, if you quietly set up the formation. If not only can't we enter the ruins, on the contrary, everyone will be blown up on the spot. But just when everyone was shocked by this, Zhang Xian looked at the power of lava with his eyes. It has also been absorbed to a similar extent. So he took out a piece of array paint, threw it towards the gushing area. Then I saw the formation above instantly gather energy, charge straight down to the position of the formation period. And the lava was forcefully torn open into a crack. Zhang Xian looked at the energy above. When it was released, it was about time. Just let out a big drink right now. Hurry up, Jin Yin Ding. Classical Chinese didn't dare to hesitate. Lusheng shook and rushed straight towards the crack. However, Zhang Xian saw her go down. I immediately greeted Ruoshi. Immediately after, my body swayed and I jumped in. After coming down, Zhang Xian was afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to catch up. I quickly turned my head and looked behind me. Only then did I realize that he was right behind me. After all, Zhang Xian has been. His strength has improved significantly. Also take steps towards the heavens with the heavenly way body technique and the mortal world. Perfectly integrated. At this moment, his speed was lightning fast. Not long after, the two of them on the roof quickly passed through 100 meters of lava, accompanied by a loud bang. I only saw the golden round top, firmly smashed onto the ground of the ruins beneath the lava, and the two followed closely behind, also flew above the top of the golden circle. At this moment, Zhang Xian quickly stood in front of Ruoshi. Let's all shout loudly and come out quickly. There are many members of the alien race here. Upon hearing this, the person immediately flew out of their skull and body. Put on a confrontational posture. Be vigilant and look around. After just looking around, everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Where are the alien clan? At this moment, my teacher also asked Dean Zhang with confusion. This is the ruins you mentioned. Didn't you say it's all castles? How could it be ruins? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately look around. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I have seen exquisite and luxurious buildings before. Why is everything collapsing into ruins at this moment? These piles of white smoke are rising up. It seems like it just collapsed not long ago. So my face changed. I couldn't help but say, is it possible that it's those alien races? I know we're coming. I intentionally destroyed the ruins. However, Chairman Han beside him saw his angry expression on his face. Just awkwardly responded that they didn't destroy it. But the force just now was too strong. Not only did it tear apart the lava, and even blew this place up like this ghost. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian couldn't help but smell at the corner of her mouth. Just now he was thinking, how could this alien know in advance? Turns out I made it myself again. Then he looked around with an embarrassed expression on his face. After looking around, I couldn't help muttering to myself. What about those alien tribes? Is it difficult to escape Chengdu? Subsequently, I heard Jin Yuanding say with a hint of shyness, Master, it seems like they were all killed by me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was suddenly startled. I hurriedly looked towards the bottom of the furnace, discovered that there are indeed members of the alien clan present. So I asked him to get up quickly. After one's words, the scene of Jin Yuanding jumping open and appearing before my eyes, I couldn't help but feel nauseous. Then I counted the flattened bodies in front of me. Only then did I realize that the quantity was the same as what I had seen before. I couldn't help but shake my head. At this moment, the Purple Night King also heard the voice of his master from within the beehive. One of these guys is the Fire Night King. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian looked towards the largest body, found a storage ring nearby. Bring it over. After scanning around, I didn't see any useful clues. So he looked at everyone and said that although this place had collapsed, if it's really a relic, you should be able to find something. Let's take a look around first. After finishing speaking, everyone responded with a nod. Fly in different directions. Just looked at Ruoshi on the side. Are you not going to take a look? At this moment, Ruoshi responded by saying, it doesn't matter whether you look or not. Even if there is something, it must have been plundered by these alien tribes as well. These people are all concentrated here at the same time. It should be related to this portal. Perhaps we still haven't entered the real ruins. Zhang Xian was shocked upon hearing these words. Then he looked at him with admiration on his face. I truly believe that I am a strong person from a big family. His eyesight and insight are extraordinary. Indeed, as he said, if this is a relic, then, so many alien races. It's also impossible to put in all your effort. Go attack the seal on the portal. And even if there are any remaining treasures here, I guess I took it myself too. Among many storage rings. So he shouted loudly, come back, everyone. No need to search anymore. If I'm not mistaken, the mystery should all be in this portal now. Everyone also stopped when they heard the words. Immediately flew back to Zhang Xian's side. I looked towards the portal in front of me. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that everyone had returned. Also explained that when I came down earlier, I also glanced at it. Discovered that these alien tribes are all attacking this seal. It seems like I want to open it up. However, no teacher heard Zhang Xian say so. Taking a step forward, he raised his hand and rushed towards the door. Zhang Xian on the side saw the situation. Instantly felt a tingling sensation on the scalp. I wanted to stop it but realized it was too late. So he quickly shouted out, everyone, quickly step back. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately step back. Just haven't let everyone go far yet. Just saw the portal light flashing on the seal. A vast force rushed straight upwards, tearing open the magma and shooting it into the air. It's less than 5 breaths. This force has once again swept through and stopped. Straight towards the spot where they came down just now. A pile of bodies lying on the ground. Directly blow it to pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Especially Wu Shi's face turned pale. I thought to myself that Zhang Yuan's reaction was quick just now. Let everyone retreat. Otherwise, I will become a sinner this time. At this moment, everyone returned to the farmers with lingering fear. One by one, they looked at each other in confusion. I dare not take any unnecessary actions again. Therefore, start analyzing and discussing the current situation. Soon after, President Han couldn't come up with a solution. Just looked at Zhang Xian beside and asked Dean Zhang, look now, is there any other way we can crack the seal? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian also shook her head helplessly. After all, under normal circumstances, he can easily locate the problem by touching it up. It's also easy to solve. But now the sealed portal, the heat emitted is too high. With his current strength, he is simply unable to approach. I just thought about it. Don't go up and touch it yourself to find the root of the problem. Everyone here is just a dead end. So he gritted his teeth and walked over. At the same time, the true chi on the body immediately begins to circulate. Just haven't arrived yet. I felt a scorching energy constantly attacking me. Although the witch soul was tempered just now, just the physical body and true chi haven't changed much. It's still impossible to get closer. So he shook his head helplessly. Let out a sigh. I only blame my weak physical body. If it could be stronger, there may still be a chance. Think of this. A movement in my heart. Just look at everyone and ask if it's okay. Do you know who has 5 sheep blade tombs? Everyone was stunned at the words. Along with others, I looked into my field of vision. I also wonder what this thing is. After all, this tomb is very rare. Many people have never heard of it. Not to mention the presence or absence. This is what the wizard asked. You mean the kind of person who lives above the earth's fire? A special plant that relies on direct sunlight to survive. 5 sheep blade wood. I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to speak yet. Chairman Han, who was standing beside, responded by saying, this thing is extremely rare. If you had asked a few days ago, I definitely can't bring it out either. It's just that. These days, while wandering around Huoyuan City, I just found one. I just bought it. Immediately after, I saw President Han handing over a piece of wood. Say, do you think it's this thing? See this thing? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect himself to casually mention that someone really did, so I quickly responded with a yes. What I want is him. How much does it cost? I bought this thing. However, President Han heard the other party say they wanted to pay. Just shake your head and respond, saying that everyone should help each other together. Only then can we find the way forward. How can I still take your money? Zhang Xian saw that the other party refused to accept payment, so he earnestly talked about it. After finally explaining a bunch of big truths, President Han, finally, I just bought the price of 200 high-quality snacks. I said it out loud, and Zhang Xian didn't say much anymore. After directly taking out snacks and paying the other party, I just explained it to everyone. I need to use this 5 sheep blade wood to cultivate now. You can study seals here, or tease me a bit. Try to restore physical strength as much as possible. Once the seal is broken, I am not sure what dangers I will encounter when entering the portal. It's just certain that the stronger the strength, the better. the greater the chance of survival. After speaking, everyone nodded in response. Zhang Xian's body shook and she flew out. Found a place where everyone couldn't peek. Fang Hanshi, sit down. Holding the 5 goats mission with both hands. The true qi in the body instantly rotates and begins to cultivate. However, the power in the task. It also quickly flows into the body along the meridians, practicing every cell in the whole body. At this moment, I saw a qualitative transformation and leap in his physical body. The martial spirit that Zhang Xian is currently practicing. It is to make the 5 sheep of the physical body complete, so as to greatly increase their strength. He used the heavenly Tao technique in the first 4 seasons. Cultivate to perfection. There are no defects, and this layer will come naturally, smooth and unparalleled. Plus the mixture of true qi. The power in the task stimulates the whole body. Even the blood seems to have undergone a transformation. 1 hour later, I saw a roar emanating from Zhang Xian's body. At this moment, all true qi and power converged together, formed a circular ring. Wu Yang circulation is unimpeded, shining and glowing. The whole person seems to have formed a golden body. It gives people a sense of solidity that is difficult to destroy. It can be said that he is now a humanoid weapon. Even without swordsmanship, the powerful beep sound is heard. Even now, if he had to confront Jin Yuanding head-on, they won't lose too much. However, Zhang Xian felt a huge change in her body. At this moment, he stood up and looked at himself. Then he walked towards the portal. Just haven't walked up to it yet. I saw over 30 people queuing up in Panchi, sitting not far in front of the portal. But their strange phenomenon make Zhang Xian look puzzled. Then walked to the front. Just asked the last soldier in the team, "Are you queuing up to eat?" At this moment, the person speaking about the war incident is Dean Zhang. I also explained and laughed. Dean Zhang, actually, the wizard just discovered it. Can use the heat from the portal to refine true qi. This will make the true qi more precise. So we practiced next to each other. It's just that everyone's tolerance is different, so I can only sit at a distance that suits me. After finishing speaking, the strategist saw that the opponents still had a puzzled expression on their face. Just continued to explain. We warriors can only cultivate from 40 meters away, so as not to become obsessed with the practice and lose control. And Wu Shi and others are already able to reach around 15 meters. It's scary just thinking about it. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian asked the other party to continue practicing, so he walked towards the portal, quickly crossed over Wu Shi and continued walking ahead. The wizard and President Han sitting 15 meters away, seeing the other party walking to a position of about 10 meters. Still no intention of stopping. I was instantly startled and excited, but just when the two of them were shocked by this, I just realized that the other party only used their true energy when they were 5 meters away. At this moment, the wizard couldn't help but salivate and said something. How strong should his physical body be to achieve this? How good is this perverted kidney in front of us? How big is the bladder? 30 people pee together, weighing less than 5 pounds. He took a deep breath and urinated a ton. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Just now, Zhang Xian bought a martial arts medicine from the chairman of the guild. The 5 sheep blade would required for the last layer of the golden body. After successful cultivation, his body is like a humanoid weapon. He felt the changes in his body. Get up and walk towards the farmers. Just haven't arrived yet. I noticed that everyone was queuing up and sitting in front of the seal. I only found out after investigation. They are absorbing the heat from the portal to cultivate their true qi. So he didn't disturb everyone's practice either. Just walked straight towards the door, until he reached a distance of 5 meters from the portal. Just activated the true qi in the body. However, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How strong does this physical body need to be to reach this level? You should know that as a 7-star peak wizard, if the real machine doesn't run at 15 meters, I reckon they could all be burned to death on the spot by this heat. And at this moment, Zhang Xian was operating the real tool. Soon after, he also walked up to the farmers. Touch the contents seen in the book with your palm. A strange expression appeared on his face. But when the wizard behind him saw his expression, I am also very puzzled. Although the dean in front of us is not very old, but I have always been steady in my work. Don't change your face when faced with problems. Now it's like this. Is it difficult? We've encountered a big problem. So he spoke up and asked Dean Zhang, is there a problem with the seal? Zhang Xian heard someone asking a question. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Then he responded that the problem was not significant. I just find it a bit strange. After speaking, he walked to a position 40 meters away and stopped. Just waved and said to everyone, don't rush to cultivate for now, everyone. Let's first discuss how to lift the seal. Enter the portal now. Upon hearing these words, everyone stood up and walked over one after another. Ask Zhang Xian if she has found any way. So after everyone finished asking, I heard the other party say they want Qinggan Lingya. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Why do you need to pee for no reason? Then they shook their heads one after another, saying they didn't bring this thing. Zhang Xian was also very helpless when she saw this situation, so he glanced at Ruoshi beside him. I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to speak yet. Ruoshi saw this guy looking at her with this expression. He said with a displeased expression, I don't bring this thing myself. I haven't seen anyone. At this moment, Zhang Xian thought for a moment and threw out a pile of pots, bowls, and pans. Then he looked at everyone with a helpless expression on his face. Then let's pee ourselves. Upon hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell is this? Aren't we looking for animal urine? Let's pee. We're not beasts either, and everyone is a prominent figure. Now just pee like this. Thinking of this, everything feels like the wind. However, Zhang Xian ignored everyone's expressions. Just waved your hand and said, okay, don't overthink it, everyone. Hurry up. And try to have as many as possible. Can we crack the seal? It depends on the quantity you provide. Everyone sees this Dean Zhang. With a shocked expression, he was talking about this matter. It doesn't seem like a joke either. So after looking at each other left and right, nodding at the same time, they each took a container. Just walk in different directions. And after everyone left, only Zhang Xian and Ruoshi remained. Zhang Xian glanced at the other party. I found out she hasn't taken it yet. Hesitated for a moment. I took a cup for her. I just saw the other person's unhappy expression on their face. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Hands support chin. After pondering for a moment, I just changed the cup in the big basin in my hand. Handed it over to the other party. I apologize for saying something. Do you think this is too small and not enough? Let me exchange this for you. Ruoshi saw the other party hand over a large basin. I was instantly furious. Then let out a roar, get out of here. Thinking of your grandfather. You blind ghost. Do you think I can fill this basin with urine? Believe it or not, I'll kill you now. What a jerk. But Zhang Xian saw the other party suddenly do this. It's also a response with a face full of grievances. If you don't pee, then you won't pee. What kind of fire? Really? After finishing speaking, I saw the other person's expression. I know if we keep talking, it will definitely anger him to death. So he turned around and left. And the golden cauldron here, but anxiously spinning around in place. It seems like I'm observing myself. Can we really solve this problem? Can you take a look? With a mournful expression on his face, he shouted, I have nothing. What if I can't pee? Master, why don't you cast one for me? Ruoshi heard this. I suddenly felt speechless on my face. What kind of lunatics are these? However, after leaving, Zhang Xian arrived at a corner. I looked around. Found no one. When I was about to pee, suddenly, I thought of something. So my body shook and I entered the beehive. As soon as you come in, let out a loud shout and bring me everything over. As soon as these words are spoken, many holy beasts flew over one after another. After all, Zhang Xian knows the level of danger involved in this attack. So when he was at the Hui Muslim Teachers College, just take the 9 kings of Xiang Beast and Yunwu Spirit, and other holy beasts combined. There are over 100 heads. At this point, all Zhang Xianjian had arrived. Just take out a huge wooden barrel and a bunch of large pots. Put it on the ground. Just look at the beasts. Order everyone to take a basin each. After urinating, pour it into a large bucket. Not long after, Zhang Xian watched as everyone got things done. I nodded with satisfaction. Just take a closer look. I just realized that this bucket of things is so full of slutty energy. So I put a big bucket of good things into the storage ring. Then let everyone go back and rest. Fly out of the beehive on your own. At this moment, he returned to the square again. I saw many people flying back one after another. And Feng Sun came up to him. I also handed over my basin to the other party. Immediately after, more than a dozen other soldiers also handed over the pots one after another. But when they are added together, they are only a small half. However, Zhang Xian only looked at the meme in front of her. Mighty and spirited soldiers. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Why are there so few? Feng Sun was infuriated upon hearing these words. Immediately refute that there are so few. What about yours? Can you show us if you have the ability? Let's see on what basis you're talking about our shortage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just as I was about to respond to the other party, I saw several deans, pastors, and others flying back. Then merged them together. I just realized that there aren't many people occupying the cafeteria yet. It's also very helpless. I feel fortunate to have these 100 holy beasts. Otherwise, relying solely on this little thing from them. Don't talk about breaking the formation. Not even enough to tickle someone. Later, he handed over everyone. Throw away the basin that came casually. Just shake your head and let out a sigh. You don't need these anymore. It's too little. Why don't you use mine? However, Feng Sun across from him heard him say these words. It's even more exciting. So I couldn't bear it anymore. Just shout angrily and use your. Can it be difficult for you alone? There can be more people than us. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I just saw Zhang Xian throw her big hand out. A huge wooden barrel fell to the ground. Everyone was scared when they saw this. What the hell? This bucket is full of 1 ton. Even if your bladder is bigger, there must be a limit, right? So many people can go in and take a shower. You've drowned several times so easily. You said it's yours. Especially Feng Sun. At this moment, he only felt blood surge up his throat again. Isn't this guy really a pervert? Even if the combat power is strong, it's not enough. Can still pee so much. Do you have folding space in your bladder? But you meow. Since you can pee so much, why are you asking me to pee? Is this to let us know about your size? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, disregarding the weight of standing still and generating nerves, with a casual stretch, he used a needle to lift the wooden barrel up. Immediately after, the body swayed. Take the wooden barrel and fly towards the sealed portal. At this moment, everyone saw him about to break through the formation. I no longer dwell on this matter. Just followed behind and walked over. However, everyone was puzzled. How did the other party use this thing to break through the formation? I saw him pierce a hole in the wooden barrel. Immediately after, I saw urine shooting towards the seal, 2 touching each other. The seal immediately felt like sulfuric acid encountering a vent. The originally sturdy seal was instantly softened. And later, President Han Su saw the scene, suddenly remembered something. So the voice trembled and exclaimed, I understand now. This seal should have a pure yang attribute. This type of attribute is the least likely to be contaminated and dirty. If the water is just dirty water, it's also extremely difficult to break through. But I used an unbearable list. The spiritual liquid will be unable to defend itself. Automatic crash. After saying these, President Han saw everyone looking at him in confusion. Just continued to explain the simple pure yang seal. Nature wouldn't have this characteristic, but if there is no time for pure yang sealing, it's hard to say. Actually, many formations are afraid of filth. It's like some people are trapped in a formation. I can't crack it no matter what. The woman gave birth within the formation. It will cause the spiritual energy to dissipate. The formation completely collapses. After explaining, seeing everyone understand, come here, just exclaimed with emotion. Dean Zhang just glanced at it. Just figure out the defects in the seal. His understanding of the formation is indeed shocking. After all, President Han knows. The flawless pure yang seal is simple to say. Actually, it's not that easy at all. Even if you have urine, this great witch thing, unable to find the sealed node, once poured on, not only can't it be cracked, maybe there will be counterattacks. So in his opinion, although Zhang Xian's movements are simple, take the wooden barrel up to the sky and break it, then the seal will be lifted. Actually, the height of the wooden barrel, the impact force of liquids, the nodes that fall on the seal are incredibly precise. The demand for control is extremely high. Probably only this pervert. Only then can we come up with this cracking method. And it succeeded in one fell swoop. No mistakes have occurred. At this moment, in the crowd, a soldier asked in confusion. Such a bizarre cracking method. Initially, Zhang Ningqiu and others from Hongyuan College. How did they actually get in? Everyone heard this. I am also very puzzled about this. President Han heard these words. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with specific instructions on how to enter. I'm not quite sure either. It's just that for so many years, this relic has never appeared before. After they entered, we can only come here. Perhaps they have mastered it. The secret we don't know, right? Or perhaps they have obtained the key to enter here. Not necessarily. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this statement. After all, there is no such thing as a key. It's really difficult to come in. They also know. This time the key doesn't have this Dean Zhang's words. I'm afraid it's still trapped above the lava. There's no way at all. However, during the discussion among everyone, the seal is gradually dissipating on this side as well. At the same time, a gate slowly appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Xian casually threw the wooden barrel aside upon seeing the situation. My body flew down in a blink of an eye. I just told everyone that we can go in now. Everyone nodded at the words. With just one response, fly to the front gate. At this moment, the wizard took a step forward. When I walked in first, just called everyone in when everything seemed fine. But after entering, a soldier was very surprised. Just now when we were outside the seal. And also used the heat emitted from it for cultivation. It has great benefits for cultivation. I thought immersing myself in it would burn and I couldn't bear it. Why is the situation completely opposite? Not only did I not feel the heat now, on the contrary, I still feel cool. So I asked everyone if they felt the coolness. Is this an illusion? At this moment, President Han explained with a solemn expression that the god of wealth. Don't panic, everyone. If I'm not mistaken, what I have experienced before and what I see now, all of them are real. This is highly likely a combination of cold and heat formations, like the formation for controlling the climate, can change the temperature freely, give people different feelings. However, just as everyone agreed with this viewpoint, Ruashi interrupted from behind and said, "This is not a formation, but rather the use of space." After speaking, everyone turned around, with a confused expression on his face. Just continued to explain, "He's like a folding space and storage ring. This portal leads to another space and what is hidden under the front seal does not belong to the same level. Nature is also different." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. After all, when it comes to formations, they can still understand, but the upward space is a bit difficult to understand. At this moment, the wizard explained, "It is said that the 9th level powerhouse in the Holy Land can comprehend the laws of space. Arrange folding space. It allows life to enter without feeling deadly. Could it be that the owner of this relic? I have already reached this level." Dean Wu and others on the side, hearing such profound terms about space, it's still difficult to understand, so I asked how you could be sure this wasn't a formation, but it involves spatial laws. Ruashi Classical Chinese points to the front. A simple response is simple. You'll know when you walk in and take a look. Everyone continued to walk inside from the portal in Classical Chinese, after quickly exiting the portal. I was stunned by what I saw in front of me. What kind of relic is this? It's like an endless paradise at a glance. And Zhang Xian also exclaimed in surprise when she saw the situation. This folding space is too big, isn't it? However, Chairman Han on the side. At this moment, he responded with a frightened expression on his face. This is not a folding space, but it's a spatial array. The old man in front of us is going crazy as soon as he comes out. Worship him as a teacher. Can he really become a disciple if he's so perverted? If you don't worship, you won't be able to leave the ruins. This made Zhang Xian so anxious that she jumped in place. Just now, Zhang Xian heard President Han say, "Inside the portal is a spatial array." I was also stunned for a moment. After all, Zhang Xian also knows a lot about the formation. I've just never heard of this before. However, President Han's voice trembled as he continued to explain. Spatial array. It is the space formed within the formation. Stability may not be as good as folding space, but it's easier to accommodate killing formations. Large formations such as illusion and illusion formations get people trapped in it all, unable to self-govern. After all, as a mage of the 7-star peak formation, knowing the terrifying level of this formation, as long as you get caught up in it, consciousness will be influenced by laws. I can't even come out. Most important of all, it is highly likely that there are some powerful sand formations hidden inside, even if you have high strength. As long as the reputation is not achieved, 9 layers cannot be cracked. Everyone heard this. After a glance at each other, I couldn't help but furrow my brow tightly. Although everyone still has little concept of spatial formations, but they know that President Han in front of them has always been steady and steady. Now he can be so frightened and lose his composure. It also indicates the level of terror. And Zhang Xian knows, any formation in front of oneself is a matter of one's own feet, so he doesn't care about it. I just curiously asked a question. What will happen if this formation is broken? However, President Han only responded when he heard the other party's question. Other formations can be cracked. Space formation is almost impossible, unless you have the entire space. Even if it's broken, it won't harm one's own strength. Otherwise, don't even think about it. After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of fear. Just continued to explain. That's precisely why. Space formation can only follow the path designed by the other party. Step by step forward. There cannot be any deviation. In other words, if we enter the ruins now, every step is a dangerous trap. Listen here. Everyone showed a solemn expression one by one. After all, although the first 2 levels are difficult, but if it cannot pass, the danger is not very high either. It's like being above lava, unable to enter the palace below through the scorching magma. Flying on it for a short period of time is not life-threatening. And there is a second level. Do not attack the seal. Even if you live inside for a few years, you won't get hurt. But now listen to President Han's tone. Enter this formation. The space is different. Whether to go or not, danger may arise at any time. In other words, the frontal test of this relic has only just begun. At this moment, Dean Wu saw everyone like this. Just comforted me and said, if you come now, be content with it. If this is really a relic, that means Zhang Yingqiu and others must have been here too. We can search for the path they have taken. As long as it can be found, security will inevitably increase significantly. However, upon hearing the other party say so, the wizard beside also nodded. Then I walked in first. After all, whether the old dean died or not, no one can confirm now. But he can convey the message, prove that he must have been alive at that time. Since he is alive, it will definitely leave traces for later generations to search for. Otherwise, the communication would be meaningless. And Zhang Xianjian walked in unharmed. Just use the eye of reason to examine it. I can't find anything either. So he used the Heavenly Tao Library to investigate its defects again. But this formation seems to merge between heaven and earth. There is no place to touch the formation itself, and it is impossible to explore. At this moment, he also shook his head helplessly and followed in. It seems that we can only explore step by step forward. But everyone is walking here with bright sunshine. In the warm and spring-like mountains, there was no fear of entering the ruins at all. On the contrary, it gives people a leisurely and comfortable feeling. Not long after, some people in the crowd can feel the atmosphere here. Just now, isn't this not very dangerous? And I also feel that there is plenty of spiritual energy here. If you don't want to fight anymore in the future, can you live here? It will definitely be very good. The elder beside also responded with a yes. The environment here is indeed very good, very suitable for cultivating the mind and nurturing the character. However, at this moment, Chairman Han felt more and more as he walked away. It gives people a sense of the feeling of wanting to stay here for a lifetime. After all, this place is too peaceful and detailed. But there was a movement in my heart. Just shouted loudly, isn't that right? Everyone, quickly raise your spirits. We're afraid we've already been attacked. Everyone heard this. They all retorted about this comfortable feeling. I can't detect any problems around me at all. How could it possibly be attacked? President Han sees that everyone is becoming more and more like this. The more embarrassed the face becomes. After all, the more trouble there is, the better. This question is even more terrifying. At this moment, Wu Shijian was so anxious. I couldn't help but ask Chairman Han, did you discover something? However, at this moment, Han Su explained that. Have you noticed? Since we entered here, the previously tense nerves have all relaxed. Under these circumstances, once danger arises, I'm afraid there are no measures in place to deal with it. And most importantly, we've been away for so long, but I can never see any trace or end. It seems like there's something. It's like pulling us all the way down. This is really weird. But just as they were discussing this matter, I heard someone spitting blood. So I turned my head and took a look. I just discovered a soldier with a pale face. Blood kept flowing from the corners of the mouth. But the other person still had a smile on their face. Follow behind everyone and continue moving forward. Seeing this scene, both of them immediately felt a chill run down their spine. This state is really strange. After the wizard looked at it carefully for a while, only then did I realize that the other party seemed to have exhausted their true energy. A look of exhaustion. However, President Han was currently puzzled. What's going on here? I heard the wizard say to him, let him see his dantian. Upon hearing this, I quickly sensed and entered it. After taking a glance, President Han suddenly became foolish. How did my dantian's true chi come to an end? This is impossible. How long has it been since I left? Why is it consumed so quickly? However, just as he was shocked by this, I heard the sound of spitting blood again from behind. Turn your head and take a look. I just found out that all three deans have turned pale on their faces. Blood was hanging from his mouth. Seeing this scene, both of them couldn't help but stop. My whole body trembled involuntarily. They are very puzzled about this. What exactly is going on like this now? At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was behind, saw them stop. Just explained that. We should be influenced by the wind in the mountains. Attracted it. Now trapped in a special artistic conception. Not only does it consume steam very quickly, the lifespan will also be reduced. If we don't come out, I will keep moving forward like them. I don't know if I'm tired. Until the steam essence runs out and dies. The two of them immediately turned off their hearing when they heard it. Zhang Xian immediately transmitted the message upon seeing the situation. It's useless to tell them, but it's a kind of magical sound. Even if the sixth room is closed, one can still enter Xintian. It's hard to defend against. So I told them to use voice-breaking method. Only then can we solve the current crisis. After finishing speaking, I asked the two of them, are there any magic music books above 7 stars? Did you receive a definite response from the other party? Afterwards, I instructed them to take care of the others first. Try to give them some pills to take. Don't let them escape and die. So he flew forward and left. But I flew for half a day. Still haven't found the source of the sound. Just Zhang Xian's heart stirred. At your own pace. Flying for such a long time. At least a few hundred kilometers, right? Can the range of sound coverage here be so large? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed off. Suddenly, he realized. Can it be that I've been in this toxic circle all along? It never flew out at all. Think of this. Zhang Xian no longer hesitates. Take out the righteous energy and think for a moment. A formation came to mind. Then he waved his big hand. Just throw all the chess pieces to the designated position. Accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, a formation appeared in the air. However, Zhang Xian immediately distinguished through this formation. out of the real direction he flew for so long before. Indeed, it has been circling around all along. Now he also knows. This formation not only has demonic sounds launching a surprise attack, but also, there are also formations that disrupt the direction, make it difficult to distinguish the direction. As long as someone comes here, will be affected. Keep moving forward. I don't even know until my life is exhausted. After learning about these, I also guessed that the old dean had been here before. I haven't found any children yet. That proves he left alive. Although his cultivation cannot compare to that of a wizard, but he must have a powerful search array in his hands. Otherwise, it's impossible to leave this place. After understanding, Zhang Xian jumped out of the formation, according to the location just found. It flew straight ahead for about 10 miles. At this point, he knew he must have made another mistake. So he took out the array again. Another identical formation has been arranged. Repeat repeatedly. I finally broke free from the situation of constantly circling around. At this moment, Zhang Xian just discovered a huge stone monument below. Take a closer look. I just realized. On the stone tablet, there are 3 big characters carved, borderless, and the small characters next to it read borderless. A real traveler's province is boundless. Anyone who enters it will definitely be influenced by demonic sounds. Inconvenience in all directions. Always spinning around in the circle. Difficult to leave. Only those with firm determination. Only then can one avoid confusion. If you can clarify the direction within 3 days. Identify magic sounds. Can you find this place? I will be able to acquire one of my ultimate skills. Complete within 10 days. Can you obtain the creation I left behind? 10 days later. Indicating mediocre qualifications. A fate between us. Give advice. Go back as soon as possible. However, after Zhang Xian finished reading the content, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What the hell is this? Since I entered the portal, I have been here. It should be less than half an hour, right? Clear direction within 3 days. There are rewards for coming here. This assessment is a bit too simplistic. Is there really such a stupid 3 days? They don't even realize where the problem lies. After muttering to myself, I took 2 steps forward. Arriving behind the stone tablet, I saw different handwriting appearing before my eyes. The above content is about me, Zhang Yinxiu, leading a group to come. Lost inside for over half a month. No reason for reward. Just hoping to stop the 10 tribes. After reading this line of text, Zhang Xian couldn't help but twitch her lips. I didn't expect this old dean to be so stupid. After thinking about it, I also feel that it is related to strength. After all, the 3 deans just now. I can't bear to walk for a while. Lian Lianji is gone. How can we find out if the direction is right or wrong? After understanding these, I no longer dwell on the affairs of the elderly in the nursing home. Then he looked at the stone monument again. After all, it was mentioned above. Within 3 days, you will receive a unique skill upon arrival here. Now it happens to be within this range. Let's see what we can get. After half a circle, I found it on the side of the stone tablet. There is a groove that can fit into the palm of the hand. It looks like just a touch. It's like activating some mechanism. So Zhang Xian carefully observed it for a while. I didn't find any other mechanisms. We have prepared corresponding defenses. I stretched out my palm and pressed it on. At the moment when the palm touches the groove, a beam of light flickered out. The enchanting melody that was irresistible before. It's like the switch has been turned off. Immediately stopped. Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. After all, now he knows that Imoine has stopped. Even if you don't go back right away, there's nothing to worry about. They won't be in danger after waiting. Just haven't made Zhang Xian think too much about it yet. The stone tablet suddenly shook. It's like activating some special mechanism, or a general formation. Immediately after, I saw a faint figure appear before my eyes. However, seeing the old man in front of me, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be full of vigilance. Although the other party is just a soul, but it gave people a kind of mental crushing, and it has existed for countless years. The oil has run out and the lamp is dry. If you really want to take action against him, still unable to resist. And at this moment, the figure. I seem to have noticed the vigilance in Zhang Xian's eyes. Then he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I am the one who left behind this ruins. Can you quickly discover the trap I left behind and find it?" This indicates that both visual acuity and insight are beyond ordinary people. I am qualified to receive my ultimate knowledge and carry it forward. Immediately after, the figure's face turned pale. Continuing to look at Zhang Xian, he said, "I'm just a remnant soul. The time I can stay here is not long. So time is tight. You should quickly become a disciple." But Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I also asked with a puzzled expression, "Do I still need to become a teacher?" At this moment, the figure nodded and responded, saying that it was correct. "If you want me to inherit, just enter my portal. Otherwise, how can I teach you the ultimate skill?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also hesitated. After all, he has come this far. I haven't become a teacher to anyone yet. Even though Kong initially wanted to take in apprentices, all were recommended by rejected people. The other party's face was full of confusion. He also showed a look of fear. After all, when he was alive, the human race who want to take him as their teacher. You can line up around a city. Now I want to recruit students to teach me their ultimate skills. The other party is actually hesitating a bit. So at this moment, the figures are a bit skeptical about life. After hesitating for a moment, I asked if you were unwilling. After hearing these words, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. Just respond by saying it's not that you're unwilling. I just already have my own teacher. I haven't received his consent yet. Rashly taking others as teachers. This is also a way of teaching. The old man laughed immediately when he heard this. This unreliable guy in front of us. Surprisingly, one sentence. Just make them so angry on the spot that they disappear into thin air. Just now, the old man in front of us asked Zhang Xian to take him as his teacher. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Xian responded that she had. I already have a teacher. And now I haven't received his consent. If you rashly take someone else as your teacher, there is a way to be a teacher. The old man heard this. I immediately smiled. It is said that a Taoist cannot save a teacher in his lifetime. Even Confucius back then. I have also studied under multiple teachers. This is nothing. I heard the other person say that. At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, I take my senior as my teacher. It's not impossible either. I just don't know what kind of ultimate skill to teach me yet. Could you please demonstrate it in advance, senior? Let me take a look. Know the score. Only by learning can one be fully motivated. The old man looked at the other person with confidence on his face when he heard these words. My ultimate skill is a form of body movement, also known as boundless wanderers. There are a total of 5 layers. If you cultivate to perfection, the system that can ignore space, to reach anywhere you want in the shortest possible time. After speaking, I saw the other person's puzzled expression on their face. The old man only explained at this moment that heaven and earth have a mirror. A real traveler's province is boundless. I want to learn the deepest body techniques. The first thing in one's heart is to abandon the boundaries and limitations of territory. Boundless in the heart. Only then can one gallop freely and freely. Unrestricted. After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of shock. Knowing the other person's pride and confidence, it has been completely shattered. With a gentle smile, he continued, since you want to see, then I'll let you see. As soon as the words fell, I don't see any movements in the old man's body. In an instant, it appeared several kilometers away. However, Zhang Xian, who witnessed the scene, I couldn't help but contract my pupils. After all, the speed of the other party just now, it's basically no different from teleportation. So don't say you watched it. I haven't even had a chance to react yet. The other party appeared in another place. Although Zhang Xian's heavenly Dao body technique is very powerful, comparable to one, it's as slow as a snail. Of course, it doesn't mean that the heavenly Dao's body technique is inferior to the other parties, but the level is too low. He is currently practicing just a collection of basic formulas along the way. It has not even reached the level of holy cultivation. It's understandable that the other party is not as good. However, just as Zhang Xian watched the figure in the distance, when shocked, I saw the other person suddenly appear in front of me as soon as they disappeared. At this moment, he completely fainted, and after the old man returned, looking at the expression of the young man in front of me, just a few satisfied laughs. Then he said, are you willing to learn now? After all, this set of body techniques is unparalleled from ancient to modern times. Even the Kong family back then praised it by 3 points. He doesn't believe anyone would refuse this. At this moment, Zhang Xian, I didn't directly respond to his question, so he said, your posture is indeed good. It just feels like there are still a few flaws. It doesn't look so perfect. The old man heard. With a wave of his big hand, he angrily rebuked the defect with a displeased expression on his face. That's really shameless. Just rely on your strength. You can also see the problems in my body movements. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's anger. Glancing at him, he said first, when you were acting just now, although the speed is very fast, make it difficult for people to see clearly. But if you guessed correctly, it should be true chi pulling the thread. It's easy to do this. Just move the true chi to where you want to go first, and then the body was like a puppet that had been trapped. Instantly go to the designated place. Extremely fast but also has flaws. That means once discovered, if Ogilvy cuts off the connection, it is highly likely to cause oneself to move to, going to unpredictable places. This situation occurs when being hostile to others. It will be easy to be killed on the spot by someone. Secondly, if I read correctly, this move consumes a huge amount of true chi. Although able to evade attacks in a short period of time, go to a safe place. But if the true chi is not enough, directly exhausted, equally equivalent to fish meat. If used in battle with someone's knife, not only can it fail to achieve the effect of defeating the enemy, on the contrary, it is more likely to encounter danger. Third, such a fast speed also demands extremely high physical requirements. You are currently in a soul state, although it is not affected, but if it's a physical body, there is no level above Saint Ping. It's almost impossible to achieve. And possessing the level of holy energy, how strong should the physical strength be? Do you have a corresponding cultivation method? It's not true. What is the significance of this body movement? Listen here. The old man who was originally indifferent is now completely panicked, because he knew there was nothing wrong with what the other party said. The first two are fine, as long as it is not discovered, used in secret battles. It can definitely have an unexpected effect, but the third one is actually the most difficult to solve. He also knows the reason why I am able to cultivate this body technique myself. It's because the body has a special bloodline. The physical body is naturally strong. Even without the need for cultivation, it can operate easily, without collapsing. But if it were someone else, it wouldn't necessarily be the case. This body technique sounds powerful, but there is no physical strength that matches it. It's impossible to train it. Forcefully practicing will actually cause the body to collapse. This leads to a significant drop in cultivation level. Only through true cultivation can one truly understand this matter. It can be considered a secret within a secret, but he doesn't understand. The other party just took a glance and confirmed it. This vision is too exaggerated, isn't it? He's really just a saint strong. However, Zhang Xian, after pointing out several shortcomings of the other party, after seeing his surprised expression, with a smile on his face, he asked Senior, "What do you think?" "What I said is correct." The old man who heard the other person's question. Only then did I realize from the shock. Then he slowly spoke up and said, "You're right. So this set of body techniques is only passed down to those with talent. And you can approach the seal outside through lava, and can destroy it. This indicates that the physical body has reached an extremely strong state. Now that the boundary has been reached, we can find our direction without any boundaries. This also shows that your soul is very powerful. True Qi is also powerful enough. So you basically passed the test. Meets the conditions for cultivation. The questions mentioned above are not a problem." At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled. The response said that I can cultivate. I just have the ability to improve this technique, make its power even greater. I don't know if you want to hear it or not. After speaking, the other person shook their head. Just then he said, "Don't be so hasty in rejecting it. How about this? You will use this boundless set of cultivation techniques and formulas for travelers. Give me a look. Let me tell you a few flaws first. You have to make a choice between right and wrong." The old man heard this. Just a response, actually. This set of martial arts was originally meant to be taught to you. It's okay to show you now, but I'm just a remnant soul. There isn't much time left. If you really want to finish reading it, I'm afraid it will be an hour later. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian interrupted and said that an hour is not necessary. Just show me the technique. I can find the vulnerability in 1 minute, and find ways to make up for it. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment. Zhang Xian remained silent on this matter. Not long ago, I saw the other person reach out and slide forward. A line of text immediately appeared before my eyes. Seeing this scene, I quickly scanned it. At this moment, he was very shocked in his heart, but it didn't show on his face. After a mouthful of turbid air was exhaled, just smiled faintly and said, "This set of techniques, indeed, it is unparalleled from ancient to modern times. Make countless people admire it. But if I'm not mistaken, there should be a total of 9 defects. Right, old man? Listen to this." I was immediately stunned. His technique was also reviewed by Kong Shi back then. He did indeed say that there were a total of 9 defects. It's just that Kong didn't help correct it back then, but to point it out. Let him figure out a solution on his own. However, when the old man opened up this ruins, at that time, his strength had not yet reached its peak, so I can't come up with a solution. Just keep the flawed magic directly. But he really didn't expect it. This inheritor just glanced at it. I immediately judged it. Isn't this vision even more powerful than Kong's? Just haven't waited for the old man to be completely shocked yet. I heard the other party immediately put 9 defects in a row. I explained it in detail, and what he said is no different from Kong's. After listening, his heart was extremely shocked at this moment. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party's expression, just asked how it was. "Can you trust me now to help you improve?" After hearing the other party say they believe it, just asked, "Right, I happen to have something I want to ask you. Did a group of famous teachers come here 2 years ago? I don't know if they are alive or dead now." The old man shook his head in response to the words. "Someone did come here 2 years ago, they just didn't meet the deadline. Get out of Wujiang well." so we didn't pass on their martial arts to them, just let them leave here. But they didn't heed the advice and continued to move forward, and my consciousness only stays here. The situation of the later levels is not clear. However, after hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian also understood. He thought, what useful information can be obtained from the other party's mouth? Now it seems that we can only break through one level at a time. Then bid farewell to the figure and turned around to leave. The old man saw that the other party was about to leave. I couldn't help but ask, since you know how to correct it, can you tell me the correct technique? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian turned around and looked at the other person with a gentle smile. At the same time, keep both hands behind your back, with a special aura, like a god who came in 9 days. Tell him to take me as his teacher. I'll pass it on to you. The old man heard, almost lost control of the remaining soul and dissipated on the spot. I thought to myself that he was meowing and staying here, in order to enroll students, so as to pass on this unique skill to future generations, not for the sake of apprenticeship. It's better now. Not only did they not receive any students, on the contrary, one should worship the other as a teacher. Think of this, the old man is almost depressed and crazy, so he shook his head with a helpless expression on his face. Sigh, okay, I was reckless. Then he looked at Zhang Xian. Say you're passing through me now, only then can we truly enter the ruins. The difficulty will be even greater in the future. I hope you can go further. As the words fell, the old man's figure dissipated with him. Immediately after, I saw countless cracks appearing on the stone monument in front of me. In the blink of an eye, it shattered all over the ground. See this tomb? Zhang Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to disappear so quickly. Actually, Zhang Xian said, being able to correct the opponent's boundless shortcomings, it's just a means to lure him into producing the secret code. After all, the level of martial arts he had seen before was very low. It's impossible to integrate with such advanced martial arts. So even if he knows about the defect, but we need to say the correct modification method. I still can't do it. Zhang Xian saw the other person's sincere expression of wanting to learn. In haste, we can only refute with the other party's words. I didn't expect to finish speaking. He just disappeared directly. The most crucial thing is, now I have obtained someone else's boundless secret book. I don't even know the other person's name. Therefore, he fell before the shattered stone monument with a sincere expression on his face. Shout out a thank you for the senior's technique. The younger generation will definitely carry it forward and develop it, fulfilling the trust and kindness. After bowing, my body swayed. Fly back to the place where Wu and others stopped just now. I only realized it when I came back. Not only can't you see a single person here, instead, it was a mess. Countless large pits on the ground. Blood is everywhere. So I activated the Eye of Reason to investigate. We quickly discovered the trace. The body swayed and followed the traces ahead. I ran over for a while. I just saw that this place not only had people's blood, but also, there are also 2 evil spirits who have been beheaded 3 times and are full of desire. The tribe sees here a mental movement. Let the Purple Night King come out. Only then did I ask him, do you recognize the 2 guys who were killed in front of you? However, after observing for a moment, the Purple Night King just said to report to the young master. I don't know these 2 people. Just judging from their attire, he should be a subordinate of the Night King. After speaking, I saw the other person puzzled. Also explained that King Shurye is famous for his physical body. As long as his technique works, the skin of the whole body is like stones. Invincible defense. These 2 people have dry and rough skin, no normal softness, so I guess it should be his subordinate. I also learned similar techniques, although the cultivation level of the Stone Leaf King is also superior to the 4 peaks. If I can meet you, run as far as you can. If someone without a teacher encounters it, it could be very dangerous. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian was full of worries, so I continued to follow the clues of the traces and chased after them. Only the 2 of them took a step forward. I heard bursts of thunder coming from afar, so he flew towards the direction of the sound. I only realized that this is a lightning zone when I came up to it. After all, this place is a formation space, extremely similar to the outside world. The weather inside also changes with the seasons. There will also be spring thunder roars naturally. At this moment, the spring thunder in the thunderstorm zone ahead is very terrifying. Once inside, if you're a little careless, there is a possibility of being chopped to death on the spot. At this moment, the Prince of Midnight also asked the young master with a fearful expression on his face, do we really need to go in? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a no need. You can go in by yourself. After speaking, let him return to the beehive first. Quickly find a hidden place. Sit cross-legged. Immediately after, there was a surge of energy. After the witch soul leaves the body, it puts the physical body into the storage ring. Hold it in your hand and go inside. Face flew in. After all, Zhang Xian's witch soul has a yang attribute. Moreover, it is intangible and of no quality, as long as you don't actively attract them. Thunder is also difficult to detect. Soon after, the witch soul arrived in the middle of the thunder zone. You can see an ancient town here. Can fly into it. I just saw a flat ground. There are 7 or 8 members of the alien tribe surrounding us, and Wu and others were sitting on the ground, crouched down. Everyone's face turned pale. It looks like he has been seriously injured. So the Midnight King in the hive of spiritual communication. Is there the Night Eater you mentioned in this? Later, I heard the other party respond that they didn't. Afterwards, the witch soul entered the beehive. After releasing the physical body from the storage realm, returning to the physical body, then he quietly returned to his original position from the beehive. Then he called out the Jin Yuan Ding. Secretly confessed that Ding Ding. After a while, you and I will work together, simultaneously attacking. However, upon hearing the instructions, Jin Yuan Ding was very excited. Reply, young master. You can rest assured. I will burn these guys into coal slag. After receiving a response, Zhang Xian observed for a moment. The time has come. Just shouted at Jin Yuan Ding and started now. Since this guy disappeared, I started getting struck by lightning incessantly. Is this related to the disappearing him? Just now, after finding the stone tablet, Zhang Xian, we cracked the magic sound of the spatial array. Also on the old man who left this relic. Learned a set of teleportation techniques for travelers without boundaries. Go back and find the wizard and others. But when I came back, I realized, I can no longer see everyone's figure. And there are also traces of combat. So I followed the trail. Quickly find everyone in a thunderstorm area. But only then did I realize, most of them, sitting still with serious injuries, and surrounded by 7 or 8 alien tribes. Then he called out the Jin Yuan Ding. Secretly confessed that Ding Ding. After a while, you and I will work together, simultaneously attacking. However, upon hearing the command, the Golden Cauldron, very excited to respond, young master. You can rest assured. I will burn these guys into coal slag. Upon receiving the response, Zhang Xian carefully observed for a moment. The time has come. I shouted at Jin Yuan Ding again and started now. After speaking, the true chi of the heavenly Tao immediately began to circulate, without any pause. Just go straight towards one of the alien tribes. I bumped into it. He was hit and killed on the spot. So when I was about to continue attacking, I heard a loud noise coming from behind. Turn your head and take a look. I just realized that the size of the Jin Yuan Ding has become incredibly large. Smashed 6 or 7 members of the alien clan into meat patties in an instant. Zhang Xian couldn't help but be startled by the situation. He never expected this guy to be so fierce. I was originally planning to capture a live animal for interrogation. Who knew this guy was too fast? I only killed one myself. The other party has already killed everything else. Zhang Xian, who was speechless, could only shake her head and give up. Then he came to the crowd and asked how they were doing. Actually, before Zhang Xian arrived, everyone, seeing no match for the alien race, surrounded by them again, thinking that they will kill him sooner or later. After death, they may still use their bodies. Everyone has also decided on this. We need to use self-destruct to perish together with this group of alien beings. At that moment, I saw Zhang Xian flying over. So at this moment, everyone looked at Zhang Xian in front of them. My eyes were filled with gratitude, shouting in unison, "Thank you for saving our lives." Although everyone still wants to say a few more words of gratitude now. Unfortunately, the injuries are too severe. I don't even have the strength to say one more sentence. So I took out the healing pill and swallowed it myself. However, Zhang Xian saw everyone like this. Don't disturb their healing process either. Just quietly watching them recover on the side. Not long after, I saw the wizard slowly open his eyes. I just looked at him and asked what happened here. At this moment, the wizard finally left the matter. We encountered a situation of siege. I explained it in detail once. Zhang Xian understood the sequence of events, knowing the alien tribes besieging them. It's not as scary as imagined. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Later, I couldn't help but ask where Lash was. Why aren't I with you guys? Ignoring classical Chinese before responding, saying that since the disappearance of Moen, Luosher seems to have discovered something. He said he wanted to go take a look and left. We don't know exactly where it went. Zhang Xian was also very anxious when she heard this. Everyone has encountered the alien race. He wouldn't have encountered it too, would he? So many people almost lost their entire army. How can he resist alone? So I thought of what my teacher said. We just besieged them. The leader is an alien race with a fourfold desire for victory. Is it difficult? It's the so-called industrial king. But why isn't he here now? Could it be that they discovered Ruwashi and went after her? Later asked. You just mentioned the alien race of the Fourth Holy Land. Where did he go? And after recovering, President Han, seeing Zhang Xian asking about this guy, just responded that after coming here, I saw him confessing to other members of the tribe. Just leave directly. It seems like they're looking for some treasure. Time cannot be delayed. Let these guys kill us as soon as possible. After speaking, he left. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian knows that the other party is not going to pursue Ruwashi. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he instructed Jin Yuanding to stay and protect everyone. Go find the fallen corpse by yourself. After speaking, he flew out. However, after leaving the sight of the crowd, the witch soul emerges and arranges the physical body. I immediately left the lightning zone, quickly flew back. Shortly after, his whereabouts were discovered. Follow along and come to the old man's side before. I saw him in front of the broken stone monument. Only then did I release my physical body. After the witch soul enters the body, I hurriedly approached him and asked him, "Is there anything wrong?" However, if she sees him coming, I also smiled and replied, "I'm okay." "What's wrong? Did something happen?" At this moment, Zhang Xinkai ignored their deaths just now. I explained it in detail once. After understanding the situation, Ruwashi also knew. It must be that the seal outside has been cracked. The portal is no longer obstructed. This group of alien beings can only sneak in quietly. I was sulking for a while. Just point ahead. Did you break this stone monument? Then I saw the other person's embarrassed expression on their face. I also know that it must be him who did it. Later on, he continued to say that this stone tablet was a bit strange. Didn't you notice? He and the stone tablet engraved with words on Fengxing Terrace. It's the same material. And this formation space, the one who left the book with Kong Shi back then, it is also extremely similar. Zhang Xian was also stunned when she heard this. Is it possible that this relic is really related to the Kong family? I thought for a moment before responding and saying it's not right. This stone tablet was activated by me. An old man came out from inside. After speaking, I heard Ruwashi asking what the old man's name was. I just explained that I hadn't had a chance to ask at that time. His thoughts dissipated. He passed on a set of body techniques called Boundless Wanderers to himself. Upon hearing this set of body movements, what did Ruwashi just think of? So I responded with one sentence. If you inherit this set of body techniques, those words are truly boundless. The person you met, then, it should be Chiao Wugu Saint. Subsequently, Ruwashi's introduction was made. Zhang Xian only found out, although this old man is not a disciple of Master Kong, but he is also one of his followers. Cultivation is even more unfathomable. He has been fighting alongside Kong Shi all along. Two people are called masters and servants, but in reality, they are like brothers. Even the 72 sages of Confucius' true teachings at that time, everyone should respectfully address me as Master Chiao Wu. And back then, he used biochemistry as a seal to prevent the alien race from using it. Just stopped the attack. Among the ancestors revered by the Ming Shi Tang throughout history, the contribution is definitely among the top 5. That's precisely why many younger generations in the Master-Teacher Hall have great respect for him. Not to mention anything else, the master of the Imperial City famous Teacher Hall in Xingyuan, he is one of his fanatical admirers. After understanding these, Zhang Xian fell to the ground completely limp, an immature look with a face full of confusion. Later, I heard Ruwashi asking me what she was doing. I struggled to stand up now. Reply with "it's okay." Therefore, after continuing to discuss the matter of martial arts, the two of them just flew back to the minefield. But he hasn't arrived yet. I heard intense thunder and tyranny. It seems like it's about to tear apart the heavens and the earth. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was very anxious in her heart, thinking that the injuries of Wu and others have not fully recovered yet. Thunder suddenly became so fierce. Is it difficult? What unexpected changes have we encountered again? So he looked at Ruwashi beside him. Say you go to the Billion Hive first. I'll figure out a way to go in and take a look myself. After obtaining the other party's consent, just sent him in. Subsequently, the witch soul three-dimensional arranged its physical body. I gritted my teeth and flew into the raging minefield. Just came in. I saw several lightning bolts immediately strike from the sky, falling on the soul body. The piercing pain felt like it was about to leave him widowed. At this moment, Zhang Xian's soul felt like it was about to collapse, but he knew his soul was so unbearable. Ignoring others, being in the center of lightning is definitely more dangerous. Think of this. I gritted my teeth and endured countless pains before continuing to fly. It's just that the lightning is too intense. This is within a distance of less than 100 meters. His soul was struck by lightning 400 or 500 times with poison. Under this intense pain, at this moment, Zhang Xian's spirit was listless. I just feel a wave of dizziness. When I was about to withdraw, suddenly felt the innate fetal poison inside the soul. At this moment, they are piled together. I seem afraid of rolling on my body. The power of lightning is hiding in a corner, trembling and trembling. There's no more arrogance like before. Arrogant erosion of the soul body. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but contract her pupils, thinking to himself that since he is so afraid of lightning, can I use thunder to completely eliminate it? If we can really succeed, it can be done once and for all. You don't have to worry anymore in the future. Think of this. I gritted my teeth and suppressed the feeling of dizziness in my mind. I sat down cross-legged. Immediately after, I saw lightning strikes falling on him one after another. Immediately crawl all over like a little snake. Previously, he only experienced needle-like pain, and now it's like being thrown directly into a frying pan. There is no place in the whole body that doesn't hurt. At this moment, Zhang Xian, the whole person is about to be torn apart at any moment, accompanied by his long moans. I don't know how long it has been. He has been struck by lightning more and more times. The power of its soul is also becoming stronger and stronger. His soul rises from 8 meters high. It has become about 7 meters in size. The strength of the literary and sports semi-saint has also broken through to the level of a saint. At this moment, I felt lightning in the air. Zhang Xian, who cannot cause dizziness to herself. Li Xiantian is no longer too toxic. I quickly got up and flew towards the center. It took dozens of breaths to fly quickly. Just go back to where the wizard and others were just now. I only found out after coming down that this place was in a mess. The people who were sitting here recuperating before, they're all gone now. See here. His face darkened. I thought to myself that lightning had become so dense. Even if Wu and others win all 7, they cannot leave this place. Why aren't they here now? Is it difficult for the 10 Night King to come back? But it's not right either. Although Jin Yuanding looks unreliable. But in reality, combat effectiveness cannot be ignored. As long as the winning rate is not reached, 5 times unsheathed to surpass. Almost impossible for him to protect. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Think of this. Zhang Xian knew that since they were not under siege, that's just hiding it. So he opened his eyes of reason. Explore the surroundings. I couldn't help but laugh. Immediately after, he released his physical body from the storage realm. After the witch soul returns to its body, my true chi condensed on me. Just flip over the soil ahead. With a flick of his body, he jumped into the soil, until it sinks to a depth of about 7 or 8 meters. I just saw the golden dome below. After taking a glance, I just realized that his breath is very weak. I hurriedly approached him and asked why you were injured. At this moment, the golden dome saw its owner return. Just spoke slowly and responded with a sentence, "Young master, you're here. They're all safe inside me." Zhang Xian noticed that he spoke with a lackluster tone. I anxiously asked what had happened. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanding just continued to explain. Just now, the lightning suddenly became incredibly fierce. I want to save people. Just increase your body size. However, it was also extensively attacked by lightning. The young master is very tired now. I want to rest now. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. He knows the spiritual golden cauldron. Once you fall asleep, very likely to die. So he immediately passed on a set of martial arts techniques. And he said, I have already taught you a set of techniques. You practice now. Never fall asleep. At this moment, Jin Yuanding responded softly, saying, Young master, I will practice when I have free time. Although I am afraid of death. But the young master, I am not a coward. Listen here. Zhang Xian noticed that the other party was gradually quiet. I only found out that he had fallen into a deep sleep. My heart trembled suddenly. Just shouted loudly, ding ding. You're not a coward. But it's a hero. Don't worry, I will definitely wake you up. At this moment, in Zhang Xian's heart, although Jin Yuanding is just a weapon, and he's also so afraid of death, but in the face of right and wrong, still resolutely chose to protect. Everyone had promised him before, to enable it to reach an out-of-body state. I promised to take him all the way forward. Now he's unconscious trying to save people. No matter what, we must wake it up, fulfill the wish to make him stronger. After making a decision in my heart, I lifted the stove lid and jumped into it. However, the people inside saw Zhang Xian jump down. They also stood up and greeted each other. At this moment, Zhang Xian asked with a serious expression on her face, what exactly happened? Wasn't lightning very stable before? Why did he suddenly become so crazy? After their communication, Zhang Xian just realized, this may be related to the Night King at that time. What treasures are you looking for? So from the wizard's mouth, I heard the direction in which the Night King left last. Just say hello to everyone and you're about to leave. The Fengsun warrior beside me, watching him go after the alien race. He said he wanted to go with him, and put oneself in a special way. Can you track the ability of the alien race and tell him? So the two of them left the furnace top like this. Returning to the ground, it flew out in one direction. Not long after, we arrived in a remedial city. I just realized that there were no more lightning strikes here. It seems that there is a special power that shields thunder. After the two of them stopped, Tongsun took out a magic weapon, dripped a little blood inside. Immediately, A sound was heard. Then I saw the needle pointing in one direction. The two of them followed the instructions and flew out. Suddenly feeling a mansion in front of me. A force that is difficult to articulate has arrived. After a glance at each other, he quietly flew in. At this moment, I come up to you. I just saw it. A tall alien race stood in the middle of the courtyard. There is a blue sphere in front of him. At this moment, power is surging wildly. It seems like we're fighting against something. At this moment, a drama suddenly occurred with the spherical object. Fierce roars all around. Thunderbolt Colonel Fong Sun couldn't help but contract his pupils upon seeing this. This perverted family in front of us is trying to keep him alive. Create an opportunity for him to escape. Abnormal, he not only dares not move. On the contrary, one slap knocked the other person unconscious. Just now, Zhang Xian and Feng Zhanshe arrived at a mansion. A member of the alien tribe was discovered in the middle of the courtyard. I am manipulating a blue ball. Releasing lightning strikes. Seeing this scene, Feng Sun couldn't help but contract his pupils. Immediately after, he transmitted the message saying that this is Lei Yuanju. After speaking, I saw Zhang Xian beside me with a puzzled expression on his face. Just explained that Lei Yuanju is a lightning attribute treasure. Like spirit stones containing spiritual energy. Must be released with a large number of lightning elements. Has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Very scary. This thing is only found in the most concentrated place of lightning. Can be born. Its rarity is comparable to that of a 9-star famous teacher. Belonging to the legendary treasure. But how did it come to be here? Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. Although he has so far. I haven't heard of this thunderbolt stone yet. But the rarity of 9-star famous teachers is still known. The entire continent may not be able to find a few of them. At this point, Feng Sun continued to explain. He not only contains the power of lightning, but also, the most crucial thing is, it can also be used as the core of a lightning attribute array. Similar in function to the array disk. Once successfully refined, it's like mastering the formation. Can unleash astonishing power. Listen here. Zhang Xian asked with a flustered expression. Is this Thunder Sea a big formation? Subsequently, I learned a lot of relevant information from Feng Sun's mouth. Also confirmed the level of danger of this item. Just when the two of them were communicating, suddenly discovered. The thunder balls in the courtyard emit a warm glow, and the hand suddenly extended by the Stone Leaf King. A fierce grab forward. A spherical object emitting blue light slowly flew towards him. However, Feng Sun, who witnessed the scene, could no longer resist. With a flick of the wrist, the long sword fell into the hand. The whole person transformed into a sword-like aura. He stabbed straight at the back of the leaf-eating king's heart. Zhang Xian on the side, still thinking about, when discussing strategy with the other party. I just saw a white light flash by. I was momentarily stunned. Who knew they wouldn't hesitate? I immediately followed up. And the leaf-eating king, who was refining Lei Yuanju, suddenly felt a killing intent strike. Suddenly turning around. After seeing the appearance of the person, I was also stunned for a moment. Why hasn't this guy died yet? So my eyebrows raised. Just shout angrily, heaven has a way, you won't leave. Hell has no door, you came here. Since it is so, then come down for me. Don't dodge even after finishing speaking. One hand continues to refine the thunderbolt pearl. The other palm swung forward. Immediately afterwards, a strong gust of air swept through and stopped, accompanied by a loud bang. The whole person flew backwards. My colleague sprayed a mouthful of blood wildly. Zhang Xian couldn't help but contract her pupils when she saw this. 6 of the top 10 kings almost died at his hands. Although they are all fourfold powerhouses in the Holy Land. But it's not on the same level as the one in front of us. But no matter how strong, we still have to fight against one. Think of this. Wrist move. A military sword held in hand. Just rushed straight over. It's just that Zhang Xian's target is not Shi Yuang, but it's the thunder ball in front of him. However, the Stone Leaf King standing still. I also saw the other party's purpose. Finger extended. Gently flick the long sword that greets you. Zhang Xian only felt a tremble in the tiger's mouth. I can no longer hold the ice rain sword in my hand. Directly ejected by bullets. And he is also like Feng Sun. Directly flying backwards. Blood spurted out of the mouth. Just being thrown into mid-air, he forcefully borrowed his strength. I only stabilized my steps when I landed. At this moment, Zhang Xian's eyes were filled with shock. After all, the strength of this guy in front of us. Completely beyond his imagination. Just now, he gave his all in one blow. Not even one finger of the Yuan family. Think of this. Zhang Xian did not continue the attack, hurriedly flipping through the other person's book in their mind. After seeing the flaw in this guy in front of me, not only did they not feel happy, on the contrary, his face looks even uglier. Because from books, Zhang Xian saw that the only flaws in the other person were their eyebrows and armpits. However, both of these locations are the most heavily guarded areas, and you have to get close to attack. Don't talk about close range now. The scope of the two battles just now was not reached. Easily repelled by the opponent. Think of this. I know it's impossible to win against the opponent if we keep fighting like this. While pondering what to do, just heard a roar. Not far away, the Stone Leaf King slapped it with a palm. This thick palm print covers a distance of tens of meters. Cover him and Feng Sun all inside. Just the palm print hasn't arrived yet. Its powerful sense of oppression makes people breathe quickly. Difficult to resist. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's body shook. Immediately flew out. But we haven't gone far yet. I felt a huge force surging up. Immediately after, he hadn't had a chance to react. I was hit on my back by this violent force, flying for tens of meters. I didn't stop until I knocked down the wall. But in Zhang Xian's eyes, sweating profusely, when struggling to stand up. Not far away, the Ten-Leaf King refined round beads. He raised his hand and patted Feng Sun. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian suddenly became foolish. So I exclaimed in my heart, cruel. Immediately, a strong and intense surge surged from his body. Pure killing spirit. He rushed towards the other party. However, in the palm print of the leaf-eating king, when it was about to fall on Feng Sun's head, he felt the powerful killing aura. I couldn't help but be shocked. The speed of palm prints falling also paused slightly. At this critical moment, Zhang Xian grabbed it with her hand. I escaped from the range of Palm Seal's attack with Feng Sun, accompanied by a massive earthquake battle. Countless houses collapsed. A huge palm print immediately appeared in front of me. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also covered in dust, full of embarrassment. However, Feng Sun's face was filled with fear upon seeing this scene. After all, as a warrior, he, facing the Holy Land 4 of Pu, famous teachers in Chongqing can be easily eliminated. But this person in front of me, but it's like an unshakable mountain, strong beyond expectations. Just ahead. I'm not that strong when fighting without a teacher. Is it preserving strength? Think of this. Suddenly moving in my heart, just exclaimed in shock, collapse. He refined Lei Yuanzhu. Only with the help of a large formation can such power be achieved. But now Feng Sun is not the only one shocked. Night King. He also looked at Zhang Xian not far away with a face full of horror. May I ask who you are? After all, the killing aura released by Zhang Xian just now, compared to him, it's not inferior at all. And in his opinion, a boy of the human race, how could it possibly emit the aura of an alien race? He was very shocked by this. However, Zhang Xian, who had just dodged the blow, ignoring the other party's questioning, just pulled Feng Sun and continued to flee. The edible leaf king saw him and wanted to leave. Immediately open your fingers and grab the suspension forward abruptly. The Lei Yuanzhu floating in front completely landed in his palm. At this moment, I saw his finger lightly flick. A loud cry. Several lightning strikes struck from the sky. Instantly formed a cage. Cover the two of them inside. Feng Sun saw the situation. It's difficult for the two of them to escape at this moment. So I thought of using a trick inherited from the War World Hall. Instantly doubling one's strength. Then hold the other party back by yourself. Can give Zhang Xian a chance to escape? After Zhang Xian learned of his plan, I am very pleased and moved in my heart. So he nodded in agreement with the other party's approach. After obtaining his consent, Feng Sun, I also breathed a sigh of relief. With that, the eyebrows raised. The aura on his body instantly rose from the ground. Just as he was about to accumulate his breath to the extreme, I just feel a blackout in front of me. The whole person collapsed to the ground. And after Zhang Xian knocked the other person unconscious, I shook my head helplessly. Even though you had used the secret technique, we can't escape either, so I can only force you to faint first. Then he looked up and saw the alien race not far away, laughing at the 10 Knights King. Long time no see. Didn't you just ask me who I am? I'll tell you now. After speaking, the muscles of the body began to wriggle. The jade plaque on the chest flickered with light. It's like removing some kind of disguise. The whole person instantly became tall and strong. The strong killing spirit also spread. It gives people a feeling of being as strong as a mountain. However, upon seeing this scene, the Night King was immediately stunned. Later, he was startled and exhaled the phone on Night King. Why are you here? After speaking, the other person nodded. His face darkened. Just keep asking you and the Water Night King to carry out the mission. No news has been received yet. What exactly happened during this period? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded that you also saw it. I secretly disguised my appearance and infiltrated into the human race. In order to gain their trust, I dare not send messages casually. Mainly because I need to know a big secret about the human race recently. The matter involves a great deal. Once the message is confirmed, it is highly likely that our spirit clan will be destroyed. So there's no time to report. We can only disguise ourselves as human beings all the time. Upon hearing this, Shurya Wang coldly snorted and said, "Are you joking? Back then, Kong was so powerful. It's just blocking us from the mainland. What's the news?" since we can still be destroyed. After all, Confucius founded the profession of being a renowned teacher back then. Unified human race. Incredibly powerful. At that time, although the alien race could not compete with it. But it's just withdrawing from the mainland. Still retaining the incense. How could a single message lead to the downfall of the Spirit Clan? This is simply an exaggeration for the Stone Leaf King. Zhang Xian saw that the other party had doubts. When my face darkened, I explained that I didn't believe it at first. But this is a fact. Master Tian Blade, have you heard of him? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan was momentarily stunned. I definitely know. Confucius was one of these famous teachers back then. Being able to gain recognition from heaven and earth. It is a truly invincible existence. Is it difficult? At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded and responded, you guessed it right. This time, I was supposed to carry out a mission to the Poison Hall. Unintentionally, the result. I discovered a renowned master of the Heavenly Blade. There's no time to report now. Temporarily changed the plan. Just disguise yourself as a human and blend in. 10 Leaf King 1. He also looked at the Leaf King in front of him with disbelief on his face. Where did you hear the message from? After all, Master Kong is the only one in the history of the renowned Tian Blade teacher. After the defeat, no one else can complete it. Even his own 72 sages are not enough. Zhang Xian nodded confidently in response at this moment. This news is absolutely true. And I have been following this master of the Heavenly Blade all along. I also intentionally lured it here. And this master of the Heavenly Blade is him. After finishing speaking, Zhang Xian saw the other party's unhappy expression on their face. Why just laugh out loud? Are you still pregnant? Doubt what I said. If you don't believe it, you can use our Spirit Clan. The method of testing the renowned master of the Heavenly Blade. Can't we just verify it? Listen here. Shi Wang frowned. I just responded that it's possible. It's just too troublesome to do this, and it also requires the intervention of the Jade Knight King. After all, only he has this ability. Hesitated for a moment. Just keep talking about that, okay? I asked him to come over. Anyway, he's around here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, immediately stunned. This is among the kings of Shangwu, the third strongest character in the ranking. If he comes over, isn't it more troublesome? You should know that a single 10 Night King, they almost wiped out their entire army. Now come with an even stronger one. How to deal with this? Just his current identity is the Prince of Midnight. I can't refuse either. Besides, since we know the other party is also here, instead of hiding behind, it's better to meet in advance. Can also come up with better strategies. Think of this. It took a while for me to respond, saying that then there would be trouble with the Stone Knight King. After speaking, I saw the other party take out the communication jade plaque. I casually clicked a few times. Just passed on the information. However, after finishing this matter, the Stone Knight King, with a puzzled expression, he looked at the Prince of Midnight in front of him again. I asked a question, since he is a renowned master of the Heavenly Blade. Why did you come here? And how did you discover it? Faced with questioning, Zhang Xian, not only is there no concern at all. On the contrary, the response with a gentle smile is quite coincidental. This master of the Heavenly Blade, he did not appear in the sect of saints, not even at the headquarters of the famous teacher hall, but it appears in a small kingdom that is not mainstream. Step by step, come over. He did it to prevent others from discovering it. Unnecessary troubles may arise. He has also been hiding his identity all along, so the headquarters of the famous teacher hall is not aware of this person's appearance. The reason why I discovered. It's also a coincidence. When investigating the news of the Poison Palace in Jingyuan City, I just found him, recognized by the heavens. That's why it's confirmed. Upon hearing these words, the Leaf-Eating King was taken aback. Then I curiously asked a question that should be answered logically. You witnessed him being recognized by heaven and earth with your own eyes. What kind of scene is that? Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian smiled instantly. This pervert in front of me, just moving your mouth, successfully defeated two kings who were tens of times stronger than oneself. Kill him. Just now, Zhang Xian disguised herself as the Midnight Queen. Just explain to the 10 Night King in front of me. How did you discover it yourself? The person in front of me is a master of the Heavenly Blade. However, after listening to the introduction, the 10 Night King nodded, although he had never seen such a grand scene before. But I have heard various legends. I have also read corresponding books. It's not much different from the scene described by the Prince of Midnight. So he felt that this person lying on the ground, even if it's not the renowned master of the Heavenly Blade, there must also be an extremely huge connection. After all, he knows. If we capture a renowned swordsman and hand him over to the royal family, the great credit, unlimited quantity, just credit, if I were alone, to obtain abundant resources, it's easy to become a peak powerhouse. But if it were the other parties, I'm just helping, it's like getting nothing. Think of this. Shi Yewang's gaze flickered. Just look at the Prince of Midnight not far away. If we kill him, as long as the action is fast, destroying corpses and eliminating traces, no one should doubt it either. Anyway, he has been missing for so long. Even if he died, no one noticed. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian also sensed the other party's intentions. With a gentle smile, he said, Ten Night King. This guy was brought by me. I know all the news about him, and during this period, I have already regarded me as a true but now you're going to kill me. Not only is it unable to make them submit, if not handled properly, it may back. When I heard this, the Night King let out a loud laugh. Hide the fierce light in your eyes. Where did Daozi Night King just laugh at? You discovered this person, and he also brought it over. The credit naturally belongs to you. How could I possibly take action against you? Although he said it on his lips, but he tightly held onto Lei Yuanju in his hand. It seems like they could strike at any moment, but Zhang Xian saw everything in his eyes. So he shook his head and said, let's not pretend anymore. If I have strong abilities, I definitely won't talk so much nonsense to you. I won't even tell you his identity. I just advise you not to take action. Otherwise, if this guy dies, we won't be able to confirm his identity. Even if it's sent to the Hui ethnic group, it's just empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Then he released his palm and smiled. I won't do anything to you. At this moment, Zhang Xian showed a look. Tell me you won't hit me, will you? I don't believe it unless you swear to the spirit god. As long as you dare to swear not to take action against me. When reporting credit, I would say it was both of us who discovered it at the same time, simultaneously arresting. After speaking, I saw the other person's strange expression on their face. Zhang Xian also knows that this kind of one more person, one more share. That's why I explained to him. My strength is among the top 10 kings. It's nothing. What if someone covets credit? Even if I wanted to resist, I couldn't resist, right? Besides, the credit of Master Blade is really great. I can't enjoy it all by myself. It's much safer for someone to take care of each other. Why not do it? Upon hearing this, Prince Sai also fell into contemplation. After all, he thinks the other person is right. The contribution of Master Blade is indeed significant. Based solely on the strength of this guy in front of us, it's definitely impossible to monopolize. Wait for confirmation within the clan when the time comes. After being rewarded, it's not difficult to find a way to deal with this guy. After understanding, I just looked at Prince Sai and said, what do you want me to do? Only then can you believe it. At this moment, Zhang Xian held her hand. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a pot of wine. It's very simple to say. I have alcohol here. We pledge our blood alliance. Swear to the spirit god. Ensure that no one can harm anyone. I can naturally trust you. After speaking, I saw that the other party still hesitated. I immediately advised you to consider it as soon as possible. Once the Jade Leaf King arrives, got his identity. I'm afraid he might have murderous intentions. Take action against us simultaneously. So under Zhang Xian's constant persuasion, the 10 Night King, he knows and understands the degree of greed and brutality of the Jade Night King. In the end, the two of them rebelled against the spirit god, and drank the wine. Immediately after, we discussed it. After confirming with Tian Runming later, if the Jade Night King really has any thoughts, then act based on your looks. Not long after, the two of them heard a rapid roar coming from the air. A tall figure flew over immediately. At this moment, I saw him fly down. Just speak up and say, don't you know that I have more important things to do? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? At this moment, the leaf-eating king took a step forward. Tell me to come over in such a hurry. There is indeed something that needs help. Then he pointed to Feng Sun on the ground. Just keep saying it's like this. The one lying on the ground. It is said that one's status within the human race is very noble. I hope to use your hand to help him realize his true form. Upon hearing this, the Jade Night King was also puzzled. Look at his clothes. Isn't he just a warrior? Could there be any other different identities? Besides, Prince Knight, why are you here? Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian lied to the 10 Night Kings before. I told him again. It's just that this time we didn't mention the matter of Master Blade. However, after learning about the situation, the Night King, I am also very curious about Feng Sun's identity. So he took out an altar. Immediately after, I saw a faint light emanating from above. Cover him and Feng Sun lying on the ground inside. The Night King beside him saw the light shining, covering the other party to verify their true identity. This Midnight King doesn't come out. He stared at him with a displeased expression on his face. At this time, the Night King, with an extremely unpleasant expression, he shouted loudly. I said the Night King, we are currently verifying the identity of this person. What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Zhang Xianwenyan also shook her head helplessly. After all, he is not clear about the principle of the other party's inspection. but he knows that if he leaves, definitely won't detect anything, so he responded that he didn't need it anymore. I caught this guy myself. I want to see it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, the Night King, I thought he was worried about safety. I shook my head helplessly and said, then it's up to you. Upon seeing this, King Yuya did not say much. Continue with the altar practice. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian saw that they were not paying attention to her. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Then gently place your foot on Feng Sun's back. Take the special aura of the Heavenly Blade Master in your body. Gently delivered into his body. Soon, the light that enveloped the two became increasingly intense. Zhang Xian did not see anything special about this. But the Jade Leaf King on the other side. But his brow involuntarily furrowed. Immediately after, the altar in his hand shone brightly. Immediately displayed the four big characters Heaven and Earth Recognition. Seeing this scene, the Stone Night King beside him trembled uncontrollably. Even breathing has become a bit rapid. Only then did he realize. The Prince of Midnight on the other side did not deceive himself. Just hand over this person. It can be foreseen. One's own status and identity. Everything will undergo earth-shattering changes. However, he was not the only one shocked. At this moment, the Jade Leaf King beside him also had a fiery look in his eyes. No wonder these two guys are so anxious to come over to me. I caught such a big fish. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that his plan had succeeded. I also breathed a sigh of relief for this. Then he looked at the two and said, Wang, this guy was caught by me and Shirye Wang. Since the identity has been verified and confirmed, I hope to receive approval. Let's both immediately send it to the Hui ethnic group. But when the Stone Leaf King beside heard this, a strong doubt in my heart. It is inevitable that they want to be within the Hui ethnic group. But we can't say it now. Otherwise, the other party will definitely have ideas. Sure enough, he hasn't had a chance to explain it yet. I saw the Jade Leaf King furrow his brow. His face darkened. Immediately afterwards, a smile but not a smile appeared on his face. The task of using yellow tape is not yet completed. I'm leaving now. I'm afraid it might be troublesome. Zhang Xianwen nodded and responded, saying that it's not really troublesome. Anyway, this guy was caught by the two of us. It has nothing to do with other kings. At that time, there will really be punishment. We are both willing to take on the responsibility. Upon hearing these words, the Ten-Leaf King was almost scared to death. His meowing Jade Night King is already unhappy. Can you please deceive me? Saying that the credit belongs to everyone. This bastard is really good. Just say it has nothing to do with other kings. Isn't it obvious that they don't take the other person seriously? So he quickly explained that the Jade Night King. That's not what he meant. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the fierce face of the Jade Night King in front of me. Let out a furious shout. What you mean has nothing to do with me? Is that so? Zhang Xian just looked indifferent when she heard this. Of course, I have already discussed with King Shirye. If you are discerning, it's okay not to say anything. I really need trouble. Want to covet our credit. We don't mind killing you either. Upon hearing this, the Stone Leaf King on the side suddenly went crazy. He meows me. When did I say that? I'm just asking you to test it out. I'm not asking you to challenge me. Even if I really think so in my heart, it also needs to be done in secret. Just say it out loud. Isn't this just seeking death? He meows me. How could there be a pig teammate like you? However, at this time, the Jade Night King, looking coldly at the two of them with eyes as cold as electricity. At the same time, the whole body emits a strong killing aura. Very good, very good. I, the Jade Night King, have been galloping for so many years. It's been a long time since I've been in such danger. At this moment, the Night King hurriedly explained to the Jade Night King. It's not what you think. Capture this renowned master of the Heavenly Blade. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Feng Sun standing up and rubbing his head in front of me. Ask what's wrong. What Heavenly Blade Master? At this moment, Shirye saw him wake up. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Just right from his mouth. Inquire about some useful information, to alleviate the current situation. However, just as he was about to ask the other person, Zhang Xuanmeng's kick knocked Feng Sun unconscious. Ten-Leaf Wang was stunned when he saw the scene. Thinking of you meow. Didn't you just say that your relationship is very good? Why is it like kicking an animal now? There's no difference. The Night King over here, disregarding the Heavenly Blade Master who was knocked unconscious by the kick. But instead, he looked coldly at the Purple Night King. I shouted angrily and wanted to kill me. Just the two of you. However, Zhang Xian also ignored the other party's anger. Just waved your hand and said, that's right. It's us. Now we have confirmed his identity. You have no meaning living. Otherwise, I'll keep you alive. I will definitely pass on the message as well. Take credit from us. So I discussed with the Ten-Leaf King. As long as you listen obediently. An old Chinese practice. Make a vow. Do not leak this message. They won't compete with us for credit either. We'll spare your life. Yue sword, the more he speaks, the more powerful he becomes. I didn't even take myself seriously. The killing intent on his body is becoming increasingly fierce. Then he looked at him with his eyes burning like flames. I said something very good. Since it is so, then I'll let you die first. As soon as the words fell, I saw him raise his hand and slap towards the leaf-eating king. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Immediately shout loudly, "Old stone, hurry up and follow the plan. Take action, otherwise we'll all die here." However, the leaf-eating king standing still, seeing the opponent's attack approaching. This teammate is still talking nonsense. I was also so angry that I stomped my feet, but now he can't help but complain too much about it. The Lei Yuanzhu in his hand suddenly turned. A thick lightning bolt. It immediately fell from the sky, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the entire mansion building shaking violently, collapse into a piece. They all left their original place in that moment. At this time, the Jade Leaf King, watching my own attack shattered by lightning, just let out a roar. "No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that Lei Yuanzhu has been refined. Controlled this thunder formation. Just because of this alone, you want to kill me? Dream on." As soon as the words fell, I saw a big knife in his hand. A fierce wave forward. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. The lightning that kept falling just now, although extremely powerful, it feels like I'm instantly isolated outside now. However, the experimental king who witnessed this scene, Lei Yuanzhu in hand, is sent out again. I wasn't really your match before just making eye contact. It's just that it's not certain who will win or lose now. After speaking, the lightning in the sky became even more terrifying. Charge wildly towards the blade. Strike it tightly in the blink of an eye. Then the lightning strike struck the other party's head again. But the Jade Leaf King did not hide from this. Gently move your body. A phantom shadow appeared at the center of the brow. Although at this moment he was only halfway out of his neck, its primordial spirit cannot detach from the physical body. But he can already escape from the Yuanshan cave, forming fragrances and similar substances. There has been a significant increase in strength. Indeed, at the moment when the illusory shadow appeared, the surrounding space seems to have turned into a cage. The crazy lightning can no longer penetrate at this moment. However, the Night King who separated the thunder and lightning, raise your eyebrows. The big knife in his hand chopped at the opponent again. At this moment, the 10 Night Kings saw that they had lost the support of the thunder formation. "I feel anxious." Immediately took a long spear and greeted him. At the same time, he shouted loudly that he was using his spirit to block the space. Can only sustain a few breaths, and it causes great damage to the primordial spirit. "Prince Sai, hurry up and take action now." After shouting, "Hold the long gun in your hand." I barely managed to block the opponent's knife bag. But what puzzled him was, why didn't the Prince of Midnight rush up next to him? So he turned his head and looked in his direction. What the Night King sees in the next second make him completely stunned. This pervert in front of me. In order to prevent the other person from hearing me talking to others, he was beaten to death with just one brick. Just now, Zhang Xian said in a few words, "Let the two kings fight fiercely." The industrial king sees his own Lei Yuanzhu cannot harm the other party. Let the Prince of Midnight nearby lend a helping hand. I just shouted for a while and didn't see him come up to assist. I am very puzzled in my heart. So I turned my head and took a look. I just realized this guy was holding hands and watching from the sidelines. There is no intention of helping at all. At this moment, he finally understood. The other party had no intention of cooperating from the beginning, but intentionally deceiving oneself and killing each other with the Jade Leaf King. The oath I made to the spirit god just now, just can't take action against each other. If the Jade Leaf King kills himself, this is not considered a violation, and no matter who died, as long as there are people alive, in order to ensure the reputation of that heavenly master can be better controlled, I dare not kill him. In other words, no matter who wins or loses now, this guy will be the one who is capable. Why is his Purple Night King scheming so terrifying? After understanding these, the Leaf-Eating King, knowing not to let the other party succeed, so he gritted his teeth and blocked the continuous attacks of the Jade Leaf King. After, he hurriedly used phonetic techniques to say to him, "Jade Leaf King, let's not fall for this guy's instigation. The plan is for us to kill each other." After speaking, I noticed that the opponent's attack had somewhat eased. Just continued saying, "Look at it. How great is the credit of being a renowned teacher on this day. It can be said that the three of us discovered it together. There's no need to hurt him over this small matter. Do you think so?" Upon hearing this, the Jade Leaf King hesitated for a moment. When I was about to speak, suddenly feeling a chill in the back, a sword blade pierced from behind at an unknown time, quickly dodged the attack. But even so, it's still slow. At this moment, his back had been deeply stabbed. Blood keeps flowing out. So he turned his head and looked behind him. Only then did I realize that Prince Midnight had stabbed me, jumping tens of meters away. And he shouted loudly with excitement on his face, "10 Night King, what you said is indeed good. His destiny gate is right here. I heard him say that. It exploded instantly. I thought, this 10-Night King and himself are telling the truth. I didn't expect it to just relax my vigilance. Okay, launch a surprise attack from behind. Thinking of this, my whole body is filled with murderous intent. He suddenly slapped Zhang Xian where he was. At the same time, the big sword struck the 10-Night King again. At this moment, the leaf-eating king was completely panicked. He meowed hard to make him believe in himself. This bastard thing. Since it's time to make a move. Now I know that no matter how you explain it, it's useless. I gritted my teeth and rushed forward to fight against him, accompanied by two powerful forces colliding together. Less than one breath. The two have already played dozens of moves, accompanied by waves of collisions. Under the influence of violent steam turbulence, the entire ancient city takes less than 3 breaths, turned into a ruin. However, Zhang Xian saw the scene of two people fighting in the distance. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim, impressive. With the passage of time, the battle between the two is becoming increasingly fierce. However, after being injured, the Jade Knight King didn't use the protection of Genshin Impact. In the opponent's thunderous formation, more and more people are being struck by lightning. My physical strength is clearly starting to decline. At this moment, he knew, if this continues, I will definitely be killed by the other party. Think of this. A long, red hiss in both eyes. I saw the killing intent surging out of his body. Genshin Impact appears in court immediately. However, Zhang Xian saw the scene in the distance. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Before the death of the Water Night King ahead. It's just using this secret technique. Now this Night King is seriously injured. I seem to know that sooner or later I will be killed. Therefore, we also used that special technique of separating the primordial spirit from the body. If that's the case, Ten-Leaf King will definitely be killed by him. Zhang Xian understands this point. I planned to hide it first before discussing it, but just when he wanted to leave, not far away, Fengsun stood up again, swaying and swaying. Murmured, what's going on? Where am I? Only Fengsun stood up straight. I saw a white cloth suddenly appear in front of me. Immediately, both eyes darkened, falling down again without waking up. After Zhang Xian knocked her unconscious, just look at the battle between the two. Only then did I realize that the leaf-eating king had also used a secret technique. The two primordial gods are fighting fiercely. It takes less than 10 breaths. I just saw that she had been beaten until she was retreating one after another. Zhang Xian also knew at this moment. Even hiding now is too late. Just now, I did something against him. How can the other party spare themselves now? Even if we run to the beehive. His Genshin Impact just needs to use the Divine Stone to explore. You can find yourself. But it's just that Zhang Xian is dealing with this. When I don't know what to do. Suddenly seeing the other person's body. Suddenly, I had an idea in my heart. So while they were not paying attention to themselves in battle, quickly approached the other person's body. I took out the Ice Jade sword and suddenly chopped it down. After the long sword landed on his body. Only then did I realize that I couldn't hurt my breath at all. Only then did I realize. He is practicing Silkworm Jade skill. My body is like jade. Based on one's current strength. Not only did they cut him, but they also didn't harm him. It is also impossible to inject real gas into the gas. After pondering for a moment, I finally realized. Before entering, I collected some lava myself. I was originally planning to use it for refining. Now let's practice. He just happened to think of this. No more hesitation. Wrist flip. A pile of lava appeared in the sky. I poured it on the other person. Immediately after, I saw, when lava comes into contact with the other person's body, immediately made a frying sound. Then I saw his body rapidly melting. At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded with satisfaction. However, the Jade Leaf King, who was fighting vigorously in the air, sensing the scorching sensation of the body, I suddenly looked at my own body. But when he saw this scene, I almost got angry on the spot. As a half-step unsheathed the diameter powerhouse, although a secret technique was used to forcibly unsheath it. At the same time, it also brings great damage. But as long as the physical body is not damaged, even if our strength drops sharply in the future, we can still save our lives. It's better now. My body was burned by someone. This is equivalent to Laos being taken over by someone. I can't go back even if I want to. However, just when he was angry about it, the Leaf-Eating King also took the opportunity to launch several surprise attacks. But it's just these few times. Almost knocked his spirit to pieces. At this moment, the Jade Leaf King no longer paid attention to his burnt body. I know the only way to kill the Leaf-Eating King is to kill him. Only then can we kill this bastard below. So his gaze flickered and he rushed up again, accompanied by bursts of roaring sounds. The spiritual energy within a radius of tens of miles has been stirred up in a disorderly manner. Not long. The elemental god of the Leaf-Eating King was forcibly shattered. The body fell to the ground, also completely cut off breathing. And at this moment, after the Jade Leaf King dealt with the other party, with a roar, he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian saw the situation, immediately arrest Feng Sun on the ground, block in front of oneself and let out a roar. You're here to kill me. I will kill this master of the heavenly blade, as long as he's still alive, with countless rewards within the clan. Help you regain your physical body. Restoring strength is not difficult. After speaking, I saw that the other person didn't believe I could do it. Just pinch Feng Sun's neck. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but once this guy dies, you won't get anything. That's the truth. Upon hearing this, the Jade Knight King just let out a loud roar. He won't die. It's none of my business now. My physical body is gone now. It won't last long either. Since it is so, you don't want to live either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just shake your head. Sigh, who said you can't live without your body? Isn't that the physical body of the leaf-eating king? Can't you enter his body? Upon hearing this, the Jade Leaf King be filled with anger. Then he shouted angrily at the other party. Are you really stupid that he meows? The cultivation attributes of the two are different, forcefully entering the same way. Thus, I struggled to survive in his body. What's the use of suffering every day? I heard the other person say that. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian finally thought of something, so I responded by saying that I remembered. I specialize in refining puppet techniques. I definitely won't clash with you. Why don't you go inside and recuperate first? Wait until this renowned master of the heavenly blade leads the Hui ethnic group. After receiving the reward, enhance the female spirit. It doesn't matter whether a Taoist has a physical body or not, does it? After finishing speaking, he made a wrist gesture. Summon out a puppet of the alien tribe. Just keep talking. This is made by refining the physical bodies of ordinary people. No attributes. Even with me, we can still fit in. The Jade Knight King hesitated for a moment upon seeing the situation. After all, he knows. The puppet in front of us, made by using the physical body of the tribe members and forging them hard, driven by absorbing spiritual energy. No attributes. Although the strength is low, but it's easier to fit than the leaf-eating king, can better exert combat effectiveness. However, Zhang Xian, seeing the other party hesitating, just shake your head and sigh. To be honest, hating me is useless. The person who wants to kill you is the leaf-eating king. It's not me, it's just my strength. I can't move even if I want to. Speaking of which, I slapped the dust on the puppet with reluctance on my face. Speaking of this puppet, it's something I've spent countless hours refining. I originally planned to use it as a clone for myself in the future. I'll give it to you now. I also hope you can spare me. Waiting within the clan. What kind of physical body are you looking for? Are you still afraid you won't be able to find it? I heard the other person say that. After hesitating for a moment, the Jade Leaf King, I have also made many plans in my heart. Then he came to the puppet. Upon careful examination, I agreed to the other party's suggestion. So as soon as he had a mental movement, he plunged into it. Soon the puppet opened its eyes. I did some physical activity. Try your hands and feet. Just looked at the Prince of Midnight not far away. Okay, that's it. Can you let go of this master of the heavenly blade now? Zhang Xian smiled at the words. I responded with one sentence, of course. Then he threw Feng Sun in his hand to the ground. The Jade Knight King saw that the other party really released it. I am very surprised in my heart. Shouldn't he continue to threaten? This also ensures his own safety. Now I'm so obedient that I let it go. Is it because I'm not afraid of killing him? Don't hesitate anymore when you think of this. The leader suddenly stretched out. Just sucked the heavenly blade master lying on the ground over. At the same time, the body swayed. He rushed towards the Prince of Midnight across the street. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party rushing towards her. There is no intention of dodging or counterattacking, just shaking your head and sighing, giving you a chance to survive. But you don't know how to cherish it. Since it is so, as soon as the words fell, I saw Zhang Xian rubbing her fingers. Halfway through, the Jade Leaf King's body trembled. I fell directly down. At this moment, the Jade Leaf King finally understood. Why is the other party so confident and fearless? So this bastard had already poisoned this puppet. So I felt like my eyes were about to crack. He cursed fiercely at the Prince of Midnight in front of him. However, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's anger. Instead, he said with a gentle smile, as long as you obediently listen now, be my puppet, I can spare you from death. The Jade Knight King saw the other party so shameless. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth. Roar and make me listen to you. Go to hell. After finishing speaking, he was about to jump out of the puppet's body with a sudden surge of energy. And Zhang Xian, who was standing still, saw the situation. I couldn't help but laugh. Can you think of it? Come out and show me one. Upon hearing these words, the Jade Knight King also realized it. All the acupoints on the puppet's body. It's like being blocked by a special steam. Even if his strength is strong, he cannot break out of the body. At this moment, he was very angry in his heart. I didn't expect Qiangxiaoxing. Wan Xiaoxing ultimately fell victim to the opponent's calamity. It's just something that makes it difficult for him to understand. When did Prince Zai become so cunning? Not only can it make oneself and the 10 Knights King kill each other, even how to deal with it after winning is involved. We also prepared puppets with high toxicity in advance for this. Think of this. I suddenly realized something with a sudden jolt in my heart. So he looked surprised all over his face. I asked, "Aren't you the Prince of Midnight?" Zhang Xian smiled lightly at the other person upon hearing these words. Well said, you are quite intelligent. Can still react in the end. After speaking, he didn't want to pretend anymore. So the muscles all over the body wriggled. After a moment, he will return to his own appearance. However, upon seeing the scene before his eyes, the Jade Leaf King, I couldn't help but lock my pupils. Just gasped in surprise, "You're a human. Are you the true master of the Heavenly Blade?" Zhang Xian did not respond to this. He looked at him calmly. How about asking again? I really don't think about it. Make my clothes. Do you agree? After all, the matter involving Master Tian Blade is too big. He doesn't even admit it in the Master Teacher Hall. Moreover, we are currently facing an alien race. At this time, the Jade Knight King. I know I can't get rid of this puppet. I have been poisoned by the other party again. So he looked at Zhang Xian with electric eyes and burst out laughing. The pervert in front of us would hold on to a big tree with his hands at the slightest disagreement. We're going to smash these old men. Just now, Zhang Xian uses his 3-inch tongue to speak fluently. Put the Jade Knight King Yuanshan who originally intended to kill him away. By using the renowned Hui teacher with a heavenly blade, you can get a lot of rewards. The ritual that can bring strength to its peak. Let him take the initiative to get inside the puppet body with the true chi of the heavenly Tao. Not long after, the Jade Knight King realized that he had been poisoned. Moreover, the primordial spirit cannot escape the puppet. Knowing that if this continues, one will undoubtedly die. So no matter what the other party says, just give the other person a cold laugh. Can die at the hands of a renowned master of the heavenly blade who will not emerge for thousands of years. I recognized it and finished speaking, only to see the puppet tremble all over its body. Immediately after, I saw golden fingerprints in his eyes. Immediately fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Xian rushed over as soon as she saw the situation. You can take a closer look. I just realized that the other party had already stopped breathing. I thought to myself, this guy is quite decisive, and he is very loyal to the alien race. He just meowed and wasted his puppet. But fortunately, these two kings have quite a few treasures. Not to mention anything else. This long knife and spear. All of them have reached the holy level. Although it's just a lower quality product, but it's also good. So he stepped forward and handed over their sacred storage rings. And the precious Lei Yuanzhu was also collected. Next, we will use the Heavenly Tao Library. Understood the situation of Lei Yuanzhu once. Then it took over 20 minutes. Finally refined him. However, when Feng Sun woke up not far away, seeing Zhang Xian in front of me, I was also scared. I jumped. This scene was too hurtful in his eyes. Countless lightning strikes concentrated on him in the air. It's like tearing him apart. But he seemed to be enjoying himself standing there. What is he doing? Feng Sun, who was puzzled in his heart, glanced around and then, 2 members of the alien tribe were found dead on the ground, and one of them is the leaf-eating king. At this moment, Feng Sun's face was also full of fear. He couldn't understand how this zombie did it, can kill such a powerful king. The most crucial thing is, didn't you get beaten to death? Why are you still alive now? And one after another, who keeps knocking themselves unconscious. However, just as he was struggling with this, Zhang Xian also received all the lightning punches in the air. Lei Yuanzhu only breathed a sigh of relief after finishing these tasks. Then include it in the storage ring. I am about to activate my true chi. When stretching your body, I saw Feng Sun walking over, hugging and saying, "Thank you for saving Zhang Shi's life." Zhang Xian also waved her hand awkwardly upon seeing the situation. The response says you don't have to be polite. Then the two of them had a brief conversation. I flew back to a place where there was nothing to wait for. However, after returning, I just saw it. Ignoring them, they have already walked out of the top of the golden circle. Meditate and rest outside. Zhang Xian greeted everyone after saying hello. Just put the golden dome sleeping in the mud. Received the storage ring. And at this moment, Feng Sun also shared what he knew about the situation. I said it in detail. After understanding the situation, everyone was stunned in place. Looking at Zhang Xian again, their eyes were filled with admiration. After all, the strongest among them all. Disregarding the degree of confrontation, no. And the young dean in front of us. Not only did they successfully kill it, even broke the thunder formation. However, Zhang Xian saw everyone like this. I originally wanted to explain. After some thought, it's better to forget about it. The more these things are said, the more complex they become. So he looked at everyone and said, Your injuries are not yet fully healed. It will definitely be more dangerous ahead. Why don't we just make some adjustments here today? It's not too late to move forward when everything is fully recovered. Everyone knows the level of danger that lies ahead upon hearing this, so they nodded and closed their eyes, starting to adjust. Soon after, Zhang Xian noticed that everyone was recovering their energy. He also walked aside and released Ruoshi. Simply explain the matter. I just entered the hive myself. About 2 hours have passed. Zhang Xian's witch soul absorbs the thunder and lightning of Lei Yuanju. Perform quenching. The size of the witch soul has shrunk from 7 meters to around 4 meters. The strength has also reached the peak of the Holy Spirit. Previously, the strength of growth was increasing, and after entering a season, the body size of the soul has been constantly shrinking. Actually, the current refining process, different from the previous situation where the absorption of spiritual energy becomes stronger. The former is from scratch. From now until now, strength has also become more refined. Especially every move carries the power of lightning. It gives people a feeling of extreme strength, relying solely on the current strength of the witch soul. I'm afraid the remaining 2 peak powerhouses are not opponents. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian knew that she could not continue to break through. The witch soul also returned to its physical body and entered the ruins. Less than a day's time, he put his body and soul together, forcefully ascend to the pinnacle of the holy realm. Now he is a soul weapon. These 3 forces have all reached the state of hitting the door with 1 foot. After finishing these tasks, knowing that Lei Yuanju has an excellent effect on the soul, summoned the clone out, lost Lei Yuanju to him, returned to the crowd. Seeing everyone's breath returning to its original state one by one, just say hello, let's go. So after everyone reorganized, just keep walking forward. Quickly walked from the minefield to pitch black, shrouded in a storm. The people in the desert saw the scene in front of them. I couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Although everyone doesn't know what this is, but you can clearly feel the power emanating from it. At this moment, Director Wu's face darkened. I just spoke up and said this is Black Eagle sand. He is an extremely eerie sandstorm. Has extremely strong corrosion resistance, whether it's people or objects. Just enter it. They will be easily corroded, turn into ashes. After explaining, seeing everyone showing puzzled expressions, just take out a top-notch spiritual artifact, throwing it into the sandstorm. And he said, take a look. As soon as the words fell, I saw a surge of energy enter it. Immediately there was a strange noise. Immediately after, countless spots appeared on the long sword, like an iron object soaked in rainwater for days, full of rust stains. At this moment, Dean Wu reached out and grabbed it. After retrieving the long sword, gently flick your finger on top. Immediately shattered the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone is stupid. You know what? The exquisite spirit artifact is within the range of the first-class city. They are all very rare existences. I don't even have a few breaths left now. It was blown to pieces by the sandstorm. This Black Eagle dust is too terrifying, isn't it? At this moment, a soldier couldn't help but ask, can we go around? Chairman Han looked around beside him. With a wry smile on his face, he replied that he probably couldn't. After speaking, I saw everyone's puzzled expressions on their faces. Just explain that. This Black Eagle dust covers the entire road ahead. It should be the same as the previous lava. All belong to tests. If it can't pass, then there's no way to go deeper. Always hovering on the periphery. However, Zhang Xian ignored everyone's discussion. Just look carefully at the Black Eagle sinking sand in front of you. This place is like the Thunder Sea before. All belong to one big formation. It's just that the scope is too large. Even if one knows its shortcomings, due to limited strength, it cannot be cracked. Studied once, shaking his head with the same helplessness. But just when everyone was at a loss, Ruoshi suddenly spoke up and said, we've been here all the way, either encountering the alien race or being ambushed by them. Now, apart from this Black Eagle dust and sand, there's no trace of anyone left. If I guess correctly, the direction we are looking for is wrong. After speaking, I saw everyone's faces full of confusion. Ruoshi continued to say that after we left the minefield, it was through discovering the old Dean Zhanging show, the traces left behind. Come over, but what if there are really alien races passing through ahead of us? These traces may not necessarily be true. So can we look for it? Traces of other alien races. This may make it safer. Everyone was stunned at the words, because they never thought of this at all. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian on the side, I also understand. Come here. After all, it ranks third in the front. The fourth king is so powerful. If you go down, you will definitely encounter the top 2 kings, and their ability to enter also indicates the presence of a map. In that case, as long as we find the path they have walked, the security will definitely be higher. Thinking of this, I told everyone, if what you said makes perfect sense, Go around and observe for yourself first. After speaking, he looked at Feng Xin beside him. I borrowed it from him. A pure and clean substance that can detect the breath of the alien race. After receiving it, he flew out. Quickly past the scale-free reaction. I also found my direction. So he brought everyone over. And tell them to listen. There are 10 tribe members passing by ahead. But one of the warriors, looking at the black eagle dust in front of me, I asked with a puzzled expression on my face. Enter from here. Are they not afraid of this ban? Zhang Xian is also puzzled by this. Just a few directions based on the instructions provided by non-scaling net. 10 tribes did indeed walk in from here before the hour, so he doesn't know how to respond either. After all, he just carefully observed it. This place is also not a defect of the formation. The sandstorm is still so terrifying. But how did the other party actually enter? How could it be unscathed? He really can't tell. However, just when everyone didn't know what to do, Wuxia walked up first. Let me try it out. Perhaps the sandstorms here look terrifying. Actually, there may be an invisible channel. After speaking, I saw him take a deep breath. The true chi in the body immediately gushed out, and the true chi emitted. A bubble quickly formed. This is also his strongest holy level defense weapon. True Dragon Silver Armor. After finishing these tasks, Wuxia strode into the sandstorm. But he only took 7 or 8 steps forward. He stepped back with a pale face. At this moment, the true chi armor has already shattered. At this moment, Wu Shilian was even walking unsteadily. Wuxia after adjusting his breath. At this moment, he shook his head and sighed, saying that it couldn't be done. The dust and sand in this place are not weak, and it's even more terrifying. Our strength alone cannot pass. I heard him say that. Zhang Xian was even more puzzled in her heart. If you really can't get in, that alien race, how can it enter intact and undamaged? As Su, even if the strength of the Heavenly Night King and the Red Night King is strong, looking at it from the perspective of ignoring the current situation, they will definitely be hurt too. And Chairman Han beside him pondered for a moment. I suspect they used some kind of magic weapon. After speaking, I saw that everyone was puzzled. Just continue explaining that there are some powerful treasures. It can completely block these sandstorms. If we had a precious artifact now, you can just ignore it, directly rush over. I won't be hurt either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded that it was okay. The question is, where are we going to find high-quality artifacts now? However, Ruwashi, who was standing aside, observed for a while, just spoke slowly and said, actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be a top-grade artifact. Some special treasures are also possible. This black silver sediment has a corrosive effect. Normal material treasures can only reach a certain level. Otherwise, it's impossible to bear it. But soul-type treasures are different. He is not harmed. It is entirely possible to harness the scattered soul power within it. Block it outside. Everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing at the words. After all, it is a top-grade artifact. As long as the refining potential energy reaches the corresponding level, there are enough materials that can be refined completely. But treasures involving souls are different. These treasures are usually naturally formed. Usually, one cannot find a first-class stratum. Besides, I'm here now. However, the tomb chamber at this moment also lamented that it was a pity. I heard that the royal family of Hongyuan Imperial City, there is a sacred Bodhi tree, innate plants belonging to the soul class. If I had known this thing was here, I would have borrowed it directly. Can avoid a lot of trouble. Ignoring the words, he shook his head and agreed. Who would have thought of so many ruins? How could there be such a strange formation? Just when a few people were feeling emotional, Zhang Xian heard several people's discussions. I just asked with a strange expression, what are you guys saying? Is the sacred Bodhi tree also acceptable? At this moment, President Han nodded and responded, of course. Although this thing is not a soul-type treasure, but it is an innate plant of the soul class, used to fight against this black eagle dust and sand, it will definitely have an effect. But President Han hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xian flipped her wrist, just dragging a big tree. I just asked if this thing really works. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. The pastor beside also shouted with a frightened expression on his face. Uncle, what are you saying? Are you giving away their Hongyuan royal family? The pervert in front of us has been walking all the way. No matter how strong the formation is, he always solves it with just one step. But now this formation is trapping him. Just now, everyone saw Zhang Xian lift up the sacred Bodhi tree and walk over. Everyone was startled. After all, everyone knows. This tree is the most important treasure of Emperor Han Yuan. It can also be said to be the foundation of success. Now it has been carried over by this Zhang Yuan. So at this moment, except for the pastor, other deans from other institutions approached and asked one after another. Did they give up their royal family? However, Zhang Xian didn't expect everyone to think like this. I responded with a wry smile, of course not. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that it wasn't stolen. After all, as a renowned teacher, we cannot be so chaotic. After Wu Shi was shocked here, just took a step forward. Say to Zhang Xian, let me try it out first to see if it works. After speaking, the other person nodded. Just use true qi directly. Suspend the Bodhi tree above your head. Immediately after, I saw the tree emitting a crystal clear and warm light from its trunk. Wrap him inside. After completing these, the wizard walked straight into Black Ink Dust Hill. However, everyone saw the wizard unaffected by the sandstorm. Everyone started to get excited. And Zhang Xian only realized now. Why did the Bai Ling tribe order Yusu to poison the sacred Bodhi tree of the royal family? He couldn't figure out why it was unnecessary before. I only found out now. The alien clan is here to prevent problems before they arise, as long as the Bodhi tree dies. Even many famous teachers know that there is a black eagle sinking into the sand. There won't be any way either. I can only sigh at the ocean, but they can't even calculate it with 1,000 calculations. Not only did he successfully revive the Bodhi tree, obtained Bodhi fruit and successfully planted it, just as Zhang Xian was feeling emotional about it, the wizard also walked out of the dust again at this moment. At this moment, he was not as excited as everyone else. My face is still a bit pale. After placing the Bodhi tree on the ground, he looked at everyone with a bitter smile. Speaking of injecting the soul into the Bodhi tree, it can indeed stop sandstorms, and the coverage area. Enough for all of us to enter it simultaneously. But this thing consumes too much soul power. With my current strength, only entering over 100 meters will consume it completely. Everyone heard this. Everyone frowned. After all, the black eagle dust and sand in front of us, covering a range of several kilometers. If you can only enter within 100 meters, also unable to reach the end. And the wizard is a powerful member of the 4 realms of the Holy Realm. Among the crowd, the soul is considered the most powerful. He can only walk so close, not to mention others. It was not easy to find the treasure of the soul. Methods to solve the problem of black eagle sinking sand. Now, due to insufficient soul power, they have once again stopped at the forefront. However, Zhang Xian saw everyone looking dejected. The leader stretched forward, placed the Bodhi tree above the crowd. A surge of soul power surged from the forehead in an instant. After experiencing the depletion of soul power, I just smiled faintly and said to everyone, let me give it a try. Everyone will closely follow under the tree shortly. Do not deviate from the scope. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the sandstorm in front of him. After everyone exchanged a glance, I no longer dare to hesitate. Just follow closely behind. As soon as you come in, everyone immediately felt the black sandstorm sweeping through. It seems like they are about to devour life. Falling on the radiance enveloped by the Bodhi tree, make a crackling sound. However, Zhang Xian felt that the sand and dust could not penetrate. I just breathed a sigh of relief. He's just moving forward on one side, quietly watching Ruwashi beside him, secretly thinking, is he really just a 6-star master teacher? How do you know so many things? Whether it's a spatial array or one that can withstand dust and sand. He knows all the soul treasures like the back of his hand, even our 7-star teacher and Chairman Han and others. I am not aware of this, but he was able to say it out loud. Is it difficult? This is the strength of the descendants of the sage sect. If there really is such a profound background, returning to the family is indeed the best choice for Yuan Tao. However, just as Zhang Xian was walking and thinking about things, the wizard was stunned at this moment. Look at Zhang Xian ahead. It's already over 300 meters here. Damn it, nothing. Even scratching their heads and chin while walking. How strong is this perverted soul power? Only then can it be so easy. See here. I couldn't help but shake my head and give a bitter smile without any worries. Such a powerful figure. I used to think he was just from the Holy Realm. Don't let him come. And now, if it weren't for him, I don't think I can even enter the first level. So, while ignoring and sighing, Zhang Xian ahead continued to lead everyone forward. We walked another distance. At this moment, I ignored my eyes and walked 500 meters. I was about to approach him and ask him, do you want to replace it yourself? I just realized that he still hasn't changed his face. Like someone who's okay, thinking about things while moving forward. That's it. Wu Shi followed behind him for a full 5 kilometers. The other party showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, walking becomes easier and easier. Wu Shi, who witnessed this scene, I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm almost dead after walking 100 meters on my own. This guy has walked 5 kilometers but is so spirited. Is it difficult for him to practice while walking? After some thought, it's better to forget about it. If we compare ourselves to this pervert, sooner or later, they will be beaten to death alive. So everyone was led by Zhang Xian's infinite soul power. Finally arrived at the end of the Black Eagle's sinking sand. At this moment, everyone saw the suspended heavenly palace tower in mid-air. I was also shocked. After all, cultivators can only achieve the level of holy domain, transcending the gravity of the ground, swimming freely in the sky. And in front of me, a palace was suspended in mid-air. It gives people a dreamlike feeling. To achieve this, how powerful is it to achieve it? At this point, President Han took a look before explaining. This should be a spatial application. It looks like it's floating in the sky. Actually, it's a different form. However, Dean Wu on the side only smiled and responded with a smile. No matter what form he takes, coming here should also be the deepest part of the ruins. Let's hurry over and take a look. Everyone also perked up upon hearing these words. After responding, he flew straight towards the heavenly palace. Soon a huge Tianmen appeared in front of me. Immortal aura lingers. It gives people a dreamlike feeling. Stepping into it, I immediately felt a sense of spiritual energy that was overwhelming. But Zhang Xian stepped on it. I couldn't help but furrow my brow and say something about this place. I feel a bit strange. However, someone ignoring classical Chinese laughed and said to Dean Zhang, "You must have felt wrong this time. You see, this place looks so." But he hasn't finished speaking yet. The ground suddenly shook. The heavenly palace, originally shrouded in immortal aura, instantly turned into a azure hell. A smell of disinfection and sterilization attacked people. The strong evil energy is like a storm of illness. Immediately after, sword-light shone like a skynet, blocked everything around and crushed it over. Seeing this scene, my teacher's pupils couldn't help but wonder. Then he shouted loudly that he had been hit. The formation trap of the amnesiac spirit tribe. Just finished speaking. I only saw 3 warriors from the victorious forces. The scanned sword blade is cut in half. President Han immediately let out a long hiss upon seeing this and quickly defended himself. Everyone dared not signal upon hearing the words. Take out weapons separately. Immediately after, the true chi surged out of the body. Resolved the sword blades that are attacking from all around one by one. However, at this moment, I heard it not far away. There was a sound coming, and they chased after him so quickly. You guys are really good. But this is where you were buried. Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. Immediately after, I heard the Purple Leaf King say that this person is the Red Leaf King. I heard it was him. Zhang Xian was instantly stunned. I have witnessed the power of the Jade Leaf King and the Solid Leaf King before. And for this higher-ranked powerhouse, I have always been afraid in my heart. I just didn't expect to encounter it in this situation. However, when the wizard beside heard the sound, look around with eagle eyes, discovered the other party's location. Raise your eyebrows. Just shout out who's playing tricks here. Hurry up and get out of here. After speaking, his body swayed. Waving his long sword in his hand, he suddenly stabbed through it. This sword is fired, like tearing open the air. The first time I saw my teacher make a move, Zhang Xian, I also secretly exclaimed how strong it is. After all, throughout this journey, this 7-star renowned teacher is not injured. It's on the road to injury. Zhang Xian has always felt that it doesn't live up to its name. Not very strong either. I didn't realize his terror until now when I launched a full-scale attack. Although not as good as the Jade Knight King in his heyday, but it's not weak at all compared to the 10 Knight King. If it's a real battle, who lives or dies is not necessarily the case. However, just as Zhang Xian was lamenting about this, I heard a roar coming from not far away. At this moment, I saw the wizard's sword aura. The building in front of us has been bombed into ruins. When the smoke and dust dissipate, but I didn't notice half a figure. Seeing this scene, Wusher's face darkened. I quickly looked around. After looking around, I didn't find any trace. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar again. Want to hit me? You're still a bit tender. Upon hearing this, Wusher searched for reputation. The long sword immediately transformed into a phantom, spread over a distance of several hundred meters. I just chopped my pen straight towards one spot. At this moment, the building in front of me was like tofu, divided into 2 parts. A huge mouth also appeared on the ground, just the same as before. After the sword was struck, I still couldn't see anyone. It's as if the person who spoke just now doesn't exist. Just when Wu Shi was troubled by this, I heard a voice laughing not far away. Don't waste your efforts. Even if you demolish this place completely, you won't be able to find me. Enjoy it to the fullest. However, at this moment, suddenly, a beam of light appeared from the ruins in front of me. Immediately after, we saw the building restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, everyone is stupid. This clearly collapsed. How could this happen? At this moment, Chairman Han next to him explained with a frightened expression on his face. We should be in the illusion formation. If you guessed correctly, we got caught up in it as soon as we entered. In other words, everything I see now is fake. No matter what, the attack will have no effect. After speaking, I saw that everyone was still puzzled. Just keep explaining. These buildings, whether they collapse or stand tall, all of them are fake. If we can't find the essence and truth, I will be trapped here forever, living in falsehood, unable to escape. Zhang Xuanwan's face immediately darkened. because he felt something was off as soon as he came in. I just didn't expect this to be an illusion. So he looked at the attic in front of him with a rational eye. After investigation, no abnormalities were found. I thought to myself, is this difficult or not? All the illusions are real. After all, the eye of reason can see through truth, falsehood, and illusion. If it's really an illusion, it should be easy to see through, right? How could there be no change at all? I just thought about it for a moment. I suspect that the level of this formation may be too high. My own rational eyes cannot see through. Otherwise, how can we explain that if he falls down, he will automatically recover? So at this moment, Zhang Xin knew. The formation in front of us must be above level 8. So he quickly used the Tiandao library to check for its defects. After watching it, Zhang Xin, my face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect this formation to be so large. Like the door they see now. There are 171 identical ones ahead. That means there are a total of 172 formations in front of us. The formations they encountered before were all a whole. One pull moves the whole body. And now this is composed of countless small formations. Even if the library is powerful, it is also impossible to know the overall situation. After all, there are so many portals. It's okay if they're all from the same family. If you hit the dead door, entering recklessly, I don't even know how to die. However, just as Zhang Xian was troubled by this, I heard another buzzing sound not far away. Countless sword chi slashed from all sides, like the sword shadows shot by tens of thousands of soldiers. Everywhere is densely packed without any omissions. Be a little careless. You may be dressed as a hedgehog on the spot. When Zhang Xian saw the situation and was about to take action, I saw Fengsun drinking loudly beside me. All soldiers obey orders. Bai Xuanwu saw the formation. The remaining few people in the warrior hall responded with a sound. At the same time, he waved his long sword forward in his hand, accompanied by a roar. I saw all the sword chi gather together. Formed an aperture. Block above everyone. Block out all incoming sword kings. Soon after, this wave of attacks came to a halt. Many soldiers also retrieved their weapons. Be vigilant and look around one by one. At this moment, President Han stopped looking. I just said that this kind of attack cannot continue indefinitely. It should contain some kind of pattern, but he hasn't finished speaking yet. Only to see another wave of sword aura. The soldiers immediately formed a formation to resist upon seeing the situation. However, the bystanders ignored the situation. I know this is not a solution. A movement in my heart. After a week of stubbornness, he shouted loudly at the monster in front of him. Today, he actually threatened the male protagonist. Let him kill 15 companions. Otherwise, he would have killed everyone. Just now, Zhang Xian and others arrived at Tiandong town in the sky. I just realized I fell into the trap of the alien race. There are not only over 170 such formations here, and in the dark, countless swords have been attacking everyone all along. Although the first two waves, they were all blocked by the sword formations of many warriors. If this continues sustainably, it's definitely not a solution. Think of this. The wizard looked around again. Shout loudly to the one just now. Aren't you very strong? Do you dare to fight me openly and honestly? However, at this moment, the Red Leaf King, hiding in the dark, burst out laughing. You tell me it's fair and just. Let's talk about it when you can come out. As soon as the words fell, I saw countless swords and spears coming from around again, but just as the soldiers blocked all the attacks, I heard waves of music lingering around me. It invaded the souls of everyone. At this moment, everyone suddenly panicked. Previously, when there were no borders, they were attacked by demonic sounds while walking. It almost led to the complete annihilation of the entire army. And now there are many dangers lurking here. Isn't he going to die here? But we haven't waited for everyone to think more about it yet. There is a warrior who seems to be going crazy. Break out of the crowd and chop wildly outside. Fengsun saw the situation. Immediately call him to calm down quickly. At the same time, he rushed out to try to pull it back. But at this moment, a gust of wind rang again from all around. Immediately after, I saw countless sword rays attacking me. Just this crazy warrior leaving the crowd, completely immersed in the enchanting sound, unable to react at all. In an instant, he was pierced through his entire body by several sword rays, falling to the ground and unable to get up. However, the Xuanwu sword formation is missing one person. It has also become vulnerable. Some of these locations were not properly defended. 2 soldiers were also stabbed through their thighs as a result. At this moment, the wizard shouted for everyone to hurry up. Tightly retreating, the long sword in hand flickered. I just chopped it into the air. All the sword lights around were cut off by this sword. After finishing these, just look at the crowd behind you. Say to hurry up and apply the medicine. It's urgent to save life. Fengsun dared not hesitate upon hearing these words. Immediately start bandaging the subordinates' wounds. However, Zhang Xian watched as the other party bandaged up several people. I heard the magic sound ring again. With that, his face darkened. The financial shock is terrible. This is a type of labyrinthine. After all, Zhang Xian, as a 7-star magic sound master, he knows that magic sounds are like formations. It is also divided into many types. Maze music is just one category among them, but it's actually the most terrifying. Just immerse yourself in it. Even the strongest cultivators cannot extricate themselves. He shares a similar charm with the Oath Beast. Once intoxicated, it is entirely possible to make it. Uncontrolled actions, even suicide. Back then, Qin Mo used magic music to slaughter a city, causing this profession to be called a demon. Think of this. Zhang Xian waved her wrist. A Yaoqin appeared in front of me. Immediately activate the true Qi dance. Suddenly slid forward, accompanied by thunderous sounds. Everyone suddenly felt as if their bodies had been blown apart. Everyone couldn't help but sway their bodies. Immediately after, I saw them spewing blood from their mouths and noses. Although everyone was injured at this moment, but he also woke up. And Zhang Xian also knows that if she continues to stay here, I'm sure I'll die an untimely death. So I found a direction. I walked forward. At the same time, let out a long hiss. Everyone, come with me quickly. Hearing the other parties shouting, everyone dared not hesitate. Just follow closely behind. Quickly through the attic. Everyone arrived at a wide corridor. Zhang Xian glanced left and right. I just bumped into one of the walls. Everyone is still puzzled by the situation. After seeing the wall collapse, a spacious courtyard appeared before my eyes. I just realized it now. So I followed Zhang Xian inside. The magic sound just now disappeared immediately. At this moment, Dean Wu couldn't help but ask Dean Zhang, is it difficult? We have successfully escaped. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook his head and responded by saying no. We are still in the formation now. Just this big formation. Separated into countless small formations. Now it's just a formation. Escape to another formation. Then I saw everyone furrowing their brows tightly. Just comforting the doctor, everyone doesn't need to be overly nervous. At least for now, we are still safe, aren't we? I won't say much after explaining. Just look around. Only then did I realize. There is a gate in 4 different directions. And the wall that was shattered when I came in just now. Now it has been restored to its original state, perfectly integrated with the surrounding walls. It's difficult to find without careful observation. So we asked everyone to wait here. Try it yourself. After finishing a few doors, selected a direction. I walked towards the front gate, but he hasn't arrived yet. I saw the door in front of me slowly opening on my own. Immediately after, I saw a sharp blade. He attacked the crowd and came forward. The air around was cut in half like paper. Upon seeing this, Teacher Wu immediately shouted, "Get down quickly." However, an elder from the academy did not take it seriously. With a gentle smile, he said, "It's just a sharp blade. Look at me breaking paper with an axe." After finishing speaking, he raised his hand and waved the big axe in his hand, slashed towards the sharp edge. Next second, I saw the elders of the academy instantly cut in half. Everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat upon seeing this, especially Dean Wu. He almost fainted when he saw the scene. The elder of the college. The weapon he used is unknown to others. He knows it all too well. It can be considered the pinnacle among top-notch spiritual tools. Such a powerful weapon stands in front of the sharp edge. But I can't even hold on for half a breath. This is really terrifying. However, Chairman Han lying on the ground. At this moment, he also shouted with a frightened expression on his face. This wind blade has cut open the entire space. Although the wind blade has been cut, it looks no different from usual. But just now, President Han realized that he couldn't penetrate when using his divine power. In other words, the wind blade has already taken the place where everyone is, divided into 2 different spaces, one above and one below. After everyone understood the situation, everyone was scared to the bone. At this moment, Zhang Xian was squatting on the ground. I dare not move again. Just haven't finished shocking everyone yet. The other door opens again. Immediately after, a slanting wind blade swept through the space. Everyone immediately dodged its sharpness upon seeing the situation. But at this moment, the remaining 2 gates will open simultaneously. The 2 sharp blades also come from different angles. Sweep past again. Zhang Xian saw the situation, knowing that if this continues, sooner or later, everyone will die here. So he hurriedly identified the defect, quickly shouted to everyone, "Go this way." After a short space, Zhang Xian led everyone to another courtyard. And this courtyard also has a strange formation. But this is not a sealed blade, but it's a trap. Everyone finally escaped from this courtyard. It's just the same here as before. A renowned teacher and elder also stayed forever. Later, he broke into 2 small towns. Also suffered another loss of 2 villages. However, upon arriving at this courtyard, everyone saw that there was no mechanism in the short term. They stopped one by one, their faces turning white. just gasping for breath. At this moment, Chairman Han couldn't help but say, "Keep going. There must be endless small formations. In that case, I reckon everyone would have to die here." Everyone heard this. I also know what President Han is talking about. After all, the many small formations in front of us are stacked layer by layer. I don't even know where the end is. Keep going. It will only become increasingly dangerous. One formation kills one or two. They only have about 20 people in total now. I estimate that in a few more levels, it will be explained here. So an elder looked at him. What should we do now? At this point, President Han explained that no matter how powerful the formation is, someone also needs to host it. It will be like water without a source. Rootless wood. The reason why we are so passive now, it's because of the alien race just now, hosting the formation. If we can find the other party and kill them, the formation will automatically crack. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian also nodded in response, saying that President Han's words were good. The best way is to kill the Red Leaf King. After speaking, I noticed that everyone didn't know this Red Leaf King. Just explain to the person who just spoke. He is one of the top 10 kings of Qingtian, the second-ranked Red Leaf King. More terrifying than the Jade Leaf King and the Solid Leaf King. I have read related books on the Qingtian lineage. This is a branch of the alien race. Among them, there are 10 kings. And if it were the Red Leaf King besieging us now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape. And even if they meet head-on, probably not his match. However, Zhang Xian had just finished speaking. I heard a strange sound coming from not far away. Hee, do you still have self-awareness? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, my body couldn't help but tremble. Just exclaimed, Red Leaf King. At this moment, the voice not far away sneered and said, you guessed right. I can tell who I am just by my voice. It seems that the Jade Leaf King and the Leaf Eating King are two fools. It must have been you who killed him, right? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian responded by saying that they were indeed killed by me. Is it difficult for you to avenge them? After finishing speaking, there is no intention of seeking revenge upon meeting the other party. Instead, I want to play a game with myself. Listen here. Not only Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, others were also puzzled as to why the other party would do such a thing. At this moment, the voice of the Red Leaf King rang out again. The rules of this game are very simple. Don't you want to escape from this place? I have a total of 5 clues here. As long as you get everything, you can easily escape from the formation. See my true self. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Just asked about the 5 clues you mentioned. I'm afraid it's not easy to obtain either. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King burst into laughter. Response says smart. I just enjoy talking to smart people like you. It's actually quite simple to get clues. Just kill a famous teacher. I'll give you the first and second clues. Even if you continue killing 2 more people later, you can still get it. Then kill 3 more. I'll give you the third clue. And so on. In other words, as long as you kill 15 famous teachers, you can get a complete clue and escape from here. Upon hearing this, everyone's face turned pale with anger. What a ruthless move. Thus, he just sits back and reaps the benefits of the fisherman. Although Zhang Xian hasn't seen the other person in person yet, but through this matter, I already know the methods of this Red Leaf King. How many times stronger than other kings? At this moment, the wizard beside gritted his teeth. Just let out a furious shout. He's killing his heart. I really have to do this. What is the difference between us and the alien race? What qualifications do you have to be called a famous teacher? Red Leaf King in the dark, ignoring the anger of the crowd, instead, let out a loud laugh. Hee, you can also choose not to kill them. Anyway, you guys, no matter who does it, as long as 15 can die, my clues will also be revealed. Hurry up and make a decision. I'll give you 1 hour to think about it. I hope our first collaboration can be very pleasant. After speaking, the voice gradually disappeared into the space. At this moment, Wuxia used his divine sense to investigate. No abnormalities were found. I just looked at everyone and said this one. Hey, it seems like he's gone. Zhang Shuwen's classical Chinese. Then I saw everyone's conflicted expressions on their faces. Look at yourself. I just told everyone that this must be a trick of the Red Leaf King. His goal is to make us kill each other. Don't fall for it, everyone. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, I heard everyone start to discuss and debate. However, the pastor couldn't help but speak up at this moment. Everyone should listen to Dean Zhang. Once we fall into each other's trap, if we kill each other, even if they can survive, he will also become a demon, used by the other party. At this moment, Dean Wu also interrupted him. Tell me the truth. Our chances of going out are indeed limited. As long as we can kill this Red Leaf King, avenging the Mad Elders and their group, it doesn't matter if I die. However, Dean Wu on the other side also agreed. It doesn't matter if we die. But if you get trapped and die, it's not worth it. At this moment, Feng Sun also stood up and said something. My opinion is the same as the two deans. We can die, but Zhang Shi and Wu Shi cannot die. As long as you're still here, there is a chance to kill the Red Leaf King and escape from here. Others also agreed with this statement upon hearing it. However, Zhang Xian saw everyone's attitude. I couldn't help but shake my head. Sigh, I know your thoughts, but can you guarantee that the Red Leaf King keeps his word? Can he definitely give us clues? And even if we know the clues, can we definitely escape again? Actually, everyone knows this truth as well. I just saw so many friends die with my own eyes, now being played by the other party again amidst applause. I can't bear it anymore. That's why I came up with this idea. But at this moment, after hearing Zhang Xian's analysis, everyone is looking at him. I hope this Dean Zhang in front of me can continue to create miracles. They all asked in unison, what should we do now? Zhang Xian saw everyone's hopeful expressions on their faces. The unbearable pain. Just laugh, actually. I don't know what to do either. The pervert in front of us is protecting the person we like, not willing to sacrifice one's life to resist others. Just now, Red Leaf King said to Zhang Xian, as long as he kills 15 famous teachers, we can get the remaining people out of the clinic, and give them an hour to make a decision. After speaking, he left. However, after Zhang Xian saw the other party leave, I looked at everyone's expressions again. I couldn't help but shake my head, sighing, I know your thoughts, but can you guarantee that the Red Leaf King keeps his word? Also, can he definitely give us clues? And even if we know the clues, can we escape again? After listening to the analysis, everyone, just watching him ask, what should we do next? However, Zhang Xian saw everyone's hopeful expressions on their faces. Can't help but give a bitter smile, actually. I don't know what to do either. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone just went limp. But at this moment, in the crowd, suddenly, a soldier let out a long hiss. I can't help it anymore. Didn't the Red Leaf King say that killing 15 people is enough? After my death, Dean Zhang, you must avenge me. After speaking, he raised his long sword and wiped it away from his neck. Zhang Xian saw the situation. My finger suddenly lifted. A true chi directly blows the opponent's sword blade away. The wizard beside took a step forward. Even a little bit of his finger sealed his cultivation. But even so, he still shouted goodbye loudly and blocked me. Let me die. However, Zhang Xian and Wu Shikai have just resolved this person. I heard another famous teacher jump out again. Shout out, since we're not allowed to commit suicide, then I'll hit someone else. At the same time, he waved a palm. I took a picture of the soldier beside me. Feng Sun saw the situation. Shaking body. Immediately approached this renowned teacher. Just give me a sudden kick. Immediately after, I saw this famous teacher being kicked out directly. Feng's mouth spewed with fresh blood. And Dean Shen on the side, seeing the elders of my own college being beaten up, immediately stepped forward and helped it up, and glared angrily at the other person. What exactly does Feng Su want to do with a scolding? Immediately afterwards, both sides began to argue fiercely. And Wu saw the situation now. They not only lack unity, instead, it's going to be so noisy. He was also so angry that his face turned red. So I just shouted angrily and said, enough. Everyone is a renowned teacher and strategist. This time I came to the ruins, although they all had the determination to die. But it cannot be in the process of fighting with the alien race. Let's kill each other. That's really true. I want to ask what you guys look like. Facing the ancestors and ancestors. The two of them only calmed down when they heard the words. At this moment, President Han stepped forward and said, okay, let's all calm down. In my opinion, let's think about how to get out quickly and then talk about it. However, as everyone continued to discuss this matter, a soldier named Zhang Yuan just spoke up and said, I doubt it. There must be traitors among us. Otherwise, alien clan, why do you know our whereabouts like the back of your hand? Why do they always rush ahead of us everywhere? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Ignoring the words and shaking his head in response, saying how could this be possible? We are all renowned teachers. How could anyone possibly betray? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan retorted that Lu Su is not only a renowned teacher, still vice dean. Didn't you also betray the human race? Upon hearing this, the wizard was first stunned. Then he looked at him and asked about zombies. Did you discover something? But it doesn't matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan, I responded by saying that I had noticed something was wrong. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Ruashi not far away, coldly snorted and said, Master Ruo, I have a few questions to ask us. After entering the ruins, Wu and the chairman of the group did not notice the formation space. But you can tell at a glance why this is happening. Also in the Wujiang border, we are all trapped in the steam station. But only you didn't suffer too much damage. And as soon as you leave, the alien race will come and attack. How do you explain these? Another one is in the Black Eagle sandblasting. No one knows that soul-type treasures can resist but you know it all too well. Even let us follow along. The traces left by the alien race come over. The result led us into each other's trap. I hope you can provide reasonable explanations for these. As soon as these words are spoken, at this moment, everyone recalled what had happened before. He looked at him with a serious expression. However, if Shi Jian's opponent points the spearhead at him, show your eyebrows and respond with, "Do you think I'm a spy?" Zhang Yuanwen stared at him coldly and said, "That's right. You've been disguising yourself around us all along. Take us step by step into the trap again." But no one noticed. If my guess is correct, then, people in the Aota clan who possess such strength. I'm afraid it's only the legendary one. The divine dragon is a strong person who can see the head but not the tail. The sky and night have passed away. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone cast wary glances at him. At this moment, the wizard also looked at him with a furrowed brow. Speaking of Ruoshi, why don't you explain it? However, facing doubts from the public, Ruoshi. At this time, there is no explanation provided. Instead, he shook his head and looked at the crowd. Do you all think so? At this moment, Zhang Xian took a step forward, waved her hand, and said, "Okay. I believe he is not a member of the alien race. I haven't been taken away by any life either." Then I looked at Ruoshi. I smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry to him. No matter what others say, I will always stand by your side." However, at this moment, Ruoshi saw Zhang Xian's gaze. With a strong sense of trust, I feel a chill in my heart. Just respond by saying he's right. It was only after I left that the alien race appeared. I asked you to search for the traces of the alien race. Fallen into a trap. I can't refute any of these. But why do you have to believe me? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. With a slight smile, he replied, "No matter what you do, I believe it all. Don't worry, you don't need to argue. I will solve it for you." After speaking, he turned around and looked at the crowd, saying about the fallen corpse, "I can guarantee it with my life. Not only is he not the Heavenly Night King, it won't be any kind of alien tribe." As soon as the words are spoken, Wuxia quickly spoke up and said, "I guarantee with my life." Dean Zhang, you need to think twice. What Zhang Zhanshi said is not unreasonable. At this moment, others also looked at Zhang Xian with confusion on their faces. After all, everyone trusts him very much. But this Roche is indeed very strange. Why did he protect him like this? However, Zhang Yuan here saw Zhang Xian speak up. Just furrow your brow tightly. Everyone's lives were saved by Zhang Shi. Can you walk up here? It's all thanks to you. Agent Zhang Shi. You need to protect him now. I have nothing to say either. But if he really is the Heavenly Night King, not only will we be completely wiped out. What's more, the purpose of this visit is to search for Zhang Yingqiu and others. It will completely fail. The reputation of the famous teacher hall is highly likely to be damaged. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian waved her big hand. Just snort coldly and let me know how to make a decision. You don't need to teach me. However, Zhang Yuan did not expect it either. Zhang Xian, who has always been friendly. At this moment, there is no face given at all. I was suddenly frustrated and stuttered. I've been drafting for a long time, but I can't say anything. At this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at him. What do you want me to use? He snorted coldly. There is no problem with doing things, and the person with the problem is you. Am I right? Zhang Yuan River Battle Division. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan, just shake your head and sigh. You said I have a problem. What questions can I have? Everyone heard what Zhang Xian said, also full of doubts. This river source. I haven't made any suggestions along the way. What's his problem? However, Zhang Xian did not respond to his question. He looked at the crowd and said, we've entered so many places. Each courtyard has formation traps and levels. As soon as you enter, it will trigger, triggering various crises. Along the way, everyone must have experienced it deeply, right? After speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Just keep explaining. Every courtyard before was dangerous. But have you noticed? We have been in this courtyard for so long. Until now, there hasn't been any formation. Except for the Red Leaf King who left after saying a few words. Nothing special happened. Don't you think it's strange? Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. After all the courtyards ahead are very dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to death in it. And this courtyard. So far, they have. I've probably stayed for over 20 minutes already, but there hasn't been any change. This is indeed puzzling. At this moment, a soldier suddenly spoke up in response. Could it be that the Red Leaf King wants us to kill each other? And without activating the formation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he just explained that he did indeed make us kill each other. But he also activated the formation. The formation is actually constantly activated. It's just that nobody knows. Everyone heard him say that. With a face full of doubts. They know. Even if I don't have Chairman Han's formation ability. But as a renowned teacher and strategist, I still have observation and visual acuity. The surroundings are quiet. There are no spiritual fluctuations. How could there be a formation here? However, Zhang Xian ignored the confusion of the crowd, but instead, he looked at the elderly man not far away and asked Dinshin, this senior official from your Luoqing Academy, how is your usual personality? Dinshin heard him ask this question. I don't know what this Dean means, so I thought for a moment before responding carefully and saying fuck Mr. Zhang. He is a true master, kind and amiable personality. It also has a high reputation among students. Zhang Xian smiled as soon as she heard this. Look at everyone and say that you have also heard it. A kind and amiable teacher. Why did you suddenly clamor to kill someone? Don't you think this is strange? However, Chairman Han on the side heard Zhang Xian say so. It seems like I remembered something. His face darkened. Can't help but speak up and say, what do you mean? What special formation is used in this courtyard? Disturbed our thoughts and ideas. Make us more irritable. Zhang Xianwen nodded and explained that he was right. So the appearance of the Red Leaf King just now. It's intentional to say these words that sow discord. Let's leave a loophole in our hearts. Then he quietly activated the formation. Want to influence our thoughts? Didn't you notice? Within just 20 minutes, have you all become a bit irritable? Speaking of which, seeing everyone looking at each other in confusion, I turned my head and looked at Zhang Yan not far away. I asked a question about this. I am very curious. How did our Zhang Dejan avoid it? And it can be analyzed with reason and evidence. The problems that have arisen with Roche. And he also thinks he's the Heavenly Night King. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone also looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, is that right? Why haven't you been affected by the formation? Zhang Yuan was initially stunned upon seeing the situation. Then he shook his head and sneered at Zhang Shi. You don't need to change the topic. I was not affected. But it seems like you and Lush haven't been affected either, have they? Everyone has different abilities, different opportunities. Heart nature is also different. So if I'm not affected, it means I'm special. Do you think it's strange? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian raised her eyelids and immediately responded, you're absolutely right. Not affected. This doesn't mean it's very special. Then he watched with a smile on his face. Keep talking, but you and Feng Xin are both Qianfu Chang. Their status in the warrior hall is also almost the same. Even you need to be more noble. But throughout this journey, I hardly ever saw you say anything that made everyone feels like you don't exist. Even your subordinates were attacked. It is also possible to remain indifferent. So are you too calm and composed? Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to have discovered something. After all, everyone knows the general in front of us. As a warrior, Captain Tang Qianfu, I have gone through so much on this journey. Indeed, he appears very composed. If it weren't for what I just said, almost everyone thinks he doesn't exist. At this moment, Zhang Xinjian, the other party still wants to go all the way for him. When refuting without speaking, just keep looking at him and say there are also many people here. I haven't said a word since I came in. For example, Master Lu Majin, he hasn't spoken either. Actually, it's nothing, but I'd like to ask you a question. The few warriors who sacrificed just now, can you call out their names? After speaking, seeing Zhang Yuan standing there foolishly, then he joked and said, what's wrong? Do you not even know their names? However, Feng Sun on the side was also stunned for a moment when he saw this. Everyone is a member of the war hall, and many people came over this time. They were all trained by him. Why can't I even call out my name now? So he asked Zhang Zhanshi with a frightened expression on his face. What's wrong with you today? At this moment, Jiang Yan opened his mouth several times, but he never said his name. So as soon as his face changed, he sneered coldly. You're smart. Since you have discovered it, so the time for the game should also come to an end. This pervert in front of us is trying to win against his opponent, but he didn't hesitate to harm his companions' bodies. Just now, Zhang Xian exposed the true identity of the man in front of her. However, at this moment, not only was he not afraid, instead, he sneered and said, you're very smart. Since you have discovered it, that game should also be over. As soon as the words fell, I saw a surge of blood gushing out from Zhang Yuan's body. It makes it difficult to breathe. The pressure of pressure. However, ignoring the situation, he immediately stood in front of everyone. The true qi on the body is running to its limit. Be prepared to take action at any time as well. After all, the aura just emitted by Zhang Yuan. He is a real out-of-body powerhouse. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan sneered and said, it's up to you. Can stop me. After speaking, lightly flick your finger forward. Wu hasn't responded yet. Immediately bounced out. At this moment, Wu Shi was flying in mid-air. Just shouted loudly, be careful, everyone. He is the Heavenly Night King. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone immediately lit up their weapons. Be wary and look at each other one by one. Although everyone knows it's not his opponent. But I can't escape at this moment either. I can only face it head on. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan faced the siege of the crowd. I don't care at all. a faint smile and a mocking sound. You're just a bunch of local chickens, kids, and dogs. After speaking, he opened his fingers and suddenly pressed forward, accompanied by a roar. Everyone suddenly felt that the world was about to collapse. The immense pressure of 100 made them tremble on the brink of collapse. Immediately after, I saw a powerful shot from Jiang Yuanwu. The weapons in everyone's hands immediately slipped out. At this moment, the wizard saw everyone connected together. Not his opponent either. Jumping forward, just let out a long hiss, everyone, hurry up. Just let me block it. After speaking, he immediately kicked the long sword in his hand towards the opponent. Swordsmanship is like a wave. Wave after wave, splitting towards each other. Not yet in front of the other party. I saw the air around me as if it had been torn apart. The ground is also influenced by sword chi. Formed a huge ravine. However, Zhang Yuanjian only smiled lightly, watching the incoming sword aura. Then the 5 fingers flipped over. The aura emitted. We will welcome layers of sword chi and eliminate them layer by layer. Feng Sun, who witnessed this scene, was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this person the Heavenly Night King? How could you use the holy peace martial arts from the War Master Hall? Spy Zhang Xian heard this, just responded with a furrowed brow. The Tianai King is currently controlling the battle in Jianyuan. That means Jiang Yuan hasn't died yet. At present, it is only temporarily taken away. Feng Sun heard this, quickly asked Zhang Xian to help save Jiang Yuan, and at this moment, Zhang Xian saw, Jiang Yuan and Wu Shi are currently engaged in battle. My own strength cannot help much. So he supported his chin and responded to the other person. I will find a way to save people myself. But Feng Sun saw that he was still considering it at this point. I couldn't help but shout, Din Zhang. I don't have much time to think about it now. I'm afraid if this continues like this, Wu Shi and his team will shatter Jiang Yuan's physical body. Even if we save them later, it won't be useful anymore. Zhang Xian saw the other party in such a hurry. Just looked up. Only then did I realize. The guild leader and priest also joined the battle. Wu Shi is not yet a match for this Tianai King. After the two of them joint attack of 3 people. Just beat the other side back and forth one after another. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration for the few people. But the more you look at it, the more it feels off. Even if the Heavenly Night King were to seize the house, the physical body doesn't match that well. The strength will weaken a bit, but it shouldn't be so weak, right? However, he was hit and pushed back a few steps by Jiang Yuan. At this moment, it stopped. His eyes turned blood red as he looked at several people. Roar, you're looking for death. After speaking, a primordial spirit suddenly jumped out from the forehead. When the primordial spirit appears, the spiritual energy within a radius of several kilometers immediately gathered. He instantly gained the power and momentum to destroy the heavens and earth. Immediately after, I saw my palm extend. Just took pictures of a few people. This shot, the formation formed by 3 people was crushed on the spot. A few moves in a row. The wizards and others were all spitting out blood and being bounced out. However, Feng Sun on the side, the spirit god who died day and night injured several people. We will continue to take action afterwards. Just rushed straight over. At the same time, he shouted angrily at his assistant. It's just a piece of cake for Tianai Wang. A backhand swing. Directly bounced Feng Sun, who was attacking him, out. And at this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly seemed to have thought of something. With a slap on the thigh, turn your head and give a command. Everyone, continue to attack. Everyone responded with a nod upon hearing this. At the same time, heading towards the primordial god of the Heavenly Night King flying in the sky. Give a palm. At this moment, Zhang Xian's body suddenly shook. Go straight to Jiang Yuan. Punch it over. Accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Jiang Yuan's body suddenly fly backwards and out. However, Feng Sun almost fainted on the spot when he saw this scene. Didn't he just say that Yuan Jiang hasn't died? Beating like this now. Do you think he didn't die? You want to kill it directly, right? Ignoring Zhang Xian. Instead, he continued to beat up Jiang Yuan. So at the same time, the Heavenly Night King Genshin in the sky suddenly shook a few times as well, looking at Zhang Xian with a look of fear in his eyes. With a roar, he charged towards him fiercely. Just haven't arrived yet. Zhang Xian still faces Jiang Yuan's body. Another heavy punch. Smashed it over. Then I saw the whole body of Genshin impact tremble. I fell directly into the air. However, Feng Sun, Wu Shi, and others who witnessed the scene, I seemed to understand something. There was a look of joy all over his face. Feng Sun's body swayed as he approached Zhang Xian. Tell him, Din Zhang. Let me handle this matter. After finishing speaking, he suddenly swung his fist and smashed it over. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw someone coming to fight. Just take a few steps forward and look at the Genshin impact. Speaking of the Heavenly Night King, I don't quite understand some things. Why would you rather pay such a high price? It also needs to be hidden inside Jiang Yuan's body. Ku Yuanshan did not respond to what Zhang Xian said. Instead, he coldly snorted and said, "You're really smart. Surprisingly, it's so short. Time discovered mine." Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Feng waved his fists excitedly on his side. Smash at him suddenly. The whole body of this Yuan Shen hit trembled incessantly. However, it was only then that Zhang Xian responded by saying, "It's not difficult to discover. Genshin impact seizes the house. According to reason, you cannot use the martial arts that your body originally possessed. But you did it. This indicates that Zhang Yuan's soul has only been temporarily suppressed by you, not dead. From this, it can be inferred that your strength is limited." Chairman Han standing beside him, classical Chinese, suddenly realized with a response. "I see. And it seems that President Wu Shijian and President Han understand the reasons behind it. Ask him what's going on here." At this point, President Han explained. "This involves a big secret outside the body. Out-of-body realm powerhouse seizes possession. Under normal circumstances, one can only use their own martial arts skills that they are good at. Just now, the fierce warrior used his windstack hand. It means his soul is still there. The other party only used a special method to control it. Although Yuan Shen is powerful, but inside the other person's body, to control the other party, it's like a river dragon throwing snakes into the battlefield. Even though the latter may be weaker, it will also make it unable to detach itself. Significant loss of strength." After President Kohan explained, people still don't quite understand. At this moment, Dean Wu also asked, "The physical body of the attacking stiff warrior, why is the elemental god of this Tianai king injured?" President Han heard this question. "I also shook my head in response to this, but I don't understand." However, upon hearing their conversation, Zhang Xian also smiled. "It's actually quite simple to explain. The capture of a soul by a primordial god can crush and kill a person's soul directly. But in this way, it's difficult to hide one's own soul aura. It will be easily discovered by familiar people, especially the Heavenly Night King, a king of the alien race, fierce and powerful aura. If you really want to give up, it's impossible to hide it from our eyes. So he did it for. Don't let us discover. The normal method of robbing him is useless. The secret that can only coexist with the soul. This secret method can hide the primordial spirit, revealing Zhang Yuan's original aura. This is what prevents everyone from discovering it. But the drawback of doing so is that, attack Zhang Yuan's soul, he will also be damaged." After explaining, "Just look up at the nearby Genshin impact. I don't know if what I said is right or not." Upon hearing the other party's words, Tianai Wang, "Just respond with a cold voice and say good. Just do you think this can deal with me? You're thinking too naively." But he hasn't finished speaking yet. The primordial spirit shook again. At this moment, Feng excitedly smashed the back of his head. "It seems like I'm going to make myself feel depressed about being beaten up in front of me." Venting normally. However, the Heavenly Night King was so angry that he was about to explode. When I was about to speak, I just heard Zhang Xian continue talking about this matter and I figured it out. But there is still one thing that I have been puzzled about. What exactly do we have as a group of people to be worthy of the title of Heavenly Night King, even if it means sacrificing one's cultivation? The split elemental gods must lurk in. Everyone heard this. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What does the concept of splitting elemental gods mean? At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled. Explain that this primordial god is not the Heavenly Night King himself. It's a part of him that split apart. The first king of the Qingtian lineage. How could this be the only strength? After all, Zhang Xian has seen it with his own eyes. The battle of Yu Yi Wang Yuan Shen after he's out of body. Its power is infinite. It's impossible to stop the Heavenly Night King from ranking higher. Stronger strength. How is it possible to merge all the elemental gods with Zhang Yuan? If we do this, isn't it equivalent to entrusting one's life to someone else's hands? So based solely on these 2 points, Zhang Xian speculated that this primordial god is not even the Heavenly Night King, but it's just remnants or thoughts, right? Listen here. Tianai Wang was also very surprised. He didn't expect eyes. The young man in front could even guess this. So I just gave a cold laugh, which was really good. You are indeed very intelligent. Since it is so, Mingren doesn't speak in secret. Please hand over the things. I can spare you. He hasn't finished speaking yet. The primordial spirit suddenly shook, falling 7 or 8 meters directly from the air. So I couldn't help but turn my head and look down. I see someone still hammering. Zhang Xian gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, but she didn't give me a stop. However, Feng Sun, who was loudly rebuked, was first stunned. Then he glanced at the other person. Just as I was about to continue hammering him, I just heard Zhang Xian say to stop for a moment. I have something else to ask him. So he reluctantly stopped. At this moment, King Amano saw that the other party had stopped. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Zhang Xian again. Shout, stop talking nonsense. You have the map in your hands, right? Hurry up and hand it over to me. Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. Didn't you steal that thing? Why are you asking me back? I heard him say that. Tianai Wang coldly snorted goodbye and pretended to be me. All I got was an introduction to the ruins. And they are all written in ancient divine language. I can't understand it at all. And the real map. It was stolen by Wu Yangzi 2000 years ago, so it must be hidden in your hands. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian seemed to recall something. Then he looked up. Just ask if Senior Wu was captured by your Yiling tribe. Finally, bone transformation. Even if there are any treasures. You guys already got it, right? Speaking of which, just turn your head and look at Feng Sun behind you. I'm sure this guy isn't telling the truth. Fight him until he dies. Feng Sun nodded excitedly in response to the words. Shaking body. Charged towards Jiang Yuan again. The fist kept waving and fiercely smashed down. However, he was hit by the Genshin impact, who kept shaking. At this moment, the corners of your teeth were about to crack, roaring fiercely. You're really ruthless. Your name is Zhang Xian, right? Today, I'll let you go first. Don't let me encounter it in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely tear you to pieces. As soon as the words fell, I only saw the elemental god of Tianai King. Just darted straight up and out. Quickly disappeared in front of everyone, and ignoring others to see him escape. Just as I was about to catch up, Zhang Shenkai waved his hand and said there was no need to chase after him. Although he is now forcibly escaping, even if one's vitality is greatly damaged, it's not something we can compete with either. Besides, we are still in the formation right now. Danger is everywhere. If you get caught in a trap, it's not worth the loss. Everyone heard the other person say so. After realizing it, I stopped chasing. Just at this moment, Chairman Han. He looked at Zhang Xian with a puzzled expression on his face. Asked Teacher Zhang, how did you discover it? This river may have been disguised by Tianai Wang. Just by not speaking, you probably can't tell. Zhang Xian nodded at the words. Explained that it's actually quite simple. I killed the leaf-eating king. Only as people know. Only the Red Leaf King is aware of this matter. And he also told me what I did. This indicates that there must be an insider among us who leaked the information. Moreover, he is not affected by the formation. I've been stirring up trouble again, so just thinking about it makes me understand. However, after understanding the situation, the teacher knew that, although it has resolved the threat posed by the Heavenly Night King, but in reality, everyone is still in the formation and cannot escape. So he looked at Zhang Xian. What should we do next? When Zhang Xian heard the words and was about to respond, I heard bursts of fists coming from behind. The sound of deer meat. So he turned his head and said, Feng Sun. Okay, Tianai Wang has already escaped. It's useless to fight now. Upon hearing these words, Feng Sun finally realized. So he scratched his head awkwardly and ran away with a silly smile on his face. I thought a part of his body was left here. I want to help drive away the soldiers completely. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian also shook her head helplessly. Then 2 steps came up to him. After checking the situation, just take out a dozen silver needles. Insert it into Jiang Yuan's head. Soon after, Jiang Yuan woke up. Touching the back of his head, he looked at everyone with a confused expression. Ask me where this is. And why does my head hurt so much? Who hit me? Upon hearing this, all the people unanimously pointed to Feng Sun. This pervert in front of me. I saw the big girl Meichuan standing in front of me. So he earnestly confessed his feelings to her. Okay now. The big girl turned her back and gave him 2 pussy bags. Just now. After Zhang Xian knocked away the elemental god of Tianai King, Jiang Yuan, who was also taken away, has been cured. But when he woke up, I just realized that not a single part of my body is good. I just asked everyone why they were like this. Subsequently, after everyone pointed to Feng Xuanshi in an orderly manner, he also understood. Come here. So he rushed towards the other party. After more than 10 minutes of entanglement. At this moment, Feng Sun was also beaten like a human. After all, he was so happy when he punched someone just now. It's also appropriate to let people vent now. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian looked at Feng Sun's disheveled appearance. Suddenly, a thought moved in my heart. Immediately dig up a pile of chess formations. Threw it to different positions, accompanied by a sound. Formation activated immediately. A white mist enveloped everyone inside. At this moment, Chairman Han on the side saw the situation. I seem to understand something. Just ask Dean Zhan what he did. They want us to hide in the formation. Wait until he doesn't notice us, right? Zhang Xian heard the other party ask such a question. I also nodded and responded that it was indeed the case. Later, we also let everyone not worry about being attacked for now. Peaceful adjustment. Just restore your strength as soon as possible. After explaining, I am preparing to verify a certain idea in his mind. At that moment, I saw Ruashi approaching me. I said thank you. At this moment, Zhang Xian also responded with a smile on her face. Don't take it to heart. After all, the other party was already the Heavenly Night King. I'm just talking about the matter myself. Later, I heard Ruashi say he could help me break through the formation. Listen here. Zhang Xian felt a sense of joy in her heart. Just asked, did you see it? What formation is this? Am I right? At this moment, Ruashi responded by saying what formation this was. I don't know. It's just that this formation looks layered, continuing from one small town to another. Inexhaustible. If you really want to break through, we'll fall into an infinite cycle. I can never escape. Unless you jump out of the formation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I also gave a helpless bitter smile. How do we jump? After all, he knows it himself. If I could jump out, there must have been a solution long ago. It's just a pity. The library can only see the flaws of a small town, unable to manage the overall situation. I don't know the direction and trend of the entire town. However, Ruashi saw his helpless expression on his face. Also explained that, we have already broken into several courtyards in a row just now. The size of each yard is several hundred meters in diameter. If calculated according to the direction, even if you can't escape from the Heavenly Palace, at this moment, we must also be on the brink. But in fact, even if we break into dozens of yards again, I can't go out either. If that's the case, then, don't you think it's strange? Upon hearing the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. Just then I asked what you meant by that. This formation is highly likely to be a spatial formation. Speaking of which, he suddenly realized. Yeah, why didn't I expect that? Xiaowu ancient saint himself is a person skilled in space. That's precisely why he can only arrange such a powerful seal. Besides, as soon as we arrived, we encountered the formation space. I should have easily thought of it. That's right. Why did you just ignore this matter? Speaking of which, Zhang Xian jumped up excitedly, kissed Ruashi on the side, just happily said, what a wake-up call for the dreamer. Thank you very much, Ruashi. I love you so much. However, Ruashi on the side did not expect. This pervert can actually launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned pink, throwing out a sentence saying I won't talk to you anymore. As soon as I turned around, I walked into the formation. At this moment, he found a place to sit cross-legged. Now I feel like my face is running a fever, full of scorching heat. However, as Zhang Xian watched the other person walk away, only then did I realize, my behavior just now seems a bit excessive. I thought he wouldn't ignore me again in the future. After thinking for a moment, I felt extremely depressed. Just look at the situation in front of you and forget about it. With one wrist flip, summon the Wind Mother out. Let him see what's going on here. Not long after, Fengmu will only report to the owner after observing and returning. I can find a way out of this folding space. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian couldn't help but have her eyes shining, so he quickly used phonetics to notify the Wu family. I'll see soon. The people who had regained their physical strength gathered together. Then continue to transmit the message. Tell everyone to follow Fengmu behind. Don't fall behind. After finishing these tasks, he came to Ruashi's side. I only breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that he wasn't angry. So I just said to him, let's follow along too, simultaneously holding each other with one hand. However, if she sees this guy suddenly reaching out, I also struggled for a while. I found that the tighter he held, the tighter he became. When I couldn't help but want to curse at him, I heard him say that he was actually in the Huanyu mountain range. The first time I saw you, standing quietly and calmly in front of the waterfall, integrate with the surrounding environment. Like an ink painting, I knew it was mine. Life has a goal. Seeing you surrounded by many spirit beasts, I can't help but take action. Later, in the cave, my soul has been betrayed, but when I wake up, you have already left. I don't know your name, I don't know who you are. I thought I would never see him again in this life. Feel lost. It seems like losing the most important treasure of life. Later, I saw you again at the renowned teacher academy. I'm so excited that I'm about to explode. I think it's necessary to ask for your name. You need to know who you are. Let's go to Fengxing Terrace together later. Although I saw Kong there for a year, I got the book he personally left behind. But what makes me happiest? I can still be with you all the way. Complete daily practice. I can see you sitting not far from me. So quiet, so silent as a painting. Accompany me to chat. Accompany me to study the shortcomings and advantages of the technique. Tell the truth. I really want that time to stop forever. Just like this, it's always in front of me. When you told me you wanted to come to the ruins together, do you know how happy I am? Everyone says it's very dangerous here. There is no return. But I feel that as long as I can be with you, it's worth it no matter how dangerous it is. Only then did I realize, I really want to be with you in my heart, together forever. Even if it means life or death, I won't regret it. Speaking of which, Zhang Shen looked at him with a resolute expression in her eyes. Speaking of Ruashi, Please allow me to hold your hand like this all the time. Walk slowly down, okay? Although he doesn't know the true origin of Ruwashi, the other party has never said either. But since rebirth, I have encountered so many people along the way. He only had that special feeling for the person in front of him. Therefore, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity because of shyness. Besides, he's not shy. However, when Ruwashi suddenly heard him say these words, the whole person was so nervous that they were a bit at a loss. So he hurriedly responded, I need time to think about it myself. But Zhang Xian heard Ruwashi say so. Still holding her hand tightly, he said, consider your own. Anyway, I won't let go. Ruwashi's face turned red upon hearing these words. I want to pull my hand back. No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. She shyly called out to her to let go of her hand. At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with a firm gaze, saying that she wouldn't let go. If you let go, you won't talk to me anymore. So that's it. Ruwashi was shamelessly entangled by Zhang Xian. I agreed to walk with him. Not long after, Fengmu found the exit, and cut a crack in the exit. Everyone saw the situation and walked over, arriving in front of the heavenly palace, and behind it was still the dark and gloomy sand. Just the scene in front of us shocked everyone, because there is a painting hanging in front of them. Surprisingly, they entered the heavenly palace just now. Exactly the same. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also stunned in place. Not long after, he spoke up. So we were trapped in this painting just now. President Han beside him also swallowed his saliva at this moment. Speaking of legends, when calligraphers and painters reach the highest level of cultivation, one can derive a world from a painting. Even the creatures within it can reproduce and thrive, living a leisurely life like humans. I always thought it was fake. I didn't expect such a thing to really happen. The wizard ahead is also experiencing a dry throat at this moment. I responded with a yes. If it weren't for personal experience, see with one's own eyes. How dare you believe it? There is such an event in the words. However, at this moment, I don't know who suddenly shouted in the crowd. Look, is that the Red Leaf King over there? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I quickly looked in the direction of my fingers. Immediately, I saw a tall alien race named Hanshi, sitting on a stone pillar outside the heavenly palace. Close your eyes tightly. It seems like I'm searching for something. Zhang Xian just realized here. I just set up an isolation formation myself. Blocked his vision and divine sense. Therefore, he doesn't know now that everyone has escaped. So I asked everyone to find a place to hide first. Go on your own. See if we can find a chance to kill him. After explaining, let Fengmu hide with everyone. I shook myself for a moment. Whole body bones instantly transformed into the appearance of the Purple Night King. He quickly flew towards the other party's location. However, at this moment, the Red Night King saw the person coming clearly. I was also stunned for a moment. Immediately asked the Purple Night King, how did you get here? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded by saying to report to the Red Leaf King. Xingtian Emperor sent me to the drugstore. I got a clue. To prevent grass from startling snakes, I had to go incognito. After a period of open and covert investigations, finally, I have gained something. I hurriedly rushed over now. After speaking, I heard the other person ask what the clue was. Zhang Xian cautiously looked around after a week. I just lowered my voice and responded that it's about the map. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King suddenly stood up. I hurriedly asked where the map was. At this point, Zhang Xian continued to respond and said, don't worry. Let me finish speaking first. According to the information I have received, Tianai Wang obtained it from a poison shop. That's just an introduction, not a complete map. And complete. It was taken away by Wu Yangzi over 2,000 years ago. The Red Leaf King heard what he said. Same information as you know. I also nodded and said that what you said was good. This matter, Tianai Wang has learned from the population including Zhang Yingqiu that. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian's heart was shaken. He looked at the other person with a strange expression on his face. Ask you to say, is Zhang Yingqiu the former dean of the renowned teacher college? Why hasn't he died yet? At this moment, the Red Leaf King shook his head and sighed. Of course he didn't die. This guy and Tianai Wang, they are all trapped at the deepest point of the ruins, unable to enter or exit. They don't have a map now. I can only stay inside forever. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned. Immediately, with a face full of fear, he asked if Tianai Wan was also trapped. Why was he in the poison hall before that? At this moment, the Red Leaf King explained. He knows it's dangerous here. 2 years ago, before entering, he left a thought outside. Bailan is here to save her life. Secondly, it can also better convey messages. The information we know now, it was all transmitted from inside by him. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian suddenly realized. After all, he had guessed before. The Tianai King attached to Zhang Yuan's body. The strength is somewhat low. I thought he was a split spirit. I didn't expect this guy's true identity. always trapped in the deepest part of the ruins, and those who do these things outside. It's just a small idea. And the Red Leaf King saw him daydreaming. Can't help but ask, you said you knew the news about the map. Where is this thing now? Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words and said, the map should be in the hands of that guy named Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King shook his head and said, the Tianai King carefully observed this journey. Although this guy has many methods, there are also many unexpected ideas, but he probably doesn't know the news about the map. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been trapped in the Heavenly Palace. I still can't come out now. At this point, Zhang Xiankai explained that he really doesn't know the news about the map, but the map is indeed in his hands. This guy was punished by Wu Yangzi before. The map is also included. However, he didn't receive an introduction to the ruins that were taken away by the Tianai King, so he couldn't understand that map at all. I'm not sure if the map is related to this relic. Of course, I didn't take it out. However, upon hearing the explanation, the Red Leaf King was also momentarily stunned. They really didn't expect this. So I hurriedly asked you what the news was. Where did you hear that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying that these days I have infiltrated into the human race. I specifically went to Hongyuan Famous Teachers College. I just found out about this matter. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King just look at each other with bright eyes. If this news is true, after taking it out, I will report to Emperor Qingtian immediately. Ask him to give you a bonus. Also, you wait here for now. I broke through the formation set up by this guy. First, identify it. This huge spirit stone. I heard that 50 commercial streets can be replaced within the first ring road. He was a pervert but gave up because of one sentence from someone else, becoming a nouveau riche. Just now, Zhang Xian has become the Purple Night King. The map intelligence discussed with the Red Leaf King. However, when the Red Leaf King knew that the map was on Zhang Xian's body, it means breaking through the formation of the opponent's subordinates. Pull it out again. At this moment, Zhang Xian, dressed as the Night King, responded by saying, don't be busy for now. Although, I know the map may be in the hands of this Zhang Xian, but where did he put it? Did you bring it with you? I'm not sure now. After all, it's dangerous here. He is also the dean of the renowned teacher college. A map that research doesn't understand. Staying in college is also normal. I think it's better this way. Didn't Tianai Wan get it? Is that an introduction to the ruins written in ancient divine language? Why don't we take it out first, using this as bait? Lure it out. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King immediately furrow your brow. Quickly asked how to lure him out. At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said that the Sage Sec law, it can be achieved through the characteristics of bloodline. Find long-lost loved ones, flesh and blood. Since both of these things are ancient gods and writings, it is entirely possible to use their commonalities to attract each other. These days, I learned this method at the renowned teacher academy. Just give me an introduction to this relic. I can guarantee it. Find the specific location on the map. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King, I quickly nodded in response. I have heard of the story of a sage's sect. If there really is such a secret method, that would be great. Then the wrist rolled over. Just take out a jade box. Continuing, this is the ruins. Tianai Wan left it with me first. However, after Zhang Xian took the box, gently open it. Then he reached out and touched it. All the contents inside will be collected in the library, but now he doesn't have time to study it in detail. So after covering the box, look at the other person again. It's like this. Apply the secret technique. We also need to set up a 7-star peak level formation. You also know that my understanding of formations is far inferior to yours. I'm afraid I'll need your help later. After speaking, seeing the other person nod but still with a puzzled expression on their face, just take out a pile of 7-star formation flags. Explain that I will tell you the orientation of the formation. How about this? I'll start arranging now. Then he handed over the formation flag to the opponent. Start placing the necessary positions. I said it one by one. However, at this moment, the Red Leaf King was holding a formation flag in his hand, boiling of true chi in the body. Also based on specific directions, nail the formation flags one by one on top. But after arranging for a while, it seems like I've discovered something. Just asked in confusion, isn't that right? Why does your formation feel like a sand formation? At this moment, Zhang Xian explained the sand formation with a sincere expression on her face. How is that possible? Red Leaf King, you're overthinking. However, this formation does resemble a sand formation to some extent. Just once it's operational, you will find that it's different. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King, will there be any difference in response with a furrowed brow? What do I think? This is just a sand formation. The array chi placed in these positions can trigger the Earth's aura. If trapped in it, I'm afraid even a half step out of the body path won't be spared. Zhang Xuanwan's extended body shakes. Come to the center position of the array placement. I just smiled. The response states that these positions are from above. Indeed, it looks similar to a sand formation, but from the position below, it looks different. If you don't believe me, come take a look and you'll understand. Upon hearing this, the Red Leaf King, although it's quite strange, but still nodded. Follow the other person behind to the position, he said. After all, the other party is also inside. Plus, the formation is still a bit lacking. It's impossible to start even if it's not completed. However, when Zhang Xian saw him standing at the designated location, my body shook and I flew up. At the same time, shout loudly that you stand here and don't move. Look straight ahead. By the way, that's it. Don't move for now. I'll move the formation flag. You will understand the mystery of this formation. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. Several formation flags appeared. I just threw it in a few directions. However, the Red Leaf King standing below, seeing the opponent suddenly throw a few formation flags, after the formation of the formation, the pupils involuntarily contract. The true chi in the body immediately surged out. Just as I was about to fly out of the formation, I saw the other person stomp their foot suddenly, accompanied by a roar. The entire formation suddenly starts up. Countless sword chi shot straight towards him. At this point, he hadn't had a chance to react yet. I was pierced through my chest by a sword aura. However, he was instantly covered in blood all over his body, just screaming crazily, "You're not the Purple Night King. Who exactly are you?" Zhang Xian, this matter flew down. Just looked at each other. Smiling, he regained his appearance. Just respond by saying sorry. I am the one you want to kill. Seeing this scene, Red Leaf King is momentarily foolish. You are? Zhang Xian thought to herself that humans cannot cultivate the true energy of killing. How could he disguise himself as the Night King, to prevent oneself from discovering authenticity? But suddenly I thought of something. He shouted with a frightened expression on his face. Did you also kill Prince Sai? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I replied with an embarrassed expression, saying that actually, not only the Prince of Midnight, currently among the top 10 kings, except for Tianai Wang and you, the rest died at my hands, red. Upon hearing this, the Night King immediately spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. He thought the skill could be easily mastered. Even the entire Qingyuan account was banned. The imperial city will suffer heavy losses as a result. Countless servants have fallen through bribery and corruption. As a result, the 8 great kings were sent out. Without a fart, the entire army was wiped out. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. He felt like he was about to go crazy. I haven't waited for the Red Leaf King yet. Just as I was thinking about how to escape, as soon as Zhang Xian turned her head, she shouted, Chairman Han, you come here and operate the formation. Kill this guy as soon as possible. However, Chairman Han heard the shouting. He walked out from a hidden place. At this moment, he realized that the Red Leaf King was trapped in the sand formation. So my body swayed and I flew to the front of the formation. With just a stretch of both hands, the formation was activated. Later, I couldn't help but ask Dean Zhang, if you read this formation correctly, you should have reached the peak of level 7, right? Did you create this? Zhang Xian shook her head and responded at this moment. This formation was not arranged by me. It was made by the Red Leaf King himself. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. This guy set up a sand formation and trapped himself inside. Is he sick? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded by saying, maybe he couldn't bear to commit suicide. You all know that. The minds of the alien race are not very useful. After saying these, Zhang Xian will discuss the formation. Explained to Wu Shi and President Han. I found a place to sit down on my own. Quickly realized upon entering the library. Study the book introducing this relic. I've been watching for half a day. I still can't read any of the text inside. So consciousness returned to the body. I just dug up the map left by Wu Yangzi. Introduction to the ruins. After looking at it for a long time, I still couldn't see anything. Just because he's strange. When these two things have similarities, put two things together. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed. Immediately after, I saw books and, since the map is integrated together, the blink of an eye, a brand new sheepskin scroll map was formed. Zhang Xian, who witnessed the scene, was also startled. He never expected such an operation to happen. So I quickly looked at the map in my hand. However, it is unknown when. Feng Sun, who came behind, saw the map in front of him. I couldn't help but speak up. Up here. Isn't that the few places we just passed by? Also, look at the red line above. Is this the correct path? Why didn't we notice it before? At this moment, Zhang Xiankai shook his head in response and said, this line is indeed the correct path. It's just that without this sheepskin roll, this path will never appear either, because he knows. If this thing existed before entering the ruins, you can completely follow this line, proceed along the indicated route, and the journey is smooth and unobstructed, will not encounter any danger. Why was this road not discovered? It's not that they have poor eyesight, but there is no complete version of the map. This road will never appear. After all, this also involves spatial mysteries, not something they can understand at this moment. However, Zhang Xian looked down along the map at this moment. I quickly saw the location of the Heavenly Palace. After confirming the direction and path, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stood up and looked at Wu and others. Tell everyone to prepare. The deepest part of the ruins is behind this waterfall. And the chairman of this branch and the Wu family teamed up strongly, accompanied by a 7-star peak level sand formation. Also killed the Red Leaf King in the formation. Soon after, Zhang Xian led everyone into the waterfall. As soon as I entered, I realized it wasn't a cave inside, but it's a huge palace. And it also has a very strong spiritual energy. Immediately after, everyone was by the door. I saw a stone monument that was 5 or 6 meters tall. What shocked them was, this stone tablet is actually a super large high-grade spirit stone. See here. Zhang Xian is completely foolish. If this spirit stone were divided into small pieces, isn't there hundreds of thousands of them? However, after being shocked, Zhang Xian, I saw the 3 big characters centipede carved on the stone tablet. Just looked at Ruoshi on the side. It seems that this is indeed left by the ancient sage Zhou Wu. However, behind them was a renowned teacher. Only when you hear this can you ask who he is. At this moment, the wizard explained. Zhou Wu Bone Saint was a follower of Master Kong at that time, conquering the north and south with Confucius. Fight against the alien race. Kill 7 in and 7 out. In the history of the Master Teacher Hall, he is one of the most famous ancient saints. During his lifetime, his strength surpassed that of Holy Domain 9, reached a state of awe-inspiring. After speaking, everyone looked shocked and amazed. Just continue talking about the ancient sage of martial arts cultivation. Not only is he strong in strength, he has made great contributions to the human race. We are blocking the seal of the alien race in the underground cave. Most of them were left by him back then. The dog owners we distribute are his loyal fans. If he knew that this relic was used by him, I must have come in person. However, after hearing many things about the autumn dance drums, everyone's eyes lit up, showing a strong expression of admiration. After all, whether it's a warrior or a renowned teacher, the most important thing is to protect the human race, not subject to the invasion of the alien race. If it weren't for the seal of this senior, I'm afraid various battles have lasted for many years. It's impossible for humans either. Live such a safe and stable life. At this moment, Zhang Xian, I also tried to endure it. The impulse to dig up this huge spirit stone. Speaking of Senior Chiu Wu, since such a massive relic has been left behind, it will definitely stay for a year. Let's keep moving forward and take a look. According to the Red Leaf King, Dean Zhang and others are not dead at this time. Just trapped. It's somewhere. Also trapped is Tianai Wang. Let's hurry over, to avoid any unnecessary changes. Everyone nodded in response to the words. Just keep walking forward. Soon after, everyone arrived at a square. Found 9 gates here, and each one carries the scent of a seal. At first glance, it is clear that there is still folding space inside, but everyone feels very strange about it. Why are there so many doors left? At this point, President Han explained that 9 is the limit of numbers. 9 doors should represent an extremely large quantity, endless meaning, and a soldier in the crowd looked around and I couldn't help but ask about these 9 doors. Probably the same as the formation. There is life and death. There are emotions and injuries. I don't know which one we should choose. I heard the other person say that. Han Hui was also momentarily stunned. Then he looked towards Zhang Shui not far away. After all, there are students in these doors. If some die and some are trapped in it, I can never leave. Others also looked over at the situation without agreement. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also very speechless. These are all famous teachers in front of us. The clever town mage. Wherever it is, one word holds true. An awe-inspiring existence. Why did you become indecisive after just one visit? All rely on oneself. However, President Han saw his expression, just smiled and said to Dean Zhang, throughout this journey, whether it's your research on formations or your observational skills, better than all of us, which one do you want to enter? We all believe. At this moment, everyone also echoed and said, yes, we believe that we are not very familiar with formations. Now it's probably only Dean Zhang. You can only find the correct portal among the 9. Zhang Xian saw everyone like this. I also know about this matter. Cannot refuse. I had to nod my head. If you agree, then I'll give it a try. After speaking, he used his rational eye to investigate. After looking around, I walked towards one of the doors. Everyone followed closely after seeing the situation. I only discovered it on the ground when I came up to it. The dried bloodstains are imprinted on the stone. Not particularly clear. At this moment, the wizard said, it looks like someone deliberately left it behind. Zhang Xian stood up and nodded in response to the words. The blood was left by Dean Zhangyingshu. It indicates that they have entered this portal. Let's go in. However, there were no incidents. After the other party confirms this door. Just walk in first. Everyone followed closely behind. As soon as you come in, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. This pervert in front of me. In order to become a true pervert, unexpectedly, I have to deal with the stone statue in front of me. Do something that makes people angry? Just now, Zhang Xian led everyone to the depths of the ruins. Just when I came in, I found that there were actually 9 portals inside. Everyone was stunned for a moment, so they all turned their gaze to Dean Zhang beside them. However, Zhang Xian saw everyone's expressions. He also nodded helplessly. Immediately after, the words of fame and fortune were spoken. Selected the door with bloodstains left among them. I greeted everyone and walked in. Everyone followed closely after seeing the situation. Just came in. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. I thought there would be danger or some kind of severe test. I didn't expect it to be a garden. At this moment, there is a warrior in the crowd. Suddenly, with a face full of fear, he pointed forward and exclaimed, "Hurry up! Hurry up and look ahead, everyone! I can see in the middle of the garden. There stands a tall statue." However, after seeing the statue clearly, Zhang Xian couldn't help but glance at the corners of her mouth. Isn't this guy him? The old man who had to feed the students before. Then he murmured to himself, "This is the ancient Saint Shou Wu." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at the statue. At this moment, I saw them all filled with admiration and respect. Get up and kneel before the statue. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had previously said that he would take this ancient saint as his disciple. Now I see these people so sincerely giving him. Okay, that's it. If they knew they were so rude to him, will they be beaten to death by everyone? But at this moment, the statue in front of me suddenly shook twice. Immediately after, the ancient saint who saw the stone statue, a ray of light emanated from his eyes. It's like trying to come back to life. Seeing this scene, the wizard and Feng Sun were so scared that they hesitated to get up. And after Zhang Xian saw it clearly, she understood that it was just an idea. Not to come back to life. I just breathed a sigh of relief. I think this should be everyone kneeling down. Triggered some kind of mechanism. The idea sealed in the stone statue has been activated. Think of this. Zhang Xian also understood. Come here. Since there are ideas left here, that means they're heading in the right direction. However, just as Zhang Xian was contemplating this matter, suddenly, the stone statue opened its eyes. Look at the crowd kneeling in front of you. Immediately after, I heard a voice coming from inside in Xiaoqiu. I'm sure you already know. Everyone heard this. Excitedly, they shouted in unison that the younger generation had seen the ancient sage Qiu Wu. The stone statue responded with a sound upon seeing the situation. Then he said he could come to this portal. It shows that both your mentality and judgment are affected. They are all very good. Since it is so, next, I will assess your intelligence. People who can pass, I will accept him as a student. I can also inherit my lifelong legacy. If unable to pass, to prevent information leakage, you can only stay here. Is there anyone willing to give it a try? As soon as these words are spoken, everyone glanced at each other from left to right. Each one showed a solemn expression. After all, it is best to inherit the legacy of the ancient sage Qiu Wu. But looking at the difficulty of the entire season, I want to pass his final assessment. I'm afraid the difficulty is extremely high. If it cannot be done, this lifetime, can only be trapped in it, I can never leave again. In other words, if successful, one can survive. If it fails, there is only one dead end. At this moment, the wizard slowly spoke up. If the old dean hadn't died, it must be inside. Otherwise, it's impossible that no news has been conveyed. You should know that Dean Lian is a genius among geniuses. I've been in for over 2 years and still haven't come out. It can be seen how difficult this assessment is. However, just when everyone was puzzled, Feng Sun stepped forward and said that even if he was trapped in it, I'm definitely going in too. This opportunity is really precious to me. Zhang Yuan beside also nodded in agreement and said, yes, as long as we can see the inheritance of ancient sages, even death is worth it in this lifetime. Everyone echoed the situation and said, we also need to take the exam. However, just as everyone decided to assess, Zhang Xian behind her furrowed her brow, hesitated for a moment. After all, he is not interested in the inheritance of ancient sages. The wandering without boundaries is a powerful set of body techniques. But there are also flaws. If it's for this kind of technique, being trapped here for a lifetime is not worth it. Besides, his top priority now is, I became an alcohol master before the age of 30. Otherwise, they will die due to the onset of fetal toxicity. And he also developed feelings for this stone statue. If the old Dean Zhangyingshu is really trapped in it, so how could Tianai Wang be here too? And there are 9 doors outside. There must be life and death. This guy will take apprentices as soon as he appears. It's too easy. It's hard not to make people doubt it. However, just when Zhang Xian was puzzled by this, the sound of the stone statue sounds again. Since you have made a decision, let's start making choices now. Everyone rushed forward upon hearing this. Only Zhang Xian and Luo Shi remained standing still and did not move forward. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly shouted and said, "Wait a minute." Wu Shi was immediately startled upon seeing this. Immediately afterwards, he quickly stepped forward. "Stop, Dao Zhangshi. The ancient sage of martial arts is right ahead. Are you shouting so loudly to brush your presence?" However, Zhang Xian ignored him. Turning around, he extended his finger and pointed towards the stone statue. Immediately after, I saw a camera with a straight sword aura. The wizard who witnessed the scene almost fainted at the statue. I thought to myself that there was a statue of the Holy Spirit with a hill but no bones on the other side. You might as well take action without saying a word. Are you planning to rebel? At the same time, the body shook and immediately stood in front of the stone statue. Blow away the incoming sword chi. Later, he couldn't help but ask Zhang Shi, "What are you up to?" Zhang Xian was also very helpless when he saw the situation. I didn't expect him to be so anxious and block his sword aura, so he frowned and said, "I won't do anything. I just want to try if there are any issues with this stone statue." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and I threw it away. Give it a try. This is the ancient saint of autumn. A super powerful figure on par with Kongshi. Do you need to try it out? If you want to go crazy, it depends on the situation. At this moment, President Han hurriedly transmitted the message to Teacher Zhang. He is an ancient saint. To strike him would be a great betrayal. Order of hierarchy and respect. Even between ordinary teachers and students. Students should not act arrogantly towards teachers. Moreover, this person is such a long-standing senior. If you hit him and it gets spread, I'm afraid all the famous teachers on the entire continent will be your enemy. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian also saw the anxious expressions on everyone's faces. It's like fighting him at any time. I shook my head helplessly. I thought to myself that I hadn't really considered this. After all, he was one of the most powerful saints in ancient times. The reckless move just now was indeed inappropriate, but not using martial arts to force the opponent to fight back, but unable to confirm identity. However, at this moment, the statue looked at Zhang Xian. My eyes couldn't help shaking. Just then, a shocking sound came out that it was you. Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words, so he asked if we knew each other. The statue heard the other person say so. Just snort coldly. Identify my boundless flaws in the borderless world. You said that kind of thing to me again. Can't I remember? After hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes widened wider than a cow's. I thought to myself, now Barbie is going to meow. Since the other party can say things without boundaries, that means this stone statue is truly invincible in autumn. However, the stone statue at this time did not surprise Li Zhangxian. Just keep talking about the shadow left behind in Borderless. I know the situation here, but I can know what he went through. That idea could have stayed outside for 2 days. You said it forcefully and it collapsed on the spot. Originally, that thought was left behind in Boundless. There is only one purpose. It's about finding inheritors who can pass through. Surrounding students impart the technique of wandering without boundaries. Results found by individuals. But if the technique hasn't been spread, don't say it. Still being looked down upon and finding so many flaws. Even more outrageous is, the other party will take him as their disciple in reverse. Everyone who heard their conversation was confused. What did this zombie say? Can make the ancient saint who once followed behind the Kong corpse? When it comes to thoughts, they all crumble. At this moment, Zhang Xian, with a face full of embarrassment, he quickly clasped his fists and apologized. I was just saying it casually. I hope Senior doesn't take it to heart. However, the stone statue not only lacks vitality. I also agreed with Zhang Xian's statement, and responded by saying that this set of wandering body techniques is boundless. Although clever, but there are also flaws. Kong had told him the same thing before. Speaking of which, the stone statue invited Zhang Xian to come in for assessment, and I hope he can get himself. Zhang Xian did not immediately agree upon hearing this, but instead, he looked at the stone statue and asked, I have a senior. About 2 years ago, I arrived here. Accompanying him, there is also a powerful alien tribe. They are all trapped in it. Did they all fail the assessment? Ask the other parties questions. The stone statue pondered for a moment. Then he responded that someone did come in 2 years ago. There are also 10 ethnic groups, but they didn't choose this portal. It seems like I'm trapped in Fengxing Pavilion now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian and Luo Shi exchanged a glance, simultaneously feeling strange. Fengxing Terrace is not far from here. However, there is another abundant pavilion here. Is there any connection between the two? The stone statue explained that it was a hole only after seeing the situation. It is left for future generations. I want to go there. The premise is to pass my assessment. Otherwise, go straight over. I will only be trapped in it like them. I can never leave. However, after receiving the explanation, Zhang Xian became increasingly strange as she thought about it. Since they went to Fengxing Pavilion, why did you intentionally leave bloodstains in front of this portal? At this point, the stone statue was no longer explained. So it was said, my assessment is not that easy. They have already come up with a plan. You too. Zhang Xianwen nodded in agreement after delaying his doubts. After all, he knows. The person in front of us is a real and unbeatable autumn. It is highly desirable to receive his inheritance. The previous wandering without boundaries had many flaws, but as long as you find a sufficient level of body technique to integrate with it, if it becomes a heavenly Dao technique, the power will become exceptionally terrifying. My own strength will also be greatly improved, even to the point of being shocking. Even if it's just the first level of cultivation, it's easy to escape from the hands of the Heavenly Night King. However, Luo Shi, who was standing aside, shook his head at this moment, watching Zhang Xian say, go ahead. I won't go in. Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. I didn't expect him to make such a choice. At this moment, Luo Shi gave a gentle smile. Just explain that I have my own inheritance. Although the inheritance of the ancient martial arts sage is good, but it doesn't fit with me. Instead of wasting time by going in for nothing, it's better to stay here. Listen here. Zhang Xian also nodded to show understanding, and promised Luo Shi that I would go in and take a look. Don't worry, I will definitely pass the assessment. Then Zhang Xian, who saw Luo Shi nodding, smiled slightly. Reply with one sound. Just bring everyone along. I walked into the portal behind the stone statue. Just came in. Everyone was surrounded by a row of circular stone tablets. Cover it up there. And the stone tablet is also filled with text. No teacher knows from the situation that this may involve assessment. I quickly looked at the handwriting on it. After taking a glance, my face couldn't help but darken, because there are the words they used on the stone tablet. There are also ancient animal languages. And there are also scripts from the alien race. Dozens of languages mixed together. But I can't understand it at all. At this moment, my teacher racked one's brain to recognize several languages, but translating it also doesn't seem clear, so. Then he looked towards Zhang Xian not far away. I noticed that the other person's expression was a bit strange, so I couldn't help but ask Teacher Zhang, what do you see? Then I saw his face full of confusion. Just asked anxiously, didn't Gu Sheng say earlier? Do you have a deep understanding of his martial arts? Can understand his technique? This should reveal something, right? At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Explained that I only have some understanding of his physical form. I really don't know what's going on with this. Listening to the conversation between the two people, Fengsun also approached and asked Zhang Shi, what did you say to Autumn, which ancient saint? At this moment, everyone also looked at Zhang Xian with curiosity on their faces. Everyone really wants to know what Dean Zhang has done. Surprisingly, it can make an ancient saint who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Intentional exploration. However, facing everyone's bright and lively gaze, Zhang Xian scratched her head at this moment, and with an embarrassed look on his face, he tentatively said, if I say I want to take Autumn as my disciple, my ancient sage, do you believe it? Everyone heard this. Can't we believe it when the corner of our mouth twitches? Zhang Xian was too lazy to explain when she saw everyone's expressions, so he waved his hand and said, okay, let's continue studying these stone tablets. Since we stayed for assessment, there must be a solution. After speaking, open the eye of reason to distinguish. There are no issues found with the stone tablet. It seems that we still need to start from the text. So I took a step forward. I reached out my finger and touched the stone tablet. Contemplate the lifelong flaws in one's heart. A book suddenly appeared in front of me. Then I flipped through the pages of the book to check its contents. However, after reading through the shortcomings of the techniques in the book, he angrily dropped the book on the ground. Defects are all visible. I also know the name of the technique, but I still can't understand the cultivation methods and techniques. Then he looked solemnly at the stone monument in front of him. Not long after, I suddenly had an idea. By the way, can we use our shortcomings to make judgments? Thinking of this, I look at everyone and ask you questions. Do any of you have a secret manual for practicing palm techniques? Although everyone felt strange upon hearing this, but they still took out their respective collected techniques. Soon after, Zhang Xian released the books that everyone had released. All in my mind. Quickly, we will also apply what we saw on the stone tablet earlier. That set of Great Compassion Heavenly Demon Palm, and other techniques, gathered into a brand new book. Flip through casually. I just discovered this new technique of the Great Compassionate Heavenly Demon Palm. There are fewer defects, so I sat down and started studying. However, time flew by. 2 hours have passed. At this point, Zhang Xian still hadn't found any results from it, so I thought with a depressed expression on my face, how about using the 18 defects that have been supplemented? Go find this ancient Saint Shou Wu. See if you can pass the assessment. Just stand up when you think of this. Just as I was about to call out to the ancient saint, suddenly, my eyes darkened. Immediately looked towards the stone tablet that had fallen. I was in a daze for a moment. At this moment, the text gives people a kind of rune shaking, the feeling of movement. See here. An idea immediately came to mind. Is it difficult to treat these words as runes? So his eyes straightened up. I looked at the stone monument again. Only then did I realize. There is true chi running on these runes, strong and energetic. Sit down cross-legged immediately. Just absorb the true chi into the body. Immediately afterwards, a sudden roar erupted throughout the body. Quickly, the true chi ran in the body for a week. At this point, Zhang Xian had already fully mastered this palm technique, reached the level of Xiaocheng. Not long after, I got up, feeling that this may be because he has been practicing since. The most flawed technique. I feel a little ashamed just thinking about it. So he shook his head inside, it's too rough. However, everyone saw that Zhang Xian had some understanding. I hurriedly asked how Zhang Shi was doing. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at everyone, nodding in response. A set of palm techniques is recorded on the stone tablet. I not only researched it, but I also practiced once. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Isn't this just a bunch of messy words? Not only can you tell it's palm technique. I practiced for a while. Fake, but Zhang Xian saw everyone's expressions. Just when I was about to say something, the ground suddenly shook. The perverted speech in front of us can not only make people angry, but also make them die. He said 2 sentences today. Just make the ghosts angry. All the old men who saw this scene were also foolish. Just now, Zhang Xian in the assessment of the statue of the ancient Saint Qiu Wu. The chaotic words engraved on the stone tablet in front of me. I have been practicing for 2 hours. I just got up and realized that there are too many flaws. However, when everyone saw him standing up, they seemed to have some insights. Just asked him how he was doing. At this moment, Zhang Xian reluctantly nodded in response. I have a general understanding of the palm movements recorded on the stone tablet. I practiced for a while, but he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the ground suddenly shake. Immediately after, I saw the ancient saint statue that was just outside suddenly flew in. It landed heavily not far away. His eyes glared fiercely at Zhang Xian. You just said it's a set of palm techniques. You can tell. I also practiced once. Then I saw the other person nod in response. In truth, my thoughts couldn't help but come out of the stone statue. Shaking his head, he said that he could see the technique, even if you pass. Since you are currently practicing directly, this is just too reckless. Thinking about this set of techniques, even among these people, the strongest holy domain quadruple peak, want to cultivate. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. He dared to die as a saint. Isn't this asking for trouble? Think of this. Just continue talking about this palm technique. It has reached the ultimate holy standard. Those with insufficient cultivation, forcefully cultivating will only bring damage. And even if one's cultivation is sufficient, it's extremely difficult to practice it. When I first created the magic formula, I have been practicing for a whole year and 3 months just starting out. Mastering it took 3 years. As for Xiaocheng, it took almost 8 years. My many disciples, the fastest cultivator to reach Xiaocheng, it also took 40 years. Speaking of which, after sighing with emotion, the ancient sage's thoughts just continued saying that you must have practiced once. I find it difficult to practice. You didn't continue, did you? Just don't continue. Without my guidance, this set of techniques, blind cultivation will only lead astray. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Zhang Xian scratched her head with embarrassment on her face. In response, I just practiced once. I accidentally practiced in a small town. The concept of classical Chinese was first stunned by what the hell. You accidentally practiced until Xiaocheng. This is less than 3 hours. Not only did you see it, but you also. I even practiced until Xiaocheng. How is this possible? Thinking that this set of techniques was created by oneself. It took me over 8 years to practice until I reached Xiaocheng. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party asking such a question. I just responded saying yes. Although this palm technique is very good, it's just that there are a few defects, so it's quite uncomfortable to cultivate. Upon hearing this, my mind almost died of anger. He meows when there are no boundaries. That's what this guy said. The result is the dissipation of one's own mental energy. It's alright now. Do you want to mess this up again when you get here? So he looked coldly at the other person. Give me a scolding. You said you have cultivated to a small town, right? My palm technique. It can be determined by the magnitude of palm strength. Can verify whether the cultivation is correct or not. And the profound understanding. This way, I will suppress my strength to the level of a saint, and unleash the great compassion heavenly demon palm at the level of a small town. Compete with you on recruitment. As long as you can catch my palm print, It means you didn't lie. I have indeed grasped the essence of this move. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was momentarily stunned. Later, I asked my senior, "You're just a thought. Can you really match the moves?" At this moment, Gu Sheng responded coldly, saying, "Don't look at me, it's just a thought. I have been carrying 10 items for many years. Now the idea has substance, can also have the ability to touch food." I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian could only nod in agreement. After all, I just did a steam simulation in my body just now. I have never used this set of techniques before. Now that the other party is looking down upon it, it's also a perfect opportunity to test its power. If it's really good, it can be used in future battles. However, at this moment, the holy monk Shou Wugu saw that the other party agreed. Let's start with a response. Immediately after, I saw his arm push forward. This palm is out. Immediately gave people a sense of destruction, like countless heavenly demons descending from the sky. Not only can it crush the physical body, it also has a great shock to the soul. Everyone saw the situation. They all turned pale with fear. At this moment, the wizard sighed and said, "No wonder the ancient sage said, this technique is difficult to practice. Now it seems, this move is indeed not easy. I just don't know how much Dean Zhang has cultivated." So I looked at him. Only then did I realize. He didn't act hastily, but with both hands behind their backs, as if thinking about something. A sad emotion appeared on his face. "It looks like I've lost my lover." It's like seeing a loved one pass away with one's own eyes. It gives people a sense of lifelong independence, full of loneliness. You can see that the untrained disciples here are trembling with excitement. I just exclaimed that it's not right. He has the ability of the Ginghong lion. Feng Sun on the side heard the words. I'm very puzzled. Ginghong lion is not just about dancing. Is it possible to display a profession that can attack? He just stood there. What does it have to do with the abilities of the Ginghong lion? At this moment, the wizard explained. Ginghong lion does need to dance to attack, but Ginghong lion has reached a certain level of understanding. His every move carries its own charm. Captivate people with it. Although the zombies haven't moved yet, but take a closer look. I can't help but feel his state of mind. It will also resonate with it. Speaking of which, never miss a chance. As soon as he pointed next to them, he said, "Take a look at them." Feng's classical Chinese immediately looked in the direction of his fingers. Only then did I realize, other remaining primary and secondary warriors. They were all emotionally infected to tears. However, just when Feng Sun was shocked by this, I just heard Wu shouting from the side, "Look, Director Zhang has taken action." Immediately after, I saw Zhang Xian lightly flip her palm. I embraced the idea. It seems that his movements are as unpleasant as the drums. There is no luxurious posture either. Just a simple forward movement. But it also gives people a feeling of overturning the river in the sea. And after feeling the other person's momentum, the mind, his expression also became solemn. Immediately, his brow furrowed. The speed of the attack suddenly increased. Rushed towards the other party. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw two people colliding together. A powerful force suddenly explode. A huge gust of air surged in. Then I saw my thoughts flying straight backwards. Directly collided with the stone statue. Smash it into pieces. However, people not far away saw this tomb. They're all stupid. How could this happen? Same strength and same palm technique. Still at the same level. The zombie knocked the ancient saint away with just one move. Feng Sun on the side was immediately scared and cried when he saw this. I thought I lost to the other party last time. As long as you go back and practice well, one day, we will be able to find the battlefield and seek revenge. But now it seems that he's just a pervert. Revenge, take revenge. Washing and go to bed. However, just as everyone was shocked by this, tonifying the kidneys, he stood up from the pile of stones. Just look at Zhang Xian not far away. Is this really just Xiao Chang? Zhang Xian responded apologetically upon hearing this, saying yes, trained until Xiao Chang. It's just that when I was practicing earlier, too many defects have been discovered. So I made a slight modification. I didn't expect it. Such great strength. I'm really sorry. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the mind were almost scared and fell to the ground. You have modified my technique. Thinking of you, he meows. Are you a pervert? It's only been less than 3 hours. Not only did you understand the technique, I have also cultivated to a small town. But you actually feel that the power is not strong enough. By the way, I made some changes. He meows. Are you sent by Kong to bully me? However, Zhang Xian only responded with a guilty expression on her face at this moment. Tell me the truth. Senior, your set of techniques is neither powerful nor weak, but there are a few flaws. I just took a look. There are a total of 27 locations. Unfortunately, my knowledge is too limited. At present, only 18 changes can be made. There are still 9 places where we know the problem, but I really haven't come up with a solution. At this moment, I saw the figure of my mind suddenly shake. I feel like he's about to dissipate at any moment. Not long after, I saw him condense his thoughts. I just asked where you modified 18 places. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian I can teach you. Listen to your thoughts. I suddenly felt my figure shake again. Immediately after, he quickly responded that he didn't need it anymore. Although he really wants to know. But if this guy makes himself his teacher again, so many people are watching, isn't it embarrassing to lose face? However, Zhang Xian also ignored the other party's response at this moment, still explaining that there's no need to be polite. It's actually quite simple. These 18 places are respectively. Therefore, I quickly explained the detailed content of the modifications, then I sighed and realized that I can only the remaining 9 places cannot be modified. After speaking, he looked towards the idea not far away. I glanced at Zhang Xian. I was suddenly startled. What's wrong with you? Why is there only one head left? And at this moment, Zhou Wu's ancient sage's intention, not paying attention to the other person. With lifeless eyes, he said, I see. What I previously repaired. Everything refined is wrong. No wonder we haven't achieved higher accomplishments in so many years. But thank you also for your guidance. You not only saw my set of techniques, but also, and it has been modified so perfectly. You have already passed the assessment, qualified to receive my inheritance. And my inheritance is, just haven't finished waiting for the ancient sage's thoughts to be expressed yet. The only remaining head also dissipated. Zhang Xian went crazy when she saw this. You actually talked about the inheritance. What does that mean halfway through? Isn't it said that passing the assessment is enough? Now it's just lost. However, being depressed is not just about Zhang Xian. Wu Shi and others on the side almost didn't cry at this moment. After going through countless hardships, I feel like I'm about to inherit it. This poem is quite good. Forcefully striking the ancient saint's ideas. Collapse on the spot. Directly dissipate. Not long after, while everyone was still grieving about it, Zhang Xian walked over with an apologetic expression on her face. Although the inheritance of the ancient sage did not have a chance to stay, but everyone can still learn this palm technique. It should also greatly enhance your strength. So I quickly walked back to the garden with everyone. However, when Ruoshi saw everyone return outside, I also went up and asked Zhang Shui how she did on the exam. I haven't received his response yet. The pastor beside me embarrassingly described the scene that just happened. I told Ruoshi everything once. After understanding the situation, he also looked at the other person with a speechless expression on his face. At this moment, Zhang Xian also gave a shy silly laugh. Only then did he apply the palm technique he had just learned. I silently wrote a copy and handed it over to everyone. And he said this is the cultivation method of the Great Compassion Heaven Demon Palm. I have already made the modifications. Everyone learn according to this. I didn't come for nothing. After speaking, he looked at everyone again. I said I'm going to Fengxing Pavilion to find the old dean. Do you guys want to be together? After seeing everyone nod in agreement, just follow the previous instructions. Indicate the location on the map and proceed. Not long after, everyone arrived at Aloft Town. I quickly found the seal as well. Zhang Xian greeted the situation and walked in. I only realized it when I came in. The space on the first floor here is extremely spacious. Inside, rows of stone tablets stand tall. Just Zhang Xian and Ruoshi saw the words on the stone tablet. I couldn't help but glance at each other. This is not the same as Fengsheng ties. Are they all experiences that impact reputation? And the two of them, Mr. Wu and Chairman Han, standing beside him. I have also been to Fengxing Terrace. After seeing the content on the stone tablet, I was also stunned for a moment. Then the two of them thought for a moment. No, this should have a close connection with Fengxing Terrace. I don't think too much about it either. Just as I was about to walk towards the second floor, suddenly, a sword blade shot from the attic. The two of them suddenly erupted with their true chi upon seeing this. At the same time, he took a step forward and waved a palm to greet him, accompanied by the convergence of energy from both sides. Instantly make a loud noise. The aftermath generated by the explosion of true chi. He directly shook the two of them back several steps before stopping. And not far away, Zhang Xian's face darkened when she saw this. Just exclaimed, everyone be careful. This is the Heavenly Night King. Immediately after, a sound of hee. Not bad, Zhang Xian. I didn't expect you to come in and die. If you don't come in, I have no way to take. Now that you're in, don't even think about leaving. As soon as the words fell, I saw Tianai Wang suddenly burst out. As soon as he raised his hand, he patted the other person. Wu Shi and President Han saw this and their bodies were boiling with true chi. Welcome up again. Just haven't waited for them to reach each other yet. I heard two heavy blows. Immediately after, I saw them being blown away directly. At this moment, Wu Shi, who fell to the ground, didn't care about the pain in his body. immediately let out a loud roar and lead the zombies away quickly. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Night King heard him say so, just sneered and wanted to leave now. It's too late. After finishing speaking, he suddenly extended his palm forward. The main hall on the entire first floor, instantly given to the madman by a powerful force. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Raise your palm. Just move towards the cage of true chi ahead. Make a move with the great compassion heavenly demon palm, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the cage shake twice. The old man in front of us actually told everyone that they were dead. Less than 3 people left. Everyone fainted when they heard this. Either 2 of them, either 3 people. Less than 3 people. What's the meaning of this? Just now, Zhang Xian passed the assessment of the ancient sage's ideas. Take everyone to the attic at the end of the map. But after everyone finished watching the first floor, there were only one row after another. Apart from the insights left behind by the Fengsheng Tai Stone Monument, there's nothing else. So when I was about to head to the second floor, the Tianai King rushed out. After launching a round of attacks on everyone, just used true chi to seal off the entire first floor. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Raise your palm. Just move towards the cage of true chi ahead. Make a move with the great compassion heavenly demon palm, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the cage of true chi shake twice. But this palm feels like hitting a spring. Not only did they fail to crack the cage of true chi, the power of this move. Instead, they all bounced back onto Zhang Xian. This also caused him to be directly ejected. However, the Heavenly Night King witnessed his actions. Just gave a faint smile. I've been trapped for 2 years now. The ultimate technique developed through research. Even the 5 strongest players in the Holy Domain cannot break through. Just because you're a saint, you also want to leave from here. Die this heart. After speaking, move your fingers forward a bit. An extremely terrifying sword python suddenly stabbed towards Zhang Xian. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian's heart trembled violently. This powerful pressure make him involuntarily stiff all over. This made him realize that he couldn't resist this move. I was thinking about giving up my clone. When released to confront this force, I saw a beam of light shooting towards me, accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, a mist appeared before my eyes, instantly enveloping the entire space. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. This is the pinnacle level shock of the 7 stars. This thing is incredibly rare. Even President Han doesn't have it. How did it appear here? However, just when everyone felt strange, I heard someone say, "Everyone, hurry up and follow me." As soon as the words fell, I saw an old man appear in front of everyone, and after Wu saw the person coming, I couldn't help but exclaim that it was Jian. The Vice Dean is still alive. At this moment, I saw the old man nod and respond with a yes. Exactly below. Everyone, hurry up and follow me. After speaking, I dare not hesitate. Just darted out in one direction. However, Zhang Xian followed behind, vaguely looking at the old man in front of me. I couldn't help but exclaim how powerful it is. Not long after, the old man left the place where the Heavenly Night King was located with everyone, and came to a place he couldn't come to. I slowly slowed down my pace. At this moment, the wizard couldn't help but look at the old man ahead. Ask the Vice Dean of 7 words. How did your strength improve so much? The old man responded with a bitter smile upon hearing these words, saying that there is a strong spiritual energy here, and Kong left behind many treasures. In addition, over the past 2 years, engage in a battle of wits and courage with the Heavenly Night King and others. If the cultivation is slightly inferior, I'm afraid he's already dead. However, Zhang Xian on the side also interrupted Vice Dean Dao at this moment. How many of you are left now? At this moment, Ji Yen sighed that there were less than 3 people left. When everyone heard this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Less than 3 people. What's the meaning of this? Is it difficult? There are still 2.5 people left. Ji Yen saw everyone's expressions. I'll know if you come with me, he replied with a bitter smile once again. Not long after, Zhang Xian and others followed the Vice Dean to a room. I only realized it when I arrived. This place is filled with seals and traps, and all of them have reached the peak of level 7. Even a powerful figure like Tianai Wang falls into it. They will also be forcibly strangled on the spot. At this moment, upon entering the room, everyone saw an old man inside. I'm also very excited. Then everyone got to know each other for a while. I just heard the young man in front of me. He is the new dean of the college. The 2 elders were also shocked, but the 2 of them thought for a moment. Being able to bring everyone here, it also proves that its strength cannot be underestimated. At this moment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask the 2 old deans. What about others, however? After hearing the question, Ji Yen and Tan Qing exchanged a glance. My face instantly dimmed. Just responded that Dean Zhang. He's dead. Chairman Han Wenyan beside him was momentarily stunned. Didn't you just say that there are less than 3 of you? Now it's just the 2 of you. What about the other one? At this moment, Ji Yen explained that there was another one. It's Zhang Yingxiu. Dean, he's not so much alive as alive. Actually, it's not much different from being dead, waiting for a specific time. I'll take you to see him again. Upon hearing this, everyone showed an inexplicable expression. This is alive and dead again. What exactly is this situation? Just don't say anything when you see each other. It's not good to continue questioning. At this moment, Wu Shikai beside him asked in confusion. What exactly happened 2 years ago? Why do you know it's so dangerous here? Not reporting to headquarters yet. Since I saw the other person asking such a question, just shook his head and responded, saying, actually, it's not that I don't want to register for the cafeteria, but time doesn't allow us to ignore you. Familiarize yourself with Dean Zhang. I know he admires Senior Wu Yangzi the most, and my favorite thing, to investigate his life and deeds, just through multiple explorations, unintentionally. Let him discover some things about this ruins, and I also received some useful letters, when she was planning to register for the cafeteria. I don't know what's going on. This news reached the ears of the alien race. Don't say anything about being cheated out of something. I also learned a deeper secret. Later, I learned that the ruins were about to be opened. Knowing this matter will not delay the store manager. He gathered us up overnight and rushed here. Wu Shi, after listening to the explanation, he also asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Zhang Yingxiu has a communication card from headquarters. Just need to be summoned to report the situation. It won't waste a minute of time. Why not do it? However, Zhang Xian on the side pondered this for a moment. I just speculated that if I guessed correctly, the message should not have reached the ears of the alien race. But he was scammed away, right? And is this scammer from headquarters? That's why you're not at ease with headquarters. The two deans couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. Then he responded with admiration on his face, saying, Dean Zhang indeed has a keen eye like a torch. From such a simple conversation, you can easily identify the problem at a glance. Upon hearing these words, Wu Shi's face darkened. Immediately ask who this person is. Then the bedrock shook its head inside. We are all trapped here now. No one can leave. It's meaningless to say it out loud. After speaking, someone asked, is it difficult to keep trapped here and unable to get out? I just responded that the seal outside has no entry or exit. I'm sure you've all seen it. This should have been personally arranged by Qiu Wu Gushang, unless we receive his inheritance. Understand the mystery of sealing. Otherwise, it's impossible to leave. At this moment, Tan Cheng on the side only remembered something when she heard this, so I looked at everyone and asked, that's right. We were initially harassed by Tianai Wang and others, causing inability to escape. I had to escape here. You have come all the way. You should have found the gateway to the inheritance of ancient sages, right? I don't know if I have received his inheritance. After speaking, I saw everyone's faces full of constipation. I couldn't help but ask what was wrong. Is it difficult to leave the mark left by Dean Zhang? You didn't notice. President Han saw the other party say so. I'm also curious to say it. That bloodstain was indeed left by you. But since you know there is inheritance in the portal, why don't you go in and take a look? Bedrock asked the other party about this matter. Just remembered saying, at that time, we first arrived at that portal. It has also been activated. Just after finishing these, we haven't started exploring yet. Tianai Wang and others chased after them. We know that the inheritance of ancient sages involves a great deal. What if the other party gets it? This is highly likely to cause disaster for the entire human race. So we dare not bet. Dean, he made a quick decision, secretly leaving a trace. He rushed in with us towards this direction, and Tianai Wang and others are also closely following us. In the end, they were all trapped here. Not long after, there were multiple battles. The only remaining member of the alien clan is the Heavenly Night King. However, the renowned teachers who came together, he died almost as well. Fortunately, the terrain here is complex. Only the two of us can breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I guess they have already been killed by the TNI King. After explaining, I see everyone understands now. Come here. I asked again, right? You haven't answered me yet. Have you received the inheritance of the Autumn Martial Ancient Saint? Upon hearing this, after everyone exchanged a glance at each other, I don't know how to respond either. Not long after, Wu spoke up in response. Tell me about the thoughts left behind by the ancient sage of autumn martial arts, being hit by Dean Zhang and scattered on the spot, so he didn't leave a legacy. The two of them heard, suddenly froze in place, staring blankly at the other person. Ask if the blow caused one side to collapse. What does this mean? So President Han recounted everything that had happened earlier. I explained the detailed situation to the two deans once. However, after listening to the whole story, the two of them, already scared to the point of spitting blood, sitting limp on the ground. Zhang Xian quickly helped them up upon seeing the situation, and sighed, I'm just talking about the matter. I didn't expect Autumn Witch Ancient Saint to be so fragile. This can't withstand the blow. It seems that his state of mind still needs to be honed well. As soon as these words are spoken, both of them were dumbfounded again. I lost one of the most famous ancient saints in the Master Teacher Hall. The teacher of Chaos's peace. You are a junior of tens of thousands of years from now. If you don't respect him, forget about the old man. Since you still want to take him as a disciple, it's good that the other party wasn't angry to death. You're still saying she's fragile now. More practice is needed. Think of this. The two of them are also very speechless. Not long after, the bedrock shook its head inside. Since it has not been inherited, it seems that we really can't get out. Zhang Xian knows that worrying about this now is useless, so he asked the other party, where is the Fengsheng Pavilion located here? What is his connection to Fengsheng Tai? Just haven't received a response from the bedrock yet. The ground suddenly shook violently. At this moment, the wizard was shocked and asked what was wrong. This is, however, the bedrock seems to have long been accustomed to this kind of shaking. A calm response on his face said that this thing comes every day. Very irregular. Today's start is now. Let's go. I'll take you to meet Zhang Yingqiu. We only have one stick of incense to stay for. You must come back within this period of time. Otherwise, he would have fled south like before. After speaking, I saw everyone nodding with confusion on their faces. I won't explain too much anymore. After saying hello, he rushed out of the room. Not long after, everyone followed the two of them to the top of this attic. At this moment, I realized there was still this flat ground on the roof. And there is also a circular cone in the middle. Just Zhang Shan saw that she was still emitting radiance. The radiance in their eyes couldn't help but ask the two of them what this was. However, Ji Yan nodded in response at this moment. You just asked me about Fengsheng Terrace. What is the connection with this place? The circular cone in front is where the association is located. This one in front of me. It is the prosperous platform left by the Kong family during their prosperous period. And the one outside. It's just a replica. After speaking, I saw the other person's shocked expression on their face. I just explained that this is indeed a truly prosperous platform. Abundant heaven and earth. Even if the energy dissipates slightly. For us practitioners, all of them are huge wealth. The reason why I cultivate quickly. That's precisely why. Then take a few steps forward, pointing to the stone statue beside. Just looked at everyone and said that the old dean is here. Everyone heard this. I followed my finger and looked over. All showed a look of fear. Just haven't waited for them to wonder what's going on yet. I heard a wizard coming from the stone statue. You're here. I heard that. The wizard suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Looking at the statue with a conflicted expression, he asked his old friend, how could you do this? At this moment, the bedrock beside explained, the dean saved us. Destroyed by the Heavenly Night King's physical body. At that time, we happened to encounter the operation of the Fengsheng platform, receiving the illumination of holy light. Dean, his soul has not dissipated yet. Just absorbed onto the stone. Unable to leave. I can't escape either. And still retain their own consciousness. Not considered a complete death. So it became what you see now. The old dean saw that everyone was somewhat sad. Especially the wizard, this old friend. My face turned pale. Just smiled. Comforting me, it's actually nothing. This is also quite good. At least it's still alive. After speaking, I just looked at everyone and asked if you could come in. I must have seen the traces I left behind. Have you also received the inheritance of the Autumn Martial Ancient Saint? Since I heard the dean inquire about this matter, hastily recounted the sequence of events. Dean, after understanding the situation, his voice trembled slightly as he spoke to everyone. Not receiving the inheritance of ancient sages, it's almost impossible to leave. Unless you can be like Kong, recognized by heaven and earth, directly canonized. Otherwise, we can only stay here forever. This guy in front of me. I finally managed to run out of this monster's hands. As a result, he chose a herb, but trapped in the formation. These 10 days, the Night King has seen that the other party cannot escape. He suddenly swung a palm at him. Just now, Zhang Xian heard the old dean in the stone statue say, if we don't receive the inheritance of the ancient saint, it's almost impossible to leave. Unless you can be like Kong, recognized by the heavenly emperor and directly canonized, becoming a heavenly blade saint. The seal blocking around will also disappear. After hearing this condition, everyone, all of them showed a bitter smile. Sighing is simply impossible. Only the Kong family has ever achieved it. At this moment, Jian also sighed, so, we never thought we could go out. Before coming here, I also explained to the future generations. It's not bad to be able to barely survive now. However, Zhang Xianjian and everyone else were together in a daze. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at everyone. Actually, I can try this abundance. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Zhang Xian like fools. And the wizard beside him awkwardly said, Master Zhang, I know you have exceptional talent. There are also unique methods and experiences in cultivation. but the abundance of heaven and earth cannot be achieved by anyone who wants to come. This involves a great deal. No one can succeed. On the other side, Zhang Yingqiu heard Zhang Xian say this. I can't help but comfort you, yes. I have specialized in studying the process of Confucius abundance. I have also been to Fengxing Terrace. I have also read countless materials from it. According to my speculation, want abundance. Firstly, the first requirement is to have a renowned teacher named Tianrun. Only the heavenly emperor recognizes your profession, only with abundant qualifications. Secondly, it is necessary to cultivate special techniques. The true qi is incredibly rich and profound. Only then can we knock on the door of heaven and earth, remove dirt, achieve unparalleled achievements throughout history. Can you see through the problems in the Autumn Wugu Holy Palm technique? It shows that you have a deep understanding of martial arts. You can come here solely based on your saint's strength. It also indicates that the combat power is good, but based solely on this, one wants abundance. It's still far from satisfactory. Chairman Han beside also shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Abundance is not a child's play. How many geniuses are there in the sage sect? But are there many geniuses in Tang? Even though there are so many strong people, I haven't heard of anyone succeeding in tens of thousands of years. This is enough to demonstrate its level of difficulty. Teacher Zhang, you can try it, but I told you in advance, don't have too much hope. Zhang Xian saw everyone like this. I was supposed to say something. Just think about it and forget about it. Although he practiced the Feast of Abundance himself, but he himself is not sure if it can be abundant. Plus the pervert. He's not a high-profile person who likes to brag. He doesn't want to say much about things he's not sure about, to avoid being criticized for not being able to complete it. Then he looked at everyone, nodding in response, I know. At this moment, the bedrock saw that he understood. Just as I was about to comfort you with a few words, I saw the light of a circular cone enveloping my eyes, gradually weakening. Just shout loudly when your face darkens. Time out. Everyone, hurry up. After one's words, as soon as he turned his head, he looked at the statue and said, Dean Zhang, we'll come see you tomorrow. So he quickly left with everyone. He quickly returned to the small cabin where he lived. At this moment, Ji Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the wizard beside couldn't help but ask. The dean rushed back in such a hurry. Why exactly is that? Ji Yan explained in classical Chinese that I didn't mean to say earlier. Do we only have one stick of incense when we go to Fengxing Terrace? Actually, over the past year, every day, a holy light is released to illuminate the surroundings. At this moment, Tianai Wang can only hide in his residence and dare not move. Otherwise, he will be burned by the holy light, make his soul suffer a great loss. And our famous teachers can take the opportunity to come out and participate in activities. Only one stick of incense is available at this time. Once it's over, the Night King will rush out, seize the opportunity to kill us. After listening to the explanation, only then did everyone understand. At this moment, as soon as the wizard sighed, I said I had been trapped for 2 years. How did your strength improve so much? And the Heavenly Night King is still only in the early stages of being unsheathed. It seems to be due to the holy light. Ji Yanwen shook her head in response and said, the absorption of holy light by renowned teachers can enhance their cultivation. Tianai Wang is not capable, so his progress is not as fast as ours. But he has occupied the entire sanctuary. We can only curl up here. At that time, the Kong family wanted to help future generations successfully break through the canonization, leaving behind many good things. Almost everything has been taken over by him. In the past 2 years, even if there is no major breakthrough, his primordial spirit is becoming stronger and stronger. It's not something we can compete with. After listening to her explanation, Zhang Xian, I was just curious and asked what you just said about the past year. Every day releases holy light. Didn't it release before? However, Bedrock heard the other party ask such a question. I thought for a moment before responding and saying yes. A year ago, canonization was still very common, although occasionally releasing holy light, but the quantity is extremely small. There is no pattern either. It just started around the end of August and the beginning of September last year, suddenly shining brightly. It seems like I'm waiting for someone to arrive. I'm not sure about the specific situation either, so everyone also learned a lot from the corns. The matter of Fengxing Terrace. Soon after, everyone quieted down. Zhang Xian doesn't seem to be doing anything. I discussed it with everyone. I need to go out and explore on my own. At first, Wu Shi and others refused. Finally, let Zhang Xian explain. Everyone also agreed. So I watched him walk out of the room. At this moment, Tan Qing couldn't help but speak up about Master Wu. You let him go out alone. If you encounter the Heavenly Night King, this is really too dangerous. However, Chairman Han, who could tell he was worried, explained. This is indeed very dangerous. But if you know, after the battle between Dean Zhang and the alien tribe, I guess you'll think it's nothing for him to go out. After speaking, the two of them looked puzzled. Also asked them, "Have you heard about the top 10 kings of Qingtian?" Immediately after, I heard two people respond saying, "These guys are all experts no less than the Heavenly Night King, one stronger than the other. Terrifying to the extreme." However, we have not yet received a response from President Han. The wizard beside gave a bitter smile and said, "Yes, they're all quite scary. Each one is not bad, even stronger than us all. But our dean, he alone killed 9 of them." The two of them were immediately stunned by the words. How could this possibly tease us? You should know that they have been here for 2 years, fighting wits and bravery with the Heavenly Night King every day. I'm almost driven crazy. There's nothing they can do about it. The other party has half a point. On the contrary, there are fewer and fewer famous teachers on my side. I'm almost dead. The other party is just a saint police officer. Encountered 9 other peers of the same level. Since we can kill them all, is this going to turn the tide? However, at this moment, Wu Shijian and the other two, startled to a look of terror on his face. Also, a thought separated by the Heavenly Night King, almost rendered Zhang Xian useless. I talked about my career. After understanding the situation, the two of them were stunned for a long time. After pondering for a long time, I finally said a sentence about my career. What kind of monster is this new dean? After all, they always thought Zhang Xian was so young before. Just be the dean. It's definitely not possible. I only found out after hearing about it for so many centuries. I'm afraid Dean Zhang Yingxiu is far from comparable to me. However, just as the two were shocked by this, Zhang Xian here has also left the formation, arriving at the spacious hall of Fengsheng Pavilion. So he put his body into the beehive. The witch soul quietly flew out. Soon after, according to the orientation previously stated by the bedrock, arriving at a palace that resembles a treasure trove. There are not only a large number of medicinal herbs and pill weapons here, and some secrets on how to break through to the Holy Land. I looked around. I haven't found any trace of the Heavenly Night King, so he came to the treasure. I just realized it when I arrived. All books and elixirs are sealed by the formation. Main. No wonder the Night King didn't take away these things that day. It turns out it can't be broken. Think of this. Zhang Xian happily released his physical body, which soul returns to its original position. Immediately after, we walked to the seal of the treasure house. Just when the palm first touches the seal shield, I felt a strong resistance. I blocked my palm. I can't even reach in to get something. I tried several more times afterwards, but it didn't work. Last, Zhang Xian merged the 3 forces of body, qi, and soul together. I tried again. Only then did I realize the blessing of soul power. When the palm is extended, it can be pierced. He immediately saw the intermittent grass in front of him. Received storage ring inside. Just the medicinal herbs have been collected. The formation outside suddenly made a sound. Immediately disappear from my sight. At this moment, Zhang Xian only took out 1 plant. I'm already so tired that I'm sweating profusely. Although he knows other medicinal herbs, they are very good, but it's really too difficult to take it out. The urgently needed intermittent grass has been obtained now. It's better to leave first. Otherwise, wait for the Heavenly Night King to come back. I can't even leave if I want to. So my body shook. Just as I was about to leave, discovered within the nearby magic array, there is a solution composed of 7 colors that converge, and it's being sealed, slowly rotating in the middle. At the same time, it also emitted a special aura. See here. Zhang Xuanhuan Zilik became increasingly urgent. I thought to myself, is this really the Rainbow Emperor Qiangye? What's so difficult with this abundance? So he quickly rushed over. 5 fingers stretched out. Immediately activate 3 forces and probe into the formation. But at this moment, I heard a wave of insults coming from outside the main hall. Immediately after, I saw a tall figure walking in. However, Tianai Wang just came in. I saw Zhang Xian's hand inserted into the seal. As soon as his face darkened, he shouted angrily. With that, my body swayed. Just as I was about to rush up, I saw this guy with a playful smile make a strange gesture. Actually, at this moment, Zhang Xian's heart is also filled with panic. This hand has just entered the formation. I can't get in now. I can think of it but can't pull it out. If you want to run, you can't run. Suddenly, there was an indescribable sense of helplessness and embarrassment. That's why I hurriedly made this gesture. However, the Heavenly King saw his expression. First, I was taken aback. What came to mind then? I just burst out laughing and realized that you were trapped by the seal. Ha, it's really heaven helping me too. Since everyone has come, then leave it for me. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw his palm suddenly lift. Just as I was about to take a picture, I just heard the other party shout, hold on. The Night King couldn't help but burst into laughter these 10 days, and then respond with a question. Do you still want to beg for mercy? It's already too late. After speaking, the true chi in my hand converged. A huge palm print suddenly flew out of the air. Zhang Xian remained expressionless upon seeing the situation. With a domineering posture, he begged for mercy. What are you joking with me? I will beg for mercy like you, a lowly guy. Do you know who I am? Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Night King, his gaze revealed a hint of ferocity. Just respond by saying who you are. Do you think I don't know? You are a renowned teacher from Honyuan, the dean of the institute. Honyuan College is the only one. A renowned teacher recognized by everyone. Just swallow you. My strength. We are bound to make a breakthrough, so as to escape from this haunted place. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, the true chi of the heavenly Tao within the body immediately operates, instantly transformed into a powerful killing aura. Then he angrily shouted at the other party and let out a wild and unrestrained sound. Don't you know who I am? Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Just rushed to the other hand that touched the formation. Suddenly, a strong airflow rushed in. Immediately after, I saw him completely electrified in pitch black. However, the Heavenly Night King who was about to take action, seeing Zhang Xian's face burnt with electricity in front of her, I was also taken aback. Thinking about this guy just now, the sudden smell of slaughter emanating from it, although weak, but more pure than him. In addition, being struck by lightning in the formation. Is it difficult? He's not a famous teacher, but rather one's own people. Think of this. Eyebrow furrowed. Just look at the other person and ask if you are also from the Spirit Clan. It's impossible. You are a renowned teacher, and it has gained recognition from so many renowned teachers. How could it be a spirit race? I know you must have killed the Red Leaf King and others. Eliminate the killing spirit within their bodies. I saved it in a special way, trying to confuse me, right? Don't daydream. As soon as the words fell, I saw Tianai Wang's true chi spread out all over his body. The palm print suddenly becomes bigger. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I feel anxious in my heart. I immediately responded by saying that I killed the Red Leaf King. Are you kidding? That's just a trick to deceive them. Speaking of which, I saw him flip his wrist. A figure appeared in front of the two of them. Then he said, look who this person is. At this moment, the figure smiled and said it was me. Tianai Wang saw the situation. I suddenly felt a little numb, clearly watching him trapped in the formation. The Red Leaf King who was forcibly killed. Why are you alive here now? So I quickly asked this question. What's going on at the bottom? I haven't received a response from the other party yet. Tianai Wang suddenly realized that the other party was inappropriate. So I asked again in confusion. The killing spirit within you. Why is the strength so low? At this moment, the Red Leaf King furrowed his brow, just coldly snorted and said goodbye. In order to deceive those famous teachers, I'm already injured. The cultivation of nature has weakened significantly. If you think I have a problem, Nida, you should also know her, right? After speaking, the Purple Night King ran out, hugging and saying, I've seen the Heavenly Night King. Seeing this scene, Tianai Wang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What's going on? Is it possible that this Zhang Xian is truly a member of the clan? The pervert in front of us thought that being a clone was righteous. Sacrifice oneself to save oneself. Just as I was about to be moved, I just realized that these two products actually sold themselves. Just now, Zhang Xian wants to extract the colorful Qianye from the formation, but unexpectedly, my hand just reached in. I haven't taken out what I want yet. I saw Tianai Wang walking over, seeing the other party's emblem leader about to hit him, suddenly have a brainwave. Just take the Red Leaf King and Purple Leaf King, summoned from the hive. Seeing this scene, Tianai Wang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What's going on? Is it possible that this Zhang Xian is truly a member of the Spirit Clan? But after thinking about it, I just asked with a puzzled expression on my face. If you are really a Spirit Clan, I will reveal what I have hidden from Zhang Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Xinkai shook his head sincerely. In response, that is to gain the trust of the human race, convenient access to maps. Otherwise, how could this be done? Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Night King. First, I was taken aback. Later, he asked for the convenience of obtaining the map. So you got the map. After speaking, I saw the other person flip over the map. After taking a glance, I immediately reached out excitedly. I want the other person to show me. But Zhang Xian saw him reach out his hand, immediately retrieve the map. Storage ring. Then he shook his head inside. Don't you know my identity now? Then the two of them talked for a long time. Tianai Wang still doesn't believe that the other party is a member of his clan, because Zhang Xian said, after taking the treasures from the magic array, just told him his true identity. Only the Heavenly Night King knows. Now I can't tell who the other person is. But the formation left by Kong can. If the other party is truly a member of the clan, my hands have been trapped by the magic array for so long, I'm afraid he's already dead. Think of this. Never pay attention to anything he says again. As soon as I lifted my palm, I slapped it hard, accompanied by a loud noise. I saw Tianai Wang punch his back and explode in the head. Immediately after, the whole person flew backwards and out. At this moment, the Red Leaf King clapped his hands. A wave of body movement. I just turned back into a clone. Then he looked at Zhang Xian with disdain on his face. I'll just say one punch to kill it. I have to talk so much nonsense. I'm really asking for trouble. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I couldn't help but ask a question. How did you become so strong? Clone, hearing words, just responded with a proud expression, saying, the Lei Yuanju you gave me. I absorbed it for a while. I think it's quite useful. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind. Zhang Xian suddenly remembered something when she saw this. The pupils couldn't help but contract. I just exclaimed, oh no! Tianai Wang is a strong man who goes out of his sheath and enters the strong. Although the physical body was smashed, but his primordial spirit was not damaged in any way. So he hurriedly pushed his hand into the formation with all his might. I just touched the colorful Qiangye, immediately put it into the storage ring, accompanied by a roar coming not far away. I saw the spirit of Tianai King suddenly fly over. Zhang Xian immediately panicked. So I looked at the clone. Let him go up quickly and block the other party. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I saw that the clone had already flown away. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the Tianai King rushing towards her with excitement. When despair was about to close its eyes and wait for death, I felt a gust of wind sweep past me. Zhang Xian was immediately stunned upon seeing this. Is he blind? I am clearly standing here. Why don't you take action? Instead, it rushed out towards the outside. So he brought the purple Night King not far away into the wind nest. My body swayed and I flew out with it. Just came outside. I just realized. The clone was taunting the Heavenly Night King with a fierce expression on his face. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xian's heart stirred. Is it difficult? After absorbing the orb, this guy will become a clone. The strength has reached the realm beyond the body. I can defeat the Heavenly Night King now. Since it is so, he doesn't have to escape anymore. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Night King saw the other party so arrogant. I was instantly infuriated and let out a loud shout. With a sudden shake of his body, he threw a punch at the opponent. But the clone doesn't care about it. With a movement of his body, he also embraced it. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the clone so brave in the distance. I also breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he calmly wanted to take a look, how strong did the clone become? Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw the clone burst out in full. My head was instantly trapped. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian spewed out a mouthful of old blood directly, almost scared to death. Didn't he meow very arrogantly and fiercely just now? How did you get beaten up like this all at once? After thinking for a moment, I finally understood. Come here. Originally, clones were meant to find opportunities for themselves to escape. So I dare not hesitate. His body shook and he immediately rushed out. Zhang Xian was deeply moved by this. I chose to sacrifice him for myself. But he hasn't run far yet. I just saw a gust of wind sweeping by. Just then I realized, the one running faster than oneself on the side is actually a clone. At the same time, while running, he shouted loudly that you should fight on your own. I am not his opponent. There is also the Heavenly Night King. Don't chase after me. He is Zhang Xian. I'm just a clone. Zhang Xian's whole body is not doing well when she sees this. He meowed for half a day. These two goods are not noble. But I want to install 13. The result was not installed. Isn't it obvious that I'm throwing this at my dad? So he turned his head with a depressed expression and looked around. At this moment, I realized that Tianai Wang's eyes were red. Staring at oneself tightly. I feel anxious. Immediately shout, don't arrest me. He's Zhang Xian. I am the clone. When did you see the clone running faster than the original one? At this moment, the face of the Heavenly Night King, who was already angry, was ferocious. No longer paying attention to the other party, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed it. Zhang Xian immediately took a few steps back upon seeing the situation. Then the corners of the mouth lifted up, looking at the other person with a smile. Did you say you wanted to kill me? Wait a moment, then. After finishing speaking, Zhang Xian suddenly stepped on the ground, accompanied by a loud bang. The formation lurking in the hall suddenly began to move. A white mist. In the blink of an eye, he enveloped the elemental spirit of Tianai King. Actually, when Zhang Xian first arrived, I found many formations here, so I gained an extra insight. I just studied all these formations once, and in the end, he escaped with his clone. It's also to bring the Tianai King here. Actually, this formation was originally designed by the Heavenly Night King to be difficult to advance. Zhang Xian knew that at most, she would only temporarily trap the other party. So he doesn't dare to be disappointed at this moment. Immediately rushed out. Zhang Xian has only left a distance of less than 20 steps. The Heavenly Night King shattered the formation with just one palm strike. The clone and Zhang Xian didn't dare to stop at all when they saw the situation. Run away in a flash. just the crowd hiding in the small house. Suddenly feeling this powerful energy fluctuation, everyone was startled. However, ignoring the reaction came over. Just be careful and rush out. Everyone follows closely after seeing the situation, but everyone left the hiding place. I saw a monster like Song Yubing. I ran away with a person with a blackened face. At this moment, everyone was so scared that they kept exclaiming what these two were. What the hell? However, Chairman Han beside him saw clearly the clothes of the person who came. He shouted loudly with a frightened expression on his face. This is nothing. He is Dean Zhang. It just looks like it was struck by lightning. Everyone was stunned at the words. So we talked about the man who looks like Song Yubing. Whose hand could it be? I saw them behind me. A huge primordial spirit chased after him. At the same time, while attacking, they roared and threatened to kill them. Seeing this scene, everyone can no longer care who these two people are. They took out their weapons one after another. Under the command of my teacher, the sword energy of everyone converged into a brilliant sword shadow. We focused on the Tianai King and went over. However, the Heavenly Leaf King flying in mid-air. Seeing a group of scumbags dare to take action against themselves. Suddenly, with a loud shout, anyone who dares to stop me will die. Then the palm suddenly slapped forward. I slapped down all the sword feathers that were attacking. Immediately after, I saw Wu Shi and others. Everyone's face turned pale. Continuously pushing forward 10 meters away. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Knowing that if everyone continues to stay here, they will definitely be killed. So he shouted loudly, hurry up. Everyone, hurry back to your residence. Everyone only reacted upon hearing this. I quickly turned around and flew back to my residence. However, as soon as Zhang Xian came in, he saw a clone not far away. I was also so angry that my eyelids twitched. I thought to myself, if these two goods can beat him, I must give him a severe lesson. His cat-like clone not only fails to save his true self. You have to run faster than me. That's really shameless. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, he was brought into the beehive. After Zhang Xiangang dealt with the clone, I saw everyone rushing in. Immediately after, I saw Vice Dean Ji Yen. The formation has already been activated. A beam of light immediately enveloped the surroundings. However, the Heavenly Night King was blocked by the formation. At this moment, I am roaring desperately outside, accompanied by the other party's repeated pounding. The formation kept making a roaring sound. Under the invasion of such violent forces, everyone seems to feel it. The formation could be shattered at any time. At this moment, Tan Qing standing aside saw this situation. I couldn't help but shake my head, looking towards Dean Zhang, whose face was blackened not far away. Speaking of which, only a few of us, the Night Kings, are here. Until a definite way out is found. Definitely won't kill us. Otherwise, he's too lonely here alone. But now it's so abnormal. Dean Zhang, what have you done to him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just responded awkwardly, it's actually nothing. Just blow up his physical body. After explaining, Zhang Xian also had a burnt black look on her face. I cleaned it up. However, upon hearing these words, everyone was first stunned. Then he exclaimed, kill him. There is only one spirit left. After all, they were just thinking. This. Dean Zhang said he's going to get a piece of intermittent grass back. Even if we get this Heavenly Night King now. It's not like the spirit has gone out of the body and still has to work so hard, is it? Who knows how meow he is. This guy directly killed everyone's body. However, Zhang Xian noticed everyone's fearful expressions. I'm just embarrassed to explain that it is. I didn't pay attention just now either. Accidentally, he exploded. Accidentally heard. Everyone's eyelids twitched like an engine. One by one, their faces turned red from holding back. You are a saint. Accidentally. Damaged the physical body of the 5 great saints in the holy domain. He meows so much that it's quite ridiculous. You're actually saying you're still careless now. You made me, your uncle. Shortly afterwards, President Han took a deep breath. Suppress the shock in your heart. He spoke solemnly with a serious expression. Don't worry about so much for now. We still need to quickly stabilize our formation. Otherwise, I would have died here. After speaking, everyone responded with a roar. Immediately command everyone to stand in different positions, and operate the true chi to stabilize the formation. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party's command was not wrong at all. Also arrived at the designated location and stood for good luck to transform into true chi. But the Tianai King outside noticed that the formation had changed. Knowing that it cannot be cracked in a short period of time. So let out a roar, okay. Since you have chosen to be a shrinking turtle, then don't blame me for breaking the stone statue. As soon as the words fell, I saw Tianai Wang rushing out. Everyone looked at each other anxiously upon seeing this. At this moment, Vice Dean Ji Yen shouted loudly, what should we do now? That guy is going to deal with the dean. Stone statues ignore classical Chinese. What else can we do if we grit our teeth and respond immediately? Hurry up and save him. After speaking, we need to rush out. At this moment, Tan Qingkai on the side hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute. We can't stop the Heavenly Night King even if we go out now." In the end, not only did the stone statue disappear, we will all die at his hands. Upon hearing this, the wizard just stopped. A face full of anger responded, "What else can we do? Is it difficult for me to watch helplessly? My companion died in front of me. But don't you do anything yourself. I cannot refuse to save someone in the face of death." At this moment, Tan Qingkai shook his head helplessly and said, "Our current strength. I really can't do anything. But what can we do about it? Dean, he was trying to save me. Only then did he turn himself into that. If we fall into crisis again in order to save him, even if he dies, he will definitely not forgive us." You know what? At this moment, Ruoshi couldn't help but step forward and ask, Don't we have any good ways to stop him? I heard someone asking that. Vice Dean Ji Yen explained that there is a solution. That's what I said before. Someone can break through at Fengxing Terrace. If successful, with the help of the power of the ceiling platform, emerge in an invincible state in a short period of time. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Night King is, it's definitely not a match for the Heavenly Blade Saint. Zhang Xianwen immediately asked, "Is it really invincible?" At this moment, the bedrock nodded in agreement. Continuing to explain, "It's correct. We have been observing the stone monument on the first floor for the past 2 years. According to the record left by Kong Shi above, as long as there is abundant success, it will descend from heaven and become holy. At that time, Fengxing Terrace will shine brightly with holy light. The power contained within it will infuse the whole body of the breakout person. This contains the majesty of heaven and earth. Even a 9-star renowned teacher cannot resist it." However, after understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, with a resolute expression, he approached the crowd. "Let's say this to everyone. You guys go find a way to hold back the Heavenly Night King. Tell him not to take action against the old dean. I will go to the nearby platform of abundance to break through the sacred realm. Engage in abundance. Go kill him again." When everyone heard this, all of them showed a look of disgust. "Didn't I say it last time? This abundance is impossible to accomplish. Why do you still think about going to Fengsheng?" Vice Dean Bedrock, who was standing in front of him, frowned at this moment. He looked at the other person seriously and said, "Dean Zhang, this abundance is even harder than you imagine. You can't just seal it if you say you want to. I advise you not to think about this matter anymore." But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Everyone immediately saw it. On Director Zhang in front of me, suddenly erupting, a powerful and extreme special aura, like 9 heavenly gods descending only. However, Ji Yen and others standing in front ignored it. After feeling this breath, everyone couldn't help but contract their pupils. Then I exclaimed, this is every day. Tianren famous teacher. The pervert in front of us was not only beaten to 7 orifices and bleeding, a sword was also stabbed in the heart, and it was directly smashed into a lump of mud and pasted on the ground. Surprisingly, he can still speak up. This scared the ghost next to him so much that he almost lost his soul. Just now, Zhang Xian heard the old man in front of her say, "As long as it can be abundant, you can achieve a brief period of invincibility." So I ordered everyone to let them go and drag the Tianai King to Fengxing for a while. Come back and kill it again. He just finished speaking. He was questioned by everyone. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xian no longer pretends. "Let's have a showdown." Directly release the aura of the Heavenly Blade Master. However, everyone felt. This aura is like the descent of 9 heavenly gods. They all stood there dumbfounded. I haven't recovered for a long time. After a short space, only the bedrock and wizards can exclaim your life. You are a renowned teacher every day. Zhang Xian looked at the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, after calmly withdrawing the breath. Looking at everyone again. I said something and now I am qualified to be sealed. Next, it seems that everyone has no intention of refuting. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he ordered everyone to hurry up and save the old dean. After speaking, see everyone nod and respond. Zhang Xian and others together immediately flew towards the rooftop. Soon everyone arrived at the rooftop. I saw Tianai Wang holding onto the old dean's regret. The stone statue that was previously in full bloom has been shattered on the ground. However, the old dean saw everyone flying over. Immediately shouted loudly, "Don't come over here, hurry up and leave. I'm already a dead person. There's no need to do it for me, a dead person, making meaningless sacrifices." The Heavenly Night King heard the other parties shouting, "Gently tap your finger. Just make his voice stop." Then he looked coldly at the crowd, angrily rebuked. I thought famous teachers were all timid and afraid of death. I dare not come. However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party had not taken any action. There should be some pictures. So he frowned and looked at the Tianai King. "How can you release the old dean?" Upon hearing this, Tianai Wang, with a fierce expression on his face, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's very simple. Hand over the guy who hit me in the map." I released him. Otherwise, you can just watch him lose his soul. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was momentarily stunned. I thought this guy will hate oneself to the bone. I didn't expect that what I always wanted to kill was Fengsheng. I just thought about it for a moment. I now have the colorful Earth Knight. If we break through, it won't take long. It doesn't matter if you give something to the other party. As long as he doesn't take action in a short period of time, one can achieve success and abundance on their own. It's not too late to kill him then. So I responded with a positive response. I can give them all to you, but you have to swear to the spirit god. Not only can't we kill the old dean, and you can't hit us in the short term. Otherwise, we would have just rescued the old dean. You take action to kill someone. Our exchange is completely meaningless. After speaking, I saw the other person hesitating. Just keep talking about what? Don't you dare. If you don't agree, no big deal, everyone will perish together. Don't even want the map. We will also fight to the death. Anyway, no one can leave. Dying here is nothing. After all, the gods are the thing that their spiritual clan fears the most. Once a vow is made, I absolutely dare not violate it. Otherwise, the soul will inevitably be lured away by the spirit gods. It can never be resurrected again. Not long after, the Night King nodded, agreed to the other party's request. However, after Zhang Xian saw that the other party agreed, wrist move, take out an altar belonging to an alien tribe. I told the other person, let's start now. Upon seeing this, Tianai Wang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party not only knew about the spirit god, even the altar is included. This moment, he knows that even if he wants to make some fake moves, he can't deceive the other party. Just helplessly take a few steps forward, uprising at the altar. Immediately after, I saw countless treasures on the altar, suspended in mid-air. Just haven't parked for a while yet. The altar suddenly stretched out a black mist, immediately burned the treasure. Suddenly, black mist rose into the sky. The sky above immediately turned pitch black. It looks like a huge black hole has appeared. However, upon seeing this, the crowd in the scene only felt their bodies tremble. The soul feels like it's about to be crushed at any moment. But just when everyone felt scared about it, the black hole slowly appeared with a silhouette. Its slight pressure is terrifying to the extreme. Immediately gave people a feeling of crushing their souls. However, seeing this scene, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Although it's pitch black above, make it difficult to see the figure clearly. But Zhang Xian, who has a discerning eye, it seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Just haven't made him think too much about it yet. I heard the Heavenly Night King ahead showing a cautious expression. Look up at the figure above. Seriously speaking, I, the Heavenly Night King, swear to the spirit god here. As long as I get the culprit who injured me and the map, immediately released Zhang Yingqiu, and it won't harm them in the short term. Divide well as for this matter. Willing to let the spirit god take away my life. As soon as the words fell, I saw a beam of light emanating from the black hole. The pen was directed directly towards the forehead of the Heavenly Night King. It seems that the spirit god has agreed to his request. Then I saw the black hole in the sky gradually dissipating, and after the Night King finished these, he looked a little pale and said, how about it? I have already made a vow. Can you believe it now? At this moment, Zhang Xian also nodded in response. Just as I was about to take out my clone and map, I heard the wizard's message saying, Tianai Wang agreed too quickly, even willing to swear to the spirit god. Will there be any explosion among them? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also nodded in response, saying that there must be an explosion. After all, he knows the other party's strength. Actually, it holds an advantage. But he agreed without hesitation. If we say it didn't explode, he can't even do it himself. Then continue to transmit the message. Explain that the old dean is in his hands. We have no other choice. He has bombed us and also has a trump card. As long as it can be delayed for a period of time, waiting for my abundant success, you can kill it. Time crisis. However, just as the two of them were transmitting the message, the Heavenly Night King beside the ground also asked Zhang Xian for people and a map, and Zhang Xian didn't hesitate too much. With a casual flip, he pulled out his clone. I just told Tianai Wang that the person is here. Tianai Wang saw the big back in front of him. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. He's the guy who hit me. At this point, Zhang Xian explained that it was correct. He can disguise himself. That Red Leaf King was also put on by him. I heard the other person say that. Tianai Wang responded with anger and murderous intent on his face. Very good, chief. Immediately grabbed forward. The clone is enveloped by a tremendous force. Fly straight to his side. Then he looked at Zhang Xian and said, where's the map? After speaking, I saw the other person take out a map. I hurriedly asked him to pass it over. The soul of the old dean beside me. Seeing Zhang Xian really throw the map to the other party. Desperate to speak but unable to make a sound. However, after taking over the map, the Heavenly Night King, wave your big hand. just pushed the soul of the old dean out, and he said he would give it back to you. Zhang Xian and others saw the situation, immediately stepped forward and catch the soul of the old dean, and lift the seal on him. However, the seal had just been unsealed. The old dean hurriedly shouted, "The map is related to the entire ruins. I can't give it to him." After the Heavenly Night King held the map in his hand, I shouted excitedly, "Haha, it's already too late," accompanied by laughter. I saw him injecting his true energy into the map in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the entire Fengsheng pavilion began to shake violently. Even the entire autumn centipede was trembling. A grand force suddenly gushed out from underground. It seems like something needs to be drilled out. However, everyone who felt this aura, my face changed completely. Zhang Xian was frightened and couldn't help but follow suit. He muttered to himself with a frightened expression, This is sealed by the underground cave. The aura is felt by everyone. As it becomes increasingly intense, a huge spherical object, it's like being summoned by a map, slowly emerged from the underground. Seeing the situation in front of us, the wizard couldn't help but quickly look at the old dean, ask what's going on here. After speaking, I saw the old dean respond with a despairing expression on his face. This is the map. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi and others looked puzzled. Isn't this map useless? At this moment, the old dean shook his head and sighed, saying it was useless. His usefulness is too great. It's just that you don't know. This map is actually the key to the centipede. There are ancient divine language and special spatial formations inside. Install a huge seal. Once fused with this sphere, it will include the entire centipede in it. You must have known along the way. The whole centipede is actually a folding space. And this sphere, it is also the force that maintains spatial stability. Map as key. As long as it integrates, it will turn into a painting just like the heavenly palace in front of it, always stored in it. At that time, not to mention, this guy has obtained all the treasures of the ancient sage. We will also find it difficult to escape again. Without a doubt, he will die. After speaking, I saw everyone's faces full of fear. Also continue to explain that the ancient sage left a legacy in the past, only passed on to renowned teachers, but it also left a map as a gift for someone who is destined for it. If the person who obtains the map merges with the palace, it's like controlling the entire folding space, even if one cannot receive inheritance. The structure of the seal is also very simple to scrutinize based on this. After listening to the explanation, everyone just understood now. Come here. At this point, my teacher knew that if he succeeded in making the other party, not only did the people on site die, the entire human race will face a huge disaster. So he anxiously asked the other person with a face full of anxiety, "Is there any way to solve this situation now?" Later, I heard the old dean say, "Just stop the fusion of the map and the black crystal. Immediately turn around and command the zombies." Upon hearing this, "Hurry up and go ahead. Leave it to us over here." After speaking, immediately unleash magic beyond one's own strength. Rush towards the Sky Knight King in the sky. However, President Han did not hesitate to see the situation, leaped into a lightning bolt and followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them got into a melee with each other. At this moment, Zhang Xian also arrived at the Fengsheng terrace and sat down. The colorful Qion liquid slowly floated in front of her wrist, immediately emit an astonishing aura. Immediately after, I saw the rainbow power dispersed in the liquid, startling into the acupoints all over his body. The old dean besides saw the situation. He looked at the other person with an incredulous expression on his face. I exclaimed in surprise that this guy is a renowned teacher from Tianren. Can he really seal it? However, just as he was shocked by this, just heard someone say from behind, "This guy just likes to show off. I definitely want to give it a try." The rich old dean, classical Chinese, quickly turned his head to take a look. I was suddenly startled and let out a scream. "Why are your 7 orifices bleeding?" "I don't think so when it comes to clone classical Chinese, right? It's not a big deal. Just keep it and you'll get used to it." The old dean almost fainted when he heard these words. Can he get used to his meowing 7 orifices bleeding? But just when he was skeptical about this, his life was uncertain. I just realized that the other party is not just bleeding from 7 orifices. There is also a long sword on him. Crown back entry. Looking at the location, even the heart was pierced at this moment. It's okay in this situation. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Immediately after, he looked at the other person with a flustered expression on his face. "Say no. You even inserted a handle behind your back. It seems to have pierced the heart, right? Are you okay?" The clone lowered its head in confusion upon hearing this. I just realized it now. Then he responded, "Don't say anything. There really is such a thing. But it's okay. I'll just pull it off." After speaking, my arm bent into an incredible shape, reaching behind and pulling out the sword. Throw it on the ground casually. Just looked calmly at the other person and said, "It's okay now." However, The old dean who saw the scene went crazy. What kind of freak is he meowing? Suffering such a heavy injury. Not only can it not die, but it can also become like this. I'm still watching with envy on my face as they break through. But just when he was shocked by this, the Sky Knight King is currently engaged in battle with two people in the air. Seeing the clone still standing below unharmed, he suddenly slapped a light at him. Immediately after, the clone was immediately turned into a meat patty and stuck on the ground. The old dean was frightened and took a few steps back repeatedly. His face turned pale. Then he came up to the other person and glanced at him. Her eyes turned red, looking at the Sky Knight King in the sky with murderous intent. I secretly made a vow in my heart, this little brother. Don't worry, even if it means risking my life, I also want to avenge you. Just haven't waited for the old dean to finish his oath yet. I heard a sound coming from below, and my eyesight was completely drained. Hurry up and move aside. You're blocking my view of Zhang Xuanzhuang 13. Upon hearing this, the old dean quickly looked down. You can see the other person's appearance and still speak. Immediately scared out of my wits. This guy who meows not only has 7 orifices bleeding. My heart was shot with an arrow and I didn't die. That's understandable. Perhaps he has exceptional talent. The heart is not in its original position, but it was filmed as a pile. Can all of this still survive? The key is, I'm still waiting for you to take a look at the trial installation 13. Oh, my God, how much do you care about his breakthrough? This matter. The old dean was so panicked that he didn't even know whether to help him up or not. I saw a beam of light passing by before my eyes. Cut a piece of stuff on the ground in half directly. Seeing this scene, the old dean's mouth couldn't help but smile. I can't help but ask, did you die this time? Have you ever seen lightning? Have you ever seen lightning as thick as 1 meter? Today's perverts not only see, and he even chopped his head off. Just now, the old dean in front of us, watching Zhang Xian's clone being filmed together. They haven't died yet. I almost fainted from being scared. The result is that he is thinking about whether to help him or not. What should we do? I saw a sword aura sweep past him. Immediately after, I saw him split in half. At this moment, the old dean trembled. Are you dead this time? 2 clumps of mud on the ground heard this. Immediately, he was so angry that he kept wriggling on the ground, and shouted loudly that you had died. Your whole family is dead. I'm pretending to be dead here. Since you keep meowing and arguing over and over again, how do I give you a face? As soon as the words fell, I saw 2 clumps of mud instantly melt into one. In the blink of an eye, he regained the appearance of Sun Chang once again. It seems like there's nothing wrong with it. Immediately afterwards, he let out a roar. He charged straight towards the heavenly knight. But it just flew up. I was slapped down with a slap, closely attached to the ground like mud. Just haven't waited yet. The old dean is saddened by this. This pile of mud rushed up again. Continue to fight with TNI King. At this moment, not only is the old dean going crazy, even Wu Shi and President Han, who are currently fighting against the TNI King, both of them looked foolish. Thinking to Dean Zhang, is this friend being too aggressive? Why is the physical body like a rubber? No matter how you fight, it's okay. How did he cultivate this meow? Can you teach us? After being shocked, Wu Shi suddenly realized. Just look at Chairman Han on the side. Shouted out, quickly stall the other party. And the old dean below, watching 3 people besiege the Heavenly Knight King. There shouldn't be any danger. I just looked at Zhang Xian beside me. I took a glance at it before, discovering that the opponent's internal strength is increasing one after another. It seems to have no end. It immediately shocked people. This reserve of true chi, even 10 of them are far from comparable to him. How could he have such a profound true chi? Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh. However, just when he wanted to look up and see their battle situation, suddenly noticed an additional figure by my side. After taking a glance, he asked Ruoshu, why don't you participate in the battle? Okay, hold the opponent back. At this moment, Ruoshu responded that I wanted to protect Zhang Xian. The old dean frowned at the words. I think no matter how strong you are, everyone is working hard. It's better if you don't take action. What else is there to say about protecting Zhang Xian? So he said he was just breaking through. There shouldn't be any problem with the protection of Fengxing Terrace, right? But I haven't waited for the old dean to finish speaking yet. I saw above the platform of abundance. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared. The thunder and lightning rolling among them. It gives people a sense of destruction. The old dean who saw this scene, I almost fainted from being scared too. After all, he knows. It is said that the Central Plains God Mirror broke through to the Sheath Mirror. Accumulated experience required. Only in this way can we be more resilient. Once you leave your physical body, you can still survive alone. Not to die. This is a transformation. It's also a test of life and death. Many strong people in the Genshin Impact state suppress accomplishments. I dare not reach higher levels for hundreds of years. I'm just afraid of being beaten to pieces by lightning. That's precisely why. Although there is only one level between Genshin impact state and out-of-body state. However, there is a difference in combat effectiveness between heaven and earth. Only when reaching the point of unsheathing, only then can one be considered the true peak powerhouse of the mainland. And this heavenly tribulation of 9 deaths and a lifetime, they are all called unsheathed tribulation by the strong. Zombies are just attacking saints from saints to saints. Why did you experience this calamity? At this moment, Ruwashi took a step forward. Cold snorted, everyone wants the win, saint. If there is not enough strength, how can we win? Recognized by the heavenly emperor. After speaking, he looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. The old dean heard him say so. I couldn't help but swallow the crystal. Do the wind saints of Hudao still need to experience an out-of-body tribulation in advance? Upon hearing these words, Ruwashi explained with a worried expression on her face. This is not an out-of-body robbery, but it's the wind holy tribulation. To achieve abundance, one must first encounter calamity. However, this kind of calamity can only rely on himself. I hope he can handle it. As soon as these words are spoken, not only were everyone shocked beyond measure, even Zhang Xian, who is currently on the stage of abundance. I couldn't help but lock my pupils. No wonder it's so difficult to be canonized. It's not that no one can't comprehend the secret of Master Kong's cultivation, but he wants to wear his crown, must bear its weight. To be canonized, one must endure the tribulation of canonization. This kind of thunder tribulation doesn't seem so easy to get through, but I also know that this calamity cannot be avoided. So he gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. Let's have a big drink. Come on, come and enjoy yourself to the fullest. Immediately, the acupoints all over the body opened up. Countless spiritual energy immediately rush into the gas like flowing water. However, at this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to sense his fighting spirit. A lightning bolt struck him straight down. The old dean beside me, seeing such heart-wrenching lightning, suddenly scared, he trembled all over and let out a cry of surprise. This holy festival is too terrifying. At this moment, Ruwashi explained. Fengshang has soul knots, body knots, and heart knots respectively. This one is harder than the other. And now this is the soul festival. Zombie, his soul. We are about to undergo the tempering and baptism of electric light. If you're a little careless, you'll lose your soul. This is also the first level of the Feast of Abundance. When the old dean was about to say something in classical Chinese, I saw that the lightning in the sky had already landed on Fengxing Terrace. At this moment, Zhang Xian, I also feel like my soul is being burned by flames. It could collapse at any moment. At this moment, he also realized, each level of this relic is specialized. The door was designed for this purpose. If it weren't for the lava outside, a painting tempered with the sea of thunder, I'm afraid that just this one moment would already be enough to drive me crazy. There is no place to bury oneself in death. However, the lightning at this moment, it also shattered the soul inside Zhang Xian's body. But he was holding back the intense pain, also reorganized it. But this kind of pain, and gradually made his consciousness faint. But just when he was about to lose himself, my heart suddenly moved. Teachers are also human beings. Why can he do it? I can't bear it myself. So he gritted his teeth. A belief in defeating lightning strikes suddenly rose. Although the lightning strike on him at this moment, still mercilessly wreaking havoc. But it's not that scary anymore. Soon after, Zhang Xian also experienced it. However, Ruwashi, who witnessed this scene, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Just thinking about the second section, murmured to himself again with a worried expression, saying the next section, not only does it test the physical body, even true Qian practitioners need to have super strong insights. I hope he can make it through. And at this moment, the heavenly Night King in the sky, I saw the other party pass the first thunderstorm. The second track is also starting to spread. Feeling anxious, I couldn't help but shout loudly, which aroused Lei Jie's desire for abundance. Let's pass my level first and then talk about it. As soon as the words fell, I saw him raise his hand and suddenly wave out a palm, shot towards the other party. However, Wu Shi and the other two saw the situation. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Immediately rushed to Zhang Xian. I want to block this blow for him. But suddenly, this person, Ruwashi Jian, flew over. When your face darkens, shout loudly and don't come over. They have both arrived within the range of the lightning strike, and knock off the attack of the heavenly Night King. What they didn't expect was, the thunderstorms in the sky shook violently. The lightning struck suddenly doubled in size. The old dean beside him suddenly changed upon seeing the situation. He has a pale face. I hurriedly shouted what was going on. Why does lightning suddenly become more violent and dramatic? Upon hearing this, he explained with a frightened expression on his face. The abundance of heaven and earth will depend on the strength of the cultivator, increasing the difficulty of thunder. The wizard and Chairman Han rushed into the thunder range. Their aura is too strong. This also led Thunderbolt to think it was a zombie breakthrough. nature also makes the descending lightning stronger. Upon hearing this, the old dean, instantly foolish. In that case, what should we do about this? At this moment, Rawashi gritted her teeth and said there was nothing she could do. None of us can interfere. Otherwise, the holy counterattack becomes increasingly powerful. The greater the disaster brought to Zhang's family. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. The previous lightning strike suddenly increased by more than 5 times. Directly hit Zhang Xian. At this moment, I saw him electrocuted to the point where he was spewing blood uncontrollably. However, Zhang Xian, who felt this power, immediately turned the 5 fairy divine luck to its limit. But even so, a body that was originally thought to be indestructible, at this moment, it was electrified like porcelain. At any moment, there is a possibility of being shattered. At this point, he knew that if things continued like this, he would. I will definitely not be able to withstand being blown to pieces on the spot. So he gritted his teeth and looked up at Thunder, thinking of him meowing. Since waiting for death, it's better to see if there are any defects in this Lei Jia. So I let out a beep. A book immediately appeared in front of me. Open it casually. Only then did I see Fengxing Jia's second insight. Has extremely strong damage only to the physical body, but it has no effect on the soul. See here. Zhang Xian no longer hesitates. Immediately released the black soul from the body. Endless flow towards the sky. The lightning that struck was swallowed up. Make lightning enter the soul body as soon as possible. It's like turning into something of a great tonic. Immediately increase his soul power. The entire soul body grows larger again. Quickly, the witch soul absorbed this thunder tribulation. The clean soul has once again recovered to a distance of 10 meters. Watching the second quarter pass. Only now have we returned to our physical form. But he hasn't caught his breath yet. The third holy tribulation fell down again. However, this lightning strike, if compared for the first time, it's over 10 times thicker. Just haven't waited for him to smash it down yet. It's like blowing up the entire wind holy terrace. And at this moment, the sky and night in the sky. The surprise attack was not successful just now. Now, taking advantage of the last holy tribulation, strike a blow. The sword shot straight towards Zhang Xian. After all, he didn't kill the other party at this moment. It is highly likely that another heavenly blade saint will appear. At that time, they will be members of the alien race. I will definitely face another catastrophic disaster. So this blow contains the power of his entire body. Its violent intensity is like destroying the sky and the earth. Seeing this scene, Rawashi will immediately raise her hand and rush forward. I saw a figure already blocking in front of them. Use your body to forcefully withstand this blow. After a loud bang, I saw him shattered by the explosion. Reorganize the body again. Then he shouted angrily and dared to hit my lord. I'll kill you. As soon as the words fell, I saw his true chi surging out of his body. He rushed straight into the air. However, when Tianai Wang saw this guy, he still couldn't kill him. I was so angry that I slapped my palm directly. And the clone hasn't arrived in front of him yet. I was slapped like dirt by this palm. He just didn't step back at this moment. After restructuring his body, he welcomed it again. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the other person. With just one punch, his spirit seemed to be somewhat scattered. However, the Tianai king who suffered this heavy blow. At this moment, I know. It's useless to entangle with this guy. Not only can't kill the opponent, we will continue to suffer losses. So my heart moved. Just hurry up and merge the map with the black crystal. Even if he is abundant by then. No wonder I can't do it myself. Think of this. The speaker once again took this guy in front of him off camera. My body swayed and I came to the black crystal. Press your palm down. I saw the crystal rapidly descend. Come to the map. However, the old dean who saw this scene felt anxious. Just shouting loudly is not good. Hurry up and stop it. Otherwise, it's over. At this point, the two have already begun to merge. It's too late to do anything now. See here. The old dean felt anxious. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Place hope in Zhang Xian. And at this moment, Rawashi still stood not far away, watching Zhang Xian endure the final sanctity. Extremely worried in my heart, because he knows this knot in his heart is difficult. He will appear. Heart demons can also bewitch people. So even the strongest people are difficult to resist. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, although shrouded in lightning strikes from a distance of 1 meter, but its body and soul, I didn't suffer any harm at all. It's his consciousness, completely immersed in a special thought, like entering an endless hell. Here, besides darkness, there is silence. Not long after, a devilish figure appeared, standing in front of him, saying that all the techniques you have practiced are wrong. If we continue to cultivate, there is only one dead end. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. Then he spoke up and said that my technique was wrong. It seems that there is a problem with your cultivation. How about this, if you learn from me now, I can give you some guidance. Don't worry, I have always been a great teacher. The demon was speechless when he heard this. He has always been the one who destroys the hearts of others. Let it deny itself, causing cracks in one's mood. Then he took advantage of the situation and entered, devouring it. This guy is really good. As soon as you speak, you will immediately accept yourself as your disciple. He meows, and you're playing against common sense, aren't you? So I suppressed the depression in my heart, with the intention of seduction. Let people hear it immediately. I can't help but become addicted to it. I said something to him. He's not just a pervert, he's not just a pervert. Even his wife is so perverted. Stretch out casually. Just take this strange person in front of you who can destroy the heavens and the earth. Kill it instantly. Just now. Zhang Xian suffered the third calamity of abundance. What he didn't expect was, neither the body nor the soul suffered any harm. Instead, he entered a different space on his own. Another figure said to him, "You made a mistake in practicing your martial arts. If this continues, there is only one dead end." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately fainted. He came to his senses afterwards. I just spoke up and retorted that if my technique was wrong, that's because there's a problem with your cultivation level. You read it wrong, why don't you take me as your teacher? I'll teach you. The demon was speechless as soon as he heard it. So I suppressed the depression in my heart, with the intention of seduction. People can't help but become addicted to it when they hear it. I said something to him. I mean, there's a problem with your cultivation. Otherwise, we would have achieved abundant success long ago. Now it's not so passive either. Still have to endure such pain. If you believe me, it can help you cultivate faster. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I waved my hand in response and said, I know what you mean, so don't mess with these useless things either. As long as it's different from my martial arts, it must be a problem with your cultivation. If you don't believe it, come on, give me a punch and show me. Just haven't waited for Zhang Xian to finish speaking yet. The demon disappeared in an instant. After all, he can't seduce the other party. It's useless to keep it. However, just now Zhang Xian communicated with the heart demon. Although it took several minutes, just in the eyes of outsiders, it's just a lightning bolt the size of a pillar. Smash on him. Not only did he not get hurt, but he also, no vomiting of blood, just shaking my body a little. Immediately after, golden rays appeared on his head. Upon seeing this scene, Ruashi was also momentarily stunned. Then his face turned sour. Ming exclaimed in surprise. Is this through a mental knot? Why is it so fast? Immediately after, I saw the dark clouds in the sky illuminated by golden lights, slowly dissipating. Then a white light shone directly onto Zhang Xian. The injuries he suffered before, also recovering at a visible speed to the naked eye. You can also feel his power rapidly increasing. Ruashi on the side saw the situation. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he hurried up to him. After all, Zhang Xian has just broken through the feast of abundance. The body is at its weakest moment, cannot be subjected to any damage or attack. Otherwise, Qin could fall at any time. So as his girlfriend, Ruashi, the protector who must be inseparable at this moment. However, the oldie not far away saw this scene. My eyes couldn't help but become moist. So he shouted loudly with joy that the heavenly artifact had descended. Zhang Shi has achieved abundant success. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I heard a wild burst of laughter coming from behind. I succeeded. As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately felt it. The entire ground suddenly shook. The centipede seemed to be about to explode. Immediately after, I saw the Sky Knight King holding a map in the sky. It gives people a dreamlike feeling, as if to plunge them back into the painting once again. At this moment, everyone panicked. Although they knew that Zhang Xianfeng was successful, but the other party also holds the dominant position in this space. But we haven't waited for everyone to be completely shocked yet. The Sky Knight King in the sky is in an abnormal mood at this moment. An excited long hiss. All of them will die here. What Heavenly Blade Master, Heavenly Blade Sage? It's useless. Go die for me, everyone. As soon as the words fell, I saw him raise his hand. He chopped towards Zhang Xian on the altar. The power of this palm. There isn't much difference from before, but the entire space feels like it's about to be torn apart. In an instant, a layer of paint appeared. Black cracks. After all, the Tianai King has now mastered the Autumn Centipede. It's like mastering the entire folding space. Having absolute control. Even if we have the same level at this moment, even people with higher levels than him are trapped here. It cannot be his opponent either. Can clone to see this scene, without any hesitation, immediately rushed up, just flew up. It was split in half. I fell directly down. However, everyone below, seeing the scene in front of me, my heart is all cold. Their eyes were filled with despair. After all, Zhang Xian is currently experiencing physical weakness. I can't come out to fight at all. And others are also unable to resist this. Just as everyone closed their eyes and waited for death, Ruashi, standing next to Zhang Xian, raised a cluster of eyebrows, looking up with a displeased expression. Then there was a cold snort. Extend your palm. Just throw a blow upwards. However, the Heavenly Night King, the terrifying scene just played. A blow from below directly opened it up. Immediately after, this aura continued to soar upwards. The moment I touched the Tianai King, immediately imprisoned it inside. The Tianai King who just realized it. Seeing oneself unable to move. I can't believe it in my heart. My current strength. Surprisingly, it can still be blocked by someone. So I shouted angrily at you. Who exactly are you? After all, he knows. Now I have control over the entire autumn centipede. I also know how strong my own abilities are. Just based on the blow just now. Don't say he's a strong person from the Sheath realm. Even if the remaining 6th or 7th weight people collide, they were only killed on the spot. And this big girl in front of me, just casually flipping through it. I suppressed myself to the town. How strong is this strength? Only then can we achieve this. However, Ruashi did not respond to his question. Just coldly snorted, I'm here. No one can hurt him in the slightest. After speaking, look back. Zhang Xian's eyes on the side were fixed on Gujing Wubwa. Still quiet, like a serene painting. Wu and others who witnessed this scene, everyone's face turned white. They came here with Ruashi. I didn't find anything special about him along the way. Who would have thought that this move would be so powerful? It completely subverted their imagination. At this moment, Chairman Han beside him asked using phonetic techniques. You can see his strength. After asking, I saw Wu shaking her head with a bitter smile on her face. I just gritted my teeth and said such strong strength. Why didn't you take action in the Heavenly Palace? To make so many of our friends die. It's not like shaking your head and sighing again when you hear this. It's not that they won't take action, but we, the people, have nothing to do with him. Why did he come here? Perhaps it was for the sake of Zhang Shi's face. Although he didn't take action. But it keeps reminding us. During this time, he was falsely accused by Zhang Yuan of the death of Cheng Tianai. Listen here. President Han also felt relieved in his heart. At the same time, I am also very curious in my heart. So I couldn't help but ask the wizard again. Look at his casual moves. We can ban the Heavenly Night King. How strong do you think he is? However, the wizard who heard the other party ask such a question. At this moment, a solemn response was given, saying that in my opinion, he could be a 9-star renowned teacher. President Han heard that. I was so scared that I almost fell to my death. You should know this level of renowned teacher. There are not many famous teachers in the entire continent. And each one is earth-shattering. Stomp your feet, stomp your feet. The renowned teacher's hall trembled with fear. How could such a character appear here? And he's still so young. So he asked with a frightened expression on his face, do you overestimate him too much? At this moment, the wizard's face straightened up. I responded seriously that I not only did not overestimate, it may even be lower. This is the relic left by the ancient sage Zhou Wu. The refining map of Tianai King is equivalent to adhering to one of his weaknesses. Not only can it easily resist, and it can also make the other party have no resistance at all. This indicates that his true strength is no less than that of Gu. Such a strong person. What is a 9-star famous teacher? Speaking of which, after pondering for a moment, the two of them, just guess. He may be the little princess of the sage sect Loga. It is said that he activated his bloodline when he was 3 years old, becoming a member of the entire family for tens of thousands of years. The younger generation with the purest bloodline besides the ancestors. And he received recognition for the clearance ball on the spot, and refine it. And this clearance bead. It also has the effect of disturbing space. At this moment, President Han said yes. No wonder I have such insight and strength. They, Luo Jia, are also ranked among the top 10 in the Sage Gate. Wu's classical Chinese nodded in response, saying that Luo Jia is indeed very strong. Compared to giants like Bing Yuan Bao, they are not weak at all. However, the two of them were discussing with great enthusiasm on their end. After taking a glance, Ruashi. I don't care about their opinions and thoughts either. Still standing quietly in front of Zhang Xian. Seeing the strength inside him getting stronger and stronger. Ong Li successfully broke through from the holy bone. I just breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhang Xian is shrouded in the holy light. Not knowing what is happening outside. Just feel the muscles all over the body. Both true qi and soul seem to have been tempered. There is an indescribable comfort. Quickly in the breath of this heavenly blade saint. Zhang Xianjing sat for less than an hour. We have already broken through to the peak of the Holy Land. At this moment, he knew. I only collected the heavenly Tao technique of the Holy Land level 1. I can't continue practicing anymore. Then I visited the circular cone. Only then did I realize that it had exceeded first class. Reached a perfect state. After understanding the situation, I slowly opened my eyes. Stand up. However, Ruashi only then asked how you were doing. How do you feel? Zhang Xian smiled slightly when she heard this. It should be said that it's pretty good. Just responded with a sound. I saw the heavenly leaf king in the sky. I was immediately stunned. Then he asked him what was going on. At this moment, Ruashi gave a gentle smile. The response said he was about to launch a surprise attack on you just now. So I gave him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, the whole person suddenly froze in place. Teach me a lesson. The heavenly night king is so powerful. He casually made the other person look like this. How strong should this strength be? No wonder it was mentioned earlier. There will be a lot of trouble if you want to be with him. Just relying on this strength alone can put a lot of pressure on oneself. He thought that Gang Fengsheng had extraordinary strength. Now I see him who is about the same age as me. Everyone has this kind of strength. The pride wing in my heart disappeared instantly. Think of this. I just looked at Ruashi and smiled. Tell me to wait here for a moment. This guy keeps bothering me repeatedly. I'll kill him first. After speaking, he looked at the Tianai king with an electric gaze. Then he extended his palm forward. Directly broke the confinement on the Tianai king's body. Then, his palm swung once again with a majestic aura, directly crushing him heavily to the ground. However, the heavenly night king knew that this was not their match. Don't hesitate. With a flick of his body, he suddenly darted out. Zhang Xian saw the other person's body move. I raised my hand again and pressed it over. The heavenly night king who was just shot down in mid-air. The person hasn't landed yet. I was trapped by the other party's true chi, and throw it directly to the Fengxing terrace. However, the heavenly night king was also unable to move under the illumination of the holy light, as his screams grew weaker and weaker, until the disappearance of the primordial spirit, leaving behind a pure primordial power. And Zhang Xian on the side saw the situation. Immediately reach out and grab it. Hold it in your hand. After all, the holy light of the platform of abundance, it has a destructive effect on the alien race. Although the heavenly night king is powerful, but after being injured, he was directly illuminated by the holy light of abundance. I have lost consciousness now, turned into a pure Genshin impact power. So I split half of this power into my clone. Divide the remaining Genshin impact into several parts. Gently tap your finger. Inject it into the remains of wizards, Chairman Han, and others. Immediately afterwards, I saw the faces of several people becoming solemn. After all, they also know that this is a rare opportunity. Everyone immediately sat down cross-legged. Not long. President Han was the first to break through the half of the out-of-body realm without any issues. In the nick of. Although Bedrock and others are not so exaggerated, but also reached the Genshin impact state, strength becomes even stronger. It can be said that he has refined the primordial spirit of the heavenly night king. Everyone's strength has made great progress. This made them all feel the changes in their internal strength. Everyone is also sincerely convinced. Neatly prostrate oneself on the ground. After all, this method of raising one's hand can enhance one's strength. It can be called a ghost or a god, even if they reach the level of around 7 stars. Still feeling incredible. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian looked at everyone. Say I am the renowned teacher Tianren. Tianren Sheng Sheng Shi. I also hope that you can keep it confidential. Don't leak it. Our teacher and others' faces turned pale upon hearing these words. Immediately responded, saying that Zhang Shi, you can rest assured, we will definitely keep this matter a secret. After hearing their assurance, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he dug up a intermittent grass and threw it over. Just say, my teacher. Can you find a way to refine the intermittent pill? Rescue Dean Tansheng's injuries. I'll first study the map and crystal. See if you can find a way. Let the old Dean also recover as before. Tell me everything. Just ignore everyone else. His body swayed and he also came to the crystal. Stretch out your palm and pat it up. Immediately unable to resist the constriction of the pupils. Then he exclaimed, you are Master Kong. The 2 vice deans in front of us haven't been back to the college for 2 years. But as soon as I came back, I was surrounded by a group of new students. Just now, Zhang Xuancheng, after being appointed as a saint for heaven, he threw the Tianai king to the altar of consecration. Died directly under the illumination of holy light. A few steps later, he arrived at the black crystal. A palm strike. I was surprised to find a figure reflected in the crystal. This person gave him a sense of communion with the Holy Eucharist. It seems to be no different from him. They are all saints and renowned teachers recognized by heaven and earth. I exclaimed at this thought, are you Kong Shang? As soon as the words fell, I saw the black crystal in front of me. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared. Zhang Xian's consciousness immediately detached from his physical body. The next second, he was already sucked into the crystal. However, after entering, he glanced left and right. I just realized that this is still a folding space. It's just a vast expanse of white inside, except for a figure in the distance. There are no trees. At this moment, Kong Shi walked over. Speaking slowly, I don't have much time to stay here. If you read it correctly, You also have congenital fetal toxicity on your body, right? Zhang Xian nodded immediately upon hearing this. When responding, he excitedly approached and asked, I don't know how to solve it. Please show mercy to Kong and guide us in the right direction. However, Kong shook her head at this moment. Please respond to this matter and we'll talk about it later. Immediately after, his face straightened up. Just watching Zhang Xian say that you can succeed and be prosperous, it means that our opportunities are the same. I will definitely encounter huge trouble in the future. Now I have a piece of advice for you. If you want to go further, want to escape fate, we need to find our own path, blindly inheriting the wisdom of predecessors. Although it can help you progress faster, but it will also consider the direction and motivation of your progress. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a little wrong. Let's not talk about congenital fetal toxicity. Why are you saying these inexplicable things? So I asked in confusion. You said you want to go your own way. What do you mean? Kong didn't explain this matter. Instead, he asked me if I had a spring in autumn annals. You must have heard of it, right? He is related to the fate of the human race. Since you are like me, it is possible to drive it. Never let it fall into someone else's hands. This matter must be remembered and guarded against with caution. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Thoughts disappear into this space. Zhang Xian saw the situation, suddenly feeling helpless, even a little crazy. This guy is worshipped and admired by so many famous scholars. How to do things is as unreliable as being a clone. Thinking of finally meeting him, I thought I could ask about congenital fetal toxicity. As a result, he said some incomprehensible words. I don't even know where this spring and autumn festival is, and you want me to take precautions. I didn't say anything clearly. I just thought about when he left his thoughts back then. It is also the power of the holy secret mirror. So I won't be depressed anymore. So the spirit returned to the body. Looking at the map and the black crystal in front of me, just integrate them into one, and refine it. At this moment, Zhang Xian, I also completely controlled the folding space of this autumn centipede. Subsequently, just put the merged black crystal into the storage ring. Finish these tasks. Just looked at Ruoshi on the side. I saw Kongsher inside. So I told him what happened just now. After finishing these, the two of them approached the old dean. At this moment, Zhang Xian's wrist twitched. Summon a puppet of an alien tribe. Just tell him about the old dean. Although you still have a long way to go from the Genshin realm, but the soul has been nurtured by the holy light for so long, it has also become very resilient. So now I'll pass you a set of soul cultivation techniques. Then you enter this puppet first. I'll figure out a way to help you refine a new body. When Zhang Yingqiu saw that it was a puppet of the alien tribe, I quickly shook my head and refused. After all, he has been fighting against the alien race all his life. Now let him enter this puppet. Absolutely impossible. However, Zhang Xian also knew the other party's concerns. I quickly explained. This is after Master Wu Yangzi was arrested. The physical bodies of 100 million spirit clan members were forcibly refined. This contains his most exquisite skills. Although the old dean admires Wu Yangzi very much, but let him live with the help of the flesh of the alien race. He really can't do it. Zhang Xian saw the other person so spirited. A figure appeared in front of them from the beehive. However, after the purple sun beast emerged, seeing the old dean in front of me, I was so excited that my eyes were moist. Run up to the other person and cry out, Master, it's really great that you didn't die. At this moment, the old dean saw the other person clearly. Eyes turned red. I was so excited that I shouted, Ziang, are you alright? And Zhang Xian on the side, seeing the appearance of their master and servant, I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. It seems that although this guy is submissive to me, but deep down, the most loyal one is still this old dean. So my finger flicked. Sacrifice the soul previously sacrificed by the other party. Return to the body of the purple yang beast. And with a gentle smile, he said, from now on, you're free now. You are still favored by the old dean. However, feeling the recovery of the soul, Ziang Shou, I quickly turned my head to look at Zhang Xian. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude. I kowtowed to him several times in a row, and said thank you to the master for helping. Not long after, the old dean slowly spoke up about Zhangshi. I've figured it out. Let me first enter the body of this puppet. I used to be carefree and carefree. You have control over the college. It will definitely be even more brilliant. So I thought about struggling to survive. It's better to consider death. But now I see Ziang Shou. I want to continue living. After hearing the other party's agreement, Zhang Xian nodded in response with a slight smile. Then he grabbed his palm forward. A special force enveloped it, and it was delivered to the puppet. Not long after, the puppet slowly opened its eyes. Although this puppet of the alien race, it doesn't look very good, but it is also a real winning rate. If the triple strength merges with the opponent's soul, the old dean's strength can also make great progress. However, after Zhang Xian finished this matter, soon, he also brought everyone alone, returning to the volcano above Yanling Mountain. Then I looked at everyone and said, everyone, this is killing many kings along the way. Obtained storage ring, and the treasures obtained. I wasn't sure if I could come out of the ruins before, unable to play a role, now that it's out. So everyone has a share. After speaking, immediately placed the treasure in front of everyone. But everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. They didn't expect it. Dean Zhang actually disposed of so many treasures. Take them all out. Distribute to everyone. So he responded with emotion, saying, Zhang sure killed Tianai Wang and others. It's all thanks to you alone. This has nothing to do with us. After Zhang Xian became the holy sword of heaven, there have also been some changes in mentality. At this moment, he just smiled. To everyone, actually after entering the first season, we are a whole. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. So please don't refuse anymore. However, everyone saw his resolute attitude. No more excuses. Subsequently, under the arrangement of Wu Shi, everyone was given extremely rich treasures. Complete this matter. He and Chairman Han approached Zhang Xian together. The matter regarding Zhang Shi's ruins has come to an end. We won't go back to college. Directly return to the Qingyuan Empire. After speaking, the other person nodded in agreement. Just relay the message to him, Teacher Zhang. Before leaving, I would like to have a private chat with you. I don't know if it's possible. Zhang Xian waved her hand at the words. A seal was placed around it. Just looked at them. Ask if there is anything important for the two of you to avoid the crowd. At this moment, Wu Shi glanced at Chairman Han. After seeing the other person nod, just responded that it's actually nothing. I just want to advise Teacher Zhang on something. Zhang Xian was also very puzzled when he heard this. What's going on with these two guys? Even if it's mysterious, I still need to advise. And the wizard remained silent for a moment before speaking. Master Zhang, I'll just say it directly. Through observations over the past few days, you probably want to pursue the principles of Rockwell, right? When the other person responds after speaking, I couldn't help but say, do you know about Luoshi's background? Not long after, Zhang Xian learned from the two individuals. Ruoshi is the little princess of the noble Luo family, and he also controls the most important treasure of the family. The most important thing is, they have intermarried with other families. Listen here. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. I hurriedly asked about the marriage alliance. What family is it? At this moment, the wizard hesitated for a moment. Just responded that the Zhang family of the Sage sect. Later, he also sighed and said, this family belongs to the Sage clan, definitely ranked among the top 3. It is also one of the most prestigious families in the entire mainland of famous teachers. Some of the core disciples with pure bloodline break through to victory before the age of 16, before the age of 20. It can even become a super strong beyond the realm of exorcism, if we really calculate it. Luojia's status on the mainland is not as good as this Zhang family's. Zhang Xian was also shocked upon hearing this. How could members of this family be so powerful? No teacher explained that it was true. The Sage Zhang family is indeed very powerful. So if you really choose to become a disciple, we will face these two major families. Of course, based on Zhang Shi's talent and progress, it's not difficult to surpass the teachings of sages, but it's best not to let them know in advance. After all, Master Tian Blade, the Heavenly Blade Saints are too shocking. Once the information is leaked, it is easy to trigger a siege from the alien race. It's hard to defend against. Moreover, not all famous teachers are necessarily good. As for how to make a decision, still by Zhang Shimen. Make your own decision. We have finished what we need to say. If you really choose to resist, please call us back. No matter how difficult it is, we will all persist in standing by your side. At this moment, President Han also smiled and responded, yes, Teacher Zhang, no matter what, we will unconditionally support you. Zhang Xian knows their kindness. Then thank you both very much. He clasped his fists gratefully and saluted. Before long, the three of them returned to the crowd. After saying goodbye to everyone, there are only 5 people left, Zhang Xian, so they also flew back to Hongyuan Academy. After flying for a few days, I returned to Hongyuan Imperial City. Zhang Xian asked them to go back to the academy first. Go back to the mansion by yourself first. After returning, after discovering that Wang Ying and Lu Yang had practiced Fengxing Jia, truly powerful and vigorous, the combat effectiveness is also very strong. Immediately after, also distribute the treasures obtained from the ruins this time. After the two have confessed, let them continue to cultivate. Just brought Sun Chang over. Seeing that his cultivation is no different from before, he scolded Sun Chang with anger on his face. And the 3 old deans also returned to the college at this time. They just suddenly remembered. I mentioned it on the way back with Zhang Xian. I want members of the Xianxian Society to go to the war hall for communication. After all, they know the terrifying level of the war. I am also worried that these students will be affected. So he went to the headquarters of the Xianxian Society. Just wanted to remind you, let them lower their mentality. This time, it was about learning rather than equal exchange. Quickly arrived in the sky above the location. Ji Yan and Tan Cheng flew down. Leave the old dean on the back of the beast. After all, he's like this now. I can't explain it clearly for a while. However, the two vice deans also arrived at the headquarters at this time. Just haven't gone in yet. I was stopped by a few freshmen, and one of the students. At this moment, he asked who you were looking for. Since the vice dean doesn't know the freshmen when he sees them, just smiled and responded, saying, I'm here to find the person in charge of your Xianxian Society. The new student saw two elderly people with extraordinary temperament. There wasn't much hesitation either. Just call young Master Ruowan and Song Chao over. The two of them approached each other. After glancing at each other, I respectfully clasped my fists and saluted. I don't know why the two of you came to us. At this moment, Ji Yan didn't hide it either. I just asked directly. I heard that you are going to communicate with the soldiers. Is that right? Song Chao laughed heartily in classical Chinese. The response was that it was indeed true. So recently, people from the Xianxian Society have been working hard to cultivate, strive to give Warrior Hall a stern blow, give them a severe lesson. Upon hearing this, after exchanging a glance, the two of them, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Do these little brats really not know that the sky is high and the earth is thick? Who is a warrior? Each one has strong combat power. He actually said he wanted to teach someone a lesson when he spoke up. We still need to give them a warning. Isn't this just seeking death? After hesitating for a moment, Vice Dean Ji Yan only responded by saying, why don't we do this? Since you are so confident, we both lowered our cultivation level. How about a competition with you guys? After speaking, the people in front of me were all stunned. Shi Yan explained that the people at the War Corps Hall are all extremely strong. It's not that just by saying fight, you can fight. If you can win over low voltage and low maintenance, our communication in the past was nothing. If we can't win, I hope you will approach it with a learning mindset. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the blow. However, Song Chao saw the other party make this request. After hesitating for a moment, I responded and said, okay then, I won't bully you anymore. After speaking, I turned my head and looked at the students not far away who were sweeping the floor. Shouted out, come over and spar with these two seniors, but be careful to be gentle with your hands. You can't injure someone. Upon hearing this, the two vice deans were almost so angry that they exploded on the spot. So he gritted his teeth and cultivated himself, lower to the same level as the sweepers. Just angrily rebuked. Are all the new students so arrogant now? Great, then let me take a look. What kind of strength do you have? After speaking, wave your hand and let the other person start. The pervert in front of us just sent his girlfriend away. A group of girls took the initiative to embrace and give up. Just now, two vice deans arrived at the Xianxian meeting. In order to make them occupy the cafeteria, being able to maintain a calm mindset, study hard. I lowered my cultivation level and wanted to compete with them. But unexpectedly, this guy Song Chao, since we have found a student who is sweeping the floor, come and compare with them. Vice Dean Bedrock who witnessed this scene. I was suddenly so angry that I was about to explode. So he gritted his teeth and shouted, let's start now. However, in the sky, Zhang Shou. At this moment, he said to the old dean, Master, are they going to fight? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingqiu smiled and nodded. Reply saying don't worry. Dean Ji and his team have a sense of propriety. It won't be too much. Soon after, a rapid gust of wind was heard. Immediately after, I saw Bedrock and Tan Cheng flying back. At this moment, their faces were covered in injuries. The clothes are also covered in mud. It looks very disheveled. So I asked what was going on with you guys. Then I heard them say they were beaten up. I suddenly froze in place. The two vice presidents are masters of primitive nerve. How is it possible to be beaten? At this moment, Tan Cheng saw the dean's surprised expression. I just responded with an embarrassed expression on my face. We can't even withstand a single move. The old dean looked at their miserable situation again upon hearing these words. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. So I asked the midnight beast beneath me. Dean Zhang gave these students several classes in total. Later, I heard that the other party couldn't explain clearly. I hurriedly flew back to the elder's mansion. Quickly find them. After explaining the physical matter, we exchanged pleasantries. After a while, he finally asked the question in his heart. At this moment, Lao and I explained. Two groups of people came in front of the warrior hall in a row. I lost confidence and went back after being beaten up. I heard before leaving that there are still people who want to challenge. They were all scared and fled overnight without saying goodbye. The three old deans heard this. I couldn't help but ask in horror. Are you sure it's not our students who have lost confidence? At this moment, even the old fans ignored their shock. Just continue with everything Zhang learned after entering the academy. I said it all once. After listening, the three people completely petrified. They were worried that Dean Zhang was young before. Can't manage the college well. I only now know how many people's management skills are compared to theirs. Even if you ride a horse, you won't be able to catch up. 10 days have passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, I saw a huge ship flying in the sky, and Zhang Xianzheng stood on the deck. Look ahead. Tens of thousands of members of the student union in the cabin, sitting among them. Everyone looked excited. I just nodded with satisfaction. However, during these 10 days, Zhang Xian also taught 5 classes to many members. Everything is ready now. Only then did he lead everyone to fly towards the Qingyuan Imperial City. This time we went to the warrior hall for exchange. He only treated Elder Me and Lord Mogao Yuan. I brought it with me. Zhang Yingqiu, Ji Yan, and others stay at Hongyuan Academy to oversee daily affairs, and he has already made plans. I went to Qingyuan Imperial City this time. The time to return to Hongyuan Academy is definitely very short. It may even never come back. So the position of dean was returned to Zhang Yongqiu. However, the old dean refused to agree with this approach, whether it was alive or dead. After all, he is still in a semi-dead state now. The dignified dean of the college grew up to look like him. If it were to be spread, there must be the dignity of a civil servant. So Zhang Xian reluctantly continued to hang up with the dean. As for the matter, we started again as a hands-off shopkeeper, fully delegate to the other party for handling. During the 10 days prior to departure, he has studied many books about practicing qi, because he wants to take a look. Can you restore the golden cauldron? Unfortunately, Hong Yuancheng's level of qi training is too low. If you forcefully take action, although it can help it regain spiritual intelligence, but it is impossible to restore the dormant spiritual intelligence. After all, Jin Yuanding became like this in order to save them. Nature cannot let it disappear. So Zhang Xian thought twice about it. I decided to go to Qingyuan Imperial City first. After learning a higher technique of refining qi, find another way to help him recover. Now he looks at the drifting white clouds in front of him. I also feel the whistling wind around me. I couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday was the day before departure. Ruwashi just told Zhang Xian she has something else to leave Hongyuan Imperial City for herself. I won't follow her to Qingyuan anymore. Although Zhang Xian was full of reluctance, but still nodded in agreement. Anyway, I know his identity. Don't worry about not seeing it in the future. There's no need for such a child-daughter relationship. After all, what the wizards and others said is also very correct. With his current strength, if we have to face the challenge of the Sage Sect head-on, there's still a lot to be done. I want to be truly together. We need to work harder. At this moment, Yufei Air, who was not far away, came up to her. Tell her, Teacher Zhang, this is a gift from my father and Prince Y to you. I'm afraid you won't accept it. Ask me to leave Hongyuan City before handing it over to you. However, this time we went to the Qingyuan Empire. Not just him. Luo Qiqi and the Fox Demon also followed suit. They are all members of the Xianxian Society now. I am qualified to see the world. But Zhang Xian didn't expect His Majesty Yu Shenqing to be so polite, so I reluctantly took the storage ring. At this moment, Yufei saw the other party pick it up. Just smiled. Speaking of my father, he knows that you, Zhang Shi, are proficient in refining qi and alchemy, so the ring. Inside are some medicinal herbs and minerals, although not particularly precious, but the advantage lies in the large quantity. In the future, Zhang may be able to use it. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian also gave a bitter smile, and thank you very much. Actually, I also want to thank your father. Although Zhang Xian didn't say anything to thank. But if it weren't for Yu Shenqing ahead this time, plant the seeds of the Bodhi tree for him to produce sacred jade. It may be difficult for the Bodhi tree to pass the Black Eagle Zensha. And at this moment, Yufei Air. I didn't continue to dwell on this matter either. He looked at him with a longing on his face and said, Zombies. I have a problem with my cultivation. Can you give me some guidance? Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words. Then he gave him some guidance. And Luo Qiqi, Hu Yaoyao, and others. At this moment, he also came forward. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Why don't you just share your recent cultivation experience? After all, he had listened to Master Kong's advice before, so he hasn't been in a hurry to practice these days, but constantly pondering. Although I haven't created any powerful martial arts or techniques, but it made his cultivation more solid, more handy. Can you explain a few words at this moment? For practitioners, it is all valuable advice. They have benefited greatly from it. However, during the 1-month flight, Yufei, Luo Qiqi, and others, they have all reached the pinnacle of strength from the holy and sacred jade level, and Wang Ying and Lu Yang personally passed it on. Cultivate in the way of Fengxing's sister. It has also reached the peak state of being a semi-saint. Just the Sky Sun Chang. Now only the 8th level of Huafan needs to reach the peak. However, after a month of precipitation, Zhang Xian, we have thoroughly consolidated the strength of the remaining peak. Cultivate more deeply. Although there was no breakthrough, but the true strength, it is already an invincible existence under the mirror of the Genshin impact. Most important of all, his mood scale has also reached 23.1. At this moment, a huge city slowly appeared as well, in front of the ship, and Zhang Xian and the others have just arrived at the imperial capital of Qingyuan Imperial City. By Ting and Jin Hyaming, 2 drug masters. I finally arrived at the headquarters of Poison Hall with Wei Ruyan. However, after they left Qingyuan City, I flew continuously for nearly 2 months. Ruyan has never shown any signs of awakening, and the toxic gas emanating from the body is becoming increasingly intense. They both came all the way here. I have also been researching the knowledge of using poison passed down from their ancestors' minds. The more you study, the more terrifying it becomes. It can be said that these 2 months of understanding, more than their previous decades of learning, especially the detoxifying pills that Zhang Xian gave them. It can be said that, to describe it as a detoxifying elixir that is impervious to all poisons. Soon after, the 2 of them entered the city with Ruyan. I just realized that this place was originally bustling with excitement. Now I see the doors and windows of the shops on both sides tightly closed. Not even a single person is present. See here. They couldn't help but wonder. Is it difficult? What happened here? After all, the city where the Poison Palace headquarters is located. He in the outside world's royal cities and imperial capitals. There doesn't seem to be any significant difference. Not only do poisonous teachers live here, there are also some ordinary people. Just why is this happening now? The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. But I walked continuously for half an hour. I still haven't found a single figure. At this moment, they began to feel a little flustered in their hearts. However, at this moment, suddenly, there was a middle-aged man. It flew and stopped not far away. After seeing the appearance of the incoming person, Poison Master baiting, don't hesitate. Step forward immediately. Hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed, saying that he had met Senior Garden Brother. Jin Hyaming on the side heard this name. I was suddenly startled. So I quickly asked you to call him Brother Yuanling. Is it difficult to see this person in front of us? He was the one who once poisoned and killed the 8th level holy beast in the holy domain. 8-star peak Poison Master. Yuanling just hasn't waited for the White Poison Master to explain yet. The Yuanling ahead. I smiled and replied, you're welcome. The teacher heard that you have reached an out-of-body state. I want to assess an 8-star Poison Master, so I was specifically asked to pick you up. Thank you very much, Bai Ting. Just asked with a puzzled expression, that's right. Senior brother. Aren't you at the Huaijin branch? How did you come here? However, when the garden heard the other party's question, first, I was taken aback, and then I realized it. I just responded, that's right. You've been away from here for so many years. I don't know, it's normal. Protect the law again and save him from coming back. And found the life of the founder of the sect. Now I want to succeed as the shop owner. So we held a conference of drug experts, the owner of our 72 branches. They all rushed over during this time. People from the outskirts of the city have also gone to participate. That's why this place is so spacious. Not a single person can be seen. The 2 of them were stunned at the words. Then the White Poison Master couldn't help but ask if he knew. Protecting the law and punishing him. Found some relics of the founder of the sect. At this moment, Yuan Lin nodded in response. What was found is the hereditary poison point of the founder of the sect. Both of them were startled when they heard this. This thing was personally written by the founder of the sect. Record all the poison secrets studied throughout your life on it. It is the ultimate method that all drug masters desire. Just accompanying the ancestors for generations. This secret method has long disappeared across the entire continent. However, the garden at this moment also ignored their shock. Just say hello and let the 2 of them go back first. So he flew back to headquarters. A few will soon arrive at the Poison Master Hall. Just came in. I saw dozens of drug dealers standing among them. One by one, filled with righteous indignation, cursing and protecting the law. At this moment, the garden ignored everyone's argument. Take a few steps forward and say to the elderly person sitting in front of you, teacher. Junior brother baiting has arrived. However, the master and apprentice haven't seen each other for many years. I also exchanged a few pleasantries. Not long after, Bai Ting looked at the other person and asked, teacher. Just now, my fellow disciples said. What does it mean, teacher, that the classic of poison is asking you to come? At this point, the old man did not respond to his question. On the contrary, Bai Shou said that after that incident, keep you feeling disheartened. I thought you would never break through again in your lifetime. I didn't expect your strength to reach the level of an 8-star poison master. It's also worth my teaching. Since I'm back now, don't worry about anything else. Just focus on the assessment with peace of mind. After the assessment, hurry back. The drugstore is no longer the stable place it used to be. Henceforth, I'm afraid there will inevitably be a bloody storm here, so you can escape as far as you can. Listen here. White Poison Master is also confused. After all, his teacher. Anyway, he is also one of the 4 great venerable ones. Why are you so frustrated when you speak up? What exactly happened here? Later, I learned from other senior brothers that the poison manual that has been passed down through generations was left by the founder of the sect. So this secret law is highly toxic. If you want to open it, it must be done by feeding with human life. But Shinhufo wants the teacher to do this. Bai Ting only found out the reason behind it when he heard it. So he quickly shouted, "Why should teachers do this kind of thing?" At this moment, another poison master gritted his teeth and responded. There were some conflicts between the teacher and this judge back then, and the deadly poison in the classic poison book is too powerful. Ordinary people can't even get close. Want to eliminate toxicity? Only a 9-star poison master can achieve this. That's precisely why he intentionally stabbed the teacher. I also want to borrow the aura from the blood. Just haven't succeeded to the throne yet. I just want everyone in the drugstore to know his strength. After listening to the explanation, Bai Ting, he responded with a worried expression, saying that since he was seeking revenge for public and private affairs, "Teacher, you don't need to agree at all. Why is this happening now?" At this moment, one of the drug masters also went up. The previous step was to nod and say a sentence. The old man in front of us is striving for the position of shop owner. Unexpectedly, he silently wanted to appear in front of everyone. Kill Wei Ruyan. Just now, when Zhang Xian entered the poison hall in the city, let the 2 drug masters bring Ruyan back to the poison hall headquarters. However, it took them 2 months to arrive here as well. Just came back. I heard that they also protect the law. He obtained the hereditary poison code from the founder of the sect, and held a conference of drug experts to inherit the position of temple master. And we also need to bring the elder, one of the 4 great venerable ones, opening the classic of poison by feeding with human life. After all, this secret script was left by the founder of the sect. The poisonous substance above. Only poison masters who have reached the 9-star level can crack it. No matter how many others try, it's useless. However, this old man, he is also the teacher of many 8-star poison masters. Just because of the past and this temptation protection method, I have had an unpleasant incident before. That's why I want to use him for surgery. Although the old man knew, this time, the other party intentionally put themselves in an unjust position. But the other party threatened in the name of carelessness. As long as he can open the classic drug code that has been passed down through generations, I will pass on the content inside to everyone, so as to enhance the overall strength of the poison palace. So how did White Poison Master persuade his teacher at this moment? It's useless either. At this moment, the old man sitting above waved his hand and said to everyone, "Escaped. I have already made a decision on this matter. After I die, don't be here either. Escape as far as possible, to avoid interrupting the inheritance." Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly traumatized. At this moment, the garden's eyes were also turning red. Just when I don't know what to say, I heard Bai Ting say, "Teacher, actually, you won't sacrifice Shin Hufa this time because of this. It's not that easy for him to become a shop owner. How will we encounter the founder of the sect afterwards?" Everything related to Wei Ruyan. I explained everything in detail once. Everyone is fully aware of the situation, looking at the other person with an incredulous expression. At this moment, the White Poison Master took out a jade bottle. "Take out a poison pill given by Zhang Xian." I handed it to the teacher in front of me who had questions. "This is what the ancestor said before he stole the girl. Give it to us." But the old man beside him, Lin Jianghai, glanced at it. He frowned and said, "Isn't this just a Guban Pei Yuan pill?" White Poison Master nodded at this moment and answered yes. I just started. I also thought this was just a common medicine for strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence. But it was refined by the hands of the ancestor. It has become a holy herb for detoxification. After speaking, I saw that the teacher was unfortunate. Turning his head to the nearby garden, he said, "Senior brother, may I borrow some smoke and clouds from you?" After obtaining the other party's consent, also brought the jade screen over. Then let Jin Hyaming come over and eat it. Upon hearing this, the Golden Poison Master, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, although he is very unwilling. But when I think about the elixir left by my ancestor, just grit your teeth and respond, "Okay." Immediately after, he confidently pulled off the bottle cap. I just took a bite of the smoke and clouds inside, just applied the medicine. His face immediately turned dark and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. However, the White Poison Master ignored everyone's shock. I handed over the antidote in my hand. Let the Golden Poison Master take it. Not long after, I saw the dark face of the Golden Poison Master disappear instantly. It's just that the poison doesn't seem to have been completely eliminated. At this moment, Jin Hyaming kissed the toxicity. I asked the White Poison Master with an embarrassed expression on my face, And there's also elixir enzyme. Give me another one to eat. Just now, I seem to have eaten too much and scattered smoke and clouds. The poison hasn't been completely eradicated yet. Later, after communication between the two, it was discovered that, when I took the last pill just now, they immediately panicked. However, Lin Jianhai on the side saw the helplessness of the two of them. I just waved my hand and said, okay, don't try again. This is indeed a detoxifying elixir. After speaking, let the garden help. His poison has been detoxified. Quickly under the operation of the garden, the poison on Jin Hyaming's body has been completely eliminated. At this moment, Lin Jianhai just got up and took a few steps to reach Ruyan. I looked at the other person with a face full of disbelief. If we talk about his previous opposition to the founding ancestor of Kaipai, if there are any doubts, now it's almost 100% certain. Not to mention that the other party is a congenital poison body and a poison soul body. Just talk about the pill just now. He also used a divine stone to sweep it. I didn't find any special results. Even smoke and clouds can be dissolved. This is a bit scary. After all, the poison developed by Yuanling, he also specifically watched it. Even the strongest members of Holy Domain 8 can easily poison and kill. But this little pill just now was able to dissolve it. And there haven't been any after effects yet. This method is simply miraculous. It's breathtaking, even if it's by the river or the sea. He finds it difficult to understand this. So in his opinion, only the true founder of the sect, only then can there be such unpredictable means. Then he slowly spoke up. A pill that can strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence, refining into a holy herb for detoxification. Even smoke and clouds can be dissolved. This method is simply shocking. I heard the other person say that. White Poison Master's face washed away. I quickly asked the teacher, you believe it? At this moment, Lin Jianhai nodded and responded with a yes. Apart from the ancestor, I really can't think of anyone who has this ability. Then he smiled lightly and said to everyone, let's go. We're going to attend the sacrificial ceremony. But this god wants me to die. Now I want to see who can laugh until the end. Everyone saw that the teacher was full of confidence, just followed behind and walked out. However, the sacrificial ceremony at this time, it will be held on the square not far from the mansion, the entire headquarters. I don't know how many people have come here. Inside 3 circles and outside 3 circles, densely packed. I can't even see the end at a glance. On the high platform in the middle, there is a book available, shining brightly, suspended up. There is a poisonous master wearing a long robe below it. The aura emanating from him is also astonishing. However, the poison master in the robe saw everyone fly over. With a gentle smile, he said, Venerable Lin, you finally arrived. Since you have agreed, there will be no loss of life. Let's start now. After you open the classic reading, I will pass on the content to everyone in succession. This can also be justified. And at this moment, the 2 elders on the high platform, the poison master also reunited. Venerable Lin, as one of the 4 great venerable ones, having enjoyed the worship of Poison Hall for so many years, it's time to make sacrifices for everyone. Sacrifice you now. I have fulfilled so many poison masters. Let's make our poison palace stronger comprehensively. This is a good thing. So don't worry. You will be remembered in history. Lin Jianhai was the first to land on the high platform. Just gave a cold smile and said, a few of you, I'm not here to feed the classic poison now. But we need to reconsider the selection of the shop owner. At this moment, the venerable king ahead heard him say so. Just respond coldly and discuss the candidate again. Venerable Lin, are you scared and confused because you are afraid of sacrifice? Shinhufa, he has obtained the poison code that has been passed down through generations. The rightful succession now. Can you still find another classic of poison that has been passed down through generations? The venerable beside him also snorted coldly. The classic of poison is one of the most important treasures of the poison palace. Shinhufa found it, already occupying the supreme position. What, you're not obeying Shinhufa, still unwilling to accept the appointment of a gambler? After all, these 2 venerable ones, I have long stood with Shinhufa, so the language is full of sarcasm and disdain. And Lin Jianhai faced the mockery of the 2 of them. Wave your big hand. Just respond by saying that you don't need to use carelessness to pressure me, since I dare to come here and renegotiate the selection of the shop owner. Nature is prepared. Although I haven't found any hereditary poison points, but I found the founder of the sect. Speaking of which, just look at the sky. Shout loudly, ancestor, please. Immediately after, we saw the garden and Bai Ting, among others. Immediately bring Ruyan over. Gently place it on the stage. Can you hear the other person say that? The audience was immediately in an uproar. One by one, they looked at each other in confusion. I don't know the meaning behind it either. The 3 people on stage heard the words. He also frowned. Ask the founder of the sect, Venerable Lin. What do you mean exactly? At this moment, Lin Jianhai waved his hand and pointed towards Ruyan. Tell everyone that this is our founding ancestor. His soul has survived until now. Reappearance onto a girl who was born with a unique body. I can come back to life anytime. Let us once again to glory. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone on and off stage was in an uproar, and mocked the other party for being afraid of sacrifice, resulting in the loss of Lianji now. Lin Jianghai saw the situation, furrowed his brow, just let out a furious shout of recklessness. Shinkei, as a 9-star poison master, since you can't even recognize congenital toxins. Upon hearing this, Shin Hufa. First, I was taken aback. Then he looked at the girl ahead. Sure enough, I discovered something unusual about the other person's body. After hesitation, Kai Lang snorted and said, the congenital toxin body is a special constitution. For tens of thousands of years, it only appeared on the founder of the sect. None of us present have seen it. You can find any girl now. Just say it's this physique. Is there evidence available? And even with this physique, what does he have to do with the founder of the sect? Besides, you're trying to prevent me from becoming a shop owner. I'm afraid your rights will be affected. So come and talk to me about tiger skin, right? It's just that what you're saying is a bit too much, isn't it? At this moment, Lin Jianhai ignored the suspicion of everyone in the audience. I just chuckled lightly. Speaking of congenital toxins, they are also known as disaster bodies. Once left unchecked, it will involuntarily release highly toxic substances. There's no need for this matter. I'm sure everyone present knows, right? And although the girl in front of us is in a coma, but this highly toxic substance has been continuously released. If you don't believe Shin Hufa, it is entirely possible to gather these toxic gases together. See if you can handle it yourself. If even you, the 9-star poisoner, can't bear it, I'm afraid I know it's true without saying it. Shinkei heard this. I was immediately stunned. After all, with his vision and insight, you can naturally see this girl. Is it really a congenital toxin? It's just that David is about to arrive. I can become a shop owner right away. If this is admitted, the position of shop owner is highly likely to fall into someone else's hands. So he is unwilling to admit it. I also don't want to do it. At this moment, the venerable Wang beside him burst out laughing. Since you have created a congenital toxin, I guess you've also prepared the highly toxic poison in advance. Once Shin Hufa absorbs it, there is a high possibility of getting sick. You little rascal, you too. In my opinion, there's no need to take it out. Not far away, venerable he also sneered. Agree, yes. Others don't understand. But I know that. If you don't want to die, just say it directly. It's just ridiculous that Ling Ran agreed to this matter carelessly before. Now it seems that Poison Hall has misjudged you. However, upon seeing the faces of the two people on the river and sea, I just waved my hand and said something. You don't need to deliberately shift the topic. It has once again plunged me into difficulties. If congenital toxins can be disguised, our poison palace wouldn't have fallen apart for so many years. Besides, is this really us? It is entirely possible to bring out the ideas of our ancestors throughout history. Let them make a fair judgment. Actually, the Poison Hall is similar to the famous Teacher Academy. They also embody the brilliant ideas of their ancestors throughout history. Stay here. If they cannot confirm this, we can definitely invite our ancestors out. And the ancestors' intentions did not lie. There's no one either. Emotions are inside. It is entirely possible to achieve a fair judgment. So Shinkei heard this. I couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, he also has a way to confirm it himself. Is the girl in front of us a congenital toxin? But once we want to invite our ancestors, confirm this matter from their mouths. Even though he went through countless hardships in front of him, the handed-down poison code found. I'm afraid this shop owner's position, it has nothing to do with him anymore. So my brow furrowed. The righteous response was that, there's no need to ask for such a small matter. Ancestors' thoughts. I just want to know if he has a congenital toxin. I'll investigate. We can tell if he has been poisoned or not. As soon as the words fell, I saw his palm stretch out. Just lay flat like smoke not far away, supported by genuine chi. Then Genshin impact flashed, immediately spread towards Wei Ruyan. A murderous aura flashed through his eyes. A subtle idea. Silently infiltrating the girl's body. He wants to use the pretext of investigation to kill this Ruyan. Thus, regardless of whether the other party is a congenital toxin or not, still, any sect founder is useless. Then we'll push the matter to Mr. Lin. Did he say he couldn't use it? Just harm the girl. Anyway, since this girl appeared, just in a coma state, even if he dies, no one can argue. Think of this. His thoughts also entered Ruyan's body. Subsequently, I saw the other person's soul quietly floating in it. The body continues to emit a faint toxic gas. Seeing this scene, Shin couldn't help but contract his pupils. His face also became increasingly ugly. After all, he knew that the person in front of him was not just a congenital toxin, and it's also an innate poisonous soul body. If we don't kill him, I'm afraid my status won't be guaranteed. You know what? He has been preparing for the position of shop owner for hundreds of years. Now a Cheng Yao Jin has emerged halfway through. Nature won't let him ruin his own good things. So a low cry came out. Turn your palm into a sharp sword. Just chop straight at the girl. Swords shine like electricity. With a hint of coldness. Don't say it's just smoke in a deep sleep. Even if it's a sober holy domain 8 strong. I'm sure I can't resist this move either. Just seeing the busyness makes one want to put it on the other person's shoulders. Suddenly, a terrifying force immediately surged out. This pervert in front of me. He's not just the ceiling of the 13th edition. Even his small thought. It can also reach new heights. Just now, in front of me. The temptation method for this soon-to-be drug shop owner. After its Genshin impact enters the smoky corpse sea. Discovering that the other party is not just a congenital toxin. It's still an innate poisonous soul body. My face immediately darkened. Now he doesn't care if the other party is sending an ancestor or not. Anyone who obstructs his succession will die. So the palm turned into a sword and slashed towards Ruyan. But just as the sword was about to fall on him, a violent force surged out fiercely, and blocked the sword's blade outside. Immediately after, a figure slowly appeared in front of me. Seeing this scene, Shin couldn't help but contract his pupils. Although the other party is just an idea, but with a kind of stability. The feeling of being recognized by heaven and earth. So I exclaimed in surprise, Master Tianrun, you are a terrorist. And the figure heard the words. He coldly snorted and said, since you dare to hit my student, then go die for me. After speaking, he grabbed his palm forward. A true aura carrying the weight of heaven and earth. Rushing towards the other party suddenly. It's like the heavenly emperor is about to punish him. In the next second, I can only see Shinkei's Genshin impact. Instantly ignited by the raging flames. He was burned to ashes without even making a scream. However, after the disappearance of the Genshin impact in the smoke-like sea, we are currently investigating outside. Like smoke, Shinkei's face turned pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. The two venerable figures on the side saw the scene in front of them and hurry up and ask what happened. But I only realized it when I came over. The other person's eyes were filled with fear. It's like seeing some monster. At this moment, Shinkei didn't have time to explain. Just shout and leave quickly. Just haven't waited for him to get up and fly away yet. Suspended in mid-air, Wei Ruyan's body. Instantly emitting an invincible aura, soaring into the sky. Immediately after, a sound was heard coming from inside him. Since I dare to use my primordial spirit to attack my soul, I want to leave now. Do you think you can still walk? As soon as these words are spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned. Didn't he just investigate? How was it a surprise attack? So everyone was filled with anger. Looking at the temptation on stage again. However, Lin Jiangdai beside him was so angry that he exploded upon hearing the words. Little does one think. The other party actually made him move right under their noses. So he angrily shouted Shinkei at the other party. How brave you are. But at this moment, Yu Huefei was scared and his face turned white. Not paying attention to Lin Jiangxi. But instead, he trembled all over and looked at Ruyan. I just wanted to test it out. I didn't mean to kill you. However, the smoke suspended in the air now moves its body. I walked step by step through the air and came down, and angrily rebuked the probing. This building has lived for tens of thousands of years. I personally founded the poison hall. We need you as a junior to test it out. What do you count? Although Shinkei is a 9-star poison oaf. In fact, the power has also reached a terrifying level. But even so, in front of Vaya, who caused harm to others, still like a doll, without the ability to resist at all. After all, that moment just now, just extinguished his consciousness. So I am well aware that my own strength is far inferior to the other party's. The most crucial thing is, the other party's aura is highly likely to be a terrifying corpse. So for a moment, he just felt weak all over his body. Unable to muster any strength. And the smoke in the air. At this point, I would like to reiterate that this work was created in the past. No one dares to cause trouble in the mainland. But as a junior, you got my inheritance. How dare you even hit me? You're not timid, are you? Upon hearing this, Shinkei quickly responded, saying, Senior, I really don't want to hit you. I just want to see who it is. After speaking, the girl in the air heard another voice. Now you know who I am. Just haven't received a response from Shinkei yet. The venerable Wang beside couldn't help but look up and scold. What exactly are you? How dare you play tricks on me here? After all, this venerable king, he has never experienced the scene inside Wei Ruyan's body. I don't know how terrifying the girl in front of me is. So in her opinion, even if the other party's breath is not weak, but with her strength, it's not difficult to take down the other party at all. However, in the air, Ruyan saw someone provoking her. just let out a cold laugh. Who am I, really? Then I'll show you who I am. As soon as the words fell, I saw him at the center of his brow. Immediately, a golden book flew out. At the same time, carrying a powerful force of the heavenly way, arriving over the other party's airspace, suddenly increased hundreds of times in size. It just smashed straight down. However, this venerable king, I haven't realized what's going on yet. I was smashed on the spot and turned into a meat patty. At this moment, after the smoke sword suspended in the air smashed the opponent to death, he said with a dignified tone, "Now you know who I am." Seeing Shinchueyu and his holiness at this tomb, he knelt down on the ground with a face full of fear. Call out in unison to the patriarch, "Please spare Wei Ruyan for seeing this." Just coldly scolded. I don't want anyone to question me anymore. If there is still one heart, this king is a role model. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand and looked at the two people kneeling on the ground. Sacrifice your soul. I can spare you from dying. Upon hearing this, the two of them, no more talking nonsense. I hurriedly sacrificed my soul. After finishing these tasks, like smoke, use voice transmission to say to the Linjiang Sea below, find all the 9-star poison masters in the Daozhong Poison Hall. Help me activate my constitution. I need to recover my strength as soon as possible. So after 3 days, it was like this. Ruyan woke up and came to her senses, and sit on the highest throne representing the shop owner in the poison hall. Look into the distance. Although he had been unconscious all along before, but everything Zhang Xian did for him, he knows it all too well. In Ruyan's eyes, this kindness, even if it's shattered, it's hard to repay. So at this moment, he secretly made a vow in his heart, teacher. Ruyan will definitely not disappoint your hopes. However, 3 days ago, Zhang Xian had just arrived in Qingyuan City. Just sensed, the thought left on Ruyan has been completely consumed. Just let out a helpless sigh. I didn't expect that idea to actually come into use. The drugstore is indeed more dangerous than I imagined. Although he doesn't know what happened over there, but the strategy of heaven has been unleashed. That proves that everything has been handled properly. So just as he was thinking about it, if Prince Huan comes up to report to the dean, Feng Zhanshi and Zhang Zhanshi have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian looked up and stood up to greet her. The three of them met again after being separated for a month. I just exchanged a few simple pleasantries. At this point, Fengsun scheduled the exchange meeting for 3 days. I told the other person to listen. Then the two of them left. At this point, Zhang Xian confessed the matter to Elder Me. Just say you want to go out for a while. Kulami heard the dean say he wants to go out for a trip. I quickly explained that this is Qingyuan Imperial City. Many master hands. Be careful when going out. Be careful when acting. Zhang Xian saw the other person's worried expression on their face. I shook my head helplessly and replied, don't worry. This time out, just to seek a way to cure Jin Yuanding. Absolutely won't cause any trouble. After speaking, ignore the other person. We will soon arrive at the central street of the underground city. I inquired about it. I walked along the corresponding position. Shortly after, according to the message I heard, I quickly found this peculiar building as well. Just Zhang Xian glanced at the plaque above. My heart is full of strangeness. Why does it say Enlightening Master Guild on it? What is this spiritual enlightenment master? However, just when he was puzzled about it, a young man greeted him. I asked this young master, is there anything that needs to be awakened? Just 10 mid-range snacks. I can be your guide. Introduce the best spiritual enlightenment master here. I guarantee that you won't waste money unnecessarily. Zhang Xianwen casually threw 10 snacks to him. Immediately after, I asked if the enlightenment master is a special profession. However, the boy who took the snacks. At this moment, he happily explained that this young master. It seems like you're not from Qingyuan, are you? Strictly speaking, this spiritual enlightenment master. It's not considered a special profession. Just in Qingyuan Imperial City, but it is one of the most popular professions. Many people come here because of their reputation. Even people from the Master Teacher Hall come to visit. So it's very lively here. Not long after, Zhang Shan learned from the other party's round of explanation that this profession, not only can it revive the dormant ice cream flavor, can also help cultivators refine their souls and souls with hammers, make it stronger. So he let him take himself in and have a look. Quickly, Zhang Xian followed the other person into the hall. I only learned about it from this young man during this period. This profession doesn't have 1 or 2. After completing the 3-star apprenticeship, I will directly take the 4-star exam. The highest one is also 9 stars. The Jin Yuanding that Zhang Xian wants to restore belongs to the Zhongting Holy Cavalry. Need to reach a 7-star level of summoner. Only then can we repair it. But the entire guild. There are only 3 people who have reached this level in total. They are the president and 2 vice presidents respectively. So at this moment, the boy also brought Zhang Xian with him. Go to the corresponding place to apply. Just left. After a while, I realized that many cultivators were queuing up, so I learned from the young man's mouth. They are waiting for the spiritual master. Help them refine their souls and spirits, so as to enhance one's own strength. However, when Zhang Xian heard these words, I walked over curiously. I also want to see what's going on here. Soon the two of them came up to him. I saw a girl reaching out and pressing on the head of the young man sitting on the ground, and let the other person relax completely and wholeheartedly. Immediately after, I saw the girl's breath rolling in her hands. The next second, I saw a rapid increase in the young man's breath inside his body, accompanied by a roar. I saw the other party from Huafan Sanchong break through to the quadruple realm. Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. No wonder everyone wants to go to higher ground. Opportunities are indeed different. Just seeing the other party pay the fees, I was just startled. I really didn't expect it. This kind of awakening requires a high-quality silver ornament. This money is really profitable. Later, I also learned from the young man beside me. These awakenings happen every time they awaken. It consumes a lot of their own souls. Only able to summon spirits to 3 people at a time. Then you need to rest for at least 10 days. After explaining these, the boy soon took Zhang Xian with him. Arriving in front of a room, come to a stop. Just introduced that. This is where Vice President Su's spirit rose. The price of his awakening is extremely high, especially sacred artifacts that have reached the intermediate level. We need 100 top-grade spirits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a nod, he threw 100 high-quality snacks to the other party. The boy didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. As a result, Snacks walked into the room. In no time, he ran out with a happy expression on his face. Young master, you're lucky. Vice President Su, there's only one spot left today. Let's go in now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian followed the other person into the room. After seeing the other party, I briefly explained the situation, and released the golden cauldron. Come out. I hope the other party can awaken their dormant consciousness. Vice President Su got up and walked up to him as soon as he heard this. After carefully examining it, I couldn't help but shake my head and say I wanted to wake it up. This is quite difficult. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I saw another teenager running in. Report that President Su, inverted senior. He wants you to help his disciples awaken their spiritual bodies. Due to the impact on the meta-nervous system. Vice President Su heard the words. Just shake your head and refuse, saying, go tell him. There are no spots available today. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I just saw an old man, just pushing the door with a middle-aged man. Immediately after, the old man spoke up and said, are there no spots available? What? I heard you only awakened 2 people today. Is there still one more? After the young man beside saw the appearance of Chu Lai, suddenly scared, his face turned pale. Immediately use voice transmission to say to Zhang Xian, he is one of the 2 great heroes of Jibei, the Daoku of Landfall. It is particularly famous in Jibei, can be called a bully. Strong strength, not to mention, the most crucial thing is not to follow rules when doing anything. Domineering and arrogant. Do what one wishes without restraint. After listening to his introduction, Zhang Xian, I don't care about this. So I just heard back that he doesn't pay attention to rules. It's his business. Vice President Su has already taken over my spirit stone. Is it difficult? Will he even go back on his word? At this moment, the young man quickly explained to the young master. I have heard of it. This person had a plan to steal someone else's spirit before. I'm afraid that in case there's a dispute, you'd better be careful. This person holds a grudge. But just as the 2 of them were transmitting the sound, Vice President Su ahead is watching the incoming person. Shake your head. The response said that I did only wake up 2 people today. But this young master has already arrived early, and paid the fees for awakening. So you can only line up backwards. Upon hearing this, the old man in front of me, who called Ko, just smiled. I responded with a simple response. Then he came to Zhang Xian's side. With a tone of oppression, he said to this little friend, give me your spot. You should have paid 100 high-quality snacks just now. Speaking of which, with a flick of her wrist, she took out a pile of snacks and placed them in front of Zhang Xian. Continue speaking. I have 200 snacks for you here. The extra amount is considered as compensation for you. After speaking, he looked up and turned around to leave. After all, in his opinion, the other party is just a guy who excels in reputation. It's impossible to offend oneself for the sake of a quota. But Zhang Xian ignored it. Just looking at Vice President Su ahead. I asked him what you just said to help him recover. It will be somewhat difficult. I don't know if there are any difficulties. Do you need my help? However, the middle-aged man looked at the other person and ignored what the teacher said. Just take a step forward and shout angrily, you blanket. Didn't you hear me speaking honestly to you? The pervert in front of us is a robber who hits people. No need to do anything. Now the road is uneven. Just one roar can kill someone. Just now, Zhang Xian is talking to the big girl in front of her. How to awaken Jin Yuanding. An old man with a middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. And throw out twice the price. Asked Zhang Xian to give him this inspirational spot. Zhang Xian completely ignored the other party about this. The middle-aged man beside me. Seeing this little guy dare to ignore his teacher. His face darkened. Just come forward and shout angrily. My teacher is talking to you. Didn't you hear that? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the other party directly. Continuing to speak to Vice President Su. If it is difficult to awaken the golden yuan ding, see if I can be of any help. If you think I don't know much about Qiling, I can learn now. And Vice President Su heard the other party say so. Just shake your head and let out a sigh. Although the Enlightenment Master is not a special profession, but it's not something that can be achieved overnight. You are definitely learning now. It's too late to awaken the dormant consciousness. This involves spirituality and is very troublesome, so I can't guarantee success either. After speaking, I saw the other person's worried expression on their face. Just smiled. Explain that you don't have to worry. Gu Chengdong, there is no danger to the inherent spirituality of weapons. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, hug and salute immediately. Let's have Vice President Su try it out. Awaken Dayan. I will definitely be severely beaten down. However, just as the two of them were exchanging polite words with each other, the middle-aged man next to her came up to Zhang Xian, roar at him, kid. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, a young man responded with disdain on his face. If you had a better attitude, be humble, I might answer you with a sentence. Middle-aged people here. I was suddenly so angry that my face was covered in a foul odor. Immediately after, I saw his whole body breathing heavily. With a flick of his palm, he suddenly slapped Zhang Xian. Sister Su's face darkened when she saw this. Just as I was about to intervene, I saw a young man not far away. He angrily shouted at the other party with great energy. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw middle-aged people feeling like they had been hit hard. I took more than 10 steps back in a row. The blood in my mouth just stopped. Although this guy is a triple-peak powerhouse of Xingyu, but after Zhang Xianfeng succeeded, its combat effectiveness can be called the invincible existence under the mirror of Genshin impact. Dealing with people who are not even famous teachers, he's too lazy to take action. A lifetime can make the other person's mind go crazy. However, the old man's face darkened when he saw this scene. Take 2 steps forward immediately. Inject true qi into the other person's body, after stabilizing its injuries. I just looked coldly at Zhang Xian not far away. I said something about this friend. I don't care if you are Jinghong Master or Magic Sound Master, but with just 1 strike, it's so ruthless. Isn't that a bit excessive? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just respond helplessly if I don't retaliate. I'm afraid his attack has already fallen on me, right? What is your opinion on this? The old man heard. I snorted coldly and said, although my student is a bit reckless, it's just that you took such a heavy hand. As his teacher, seeking justice for him is not considered a violation. We also do not bully the small with the big. Now let me give you 3 moves. As long as you can hit my foot within 3 moves. I left this place without saying a word. If we can't touch it, then I'm sorry. Leave the spot and get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. However, he did not pay attention to what the other party said about Zhang Xian. Listen, let's make 3 moves. Just respond with a frown, okay? Then you can take action. The old man was so angry that he almost got injured internally. Then he responded with a speechless expression, saying that I was referring to myself. Give you 3 moves. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I asked the other person with a shocked expression on my face. Are you sure you want me to? After speaking, seeing the other person's confident expression, say yes. Just nod helplessly in response, okay. Then I'll take action. Then Zhang Xian's figure suddenly flashed. Already appeared in front of the old man's inverted button. This speed is lightning fast. The old man was immediately scared when he saw this and his face turned pale. Just when he wanted to step back, I felt a tightness in my chest. Immediately after, the whole person flew out. He crashed straight into the wall before falling down. At this moment, the old man only felt a blackout in front of him. I fainted on the spot. However, the scene that just happened. In fact, it takes less than 1 breath. The boy who followed Zhang Xian to the side. When I heard that he agreed to confront the other party. It's filled with anxious voices. If you want to tell him, don't compare yourself with him. This reverse button is best at speed. If his landing flourishing body technique is displayed. Like a ghost. Unable to find the other person's true identity. I just haven't said what I wanted to say yet. I saw this praised. For the entrance of the bear on the ground. The whole person has collapsed and collapsed not far away. At this moment, the boy couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He really can't understand what just happened. However, after the middle-aged person in the original location realized it, I hurriedly rushed out to save someone. Just Zhang Xian saw the old man unconscious. I couldn't help but curl my lips. I thought to myself, let's use 3 moves. This move was already in seconds. I dare to come out with this strength and pretend to be 13. Are you kidding me? Then he sighed and said, is it that difficult to be a human being? I have to come up and find something unpleasant. I'm also very helpless. At this moment, Vice President Su thought for a moment. Just send a message to remind Zhang Xian about this young master. I think it's better for you to be careful. The reason why the 2 giants of the extreme north are famous. The main thing is not this landing bear crossing, but his brother, Qing Tian Shong. It is said that the Tibetan ruins have reached the peak of the Genshin impact state. Moreover, there are numerous methods available. Difficult to deal with. However, Zhang Xian knew that the other party had good intentions. I smiled faintly and thanked him for his reminder. Just then I asked when it would be convenient for you. Can you help me awaken the Lingji of the weapon? Vice President Su hesitated for a moment upon hearing these words. Just nod and respond, let's start now. After speaking, I saw him spin around the top of the golden circle twice. My palm suddenly pressed down on a certain spot. Immediately after, I saw a beam of light immediately cover the furnace roof inside. This state has been around for about 10 minutes. President Su's palm suddenly felt a sensation at this moment. I took several consecutive steps back. With a pale face on his face, he said, it seems like I'm trying to simplify things. If you read your skull correctly, it must have been struck by lightning, right? Now with my strength, I'm afraid we can't wake it up yet, because lightning has a great destructive effect on spirituality. I'm sure you're aware of this as well. If for other reasons it falls into a deep sleep, I can also put in more effort. I can do it, but I'm really powerless to do it. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian's heart trembled, so he hurriedly asked Chairman Su, do you know anyone else who can awaken it? Later, Zhang Xian learned from the other party that, this situation, at present, no one in the trade union of Qingyuan City can achieve it, unless there are 7 stars. The soul of a spiritualist is not afraid of lightning damage. After understanding these, ask the other person, can I? Let yourself take a look at the 7-star book of the union. Immediately after, I heard him say it was possible. It's just that the union has regulations. If you want to read 7-star books, it is estimated that you need to pay 5,000 high-quality snacks to be eligible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, wrist move. Immediately place 5,000 snacks in front of your eyes. Then let the other party lead the way. After all, 5,000 snacks are for him now. It's nothing anymore. As long as we can obtain the golden cauldron, it's fine. I can also learn an additional profession. Absolutely worth it. However, Vice President Su at this time, seeing the other person's serious expression, it doesn't seem like a joke. After putting away the snacks, he responded and said, then come with me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian collected the golden cauldron. The ring follows closely behind. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the spiritual master's library. At this moment, Vice Chairman Su just turned around and handed a token to Zhang Xian, and it was introduced that one can read books here. You can also practice. If there is any understanding, there are also corresponding puppets in the room. Can make you awaken, as long as the corresponding spiritual intelligence can be activated. This indicates that the corresponding level has been reached. However, Zhang Xian, who was aware of the situation, received the token and, I just thanked the other person and walked in. It quickly took 2 hours. I have learned all the contents of layers 1 to 3, and passed the assessment. But after reaching the 4th level, I have finished reading all the books. Return to the place where the puppets are stored again, but nowhere to be seen. There is only one thick pillar. Think about this one. The pillar should be a weapon. Just activate it. It should be considered as reaching the level of a 7-star spiritual master. So he came up to her. Press your palm once. An aperture immediately enveloped the pillar. Same as before, awakening. 1 year immediately felt like falling into darkness. The same goes for the first few levels. Just light up here. You can activate the spirit of the item. Immediately after, the technique of activating the spirit of the heavenly Tao was activated, accompanied by a sound. I saw a beam of light appear before my eyes. It's just that the brightness is very weak, like a candle in the wind, trembling and trembling. It can go out at any time. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Because of the puppets on the first few layers, as long as the heavenly way Kirin technique is activated, it can illuminate all places. And now only a small area in front of us can be illuminated here, and it can also be extinguished at any time. This also indicates the spirit of this item, more difficult to open than imagined. So my spirit stirred up, gathering another ray of light, and merged the 2 together. It's true that there's been a lot more light than before. It's just that we're still far from illuminating the entire space. After continuously fusing 32 flames, the light in front of me became like the sun. Immediately after, I saw the pitch-black space suddenly shake. The entire space is fully displayed. So at the same time, in a room of the Chiling City Labor Union, Vice President Su, I am currently communicating with two other big girls. At this moment, President Wan looked at her and said, Suing, what's going on? The northern twins are not easy to deal with. Although the strength of this landing bear is average, but Qin Tianxiong's hidden ruins are not something we can deal with. If you come over and cause trouble, our Kirin construction meeting, I'm afraid I'll owe the court the favor again. Vice President Su Wenhua suspected that the opponent was a strategist. I explained the matter in detail once. However, understanding the situation. Later, President Ruan nodded in response and said, if that's the case, that would be great. Even if the two giants of the extreme north continue to be arrogant, I definitely wouldn't dare to confront the War Corps Hall. Then I explained to the two of them, if this Optimus Prime hides blood and causes trouble, you will directly take responsibility. Push everything onto that guy. Don't cause trouble for the Ling Clan Guild. We are just auxiliary professions. Can't resist these strong ones. The two of them responded with a knowing word. Just as I was about to get up and leave, Vice President Su suddenly thought of something. So I got it right. That young man hasn't left yet. I said I need to learn the technique of awakening spirits. I went to the library to read on my own. However, Chairman Wan on the side heard the other party say they were going to read a book. I couldn't help but shake my head. With a sigh, the man also. I want to learn Kirin. How is this possible? Vice President Su saw the other party's expression. I also know what his thoughts are. So he responded to this young man. Is it learning or doing something? I have already sent someone to take a look. I should be back soon. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I saw a woman hurriedly walk in. Miss Su has seen him come back. I just smiled. How about asking, is that kid really reading a book? At this moment, the woman responded with a flustered expression, saying to report to the teacher. He's not just reading a book. We also assessed the spiritual awakening master, and it has already passed 6 stars. He is currently in a 7-star room. I don't know what to do facing the pillar in the corner of the wall. I heard the other person say that. The 3 major presidents' bodies trembled violently. It's been 6 stars in such a short time. After being shocked, President Ruan suddenly thought of something. I just frowned and said it's not right. The 7-star puppet is broken. It hasn't been repaired yet. That pillar supports our union building. Without spirituality, cannot be activated. What does he want from the pillar? But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Just heard a turbulent sound coming from outside. Immediately after, everyone rushed to. It's like sitting on a boat. At a time when everyone was feeling stressed, an elder rushed in with a pale face. Shout out, President. It's not good. Our union. The 3 major presidents were first stunned by classical Chinese. With a puzzled expression, he asked if the union was alive. What do you mean? At this moment, the elder hurriedly said that our union doesn't know what happened. Standing up from the ground, now running out. But we haven't waited for this elder to finish speaking yet. The ground started shaking again. Then I saw 2 windows outside the window. Like 2 big eyes searching around. I am curious about everything around me. Keep looking around. Seeing this scene, President Ruan was directly scared. Did he give up the entire union? The guy in front of us is claiming to be a war god. I just want to bully this girl with 30,000 junior students. Without waiting for others to take action, this guy just went soft. Just now, after Zhang Xian entered the library of the Chiling Union, it took less than 3 hours. Not only did I learn all the content, and passed all the assessments within the 7 stars, the most important thing is, under his carelessness, the spirit of the union was compromised. Everyone has been awakened. However, Chairman Wan in the room saw the union move. I was also scared and cried, this is just a building. How can one still awaken? At this moment, Vice President Chen suddenly remembered something. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Our union was personally built by an ancestor in the past. It seems to have taken over 100 years. Just came up with the framework of the entire building. It is said to have reached the level of a level 0 weapon. Could it be because of this that he was inspired? President Ruan heard this. I no longer dwell on how this guy actually did it. I won't stop the other party now. What will they do if they run away to the guild? This is not to embarrass oneself and risk one's life. Therefore, I hurriedly led the 2 of them towards the direction of the library. Just walked once. I just saw a young man. With a bewildered expression, he scratched his head and walked over. However, Zhang Xian saw a familiar figure approaching. Just asked Vice President Su strangely, did something happen here? Why does your guild keep shaking around? The 3 of them almost vomited blood when they heard this. After cursing the other person in his heart, Vice President Su suppressed the anger in his heart. I approached and asked a question. Did you just activate a black pillar? Then I saw the other person nod and talk about things. I just gritted my teeth and said about the black pillar. It's the backbone of this building. But you gave him a spiritual manifestation. Alright, the entire guild building is alive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. I thought to myself earlier that Qi Ling was from a guild. That's too unreliable. Even buildings can wander on their own. As a result, he meowed for half a day. It's another good thing I did myself. However, Chairman Wan on the other side saw that he understood. I hurriedly said that you have successfully awakened now. This building is grateful to you. I implore you to make him stop. Once he runs away, there will definitely be a big commotion. Our spiritual workers' union is over. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, he really didn't expect it. I just want to take the exam for a 7-star spiritual awakening master. And why did such a big commotion occur? So I agreed to the other party's statement. Just flew out behind a few people. After coming out, I saw the whole house shaking incessantly. I feel like he's about to break free from his constraints at any moment, leaving the original place generally. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked embarrassed and asked a few people, how can I make him stop? Later, in President Ruan's explanation, I also roughly know how to get out. So, with a sudden surge of energy, I started communicating with the house. Let him stay quiet. It's okay, you can't move around. Sure enough, after Zhang Xian's communication, the huge building came to a halt, not moving anymore. After finishing these tasks, President Ruan's building has attracted more and more people to watch the excitement, bringing Zhang Xian back to the union again, instead of discussing how to transfer the union's authority back to him. And at this moment, the scene comes to the battle hall. At this moment, I saw countless soldiers discussing the ceremony where the newly arrived college said they would exchange ideas. The Shaoqin in front of us is from the 10 halls of the warrior, a centurion in the dance maiden hall. His talent is extremely high, because the cultivation is too crazy. Also known as Shao Madman by everyone. He has always been proud of being a warrior. I've been hearing about Hongyuan Academy. He is very particular about this. Feeling unhappy, I heard so many people discussing on the scene. I couldn't help but mention this Hongyuan famous teacher academy. It's really as strange as you said. Besides, our strategists are all renowned teachers, selected from thousands of options. Each one has the ability to engage in. It's impossible to make everyone so strong, right? This is really the case. What's the point of our selection at the battle hall? Then everyone gathered together. After a round of discussion on this matter, I decided to go and check the other party's background without telling the shop owner. Exchange meeting in 3 days. Give him these famous teachers another blow. So everyone wore casual clothes. Just walk towards the estate where Xian Xian will stay. But we haven't gone far yet. On the way, I ran into the captains of other shops. He also led a group of soldiers in the same direction. After understanding, everyone has the same idea. So the two groups joined together. Keep walking forward. It's been less than 10 minutes since we left. Shaoqing met someone who shared the same ideas as them. There are a total of 8 batches. At this point, they added up. The number of people has already reached 200 to 300. We will soon be approaching the estate. Shaoqing thought for a moment before stopping. Let everyone wait outside the tea house first. Go and test it yourself first. I'll let everyone know if there's any situation. Otherwise, so many people would go together. It is inevitable that it will fall into people's mouths. After speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. As soon as he turned around, he walked towards the estate. Soon they also arrived at the courtyard where the other person lived. Just haven't gone in yet. I saw a young man greet me with a smile on his face. I asked this friend who they were looking for here. At this moment, Shaoqing clasped his fists and bowed, saying that Shaoqing had come here. I would like to meet the person in charge of your Xianxian society. After speaking, the other person said he was Song Chao. He is one of the managers of the Xianxian society. Just tell him it's like this. I heard that members of the Xianxian society have strong combat abilities one by one. I came here today specifically to seek advice. Upon hearing this, Song Chao nodded and responded that it was easy to say. You see, these people behind me are all our members. Who do you want to challenge? What do you want to challenge? Just speak up directly. After speaking, thousands of people immediately gathered around. Shaoqing saw the situation. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, thinking of him meowing. This is going to challenge a group of people alone. It's still this group of people fighting against themselves. Although their strength cannot be considered too strong. But everyone is watching closely. The scent is like a rainbow. Isn't this from a small place? Is it fatigue from traveling by boat and car? Why doesn't it look tired at all? On the contrary, I heard that we should look down upon them. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, as if they were weak vegetables. Then he took a step forward and looked at everyone, saying that I am the pinnacle of the Holy Land. I don't know if you have anyone with the same strength as me. Upon hearing this, Song Chao, just turn around and give orders. Go and invite senior sister Chi-Chi over. After all, these people are all freshmen. It's only been a few months since the start of school. Even if the progress is fast, the highest among them is only Hua Fan, who has entered the 7th level. Later, Song Chao saw Luo Chi-Chi coming. I just said to the other person with an embarrassed expression on my face, I'm really sorry. Wei Xianshan will reach a peak that surpasses the 1st level. Only senior sister Chi-Chi. Why don't you compete with him? Xiao Qing frowned at the words. The response is to let me fight against this girl. How do we fight this? On the side, Luo Chi-Chi heard the other person's tone. He coldly snorted and said, what's wrong with the girl? Who do you look down upon? After speaking, he reached out his palm and looked at the other person. Say it again, hurry up and take action. Xiao Qing saw the other party's persistence like this. I also sighed helplessly. Since I am so respectful, it's better to obey orders. But you can also rest assured, if you can't take it, I will point until the end. Immediately afterwards, it was very. The gentleman bowed. Flip your palm over. The whole body's true chi immediately gushed out. Then I saw his body shake, transform into multiple figures. Network 7 rushed over. For a moment, it was hard to distinguish which one was the real person. Upon seeing the situation, Chi-Chi also praised the good posture. Immediately, the 5 fingers opened. One of the figures was photographed, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Xiao Qing fly out upside down. At this moment, as she was flying in the air, she couldn't figure it out. The other party's simple palm technique. Why can't I hide myself? Like a powerful force enveloping oneself. Pinned down. Only then did he bravely withstand this blow. However, Luo Chi-Chi here, at this moment, seeing the other person fall down, just spoke slowly, saying how about it? Is the girl's strength okay? At this moment, Xiao Qing, who was lying on the ground, suppressed the pain. He stood up with a dejected expression and said, I lost. Originally. He also thinks that this renowned teacher academy that came to exchange ideas, some exaggeration. I didn't realize its terrifying level until we actually fought. Any girl who comes up can't resist it. I really don't know how strong others will be. However, in the same place, Luo Chi-Chi, seeing the other person looking disappointed, just comforted the doctor. Actually, your true chi and physical body, the speed and response are both quite good, mainly due to poor martial arts skills. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qing suddenly felt like she was in a gust of wind. He is the most famous genius worshipped by the warrior Tang Wu. He, who only has 1 level of cultivation in the Holy Land. I have already mastered 4 sets of martial arts at the Holy Domain level. He is a genius that cannot be seen in the entire warrior hall. It can be said that a commander within the same level, almost no one has an understanding of martial arts, can surpass him. Now the other party says his martial arts skills are too poor. This is equivalent to hitting him naked in the face of the warrior hall. However, Luo Chi-Chi saw the other person's puzzled expression on their face. Did you just say something with a gentle smile? Don't you believe me? You can ask any time, any student present. Let them give you a review. What problem did you encounter during the battle just now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing looked at the crowd speechlessly. You let them review it. I thought to myself, these students, almost all of them are people below the 7th level of Huafan realm. Even some, only cultivators of the quadruple realm level are available. Change to before. He doesn't even have the patience to take another glance. Now it's said to let them evaluate themselves. Can you understand the mystery of your own moves? Can you know how skilled your martial arts are? This joke went all the way to Grandma's house. However, Luo Chi-Chi, who could see the other party's thoughts, at this moment, he shook his head and sighed. What's wrong? Do you think their strength is not enough? I still can't see through your shortcomings in martial arts, can I? To be honest, I'm not going to hit you. With your current strength and understanding of martial arts, even if one lowers their cultivation level, compete with any one of them. I won't hold on for 2 moves either. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing, my face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Then he snorted coldly, anyone. Don't talk too much. However, everyone saw his dissatisfied expression on his face. Then he began to speak with various words of comfort, saying 77 foot. Senior sister is not wrong. Your strength is indeed very poor. If you lower your cultivation and come over to fight us, you're no match either. We won't lie to you. Your understanding of weapons is too weak. However, Xiao Qing saw everyone sighing and sighing one by one, feeling sorry for oneself. I was instantly infuriated and furious, so he took out a healing pill. After taking it, I recovered from my injury. Just let out a roar, you guys are good. I originally thought I would lower my cultivation and fight against you. It's bullying. Since you think I'm not strong enough, then come on. As soon as the words fell, I saw him lower his cultivation level to the peak of Huafan's 6th level. Then he looked at the crowd with a cold expression on his face. I have already lowered my cultivation level. Is there anyone who dares to fight me? Song Chao saw the situation. Just shake your head and respond by saying we're here. Almost all of them have this kind of cultivation. Just choose whatever you want. Xiao Qin watched as the steward. Such a shameless and fearless appearance. I don't take myself seriously at all. I was so angry again that I almost bit my teeth apart. So he looked coldly at the crowd, pointing casually to a pale face. Slightly textured. Even some shy young people. However, the person who was pointed out. It seems like I've won a lucky gift package. Confirming to the other party again with a face full of disbelief. Are you going to compete with me? Subsequently, I received a positive response from the other party. Xiaoli looked at the man in front of her. I said I can fight with you. You're just injured now. If I were to act like this, it would be a bit of bullying. How about this? I'll tie my hands up. No need to fight with your hands. That's fair now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang almost fainted on the spot. There must be a limit to how much he looks down on people, right? Tie these hands and fight me. This can also be called fairness. No matter what I say, it's better than a peek. Lower your cultivation to fight against you. You actually feel that using your hands is unfair to me now. Is this showing me pity? The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. Grit your teeth. Taking a deep breath helped me calm down. Then he coldly responded with a sentence. If you think you can withstand my attack, then it's up to you. After speaking, the 5 fingers are like hooks, flying towards the opponent with a strong palm wind. However, just as his fingertips were about to land on Xiaoli, I saw him shake his feet and hide to one side. Although his movements are not fast, even slower than Xiao Qin, but he seemed to see through the position of the opponent's attack, easily dodged this blow. But I haven't waited for Xiao Qin to react yet. I saw my palm fall apart. At this moment, Xiaoli flashed away. He suddenly kicked the other person's calf. This pervert in front of me. In the eyes of everyone, he is a pervert. I didn't expect that. The people he taught became more and more abnormal one by one. It's alright now. Attracted a bunch of old men who specialize in treating various perverts. Just now, the person in front of me, Xiao Qin, has just been knocked away by the 771 palm. Immediately after, he was once again criticized by others for his poor understanding of martial arts. He was so angry that he immediately lowered his cultivation level, point at someone casually and compete with them. Xiaoli, who can be pointed out, knows that the other party has just been injured. In order to be fair, I tied up my hands, only using feet to compete. However, seeing this scene, Xiao Chang, I feel like the other person completely sees me as a weak chicken. His face darkened. With his 5 fingers open, he suddenly flew towards the other party. Just Xiao Qing's palm fell in front of her. It seems like the other party knew the location of the attack in advance. I casually avoided it. At the same time, he forcefully kicked his calf. Xiao Qing saw the situation. I know if I get hit by this kick, it's bound to get hurt. So, without stopping, I suddenly released 5 sword energies, hit the other person's foot. Immediately after, we saw both sides colliding together. Accompanied by the roaring sound of true qi, it receded. The sound of a fractured toe bone suddenly rang out. However, before Xiao Qin could react, I saw Xiaoli kick again, directly kick it away. At this moment, Xiao Qin, lying on the ground, struggled to stand up. I looked at Xiaoli not far away with disbelief on my face. He really can't understand. The other party only used their feet from beginning to end. I easily defeated myself without even making a move. I thought I couldn't defeat the girl. The other party is highly likely to be the most famous genius of the Xianxian society. But this one in front of him was randomly chosen by himself. White and pure, it looks harmless to humans and animals. The result is the same, taking both moves. Not long after, I won't be able to stay. Xiaoli and other companions. Seeing the other person's face full of frustration, I continued to persuade him. However, it was only then that Xiao Qin realized. They didn't look down on themselves, but rather, it is to speak out the problem truthfully, and explain the solution once again. Only then did he realize, behind these selfless students, having a broad mind, always teach without discrimination, Dean who can impart everything, and anyone who becomes a member of their mystical society. Everyone is eligible to study, and there is no limit to the number of people. After understanding these, Xiao Qin couldn't resist anymore, so he looked at everyone with a worried expression on his face. Excuse me, is there still a shortage of people in your Xianxian society? After speaking, everyone showed a puzzled expression when they saw it, so he gritted his teeth. I just said that I also want to join your Xianxian society. Listen here. Everyone was first stunned. However, Song Chao on the side burst out laughing loudly. If our dean knew, such a young and capable strong person, I also want to join in. I'm sure I'll be very happy too. Xiao Qing saw the situation. Asked the other person again with a slightly nervous tone. Did you agree to join? After all, in his opinion, There are one or two people with strong combat capabilities. It can be attributed to talent. But thousands of people are so strong, that only means they have a good teacher. As a strategist, the primary goal is to become stronger, only with better strength. In the process of fighting against the alien race, one can preserve their strength, protecting the human race. And the Xianxian in front of us will have no discrimination in terms of education. As long as you study, you can quickly improve your strength. Since it is so, why not join in? So that's it. The ceremony where Xiao Qin identified herself as the commander of the War Master Hall. I told everyone to listen, and also invited hundreds of people. All join the Xianxian Society. But after the other soldiers came over, I haven't seen the strength of the members before. At first, everyone was not very convinced. But after an hour and multiple games, after the battle, all the warriors who came, it has gone from initial misfortune to admiration. Go to the 5-body investment. Join in eagerly. Engage in deeper communication. However, the Elders' Room Hall of the War Master Hall in the picture is here. At this moment, I saw an old man named Liu in the main position. No need to say to everyone. The situation reported by Zhuo Qingfeng and Feng Sun, I have read it in detail, can be done in a short period of time. Empower ordinary renowned teachers with the strength of battle masters. This Dean Zhangxian does have outstanding qualities. This exchange is perfect for observation. If there are suitable seedlings, just find a way to bring it in. Make our Qingyuan distribution even stronger. However, after hearing the explanation, many shop owners and elders below, at the same time, he showed a look of admiration, and sighed, saying that the master of the hall was far-sighted and far-sighted. It's our narrow-mindedness. Yes, the master has exceptional vision. My Qingyuan distribution is bound to become increasingly prosperous. After all, they heard it before. The hall master agreed to communicate with the college. Everyone thinks it's unbelievable. You should know about the war hall, always a benchmark of strong combat power among famous teachers. It is an insurmountable goal. And this Hongyuan College, it's just a subordinate of Qingyuan Imperial City, a place to cultivate famous teachers. I want to come over for a so-called level exchange. This is simply lowering their level. Until now, everyone finally understood the master's painstaking efforts. After feeling emotional, I saw that the owner of the True Shadow Shop in Wuji Hall suddenly remembered something. I just spoke up and got it right. Lord, although we have agreed to communicate in 3 days, many soldiers are dissatisfied in their hearts. I have quietly run to Hongyuan Academy and my residence. I plan to test them out. The Lord of Xingtong smiled in classical Chinese. I also heard about this matter in response. If they want to mess around, let them mess around. Just right, you can also take a look. The Xianxian Society of Hongyuan Academy. Is it really related to Zhuo Qingfeng and others? Same as you said. Everyone can fight beyond their level. The warriors who went to Xianxian Hui earlier, although they are all members of the War Hall, but they are similar to the renowned Teacher Academy here. Each store has a specialized heritage of expertise. Among them are weapons, soul power, palm techniques, leg skills, and so on. There are a total of 10 stores. So some centurions led the soldiers below. I thought I could hide it from their shop owner. Actually, these shop owners are aware of their actions. All the shop owners just want to take a look. What is the level of this college? I didn't stop it. However, while everyone was discussing this matter, one of the shop owner's communication cards suddenly let out a roar. Immediately after, I saw his face turn from pale to fearful. The head of the upper hall saw his expression. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he asked what was wrong. Did our soldiers injure them all? Not long after, the spy shop owner's face was filled with fear. It turned into a crying expression again. Just shouted loudly, Lord, it's over now. It's not our turn to recruit them. But it's this Xianxian Hui person. We have incorporated all the warriors who have challenged us in the past. Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled and asked how to respond. What does inclusion mean? This is a needle guide. The shop owner responded with a trembling expression, saying, the over 200 warriors who went to challenge. At this moment, everyone has joined the Xianxian Society. Many shop owners heard this. Everyone feels like they're going crazy. Upon hearing these words, the head of the walking hall, I almost fell off my seat. I was confident just now that they came to communicate this time. The warrior hall can definitely take the opportunity to win over someone, develop and grow towards Qingyuan branch. As a result, I heard this news. You haven't had a chance to steal the machine yet. After a moment of silence, a shop owner couldn't help but get up. Furious drinking and reckless behavior. It's just ridiculous. What kind of uniformity is this? A group of soldiers actually joined a rural organization. Tell them to return to the warrior hall immediately. Otherwise, they will be dismissed directly. Start from today. These people are no longer qualified to be a member of the warrior hall. I heard the other person say that. Another shop owner raised an objection. Isn't it good to tell them like this? Our warrior hall. Not restricting members from joining other organizations. It doesn't restrict them from learning other professions either. Then after everyone's discussion, in the end, it was decided to notify these soldiers to come back. Otherwise, shortly after the soldier is expelled, the jade plaque of the owner of the True Shadow Shop rang out with a loud sound. After reading the handwriting displayed above, the whole person is like a gust of wind. The shop owner next to him didn't react for a long time, just brought the jade plaque over and took a look. But after watching it, he also became foolish. At this moment, the owner of the photo shop calmed down. He looked at everyone with a frightened expression on his face. The person who mentioned me just informed Xiao Qin and his team, when receiving a response as a result. If we were to force them to withdraw from the Xianxian society, they would rather withdraw from the warrior hall. Never be a soldier again. As soon as these words are spoken, all the shop owners present were stunned. Soon after, Chen Zhuqing, the shop owner of Xuanfa Hall, he stood up with righteous indignation. Speaking of that Zhang Xian, what kind of mesmerizing soup did I give them? No, I need to go over and take a look now. Give me a good lesson. These guys who don't know the height of the earth. The shop owner of the Deep Dharma Hall, Lu Wanqiu, beside him. I heard my old friend say that. We also need to go with him. However, Xingtong insisted that the two of them should go. Just give me an explanation. Teach me a lesson. Just let them know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. There's no need to escalate the situation. Upon hearing this, the two of them, with just one response, he left the room. At this moment, the hall master looked at the remaining shop owners. Actually, it's not a bad thing. We are used to the superiority of the cafeteria. I can take this opportunity to dispel some impatience. Although Mr. Chen has a somewhat irritable temper, but Mr. Lu is steady in his work. Nothing big should happen. Wait for them to retrieve those little ones. It just so happens that we can also learn from it. What exactly did they go through? I'd rather not be a warrior than join some Xianxian society. Soon after, everyone was comforted by the hall master. Just eased the gloom in my heart. We continued chatting for a while. The opinion of the photo studio is conveyed through a jade plaque, and the sound is emitted. After taking a glance, I nodded and said to everyone, Mr. Chen and the others have arrived. We are currently negotiating. It's just that we haven't had 2 minutes yet. I saw the jade plaque ring again. At this moment, the owner of the photo shop smiled. It said that Mr. Chen has a solution. I taught these people so quickly. After speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the jade plaque in his hand. I glanced at him. The whole person froze stiffly in their seat. Like a fool. However, seeing the other person's expression, the face of the hall master darkened. I asked what was going on. Did the two shop owners personally go over? They are all unwilling to come back yet. At this moment, the owner of the True Shadow Shop. I looked at myself with a face full of disbelief as I held the jade plaque in my hand. I slowly spoke up and responded, saying that I'm not coming back temporarily. Just Mr. Chan and Mr. Lu, they also joined the Xianxian Society, and he also said he won't come back for the time being. As soon as these words are spoken, many shop owners and colleagues spewed out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the head of the walking hall was infuriated. In a fit of anger, let out a loud shout and say it to me again. Then he suppressed the anger in his heart. Say hello to everyone. I flew with them towards Zhuangyuan. Soon after, everyone arrived in the sky above their location. Xingtong's opinions to everyone. When everyone wanted to rush down and explore the truth, just stopped them. Let's take a look at the situation first before making any decisions. So the shop owners were suspended in mid-air. Concentrate and listen downwards. Only then did they realize. Below, we are discussing our understanding of boxing techniques. What shocked the shop owners was a little guy of 16 or 17 years old. Just speak to Mr. Chen with a teaching flavor and forget about it. The key is also called Xiao Chen, but they haven't finished being surprised yet. I saw that the two of them seemed to be about to start punching each other. See here. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for this little guy. After all, they all know. The boxing technique that Mr. Chen is currently using is dragon fight in the wild. This is also his strongest trick. However, at this moment, I saw two people clashing their fists, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the shop owner Chen fly out of the house in an inverted state. However, at this moment, Lu Yang scratched his head with embarrassment on his face. I'm really sorry to say that. I couldn't control the force at once. See here. The hall master and many shop owners are all foolish. Isn't he the master of the boxing palace? Isn't he unbeatable in boxing among his peers? Didn't he use the skills he learned throughout his life? Why did it fly? And he flew so happily. However, just as everyone was going crazy about it, Chen, the shop owner, just got up and flew up to Lu Yang, hugging and saluting with sincere expressions on their faces. Do you know how to improve my boxing skills? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang just provide a detailed explanation, how to maximize the use of boxing techniques. I gave an example to tell the other party. After listening, Mr. Chen's excited eyes lit up. Thank you very much for your guidance. However, the heavy shopkeeper who witnessed this scene, each one showed a look of shock. They really can't understand. One in the field of boxing, an old man who has been studying for hundreds of years, guided by a teenager on boxing techniques. Although they still can't believe it now. But the punch that Liu Yang just punched, its power is truly astonishing. Even if it were them, they wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. At this moment, a shop owner said a puzzled sentence. If Mr. Chen's shop owner wants to learn this set of boxing techniques, the path of Xianxian Hui that I just joined, where is the shop owner? The old man in front of him is trying to defeat the pervert. Find this spiritual master to break through for yourself. Unexpectedly, this Sun Chang, it's the pervert he wants to defeat. Just now, a group of old men were peeking at the boy below in mid-air, communicating boxing techniques with the shop owner. What just shocked them was this 900-year-old man. I was actually guided by a teenager in my teens. Not only does he not get angry, instead, he sincerely thanked the other party for their guidance with a face full of sincerity. But only one of the shop owners nearby looked at everyone, asked the way. If Mr. Chen wants to learn this set of boxing techniques, I just joined the Xianxian Society. Why is the shop owner on that road? Upon hearing this, everyone is also searching for each other's figures in the crowd. Not long after, I saw him standing with a little girl. And the same scene also happened to the roadside shop owner. However, just as everyone sighed, as the owner of a body magic shop, the road owner. Surprisingly, a little girl broke the ultimate trick with her own body. At that moment, I heard the owner of the sunken shop below shout loudly towards the sky. Master, you are also here. Then come down quickly. Let's join the Xianxian Society together. The roadside shop owner also shouted excitedly along. Yeah, come down quickly. The understanding of battles among the members of the Xianxian Society. It's really shocking. I don't know how many times smarter than us. Come over quickly. Everyone join together. Learn more powerful tricks. At this moment, the hall master was completely numb, originally hidden in the air. Don't worry if others can't see it. At this moment, these two guys have betrayed me. Still shouting like this. I can't hide it at first glance. I can only say hello. He flew down with other shop owners. Just came down. Several shop owners are also going up to challenge it. Later, a weapon shop owner was defeated by one move. I just realized that the young man in front of me is just a newly learned marksman. And I only learned for less than 2 hours. Upon learning this, Mr. Zhou, the shop owner, immediately burst into tears. My whole life. A marksmanship technique that has been meticulously studied for over 800 years. It's better than someone who only spent 2 hours. Immediately after, another shop owner went up to seek advice. The result is still the same. See here. Lord Xing knows that if this continues like this, there will definitely be big trouble. So he went up and asked the child in front of him, where is Dean Zhang? At this moment, Wang Ying responded that the teacher had left early in the morning. I haven't come back yet. Knowing that the other party is not here, I briefly said a few words, just hurriedly left with the remaining few shop owners. Quickly, a few people returned to the Elder Council Hall in the War Hall. After sitting down, everyone remained silent. Lord Xing not only failed to call back the students this time, but also, we have lost 2 more shop owners. The top 10 shop owners now have only 6 left. It seems that there are still a few people who are eager to move. I want to leave any time. I was originally planning to communicate with him. In the future, we will use the demeanor and strength of the War Corps Hall. Can attract more geniuses. The results haven't started to attract yet. They first attracted them over. The more I thought about it, the more my heart sank. At this moment, the hall master looked at a few people, asked what everyone thinks about today's events. Several shop owners only began to express their own ideas after hearing this. This Xianxian Hui does have outstanding qualities. If that young man guessed correctly, it should be Dean Zhang's personal biography, right? His boxing skills are really impressive. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen someone of the same level. Defeated Mr. Chen with boxing techniques. His marksmanship is also impressive. Store owner Zhou is actually not his match either. To be honest, I think the most exquisite thing is the palm technique. Hit with one move, like a dome covering the 4 fields. It gives people a sense of deep space. Make it impossible for people to escape. Upon hearing this, Lord Xingtong, sudden pain in the chest. I thought everyone could propose something important. Find ways to change the current situation. As a result, he meowed with admiration all over his face. The expression of shining eyes. What's the meaning of this? Do you think we inherit the heritage of our war hall? Not as good as a small college. At this moment, he also knew. The remaining few shop owners, all of them were affected by Xianxian Hui's boxing technique just now. Body and gun techniques provide a deterrent effect. I'm sure I can't come up with a good solution in the short term. So he waved his hand and said, okay, Let's all disperse first. Subsequently, all the shop owners responded simultaneously. I just bowed and stepped back. The room quickly quieted down as well. Now only he and the new store owner Liao Bujing are left, still sitting in it. At this moment, the leader of the hall asked the other party what they thought. After pondering for a moment, I finally responded and said, Master, there are pros and cons to this matter, right? Actually, I think for our warrior hall, it may not necessarily be a good thing. Undeniable? The understanding of combat by the Xianxian society is indeed terrifying. It inevitably makes people's hearts flutter. But, if it can be included in our Qingyuan Empire warrior hall, isn't our strength immediately greatly increased? The warrior hall that surpasses other titled empires. It's just a matter of time. I heard him say that. The hallmaster shook his head in response, and I knew that too. Just look at Xianxian, they look like this. How could he possibly join our warrior hall? At this moment, I couldn't help but laugh. The response is that this matter is actually quite simple. You see, although Xianhui and the others have intentions, but they are only loyal to Dean Zhangxian alone. If we can have this Zhangxian join our warrior hall, these people just fell for themselves. After speaking, I saw the hallmaster's skeptical expression on his face. Glittering eyes, just continued to explain, Lord, you are now a half-step unsheathed prostitute. Powerful Genshin impact. If we could find a skilled spiritual cultivator to nourish the primordial spirit, make it more rounded. In this way, if we want to practice the secret technique of the Star Palace, we can. When it's easy, even if you lower your cultivation level, no one at the same level can necessarily defeat it. Find Dean Zhang and compete with him at that time. And I have joined the warrior hall as a bet. Hee. Are you still afraid that he won't agree? I understand in my heart that the other party's words are not bad in Tang and Shu classical Chinese. Once the highest secret technique of the Star Palace is established, even if Xianxian knows how those people defy the heavens, definitely not a match either. Then he shook his head in response and said, the highest secret of the new store. It was left by the ancestor of the Qingyuan warrior Tang Kai's faction. The 100 steps that past hall leaders can take to pass the assessment are 5. Want to successfully pass? It's not as simple as you think. I couldn't predict it all and just gave a bitter smile. I know it's difficult, but there is no other better way now. Look at the appearance of other shop owners. 9 out of 10, they will join that Xianxian society. At that time, Qingyuan Zhengzhi Hall. I'm afraid it will become a joke among all the people. However, the two of them tried to save the face of the war hall. Decided to enhance cultivation to challenge the new store assessment. So I didn't expect everything, so I brought the Tang Lord with me. Fly together to the Kirin Clan Guild. The screen has arrived at the Kirin Clan Guild. At this moment, Zhang Xian was using the name of Sun Chang, communicating with the 3 beautiful presidents. How to transfer the guild back to them. After clarifying the situation, 4 people flew out of the room again. It's suspended in mid-air outside the Union. At this moment, Zhang Xian's eyes closed. After concentration, just use the methods of a spiritual master. Communicate with the spirituality of the Union. However, in the mid-air not far from the Union, there are 2 old people staring at Zhang Xian tightly. At this moment, Xiong Sangshu, the brother of the inverted button, only spoke up and asked you. Heard you. It's that young man. After speaking, I received a positive response from the other party. Just give a cold snort and rest assured. Dare to take action against you. No matter who it is. I will make him lose his soul. Come to a bad end. So the 2 of them went to Lijiang but couldn't find it. Within a range of 300 meters, I found a hidden place and stopped. After all, only the 2 of them can dominate the Arctic. No one dares to provoke. It is precisely because Qin Tianxiang hides the ruins. He has a set of secret techniques. Can kill invisibly. It's hard to defend against. But there is also a distance limitation. At the same time, absolute silence is required when performing. However, this matter has been widely circulated. Sitting down in the Tibetan village, let the inverted button protect it from the side. I will start using this secret technique myself. Immediately after, I saw an altar suddenly appear between his eyebrows, accompanied by a flicker of light. I saw a figure appear above. Then he charged straight towards Zhang Xian, who was suspended in the air. However, I felt that the ripples had already covered the other party's ruins. Full of excitement. Hurry up and use the primordial spirit. Pull the other person's soul towards the altar. But it wasn't until this moment that I realized something was wrong. The other party is like a big mountain. No matter how hard you try, you can't move for half a minute. So I snorted coldly in my heart, I don't believe you, don't move. And at this moment, Zhang Xian sighed. I am communicating with the spirituality of the Union. Let the Union and President Ruan sign a contract. I just persuaded for half a day. The other party seems to have some refusal. I am also very unwilling. So when Zhang Xian was about to continue persuading, suddenly felt a tremble in my soul. It seems like mosquitoes are biting. It seems like something is pulling. With that, I felt a surge of energy. Just suddenly turned back. But he hasn't had a chance to take a closer look yet. I saw the union in front of me jump up unwillingly. Next second, I saw the union fly to a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Crawled down. At this moment, apart from the loud noise of the building landing, there was also a mournful cry inside. Zhang Xian heard a shout. I found something familiar. So I lowered my head and took a look. I saw the old man ahead who was punched and thrown away by myself. The bandit looked ahead with a frightened expression on his face, and cried out loudly. So I curiously followed the other person's direction. After watching it, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had already thought about it before. Such a large guild, running and jumping around will definitely hurt someone. I didn't expect people to be trampled to death now. At this moment, he can no longer afford to sign the contract. My body flew down in a blink of an eye. Then he apologized with a full face. Watching Daoko burst into tears, comforted with a sigh of sadness and resignation. I will teach this union a lesson for you. Upon hearing these words, Daoko became even angrier. With red eyes, let out a roar and I'll kill you. Immediately after, he rushed straight towards Zhang Xian. Just haven't waited for him to come up to us yet. I just saw a wave of shaking on the ground. Next second, I saw a pitch-black behemoth crash down with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was instantly furious. Immediately after, he roared at the house. The house is too much. He actually killed people 3 times in front of me. This is unforgivable. However, the protagonist was so angry with the host. Standing there full of grievances, I dare not move again. At this moment, the Lord of Xingtong and Liao Buchuan. He also flew towards the Kirin Guild. By courtesy, they haven't arrived yet. Just used the Jade token of communication to explain the purpose of Chairman Ruan's visit. I just found out during the communication that none of them are available today. I'm busy watching others beat up the guild. Both of them couldn't understand the handwriting after seeing it, so he immediately asked what happened. Later, I learned from the other party that I had heard it again. Their guild, named by a famous scholar named Sun Chang. After understanding the situation, the two of them were filled with excitement. I accelerated my speed and flew straight over. After all, Lord Xing and the others know the strength of President Ruan and others. It is absolutely impossible for such a large union to be activated, since this Sun Chang can do it, indicating that they have already surpassed them in the spiritual awakening profession. If I could ask him to take action, the master may really be able to communicate. As long as one can inherit the oral tradition, we can defeat Zhang Xian, resolve this crisis. So soon they arrived in the sky above the Kirin Union. Sure enough, I saw the Qilin City Labor Union. A tall building stands not far away. A young man is suspended in the air, pointing angrily at the other person and shouting loudly. After being shot, the two of them flew down to the Union. At this moment, Liao Bujing saw 3 beautiful women. Bring the Lord of the Hall to them. We introduced each other. After a few polite words, a few people. The hall master just looked at the young man in the sky. Ask the 3 presidents about this Sun Chang spiritual master. It seems like I've never seen it before. At this point, President Ruan explained. He just arrived in Qingyuan City. The art of awakening makes us look up. If the master really wants his soul to be pure, rapid progress in cultivation, raising his spirits will definitely have a better effect. The executioner nodded hastily in classical Chinese. Let President Ruan introduce it on your behalf. After obtaining the other party's consent, Liao Buqi couldn't help but ask a question beside him. President Ruan, why did this spiritual master Sun Chang beat up the union? However, the beautiful woman Wan smiled bitterly when she saw the other person asking such a question. Ling is a guild, just awakened. He doesn't have much judgment ability yet. I accidentally stepped on 2 people just now. This only angered Sun Shida. Later, I understood through the other party's explanation. The 2 who died are notorious. The twin heroes of the far north who have killed countless people. So please let out a bitter smile for both of you, Lord. I didn't expect them to die here. After all, the 2 giants of the far north have a considerable reputation. If it weren't for their strong strength, plus, it has been hiding in the swamp all along, I must have been killed long ago. It's impossible to live until now. Last time, Qingyuan Imperial City. The royal family once sent someone to besiege and suppress it. As a result, it managed to escape. In the end, it never came to an end. I didn't expect them to come to Qingyuan City today, and he was forcefully stepped on by a house. Death can also be considered as retribution. However, just as they were lamenting about it, Zhang Xian here is full of anger. Shout loudly at the other party and say, okay, don't pretend to be wronged here. Hurry up and sign the contract with Chairman Wan and his team. The pervert in front of us has just learned a profession. Start treating the primordial spirit for the hall master. What he didn't expect was, surprisingly, he made the other person look like a ghost. Just now, Zhang Xian watched this huge guild. After stomping both of them to death, I angrily scolded the other party. Later, he was asked to sign a contract with Chairman Ruan. After all, he believes that the newly awakened union, currently, intelligence is too low, if not properly disciplined. In the future, won't we have to kill people everywhere? And Zhang Xian also felt that. I have always been a low-key person who doesn't like to cause trouble. Being so mature and steady in doing things, how could such a guy come to mind? However, the worker got angry with the owner during the meeting. I dare not resist anymore. He came to Chairman Ruan with a sense of grievance, so he quickly signed a contract with the other party. At this point, Chairman Ruan saw that the matter had been resolved. My whole mood relaxed. Then he took 2 steps and arrived in front of Zhang Xian, hugging and saying thank you, Master Sun. At this moment, Zhang Xian quickly waved her hand and responded, saying that there was no need to be polite. This guy is stubborn and difficult to change, killing at will. I'm afraid you'll have to put in more effort in the future. I heard the other person say that. President Ruan just laughed and said that the fame of the 2 giants in the far north is not very good. Being killed can also be considered as deserving of death. Take it easy. We can handle the follow-up matters with the Kirin Clan Guild. You don't need to worry about this, son. After all, it was so transparent just now. Kill 2 powerful people in Genshin Impact. This will indeed cause panic. Just for the Kirin Clan Guild. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. For many years, the Kirin Clan has relied on the Dark Master Hall. No one dares to cause trouble. After all, their combat effectiveness is weak. It will cause many people to secretly. But the trade union has just trampled down 2 powerful people in Genshin Impact. Once this news spreads, enough to deter countless people who make random decisions. This kind of thing is important to them. It's simply a win-win situation without any harm. But at this moment, Zhang Xian still felt guilty. Then he said to the other person, no matter what, they are all equivalent to dying at my hands. This is a 2000 Great Spirit Stone. If there is a chance, hand it over to their descendants or successors. President Ruan saw the situation. Immediately, I truly admired the approachable person in front of me from the bottom of my heart. So he took the spirit stone and promised the other party. Later, he was introduced to him. The hall master and shop owner Liao behind them. 2 Can. After Zhang Xian heard that the opponent was the head of the War Corps Hall, I was also stunned for a moment. Just haven't responded yet. Just heard the other party ask, which renowned teacher hall did you come from? So I thought about saying that I came from Hongyuan Imperial City. It just stopped before I could say it out loud. If that's the case, then, the other party must already know about themselves. Before, in order not to cause trouble, he just casually claimed to be Sun Chang. If it were exposed on the spot now, isn't it awkward? So I quickly changed my mind and said that I studied under my mentor. I have not yet joined the branch of Master Teacher Hall. Just in a renowned teacher's hall located in a first-class geological formation. Assessment level passed. However, after understanding the situation, the leader of the hall. I don't find this strange either. After all, there are people among the renowned teachers who have not joined the Master Teacher Hall and are practicing as scattered cultivators. I just haven't joined the Master Teacher Hall. Just by studying with the teacher, one can have this kind of strength. And it's so powerful for the Qilin profession. It seems that his teacher is not simple. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, the hall master looked at the other person with a hopeful expression on his face. I heard that Master Sun is interested in the profession of Qilin, mastered an extremely profound realm. So I came here specifically. Could you please help me stabilize my spirit? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. I just studied for a while, although I know that the spiritual master possesses this ability. I just didn't expect the first one to come and find me. Surprisingly, he is the master of this War Master Hall. However, Xingtong insisted that the other party hesitated. Just then he said that as long as Master Sun can agree. I am extremely grateful. Zhang Xian saw his sincere attitude. It's a small gesture to think of helping out. So he nodded and said, it's actually nothing. Just one weapon has fallen asleep below. Need to wake up. If possible, Lord Xingtong, could you wait? Why don't I wake it up before I help you? How do 2 people hear this? After glancing at each other, I just frowned. Thinking of awakening the spirit of sleeping weapons. They had heard of this situation before. Even a spiritualist is not easy. But the most crucial thing is, this operation consumes a lot of energy. Once activated, it is highly likely that it will not be possible to proceed for many days. Their affairs cannot be delayed. After hesitating for a moment, the Lord of Xingtang spoke up and said, Master Sunday, can I borrow a step to speak? Zhang Xian saw the other party so mysterious. It's also very helpless. So he waved his palm. A soundproofing nodule was placed around it. Then he looked at him. May I ask if the hall master has any important matters to attend to? Need to be so mysterious. At this moment, the hall master gritted his teeth. Just looking at him. Apologize in response. My warrior hall has encountered some trouble recently. I need to make Genshin Impact more pure as soon as possible, to pass the heart demon test of the new store. Quickly enhance strength, dealing with danger. Otherwise, we will encounter great trouble, so I still hope that Master Sun can help me awaken first. As long as there is a need, Zhang Tang will definitely not refuse. Zhang Xian was a bit shocked when she heard these words. I wonder what kind of situation an enemy I have encountered can make the master of the War Master Hall so anxious, can create such trouble for someone with this identity? This person is too rebellious, isn't he? So I couldn't help but ask a question. May I ask if it's convenient for Lord Xing to disclose it? What kind of trouble have you encountered? Although I am not talented, cultivation and other professions are also quite good. Perhaps it can help a lot. However, upon hearing the other party's question, Lord Xing, her face turned red. I quickly waved my hand in response, saying that Sunshire had taken care of me. We, the Warrior Hall, want to handle this matter ourselves. I just hope you can help me stabilize Genshin Impact. Let me successfully pass the heart demon test of the new store and become better. After speaking, the other party agreed without hesitation for a long time. I am filled with gratitude. Thank you very much. Then I asked where to gather the spirit. The shop owner Liao on the side knows that the other party has just arrived here. There must be no suitable place to awaken. So he said, our soldiers, Tangshin Hall. Having a formation that isolates external interference. Why don't you go to my place? After speaking, seeing the other party, I quickly brought him to the station hall. However, returning to the station hall, the material store in front of me thinks that the other person is looking at the building in front of me, with a curious expression on his face. I also gave him a brief introduction. After listening, Zhang Xian, it is also clear that there is a real hall in the station hall. He just heard that the new hall is among the 10 halls, when it was the scariest hall. I am very puzzled about this in my heart, and the nearby hall master also saw his confusion. Just explain that. The main purpose of the warrior is to fight against the alien race. The killing spirit of the alien race has a great attacking effect on human thoughts and souls. Want to confront it? Psychological resilience must exceed that of ordinary people. Electrocardiogram emerged as a result. Meeting on a narrow road, the brave win. In battle, one needs to have a strong sense of true energy, strong physical body. It also requires strong soul power. However, in battle, it's not just about strength and skill. More importantly, it's about looking at the heart. After listening to what the other party said, Zhang Xian is also deeply impressed. Looking at the opponents he has encountered, whether it's the Red Leaf King, Tianai King, or the Daku just now, his true chi and soul power far exceed Zhang Xian's. But when it comes to the real battle, it's often the other person who dies in the end. This has nothing to do with the power of true chi. What's important is the mindset. If the mentality is not good, then psychological resilience will become unstable. It is easy to be misled. In the end, they will also suffer the fate of being killed. And at this moment, the owner of the hall continued to say, this star palace is divided into many levels. Inside, there are various levels of star demons. Only by frequently competing with the star demon, after being baptized, only by doing so can one's state of mind become more stable. Listen here. Zhang Xian suddenly remembered something. So I asked, since there are demons in your heart demon hall, can you let me try it out later? I also want to temper my mood. After speaking, I saw the hall master's agreement. I also quickly thanked him. Later, the shopkeeper led the way ahead. I arrived within the range of the heart palace in a short time. A tall building appeared before my eyes. I just told Zhang Xian behind me to respect my teacher. This is the new hall. There are special formations inside. Not only can it gather spiritual energy, it can also make people's minds calm down. No distractions arise. You give the hall master a stable soul. Why don't we just stay here? Zhang Xian glanced at it. I found that this place is indeed quieter than the Spirit Guild. It is also more suitable for awakening. If we could call for the awakening of the sleeping spirit of Jin Yuanding here, it should be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Next, find a suitable place. Just have the hall master sit down over there. The Lord of Xingtong dare not neglect classical Chinese. Quickly arrived at the position mentioned by the other party and sat down. Close your eyes. Communicate with Genshin Impact. The whole person entered a state of meditation. Looks like an old monk. After Zhang Xian saw the other person sit down, the spiritual master's technique also begins to operate within the body. The spirit immediately turns into a thin thread. Slowly enter the other parties. Sea of sight. But when they came in, they arrived near the opponent's spirit. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Then he sighed with emotion. The primordial spirit of the hall master in front of us. Compared to the heavenly Night King, it's much more terrifying. So he wriggled his rational eyes and looked around. I can see the center of the opponent's spirit behind them. There is a huge crack that almost crosses one side. Extremely ferocious. See here. Zhang Xian also fell into contemplation. After all, using the methods of spiritual masters to warm the soul, it's not difficult to make up for some small dents, but such a big crack. What's going on here? Therefore, Zhang Xian followed his understanding of the profession of a spiritual master. After some careful consideration, since such a large union, by igniting it, it can be successfully awakened. If it ignites at the crack, gullies will naturally be filled in. Think of this. Consciousness returns to the body. Just look up at the nearby shop owner Liao. Give me an explanation. Thank you, Lord Liao, for taking charge for us. Try not to disturb others as much as possible. After explaining, I saw the other person nod and respond. Take a deep breath immediately. Close your eyes tightly. Thoughts enter the other person's field of vision again with the light. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the crack. As soon as my eyes rang, I clicked on it. But while Zhang Xian was repairing the hallmaster, I heard the door suddenly pushed open by someone. Immediately after, an anxious voice came from the hallmaster. It's not good to just walk around. The hallmaster was called out like this. The state of meditation suddenly awakened, and Zhang Xian's intention. Things that belong outside the body are naturally ejected. After Zhang Xian's consciousness returned to her physical body. Open your eyes and take a look. I just found an old man not far away. What are you talking about with Mr. Liao? Here. Master Xing, who had already woken up, glanced at the other party. I just asked in such a hurry. What happened? Upon hearing this, the shop owner Wei quickly clasped his fists in response and said, Master of the Hall. The shop owner Wu from the Leg Palace has also left the warrior hall. When Lord Xing heard about them, my face turned pale instantly. I thought these shop owners would at least be more reserved. I didn't expect that in the end. I couldn't resist running over. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but cover my chest. This really pains him deeply. However, Zhang Xian saw him like this. I also asked a worried question. Are you okay? At this moment, the executioner responded with a slight smile, saying, Not only is it okay, now my body is still filled with strength. I heard him say that. Zhang Xian just breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like I overthinked myself, although the method used earlier was based on the object. But after all, it's just a small part. His Genshin impact is so powerful. I shouldn't be able to create any waves. It is estimated that they will be assimilated soon. However, after thanking Zhang Xian, the head of the hall at this moment, he stood up and said to Mr. Liao, the shop owner, Let's activate the formation. I want to go in. After all, he knows. We must stop this from happening as soon as possible now. Otherwise, the face of the warrior hall would be ruined. Shortly after, Zhang Xian saw the other party enter a passage. I also started closing my eyes and adjusting my breath. After all, when awakening for the other party just now, they ignited 40 places. This consumes a lot of money. After a period of time, Zhang Xian feels much more comfortable now. Just opened my eyes. I saw the main station of Liudian walking back and forth in front of the passage. His face was full of anxiety. Occasionally look inside. So he got up and came up to him. Ask the other party what's going on. Upon hearing these words, the shop owner Liao responded with the words of the hall master. He has been inside for an hour now. It hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid there might be problems. According to normal circumstances, regardless of whether it passes or not, they should all give me a message. There hasn't been any news yet. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, just when I was about to say something, I heard a rapid sound of footsteps coming from the passage. Immediately after, I saw a figure walking out. After the shopkeeper saw the appearance of the figure clearly, the corners of the mouth twitched uncontrollably. The whole body was stunned in place, and Zhang Xian saw the situation. I also took a step forward and came to the front. I almost fainted when I saw the other person. What the hell is he meowing? I don't know how abnormal a pervert can be. I only know perverts. His heart is as black as ink today. Just now, Zhang Xian raised the spirits of the hall master in front of her. Halfway through, it's possible. An unknown old man rushed in. Just woke up the hall master who was in meditation. Zhang Xian's consciousness was thus ejected from the realm of the primordial god. Soon after, the hall master felt full of strength. So he asked the nearby shop owner Liao to activate the magic formation. He wants to break through the heart demon channel. Just over an hour has passed. When he walked out again, shop owner Liao and Zhang Xian. At the same time, I was startled by the person in front of me. What the hell is he meowing about? However, after the store owner was shocked, I walked up with a sad expression on my face. Comfort me, Lord. Even if it doesn't pass, you wouldn't have self-harmed like this. Upon hearing this, Lord Xingtong, I almost fainted on the spot. Then he looked at Zhang Xian not far away. I shouted angrily, Master Sun, can you tell me what's going on? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was momentarily stunned. What does this have to do with oneself? Then he replied, how can I know what's going on? After speaking, the other person remained silent. Just turn around. However, Zhang Xian saw a flower growing on her buttocks. Almost vomited blood on the spot. What the hell is this? But long flower had long cactus. After being shocked, suddenly remembered something. My face changed. A twitch at the corner of the mouth. Is it possible that the diamond-shaped object I just gave him was not a weapon? But it's from plants. But just when he was feeling distressed about it, I just saw it on the other person. 2 plants are still growing. See here. Zhang Xian finally understood. Come here. Although I use it myself, it's the technique of using spiritual weapons. But the other party's body is full of vitality. The same effect as awakening on plants. That's why this phenomenon occurs. However, at this time, the hall master, seeing the cactus on my head, it has already produced a pile of fruits. Watching Zhang Xian cry and shout, "Sunshire! What the hell does this look like?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, knowing that once you admit it was your mistake, I will definitely be killed on the spot by the other party. So he responded without blushing or panting, saying, "I guess you ate something unclean. How about this? Let me help you see if we can solve it first." Later, the other party agreed without hesitation. Therefore, Zhang Xian's consciousness quickly arrived at the hall master's Yuanshan town. What he didn't expect was, the crack that was just there has now been completely filled in, and also the spirituality of that plant, perfectly integrated. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. This Genshin impact is too strong. Change to someone else's Genshin impact. Even if there is plant spirituality present, I'm sure I'll also reject it if I give it to myself. This guy is really good. Just crush it for about an hour and it will completely merge. Originally, we only needed to come to the crack. Eliminating this spirituality can solve all problems. How can I kill someone like this now? I really want to kill. I guess the hall master has already passed away. Zhang Xian knows there's no way to handle it. Consciousness returns to the physical body, thinking to himself that he can only rely on himself now. Eliminate this spirituality. Otherwise, no one can do anything about it. After pondering for a moment, just looked up at the hall leader ahead. At this moment,